Chapter 001. Amidst the cherry blossoms, the apocalypse begins. This is neither a tale of betrayal by friends or lovers, nor a story of rebirth and revenge. A word of caution. Those with a saintly disposition should refrain from entering on the blue planet in the cherry blossom country of Tokyo. Today, this cursed place feels particularly strange. Mobile signals are poor, animals are incessantly vocal, and the air is so humid it seems to drip with moisture. Zhou Yuming, a handsome student from the Dragon Country, is spending his summer working in a villa district in northern Tokyo. At this moment, he languidly squats in the security booth, akin to a sun-dried salted fish, his gaze occasionally darting towards the entrance of the villa area. Boom! A flashy red Ferrari zooms in, the window slowly rolling down to reveal a mature and alluring visage Mrs. Shinonami. Zhou Yuming recognizes her. She is a well-known beauty in the villa district, rumored to be the CEO of a publicly listed company in Tokyo. Her husband is often away, leaving her and her daughter, Mayumi, to guard their empty home. Dressed in a sleek black business suit, her lustrous black hair cascades casually over her shoulders, exuding the charm of a mature woman with an enviable figure. This woman, TSK, her elegance is outstanding, and her physique is exquisite. She is simply perfect for. As Zhou Yuming watches the departing vehicle, his mind wanders into inappropriate territories. Suddenly, the sky darkens ominously, reminiscent of a pot's bottom, heralding an impending storm. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice reverberates in Zhou Yuming's mind. Ding, suitable host located, apocalypse sovereign system binding successful. What on earth? He glances around, seeing no one except the vehicles passing outside. Greetings, host. I am the apocalypse sovereign system. The chilling mechanical voice echoes again in Zhou Yuming's mind. His body jolts. What is this? A system? An apocalypse? Is this some kind of joke? These concepts, which only exist in novels and films, have materialized in real life? Apocalypse? What does that mean? Zhou Yuming tentatively inquires. In 1 hour, unprecedented natural disasters will sweep across the globe, bringing catastrophic devastation to human civilization, with only a select few poised to survive. The initial disasters may include thunderstorms, torrential rains, and extreme heat, gradually escalating to earthquakes, meteor strikes, volcanic eruptions, and even extraterrestrial invasions. Current area of the host. Thunderstorm. The system's cold voice seems to pronounce the fate of humanity. Zhou Yuming inhales sharply. Is this for real? Extraterrestrial beings? Does it have to be this terrifying? Regaining his composure, he forces himself to accept this bizarre reality and begins to comprehend the system's capabilities. System, what functions do you possess? Ding, the novice gift pack has been issued, granting you the body of Xingtian, superpower cards, and management rights to the Doomsday Warehouse. Please check your inventory. Zhou Yuming stares at the Doomsday Warehouse's inventory, utterly losing his composure. Goodness, a royal flush right from the start? This warehouse is simply a treasure trove, boasting an abundance of food, vegetables, beverages, daily necessities, energy equipment, and weaponry. Even the equality device is included. Zhou Yuming is astounded, but the system's benefits do not end there. Following the prompts, Zhou Yuming activates the body of Xingtian enhancement. A warm current surges through him, filling him with newfound vigor, akin to a jolt of adrenaline. Good gracious! With a slight exertion, he bends a police baton made of 4,140 steel, roughly the width of his wrist, at a right angle. Next, Zhou Yuming employs the superpower card, and a dazzling golden light flashes before him. Congratulations, you have acquired the ability S-Class Infinite Telekinesis. S-Class Infinite Telekinesis enables telekinetic movement, mental communication, and the ability to retrieve objects from a distance. Swish! Controlling a playing card on the table, it spins at high speed and embeds itself into the concrete wall. Alas, I lack education. A single exclamation suffices to conquer the world. With absolute strength coursing through him, Zhou Yuming is filled with an unprecedented confidence. If extraterrestrial beings truly arrive, he feels he could kick a few of them. It's as if a cow were to fly. Simply astonishing. Who still wants to be a security guard now? After organizing his belongings, Zhou Yuming steps out of the security booth only to encounter a disheveled, yellow-haired man with a lecherous appearance. Zhou-sen, where do you think you're going? As your senior, I must remind you that your shift is not over yet. Makawa says impatiently. Zhou Yuming scoffs inwardly. This self-proclaimed senior, relying on his uncle's connections, has tormented countless girls while always finding ways to exploit the international students from the Dragon Country. Today happens to be Makawa's shift, yet he forces Zhou Yuming to take over, truly believing he can still bully the once timid Zhou Yuming? I quit. Whoever wants to work can do so. Zhou Yuming replies coldly, staring at him. Quit? Do you think you could just walk away? Get back to your post. Makawa reaches out to grab Zhou Yuming by the collar. A glint of coldness flashes in Zhou Yuming's eyes, activating his S-class telekinesis. Makawa's body is instantly ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. What? What did you do? What's wrong with my body? Makawa exclaims in terror. Zhou Yuming ignores his pleas and, disinterested in further conversation, seals Makawa's mouth, gradually constricting the telekinetic force, crushing Makawa's body into a bloody pulp. Ugh! Ugh! Ending it swiftly is too lenient for the scoundrel. With no one around, he uses telekinesis to clean up the remnants of flesh and blood, then strides with no hesitation towards an unoccupied villa in the district. The apocalypse is upon us. Am I to forego my beef? Bang! The villa's lock proves to be utterly trivial before Zhou Yuming, as he effortlessly breaks in. This telekinesis is utterly remarkable. Surveying the luxuriously decorated villa, complete with a large floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Yuming feels quite satisfied. He decides to settle here for the time being and indulge in life's pleasures. In the master bedroom, the decor suggests a young girl's touch, simple yet elegant, the air infused with a delightful fragrance. Zhou Yuming reclines on the comfortable bed for a brief rest, awaiting the impending calamity. Yet he remains unaware that the very beauty he had fantasized about, Mrs. Chinanami, resides in the adjacent villa. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashes and purple bolts tear through the darkened sky. Various natural disasters plague the cities of Tokyo. Thunderstorms, torrential rains, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis. The Cherry Blossom Country, or rather, the entire Blue Plain, is thrown into chaos. Skyscrapers collapse, transportation grinds to a halt, and the wails of the populace merge into a scene of utter pandemonium. Due to the incessant thunderstorms in northern Tokyo, numerous areas ignite with brilliant flames, billowing black smoke into the air. Some windows in the high-rises open, and a few locals begin to lose their sanity. Crush the darkness with thunder. Oh, pardon me? Wrong set. Which fellow cultivator is here, facing tribulations? Great Thunder Dragon, great Luo spell. Bah! This is a natural disaster. Have you all lost your minds? Standing before the villa's window, Zhou Yuming yawns. This elevated position allows him a clear view of the human tragedy unfolding outside. At this moment, rather than feeling fear, he experiences a thrill of excitement. Attention citizens, this natural disaster is nationwide. Please do not be overly concerned. Staying indoors is the safest course of action. Do not believe or spread rumors. The Cherry Blossom Country will lead its people to overcome this calamity. Listening to the government's broadcast warning, Zhou Yuming scoffs at the Cherry Blossom Country's officials. Do they care about ordinary people? Their words are far sweeter than their actions. Drawing top-shelf red wine and Australian lobster from the system warehouse, Zhou Yuming pours himself a glass and clinks it against the apocalyptic scene outside. Cheers to this beautiful yet damned apocalypse. Chapter 002, The Campus Beauty, Sakurai Nai. In northern Tokyo, the purple lightning slashes through the obsidian sky like a ferocious serpent, continuously rending the air. Shouts, curses, and cries for help echo throughout the city, soon drowned out by the deafening roar of the thunderstorm. By nightfall, Zhou Yuming sits leisurely on a plush leather sofa, slicing into tender, juicy lamb chops, the crimson juices flowing languidly along the blade. TSK. The lamb chops from New Donglan truly have a unique texture. Savoring a sip of red wine, Zhou Yuming gazes at the flickering lightning outside, his heart utterly unfazed. The thunderstorms in the northern city are merely a relatively mild natural disaster, right? Far more reliable than volcanic eruptions or earthquakes. Zhou Yuming picks up his phone, scrolling through news from around the globe. In the beautiful country, tsunamis and tornadoes wreak havoc. In the Bear Country, extreme cold and colossal hailstorms. In the Dragon Country, primarily rainstorms and flooding. In the land of Baroduo, dust storms and earthquakes abound. Yet the cherry blossom country faces dire straits. Horrific disaster scenes unfold across the nation: thunderstorms, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis. It is a relentless barrage of calamities, with even some high-altitude regions not spared. A new notification pops up on his phone. A massive fissure has appeared at the summit of Mount Fuji, with magma spewing forth, heralding the end times. TSK, Mount Fuji has erupted too? That's only about 200 kilometers away from here. This cherry blossom country is truly beset by troubles. Zhou Yuming's tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm, utterly devoid of any awareness befitting a disaster victim. It seems that I must return to Longwei after all. He set his phone aside and cast his gaze out the window once more. Having undergone the physical enhancement of the Xingtian body, Zhou Yuming's senses were astonishingly acute. Several hundred meters away, a thick bolt of purple lightning struck with precision, hitting a spirited young man sprinting down the street. In an instant, the young man stood rigid, then slowly disintegrated into a cloud of charred dust, carried away by the wind. Zhou Yuming observed this scene with a cold, unblinking stare. He yawned, returned to the comfort of his large bed, and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, just before noon, Zhou Yuming stirred awake languidly. The thunderstorm outside showed no signs of abating. In fact, it had intensified. He made his way to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. What flowed out was murky, sediment-laden water. It seems there's an issue with the reservoir, Zhou Yuming quickly deduced. Perfect, the system can connect my villa to the reservoir's water rights. Ding, successfully connected the hose to the water resources in the Doomsday Warehouse. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Yuming gazed at the desolate street. His enhanced vision allowed him to see the distant happenings with remarkable clarity. A brilliant bolt of purple lightning struck without warning at the entrance of a supermarket. A middle-aged man who had just dashed out was instantaneously reduced to ashes, not even having the chance to utter a cry of despair. This thunderstorm seems to have a penchant for striking people rather than buildings, Zhou Yuming mused with interest. He speculated on factors such as anomalies in the magnetic field of Blue Star and the accumulation of electric charges in high-altitude objects. After all, it was a natural disaster in a post-apocalyptic world. These individuals were willing to risk being struck by lightning just to rush into the supermarket and seize supplies. Though somewhat foolish, the survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Zhou Yuming continued to watch the scene with a detached demeanor, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. A glance revealed it was a call from Uncle Muchuan. "Hello. Did you return home without reporting to your superiors? And where's my nephew?" Came the gruff voice of Mu Zichuan from the other end. "Shabi, you might as well work your entire life and die doing so," Zhou Yuming scoffed coldly, hanging up the phone and blocking the number. He couldn't be bothered to engage in further dialogue. Reclining on the soft sofa, Zhou Yuming opened the system panel. Doomsday Sovereign Level 1, Host, Zhou Yuming, Superpower, Infinite Telekinesis S-Class, Physique, Xingtian Body, Doomsday Warehouse, Activated. Upgrade Path, Slaughter, Reproduction, Emotion to gain energy, Slaughter, Reproduction, Emotion. Zhou Yuming meticulously examined the system's description. Slaughter. As the ruler of the apocalypse, conflict is inevitable. Each enemy killed grants 100 points of energy. Reproduction. The Doomsday Ruler carries the responsibility of civilizational legacy. Energy gained is time-dependent, with half an hour equating to 75 points of energy. Note: to ensure the quality of civilization's legacy, energy will not be produced from females with a comprehensive score below 75. Emotion. As a ruler, one will experience the emotions of their subjects, with each emotion providing energy. 100 points of hatred, 1 point of energy. 10 points of fear, 1 point of energy. 1 point of submission, 1 point of energy. For instance, previously killing Mu Chuan yielded 100 points of slaughter energy, and during that process, he generated 100 points of fear value, resulting in a total of 110 points of energy. After analyzing this, Zhou Yuming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He felt formidable already if only he could attain a higher level. To ascend from level 1 Doomsday Sovereign to level 2, only 20,000 points of energy were required. Thus, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Slaughter can also evoke emotions in others. This should be the fastest way to accumulate energy, and surely there are many individuals in this villa area. Jia Muzichuan. Zhou Yuming recalled his experiences of being exploited at that security company, his heart brimming with resentment towards these two. You must survive, or else who will I turn to for retribution later? In the owner's group chat, discussions were fervently underway regarding the thunderstorm and strategies for self-preservation. When will this thunderstorm end? What should we do? This is disastrous. The storm is terrifying, and we can only wait to perish at home. I'm out of food. Does anyone have supplies? I'm willing to pay a premium. I haven't eaten all day. Can someone bring something for my sister? I'll take whatever it is. Zhou Yuming was oblivious to these discussions, having opted out of all groups. On the very first day of this apocalyptic disaster, most households still had food. There was little need to flaunt it for the time being. Venturing outside during such a thunderstorm was ill-advised, and he would wait to see if any high-quality Sakura girls appeared later. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer from Zhou Yuming's villa, at North City University, the atmosphere within the school was suffocating. Many students had witnessed their friends reduced to ash by lightning, filling them with despair and fear. Most could not reach their families, and even those who managed to connect found their loved ones preoccupied. In a certain dormitory, the aloof campus beauty, Sakurai Nai, was curled up with her only remaining roommate, her legs enveloped in black stockings. Nai, what should we do? The girl asked, her voice trembling with tears. Since returning to the dormitory yesterday afternoon, the world had changed. Two of their roommates had gone to the cafeteria and had yet to return, likely meeting a grim fate. Sakurani bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. She had been unable to reach her father on the phone, and as her mind wandered in anxious thoughts. Dingling. Suddenly, her phone rang. Father. Sakurai Nai hurriedly answered the call. Nai, how are you? Is the school safe? Came the anxious voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. I am all right for now, and you? Though Sakurai Nai endeavored to maintain her composure, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Don't worry, Nai will come to rescue you. I am in a secure research facility underground. The man paused before continuing. By the way, heavy rain will soon cause flooding. Your school is situated too low. You must find another place. Ideally return to the villa area. But the thunderstorm outside is everywhere. How can I go out? The meteorological station has observed it, and I calculated that by the 7th day at the latest, the thunderstorm will gradually cease, followed closely by torrential rains. You must return before then. Do you understand? Okay, I understand. Rest assured, Nai will send someone to fetch you. You must hold on. The middle-aged man hung up the phone, filled with worry and helplessness. The world was on the brink of transformation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuming, who had taken over Sakurai Nai's villa, remained blissfully unaware of any of these developments. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhou Yuming lay peacefully on his soft bed, his demeanor calm, as if all that transpired in the outside world had no bearing on him. Chapter 003. The joy of being a chancellor. 6 days flew by in a flash. In the northern part of Tokyo, the storm raged on relentlessly. Purple lightning devoured everything in the sky, creating a vivid illusion of an impending apocalypse. Inside the villa district, Zhou Yuming reclined on a plush sofa, his fingers delicately grasping a chilled can of cola retrieved from the storeroom, relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioning as the sweet fizz burst on his tongue. Outside, the apocalyptic scene was striking, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Yet, he remained detached, occasionally casting a curious glance, savoring the comfort of his life. Within the villa owner's group chat, messages flew like wildfire. The food is nearly gone. What should we do? Does anyone have surplus supplies? I can trade for gold jewelry. Is there any water left from the villa management? I'm dying of thirst. Zhou Yuming remained oblivious to these exchanges. However, he understood that as time passed, the ugliness of human nature would gradually reveal itself. The real chaos was just beginning, and the best was yet to come. In the villa management office, the portly supervisor, Bumei, clutched 2 boxes of instant noodles and a case of bottled water tightly in her arms. Her face was ashen as she glared at the burly man before her, her eyes filled with wariness. It's still the early days of this disaster. We can't sell all the food and water, Bumei shouted, her voice distorted by anxiety. The imposing figure was Mu Zuchuan, who retorted with dissatisfaction, Bumei, what are you waiting for? This disaster will pass in a week at most. Selling the food and water now would yield a handsome profit. Can't you think long-term? I have a strong feeling this storm won't end anytime soon. Bumei stood her ground, her tone unwavering. Then you can share half. After all, these supplies were meant for the staff. You've taken advantage of the situation. On what grounds? Bumei protested, convinced that her discovery entitled her to claim them. I demand you hand them over. The argument escalated, and Mu Zechuan was on the verge of losing control. Outside the management office, a dozen men lurked in the shadows, listening to the quarrel while conspiring in hushed tones, their eyes glimmering with greed. Mura, what do you think of those two? Is that even a question? When night falls, we'll raid them for their food and water. Mura, a broad-shouldered man, whispered fiercely, his voice laced with excitement. Yes, brother, we can't let them keep everything for themselves. Another man chimed in, licking his cracked lips. His name was Gangjing, Mura's twin brother, both equally ruthless, though Mura was greedy while Gangjing was lecherous. Indeed, we concur. Several underlings echoed. After finishing his lunch, Zhou Yuming was clearing the dining table when the doorbell rang, shattering the tranquility of the villa. A tea this hour? Who could it be? The neighbors. Surely not one of the owners returning? He opened the door to find a woman in an exquisite suit standing outside. Mrs. Qian Naimei. Upon seeing Zhou Yuming, Qian Naimei momentarily froze, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to mask the fatigue in her eyes. You? Aren't you the security guard? How come you're in Sakurai Nai's house? Her tone was incredulous, tinged with confusion. Qian Naimei was acquainted with the owner of the villa, Sakurai Nai's mother, with whom she shared a good rapport. And she had always held affection for the child. However, she found herself in dire straits, as the food and water at home had long been depleted, compounded by the presence of a frail daughter. Unable to endure the hunger any longer, she had ventured to see if she could borrow some supplies. Observing the tall, elegant, and strikingly mature woman, Zhou Yuming felt a flicker of surprise but maintained a nonchalant demeanor. What is it? Do you intend to evict me? Let us get to the point. Qian Naimei, now disregarding formalities, spoke urgently, a hint of desperation in her tone. Do you have any food or water? I am willing to pay a high price for it. Zhou Yuming stepped aside to let her in, gesturing towards the living room filled with snacks and beverages. Look, I lack for nothing here. Qian Naimei's eyes widened at the sight of the abundant provisions. As if she had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. Is there truly so much food and water? Indeed, I'm aware, she said, her voice trembling with excitement as she retrieved a thick wad of cash from her bag. I can offer you a substantial amount for your supplies. In her eyes, Zhou Yuming was merely a lowly security guard, easily swayed with a little money. Furthermore, the sum she held was more than enough for a guard's annual salary. Zhou Yuming scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Money? What use is that at this point? He regarded the alluring woman with a hint of mockery in his voice. Perhaps we could arrange a different kind of transaction. I find you quite intriguing, Mrs. Qian. In this foreign landscape, with aspirations akin to those of a chancellor, how could I not seek to elevate it? Qian Naimei still held on to the belief that the disaster would soon pass. Convinced of the value of money, faced with Zhou Yuming's unabashed gaze, she furrowed her brow, stifling her anger. In the past, she would have dismissed a mere security guard without a second thought. However, she now refrained from antagonizing Zhou Yuming, as she was in dire need of his assistance. If not this, then what is there to discuss? Zhou Yuming smiled and shook his head. Madam, you are neither thirsty enough nor hungry enough. And no sooner had he spoken than he prepared to close the door, leaving Qian Naimei no chance to respond. Zhou Yuming would not beg. If she desired, she could take her leave. Besides, he preferred women who knew their place. Those who were forced into submission were of little interest. Wait, we can still negotiate. I can arrange a high-paying job for you. Money is not an issue. You can have whatever you desire materially. Qian Naimei knocked urgently on the closed door, biting her lip in internal conflict. Ultimately, she turned away, her high heels echoing sharply on the floor as she walked away. Upon reaching her doorstep, Qian Naimei checked her phone, intending to inform Sakurai Nai about Zhou Yuming, only to find there was no signal, as the storm had damaged the communication towers. Mom, you're back. As soon as she entered the house, a melodious voice called out, and a young girl emerged from the bedroom, standing beside her. This was Qian Naimei's daughter, Zenyumei, who had planned to travel to Longwa during the holiday. However, faced with the current calamity, survival had become a pressing concern. Mom, do we have any water or food? Zenyumei's voice was soft and innocent, laced with anticipation. No, your sister Sakurai Nai isn't home. Qian Naimei shook her head, fighting back tears as she embraced her daughter, feeling the softness of her body, her heart aching. if it came down to survival. She would sacrifice everything for her daughter. In the evening, as Zhou Yuming prepared to dine, the doorbell rang once more. Damn, can a person eat in peace? Zhou Yuming opened the door with a scowl. Standing there was a man wielding a kitchen knife, his lips cracked and eyes gleaming with madness. Upon seeing Zhou Yuming, his face lit up with glee as he menaced, hand over all your food and water, or else you'll regret it. The man was Watanabe, a resident from the nearest villa to Zhou Yuming's. Zhou Yuming chuckled coldly, eager to test the waters, his emotional energy ready to be unleashed. Wielding a knife was quite rude. After all, he possessed the supplies. Don't try anything funny. You lead the way. Watanabe hesitated, vaguely recalling that this home was supposed to belong to a woman, but dismissed the thought, judging Zhou Yuming to be feeble-minded. Zhou Yuming guided Watanabe into the living room, gesturing towards the mountain of food with a smile. Everything you seek is right here. Let us see if you dare to take it. Watanabe's eyes turned red with greed as he beheld the abundance. Disregarding Zhou Yuming's words and lunging forward. Baka Yuru, I never expected you to have so much food. Smack. Just then, Zhou Yuming snapped his fingers, the smile on his face vanishing as he spoke with a hint of mockery. You really dare to take it? Watanabe suddenly found himself unable to move, the knife clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. Panic filled his eyes as he looked at Zhou Yuming, terror evident in his gaze. What have you done to me? Watanabe's voice trembled, realization dawning that he had encountered someone formidable. Zhou Yuming remained silent, merely watching him, reveling in the steadily rising emotional energy displayed on the system panel. What a delightful bounty! Fear, terror, hatred. These were all sources of energy. Continuing to exert his telekinetic grip on Watanabe's body, he twisted and contorted him, forcing him to experience sensations akin to flight. You. Hatred value 2000, conversion energy 20. Fear value 600, conversion energy 60. Watanabe struggled and wailed in fear, but his cries echoed hauntingly through the empty villa, resonating with sorrow. Chapter 004. The assertive Mrs. Chien Watanabe slumped on the villa floor. Gasping for breath, the feeling of surviving a near-death experience almost bringing him to tears. That sensation was one he never wished to endure again. His silhouette appeared particularly disheveled under the dim light. His clothes soaked in blood, a mingling of sweat and blood emanating a profoundly unpleasant odor. Thank you. Watanabe stammered, yet a hint of ferocity lingered in his eyes. Zhou Yuming looked down at him from his elevated position, his expression chillingly aloof. Thank you? This is merely the beginning. Slowly extracting a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, he lit one, the crimson glow flickering in the darkness, illuminating Zhou Yuming's indifferent visage. What do you intend to do? Watanabe forced himself to sit upright, his voice trembling despite his attempts to sound assertive. Are there others in your household? Zhou Yuming crouched down, his tone disturbingly calm, as if inquiring about the weather. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was as frigid as a venomous serpent, instilling a sense of dread. Watanabe paused, fear and confusion intertwining within him. They are not here. Wait, what do you mean by that? Instinctively, Watanabe hugged his arms tightly. Such a pity. Zhou Yuming's smile bore a tinge of regret, his voice laced with mockery. In truth, I quite enjoy a family meal. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke, the mist slowly ascended, obscuring the fleeting glint of coldness in Zhou Yuming's eyes. He conjured a black handgun from thin air, weighing it in his hand, the metallic sheen reflecting a frigid light in the dim atmosphere. In an instant, Watanabe comprehended Zhou Yuming's intentions, crying out in terror. Please? No. Don't? Now you plead for mercy? Zhou Yuming's tone remained icy as he advanced slowly. I beg you. If you spare me, I will do anything. Watanabe sobbed, his pleas drenched in desperation. Impossible. Who told you to point a knife at me? Zhou Yuming disregarded his supplications, instead fixating on the emotional energy displayed on the system panel. 175 points in total. Among them, hatred accounted for 25 points, and fear comprised 150 points. Zhou Yuming mused to himself. Evidently, the system's classification of emotions was indeed meticulous. Boom! A purple lightning bolt cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the scene outside the window. Grasping Watanabe by the collar, Zhou Yuming effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick, then unhesitatingly hurled him out the window. Watanabe's scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a deafening crash and the acrid scent of charred air. The lightning had struck him directly, reducing him to ashes. 1 kill. Energy 100. Zhou Yuming emotionlessly closed the window, then strolled to the refrigerator. Retrieving a box of ice cream and leisurely indulging it was as though the preceding events were merely an inconsequential interlude. In the adjacent villa, Chuanmei tightly embraced her daughter Mayumi, listening to the deafening thunder outside, her heart brimming with terror. The villa was shrouded in darkness, with only the sporadic flashes of lightning providing a faint glimmer, amplifying the atmosphere of horror. "Mom, I'm so hungry and thirsty." Mayumi's frail voice pierced Chuanmei's heart like a knife. Her daughter's delicate body trembled in her embrace, her lips cracked, her complexion pale, appearing as if she might faint at any moment. They had been out of food for nearly 2 days, and the last remaining drops of water had just been consumed by Mayumi. Watching her daughter's agonizing state, Chuanmei felt as if her heart were being shredded. Holding her daughter tightly as if her embrace could offer a modicum of warmth and security. "Just a little longer, Mommy will go find." Chuanmei's tears had run dry as she comforted her daughter. Though she herself had no idea where to procure water, thoughts of a certain security guard named Zhou Yuming crossed her mind. It seemed he possessed an abundance of supplies, despite his seemingly cold and dangerous demeanor. She found herself with no other options and, for her daughter's sake, she had to take the risk. That night, in the underground parking garage in the southwest of the villa area, a tall man was holding a megaphone. Under the dim lights, his figure appeared particularly imposing, his voice echoing throughout the expansive parking space and villa area. "Attention, everyone. I am Muramasa, the vice chairman of the Tokyo Tomato Group. We must unite to weather this storm. I urge all able-bodied individuals to gather in the underground parking garage to discuss our survival plan." Muramasa was the same man who had previously intended to attack Bume and Makizawa outside the property office. And he had just successfully executed his plan. Indeed, this megaphone was also something Muramasa had found in the property office. It was connected to the villa area's broadcasting system, continuously looping its message. Clear and audible above the roaring thunderstorm. On the other side, Zhou Yuming had naturally heard it as well. It was inevitable for such individuals to emerge in a post-apocalyptic scenario. In the adjacent villa. Chuanmei also heard the announcement, remaining unmoved, her heart calm. She and Muramasa were acquainted, having engaged in business rivalries. Theoretically, she should approach him now to request supplies. However, she understood that there are no free lunches in this world. At present, aside from her physical presence, Chuanmei did not believe she could offer Muramasa anything of value. He needed strong, young men, as he, like Zhou Yuming, understood that this calamity would not conclude swiftly. The crux of the matter lay with Muramasa's brother. Jisei. He had long coveted Chuanmei, having moved to this villa area expressly to increase his chances of contact with her. Considering Jisei's character, Chuanmei could not act recklessly. She shuddered at the thought of what might transpire if she approached them. Rather than being toyed with by the two brothers, she would prefer to seek out Zhou Yuming alone. In the underground parking garage, people began to gather gradually. "We have endured for so many days, and our food and water are nearly depleted," a middle-aged man said despondently, his voice thick with despair, resonating with those around him. "Indeed, this cannot continue. We must find a way to venture out in search of supplies." A woman among the crowd echoed, her voice tinged with tears as she cradled a young child in her arms. "Just one more day. Tomorrow I will lead a group to seek supplies," Muramasa declared resolutely, his voice infused with strength, striving to uplift the morale of the crowd. Everyone felt invigorated. "We will survive," however, a man timidly interjected. "But it's too dangerous outside. That thunderstorm is striking people. In this situation, we have no choice," Muramasa asserted decisively. "Rather than waiting for death, it is better to take a chance." His brother Jisei leaned closer to Muramasa, glancing at several women, and whispered, "Brother, why bother? I have heard that women from the neighboring area are willing to exchange their bodies for food and water. We could do the same." His words dripped with temptation, his eyes glimmering with greed and desire. Muramasa shot his brother a fierce glare before slowly lowering his voice. "What's the rush? We need to establish our credibility among the crowd first. We can discuss other matters later." The following day at noon, in the comfort of his villa, Zhou Yuming was savoring the air conditioning and ice cream while reviewing the information on the system panel. The cool air dispelled the outside humidity, enveloping him in immense comfort. It is projected that the thunderstorms will gradually cease over the next 2 nights, followed by the onset of a new disaster, heavy rain. In this light, many would have the opportunity to venture out in search of supplies over the next couple of nights, but it was also possible that new calamities would follow swiftly. After reading the system notification, Zhou Yuming concluded that there was still a glimmer of warmth in this apocalypse, at least offering a sliver of hope to those who could seize the opportunity. However, none of this held significance for him. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking disrupted Zhou Yuming's thoughts. Glancing through the peephole, he opened the door directly, revealing none other than Mrs. Chuanmei from the previous day. The beautiful woman stood there with cracked lips. Her eyes filled with anxiety and unease, though she still wore an air of haughtiness. Chuanmei began to speak, but suddenly faltered. She noticed the ice cream in Zhou Yuming's hand and the well-stocked room behind him, filled with food and beverages, starkly contrasting her current predicament. The usually proud Chuanmei felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet it also made her acutely aware of her circumstances. Biting her lip, she fell silent and walked past Zhou Yuming, nonchalantly closing the door behind her. Zhou Yuming chuckled softly. "Madam, you are quite perceptive. This time, you are being so proactive." Chapter 005. The kitten licks as the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Mingling with the scent of malt from the beer, Chuanmei nearly swooned. She beheld the steaming dishes and chilled beers laid out on the dining table, her stomach letting out an embarrassing growl. Chuanmei stepped into the living room, standing awkwardly as she struggled to resist the temptation to glance at the food on the table. "What brings you here this time?" Zhou Yuming's voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Chuanmei took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain composure. "Who exactly are you? How do you possess such abundant supplies?" Zhou Yuming chuckled lightly. "I am merely the security guard here. As for the supplies, I have my ways." Chuanmei found it hard to believe that a mere security guard could live so comfortably. "See, could you possibly help me?" Chuanmei finally voiced her intent, her voice barely above a whisper. "Help? How so?" Zhou Yuming regarded her with keen interest. "I need water and food." Chuanmei's voice trembled. Zhou Yuming approached the table, picked up a bottle of beer, and leisurely opened it, taking a sip. "So? What does that have to do with me?" Chuanmei bit her lip, internally struggling. "I acquiesce to your prior demands, even any conditions." Zhou Yuming set down the beer bottle, his gaze fixated intently on Qian Namei. "Any conditions?" Qian Namei averted her eyes from his fiery stare and gently nodded. "Now, kneel." Zhou Yuming's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Qian Namei was taken aback. She, who had always been proud, a goddess the world admired, had never endured such humiliation. This insignificant security guard, who was he to impose such a demand? "What? You are unwilling?" Zhou Yuming scoffed. "Then please take your leave." Qian Namei looked at Zhou Yuming, then glanced at the food and water on the table, her heart torn in conflict. "Madam, it seems you wish for your daughter to continue suffering from hunger." At the mention of this, Qian Namei's body trembled violently. Eventually, she slowly knelt down, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "That's more like it." Zhou Yuming approached her, pouring the beer from his hand into his palm and bringing it to her lips. "Opening your mouth. How delightful." Any sense of humiliation was cast aside. Qian Namei only wished to quench her thirst. Zhou Yuming observed the once noble lady in such a state, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. He poured the remaining beer into a cup and handed it to Qian Namei, then served her some meat and vegetables with a plate. Qian Namei accepted the cup and food, devouring them ravenously, utterly unconcerned with her appearance. She felt that the food was the most delicious she had ever tasted. Zhou Yuming sat nearby, quietly savoring her actions with a playful expression. After she finished eating, Qian Namei carefully set down the cup and plate on the table, then obediently sat there, awaiting Zhou Yuming's next command. "Very well, go take a shower." Zhou Yuming gestured towards the direction of the bathroom. "Here, one can shower?" Upon hearing the words "take a shower," Qian Namei's eyes lit up. It had been several days since her last wash, leaving her dirty and foul. She cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Yuming, but seeing his lack of response, she hurried into the bathroom. To her surprise, there was indeed clean, hot water. The warm water cascaded over Qian Namei's body, washing away the grime and fatigue. She seemed to forget the purpose of her presence here, reveling in this rare comfort. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Zhou Yuming lay on the bed, awaiting Qian Na-mei. Not daring to linger too long, she changed into the OL uniform set provided by Zhou Yuming after a brief 10-minute bath and slowly entered the master bedroom. "Come here." Zhou Yuming patted the edge of the bed. Qian Na-mei approached the bed and obediently knelt down grasping the chin of this exquisite lady before him. Zhou Yuming's satisfaction grew. The aura she exuded was one of mature elegance. A proud yet refined woman, Zhou Yuming had seen many such women in the security room and had privately fantasized about being taken care of by this wealthy and generous lady. Now, in a sense, that fantasy had come true against the backdrop of an apocalypse, presenting a unique form of beauty. For detailed accounts, see the author's commentary. After taking a shower, Zhou Yuming returned to the living room sofa to check on the energy harvest of 450, patiently awaiting Qian Na-mei. Pushing open the bedroom door, a refreshed Qian Na-mei immediately spotted the man sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window and walked over slowly as she drew near. Zhou Yuming merely gestured lightly, his intent unmistakable, signaling her to kneel beside him. Qian Na-mei offered no protest. She bit her lip and gradually knelt beside Zhou Yuming, utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist. Initially, they had agreed to converse in the bedroom. But Zhou Yuming had not given her the chance to speak. Rather, he rendered her speechless. From the beginning until now, with the addition of mealtime and bathing, 4 hours had elapsed, and her daughter, Zhang Yumei, was still waiting for her return in the adjacent room. Observing Qian Na-mei's compliance, Zhou Yuming gently caressed her face, then lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Lighting a cigarette, Zhou Yuming exhaled a slow plume of smoke. His tone flat as he stated, "Listen carefully, I offer you 2 choices. First, I provide you and your daughter with sufficient supplies for 10 days, but from now on, we shall have no further dealings." Zhou Yuming's proposition plunged Qian Na-mei into contemplation. Her initial goal had indeed been this. If she conserved a bit, the food he provided would sustain her and her daughter for 2 weeks. But what did Zhou Yuming mean by that last statement? Was he seeking to sever their ties? She had not even contemplated ending her association with this security guard, and yet Zhou Yuming seemed so eager. "Second, you become my exclusive companion. I will continuously provide resources for you and your daughter, and your future living conditions will improve significantly. The sole condition is that you must pledge absolute loyalty to me, never to betray me." Qian Na-mei fell silent. The first option, while preserving her dignity, still left her and her daughter's future fraught with uncertainty. The second option, however, would mean relinquishing her freedom, yet it would secure her and her daughter's safety. Qian Na-mei hesitated, unsure of how to choose. Chapter 006. Qian Na-mei's choice within the villa. The dim yellow light illuminated Qian Na-mei's fatigued visage. "Think it over carefully, no need to rush your answer." Zhou Yuming said lightly, "You? What exactly do you mean?" "The second option implies you wish to keep me as a mistress." As Qian Na-mei uttered those words, it seemed she expended all her strength. Her voice tinged with hoarseness. Outside the window, the storm raged, battering the glass with a heart-stopping sound. Lightning intermittently sliced through the night sky, illuminating the disheveled courtyard of the villa and the distant, precariously swaying skyscrapers. Zhou Yuming chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with a playful glimmer amidst the swirling smoke. A cat-and-mouse amusement, laced with a hint of arrogance and indifference. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, the crimson ember flickering in the darkness like a ghostly "I got a mistress." Zhou Yuming repeated the word, his tone laced with disdain, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. "Ha! You are not worthy." He flicked the ash from his cigarette, the residue landing precisely in the ashtray at his feet. "What I truly anticipate is to see the lady utterly abandon her pride, submitting to me." Qian Na-mei, suddenly enlightened, began to grasp Zhou Yuming's intentions. He sought not merely her body, but surely this calamity will pass, right? It must pass. She inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her turbulent emotions, her nails digging deep into her palms, inducing waves of pain. Qian Na-mei forced herself to regain her composure. Now that she was sated, her innate pride began to resurface. "I choose the first option." Qian Na-mei dared not meet Zhou Yuming's gaze, sensing mockery and contempt within his eyes, as expected. "I hope the lady does not come to regret it." Zhou Yuming nodded, his expression inscrutable, casually extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray with a soft hiss. Then gestured towards the guest room. "The food and water are there, sufficient for you and your daughter to survive for a week." Zhou Yuming was not altruistically allowing Qian Name to leave. He was determined to keep her, as that would simply make him another kind of sycophant. Absurd, in this apocalypse, who would still play the sycophant? It was not as if he couldn't find another. Moreover, the passive route was far less desirable than the active one. Qian Name was unlike ordinary women. Such a woman must be utterly dismantled in her pride. Only by allowing Qian Name to realize that the apocalypse would continue, fostering a sense of despair within her, would she eventually remember the hope he once offered her, thus truly submitting to him. Huh? Looking at the 2 boxes of instant noodles and bottled water, Qian Name felt utterly perplexed. Zhou Yuming waved his hand impatiently. What are you dawdling for? Take it and get lost with that. He reclined back on the sofa, appearing utterly unbothered, cigarette in mouth. At this point, Qian Name struggled to believe her ears. Was it really this simple? No other conditions? No humiliation? No torment? She even questioned whether she had misheard, or if this was merely Zhou Yuming's alternative form of revenge, igniting her hopes only to cast her back into hell, or had she lost her allure? Yet Zhou Yuming clearly intended to keep her. Never mind. If her body could yield such value, that was not entirely unfair. She would take it back first, for her daughter Jin Yume was still waiting for her. In the past few minutes, Qian Name had been pondering Zhou Yuming's intentions, yet she could not fathom them. She merely perceived Zhou Yuming as a nouveau riche in this apocalypse, attempting to use resources to keep her as a mistress, realizing some unrealistic fantasy, which led her to choose option 1. Until Qian Name had moved all the supplies, Zhou Yuming did not cast another glance in her direction. She gently furrowed her brow but said nothing. To put it nicely, this was merely a transaction. Though it consisted solely of instant noodles and water, in the current environment of scarcity, it was exceedingly extravagant. Upon returning home, she found her daughter Jin Yume curled up on the sofa, her complexion pale and her lips chapped. Seeing the supplies Qian Name had brought back, her previously dim eyes sparkled with brightness, wide with astonishment. "Mama, where did all this come from?" Jin Yume inquired eagerly, her voice weak yet brimming with hope. "A kind neighbor provided it." Qian Name caressed her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She would never disclose the truth to her daughter, not wishing to burden her with the knowledge of the price she had paid for these provisions. Now, Qian Name only wished for her daughter to survive, even if it meant a meager existence. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Beijing University, Ying Jingna gazed out the window at the raging storm. Lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating her pallid visage. The dormitory lay in disarray, with remnants of scattered food and clothing strewn about, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. Sakurai Nai clutched her knees tightly, curled into a corner, her body trembling incessantly, her heart heavy with solitude and despair. For the past 2 days, her sustenance had been scant, a meager half-slice of stale bread each day, the gnawing hunger tormenting her stomach and inducing waves of nausea. She yearned to venture outside in search of food, yet the grim fate of her former roommate, who had met her end for that very reason, loomed ominously in her mind. Although the thunderstorm had slightly abated, she ultimately abandoned the thought. In a heavily fortified underground base in Kyoto, Japan, Sakurai Nai's father, Sakurai Takahiro, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, engaged in conversation with an officer from a special forces unit. "This is her likeness. Remember it well. We must locate my daughter, no matter the cost." Anxiety and concern filled Sakurai Takahiro's eyes. He had nearly exhausted all his connections and resources to contact his daughter. The longer the delay, the more perilous Sakurai Nai's situation became. "Rest assured, Doctor, we guarantee the completion of our mission." "Very well, I entrust this to you." "Mom, look, the storm outside seems to have lessened," Mayumi exclaimed excitedly from her spot by the window. Could it be that these trying days were finally drawing to a close? Chitami, equally astonished, noted the evident signs of the storm's decline, yet she pondered, was it truly over? Would it indeed come to an end? The experiences of the past few days had been nightmarish. Thankfully, she had not chosen option 2 last night. Or perhaps she should not have engaged in the transaction yesterday. Just one more day of endurance would suffice. How infuriating. That little security guard had truly taken advantage of the situation. In the Villa District's property management office, Muramasa remarked, "The intensity of the storm has clearly diminished. Does this mean it is nearing its conclusion?" "Indeed, Muramasa-kun. Does this imply we no longer need to vie for supplies?" Damn this natural disaster. It seems we are finally reaching a resolution. Muramasa gazed vacantly out the window. Could it truly be coming to an end? It shouldn't be. His ambitions of dominion had yet to be fulfilled, and now they appeared shattered. In a bedroom, Ganj grappled with a man clutching a bag of food. Hearing the cheers from outside, Ganj ceased to retaliate, allowing the other to strike him, his spirits even lower than those of his brother, Muramasa. Was this calamity truly concluding just as he had yet to relish it fully? Impossible. It could not end like this. He had yet to claim Chitami, that enchanting woman. How could it possibly conclude? As the populace continued to argue, droplets of rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Yet, as time passed, the rain intensified. Torrential downpours pelted the windows, producing a cacophony that seemed to mock humanity's hubris. Chapter 007. The school bell delivered in the afternoon. A resounding clap of thunder heralded the deluge that poured from the heavens over North City. This rain was unprecedented in its ferocity, with water levels rising at a visibly alarming rate. The deluge, capable of submerging individuals, extinguished any hope the people had harbored for the storm's cessation, while simultaneously igniting desires for the apocalypse among others. Mom, why has it suddenly started to rain so heavily? The downpour was so fierce that the outside scenery was obscured. Was this natural disaster truly not yet over? Nevertheless, it mattered not. With supplies provided by the neighborly ant, rationing could sustain them for an extended period, and surely the calamity would come to an end. Rainwater trickled incessantly down the expansive windows, rendering the view outside indistinct, in stark contrast to Mayumi's optimistic demeanor. Chitami felt a profound sense of unease. Why had the rain suddenly intensified? Did Zhou Yuming possess knowledge she lacked? Was this calamity destined to persist indefinitely? Regret began to seep into her thoughts regarding her previous decisions. Lamenting her refusal of Zhou Yuming's second proposition, she recalled his playful gaze and his words. I look forward to you completely relinquishing your dignity and yielding to me. Had he anticipated this? Was that why he had amassed such provisions? Suddenly, Chitami sprang to her feet, realizing the folly of her earlier choice. She longed to seek out Zhou Yuming immediately, to convey her willingness to accept the second proposal. Yet, she hesitated, feeling her pride hinder her. With so many days' worth of food remaining, what if? The rain fell in torrents, washing away the splendor of Tokyo. Skyscrapers swayed in the storm, neon signs flickering weakly, reflecting the murky water pooling on the streets. Muramasa, out scavenging for supplies, gazed skyward, the icy rain pelting his face without him registering the chill, his eyes alight with near-manic excitement. Clad in a black leather coat soaked through by the downpour, his hair plastered against his forehead, a glint of bloodlust flickered in his gaze. He raised a katana, pilfered from a knife shop, the blade glinting ominously in the lightning's glare. Ha! The rain grows ever stronger. The apocalypse has indeed not concluded, Muramasa bellowed, his voice hoarse yet piercing amidst the storm. Indeed, he reveled in this chaos, this disorder, this world where he could act without restraint. Licking his lips, a fierce fire ignited within him. His ambition for supremacy laid bare. Behind him stood his brother, Ganj, who was currently dragging a man nearly choked out by the rope binding him. The man's complexion was a sickly purple, his eyes rolling back. Gasping for breath, yet he clutched a bag of instant noodles as if it were his last shred of hope. The noodles were thoroughly soaked by the rain, the packaging tattered, the contents scattered. Yet the man refused to relinquish his grip. Brother, this guy just tried to steal supplies and now wants to resist, Ganj growled, tightening his hold. The veins in his muscular arms bulged as the rope bit deeply into the man's flesh. Observing the man's agony, Ganj's expression bore no trace of compassion, only a numbing indifference. Humph, worthless. Muramasa scoffed coldly, delivering a kick to the man's abdomen. The man let out a cry of despair, curling up as the noodles slipped from his grasp, tumbling into the filthy water and being swept away. Muramasa did not spare him a glance, merely sneering with derision and contempt. At North City University, in the girls' dormitory, rain splattered against her face, icy and penetrating. Sakurai Nai gazed out the window, worry etched across her features. The raindrops relentlessly battered the window, sounding as though they might shatter at any moment. Weak from hunger, her stomach burned with discomfort. Her complexion was pale, Her lips cracked, and her eyes were filled with fear and unease. Uncertain how long this rain would persist, she resolved not to remain idle any longer. After gathering a few essentials, Sakurai Nai prepared to leave the school. Initially, she intended to wait until later in the evening, but as the deluge intensified, flooding the campus flower beds, she realized that if she did not act quickly, she might be trapped. With determination, Sakurai Nai slung her bag over her shoulder and set off to escape the dormitory. As she approached the exit, the dormitory manager attempted to intercept her for a bag check, but she struggled fiercely and managed to break free. Drip, drip, drip. On the way, the rain grew increasingly torrential, the water on the ground reaching her calves, making her steps laborious. Finally, she emerged from the school gates. However, the situation outside far exceeded her worst fears. The entrances of the shops lining the street had been forcibly breached, their shelves stripped bare. Looted long ago, while the ground was littered with trampled food and torn packaging. At the street corner, Sakurai Nai spied an elderly man collapsed beside a puddle, seemingly lifeless, clutching an empty lunchbox. In the distance, several young people were fiercely fighting over a single pack of instant noodles, engaged in a brutal struggle. A mother knelt in the rain, desperately clutching her child and pleading for food. Yet no one paid her any heed. Fear surged within her, threatening to engulf Sakurai Nai. Yet at that moment, she had no choice but to stumble forward. The rain blurred her vision and soaked through her clothing, the icy water rendering her body uncontrollably shivering. Gasping for breath, Sakurai Nai felt as if she might perish after just a few hundred meters. At last, she spotted the familiar gates of her villa district. Home! A flicker of hope ignited within her, and she shook her head, trying to clear her mind, summoning her dwindling strength to sprint towards her abode. She envisioned the warmth of her bed, the comfort of a hot shower, and even the prospect of a morsel to eat. However, when Sakurai Nai unlocked the door and stepped inside, she was met with the sight of a strange man leisurely seated in her living room, enjoying a can of food. The man was handsome, clad in a pristine white shirt, his hair meticulously styled, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic surroundings. Zhou Yuming was about to continue opening the upscale canned food in his hand when a drenched girl entered. Their gazes unexpectedly collided, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Sakurai Nai stood frozen, unsure of how to react, her mind a blank slate, utterly bewildered by the circumstances before her. How could there be a stranger in her home? Moreover, this man appeared so at ease, as though he were the rightful owner of the place. "This is my home. You? Who are you?" Sakurai Nai's voice trembled, her eyes filled with suspicion as she regarded Zhou Yuming, her heart brimming with uncertainty and apprehension. Instinctively, she took a step back, striving to maintain distance from this unfamiliar man. Zhou Yuming nonchalantly replied, "Me? You may call me your landlord. This is now my domain." Chapter 008. After a profound exchange, Zhou Yuming leisurely put down the can in his hand, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then regarded Sakura Na with keen interest. The girl was drenched, possessing a graceful figure that was slender yet curvaceous, her chest a modest C-cup, neither too large nor too small. Her black tresses clung to her cheeks, her skin alabaster, with a cool demeanor and her gaze tranquil and devoid of emotion as she stared at Zhou Yuming. "Are you the landlord?" Sakura Na inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she struggled to recall that this villa indeed belonged to her mother. Surely, it could not belong to a friend of her mother's? Or perhaps this man had intruded uninvited. "This villa belongs to my mother." A tremor laced her voice as she attempted to maintain her composure. "That is inconsequential. In this world, having a place to stay is already a blessing." "Why be choosy?" Zhou Yuming shrugged, an expression of impatience flickering across his face. "What, do you wish to remain outside in the rain, or become a plaything for those people?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. As if he were ridiculing Sakura Na's naivety, a wave of intense unease surged within Sakura Na. Her sixth sense warned her that this man was dangerous. His gaze made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. She was uncertain of his intentions but recognized the necessity of caution. "Then, why are you in my home?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes cast downward, striving to appear less conspicuous. "Because I like it here," Zhou Yuming replied with a smile that, while bright, sent shivers down her spine. By the way, you are Sakura Na, as Qian Name mentioned." His gaze roamed over her without restraint. as if appraising a mere commodity. You know Aunt Chien Na-mei? Sakura now rarely returned here, spending most of her time at school. Even when she occasionally returned, she paid little attention to the security personnel. Thus it was understandable that she did not recognize Zhou Yuming or comprehend his security status. After several hours of profound interaction, Sakura Na found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuming suddenly said, "Feel free to choose a room. I will be occupying the master bedroom." With that, he paid her no further attention, returning to his meal of canned food. Zhou Yuming seemed utterly indifferent to Sakura Na's feelings, unconcerned about any potential resistance from her. "This is my..." Sakura Na bit her lip, choosing silence instead of voicing her thoughts, and silently sought out a guest room. Resistance? She knew she was no match for this man. All she desired was a place to hide and a moment of respite. Upon closing the door, Sakura Na leaned weakly against it. With no news from her father, she felt a profound fatigue and despair enveloping her. She was uncertain of what to do or what the future held. It felt as though she were a puppet cast aside by fate, left to be manipulated at will. After changing into dry clothes, her hunger intensified. She had gone more than a day without food, and this room contained only a few snacks, utterly insufficient to sate her hunger. Hesitating in front of the door, Sakura Na ultimately decided to venture to the living room in search of Zhou Yuming. She knew it might be perilous, yet her stomach growled insistently. "Could you spare me some food?" Her voice was faint, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Her head bowed, unable to meet Zhou Yuming's gaze. Zhou Yuming glanced at her, then pointed to the cans on the table. "Want some?" Sakura Na nodded. "What can you offer me?" I don't want money. You reside here without paying, so it is clear what that implies. You appear to possess nothing. Thus, how about this? Kneel, and I will provide you with food," Zhou Yuming suddenly stated, his tone devoid of emotion. Sakura Na was taken aback, feeling a wave of inexplicable humiliation wash over her. What did you say?" "I said, kneel," Zhou Yuming reiterated, his tone growing even colder. Sakura Na remained silent, thinking to herself, "I am the belle of Beiqing University, pursued by countless admirers. Why should I kneel before you? To beg for food? Absolutely not. Apparently, you are not that hungry." Zhou Yuming shook his head, dismissively telling her to return. Tears welled in Sakura Na's eyes, her lips pressed tightly together. She had never experienced such degradation. I won't eat then." She turned and fled back to her room, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Outside the villa, the rainwater had risen above her thighs. Murakami and his group returned to the villa district, dragging the plundered supplies with them. Several women, unable to find their husbands, approached in tears for inquiries. Murakami wore a sorrowful expression, extending his condolences. Some had perished in their quest for supplies, while others had been unfortunate enough to be struck by lightning. One woman, unable to withstand the blow, wailed, "My husband! My husband!" Murakami cast a fleeting glance at her, his tone turning cold. If he is dead, then so be it. In these times, death is a form of liberation. He glanced at the woman and then at the few others following her, a glimmer of lewdness flashing in his eyes. "Ladies, fear not. Follow me, and I shall protect you." The women exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resignation. In this apocalyptic world, they had lost the right to choose. Inside the villa, Zhou Yuming stood by the window, observing the torrential rain and the gradually rising water levels. This apocalypse had only just begun. He turned to glance at Sakura Na's room, a hint of inscrutable meaning flashing in his eyes. "I hope you can endure a little longer. Do not let me down." Chapter 009. The day passed swiftly, marking the second day of torrential rain and flooding. The water level had reached several meters deep, with the relentless downpour continuing to mercilessly engulf the once thriving streets. Zhou Yuming stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the increasingly chaotic world outside. Corpses floated like weeds on the water's surface, rising and falling with the waves, a sight both shocking and horrific. The air was thick with a putrid stench, a nauseating reminder of death, a prelude to the apocalypse. Within the villa district, anxiety reigned. The previous order had vanished, replaced by the law of the jungle where the strong preyed upon the weak. 3 leaders began to emerge. Murakami had shown signs of rising prominence, his character fierce and brutal, alongside his brother Gangjing. They had secured a foothold in the southwestern part of the villa district with a band of followers wielding clubs. Tianyi, a wiry, diminutive youth with a cunning glint in his eyes, claimed the northern edge of the villa district, adept at manipulating hearts, exploiting people's fears and greed. Yamazaki, a nimble middle-aged man, often roamed the southeastern part of the villa district. Meddling in affairs, possessing excellent swimming skills, rumored to be a retired military personnel from a certain department. Sakura Na had scoured the house over the past 2 days, finding no food left. Had it not been for the rainwater she drank on the road, she would have long succumbed to thirst. Lacking swimming skills, she did not dare to risk climbing out the window. With no news from her father, she found herself living under the same roof as a man. Spending her nights in trepidation, as the hunger intensified, bringing with it a sense of impending doom, Sakura Na ultimately resolved to forsake her dignity. Weakly, she emerged from her room, her complexion as pale as paper. Her lips cracked, her eyes dull and lifeless. Following the light, Sakura Na was astonished to discover that the living room where Zhou Yuming was present was brightly lit. The warmth of the air conditioning dispelled the chill within. Contrasting sharply with the world outside, she could hardly believe her eyes. Had not Beijing been plunged into darkness due to the torrential rain? How was this man able to use electricity? Zhou Yuming sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying a hot pot, steam rising from the bubbling pot filled with an array of delectable ingredients, exuding an irresistible aroma. Slices of beef, lamb, fish balls, vegetables. It was nothing short of a lavish feast. Sakura Na's stomach audibly growled, the sound piercing the silence of the room. She felt no embarrassment, her gaze fixated on the food. Zhou Yuming lifted his head, glancing at Sakura Na with an expression of calm. I thought you could hold out for a few days. It appears you cannot withstand the hunger any longer. Hungry? He inquired, his tone laced with sarcasm. Sakura Na bit her lip and nodded. Come, Zhou Yuming said, picking up a slice of beef and swishing it in the pot. Under Sakura Na's yearning gaze, he tossed the slice into a pet bowl, placing it on the floor. The tempting beef, stained with a hint of red oil, resembled a discarded treasure. Dignity and pride appeared pale and powerless at this moment. Hunger triumphed over all. Sakura Na knelt down without hesitation, her knees touching the ground. She lowered her head like an exceedingly humble dog, picking up the slice of beef with her mouth, chewing slowly. That moment, Sakura Na cared for nothing else. The savory flavor of the beef spread across her palate, a taste she had never experienced before. This was an extraordinarily precious morsel. Not mere rations in this apocalypse, it represented the most extravagant indulgence. Now, Sakura Na found no fault in her actions. At school, she had survived on just a couple of slices of dry bread each day. Until now, she had nearly succumbed to hunger-induced delirium. Were it not for the delicious taste of the beef, she might have doubted her sanity due to the gnawing hunger. After swallowing the beef, she crawled over to Zhou Yuming's side, awaiting further feeding. Zhou Yuming, as if feeding a pet, repeatedly tossed food into the bowl, while Sakurai Nai resembled a pet cat, merely biting and swallowing the morsels. Meanwhile, in another corner of the villa district, a tragedy was unfolding. It was Mr. Tianai, and she was Kaiguzi, the most beautiful woman among the villas. Understanding the situation, I resolved to express my gratitude by looking after your wife. Ah? After uttering these words, Tianai decisively ended the man's life, gently shaking the blood from the blade before turning his gaze towards the window where Kaiguzi stood. Clad in simple attire, a beige long-sleeved top paired with black leggings, her lovely light yellow hair cascaded down. And despite her modest appearance, her curvaceous figure was hard to conceal. The window behind her stood ajar, rain cascading inside, dampening her hair. The man who had just been killed was Kaiguzi's neighbor. And since Tianya's arrival, he had already claimed several lives. Out of fear, the neighbors had recommended that he spare the house of a beautiful doctor, thus Tianai temporarily let that household be. After a day of slaughter, Tianai had not only gathered a group of followers, but had also amassed substantial supplies, becoming the de facto ruler of the eastern part of the villa district. That fellow was not mistaken. You are indeed a beauty. Mrs. Kaiguzi, rest assured, from this day forth, you are mine. I promise to provide for your needs and ensure that no one else approaches you. You need not worry about that. Kaiguzi remained unresponsive to Tianai, not even glancing his way. Is Mrs. Kaiguzi mute? That would take away some of the fun. Tianai snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening. "Mrs. Kaiguzi, I trust you do not wish for any unpleasantness between us. Do you? You lot, bring her here." With a command from Tianai, several of his underlings, all local homeowners who had long coveted Kaiguzi's beauty but hesitated to act, were ready to spring into action. Just at that critical moment, a look of determination appeared on Kaiguzi's face as she grasped the window ledge, her legs propelling her upwards. With a splash, she leaped from a height of over 10 meters into the icy, biting waters below. "Baka, pursue her at once!" Tianai shouted in exasperation, his voice echoing in the empty villa as he watched her figure gradually disappear beneath the surface. Kaiguzi swam with all her might. Believing that lingering behind would be worse than death, she had to escape, as far away as possible. Utilizing her adept swimming skills, she evaded the pursuit of Tianai's men, weaving through the water and gradually increasing the distance between herself and her pursuers. Her sole aim was to reach the nearest villa. The current grew ever stronger, and there lay her only hope. In another house within the villa district, Chinna and her daughter huddled together, their faces etched with worry and unease. Would this calamity come to an end? Sweet-faced and optimistic, Mayumi resembled a flower swaying in the storm. Though fragile, she continued to strive for bloom. "Mom, can we really hold on until then?" Mayumi asked, her voice tinged with concern. Chinna sighed, stroking her daughter's hair, softly assuring her, "Don't worry, we still have food." "All right, I believe we can persevere." The girl's eyes sparkled with determination. Chinna fell silent, gazing at her innocent daughter with a heart full of compassion. Looking out the window, the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, draping the world in a vast, shadowy curtain. Her gaze shifted towards Zhou Yuming's villa, brightly lit and starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. "Why does his house still have electricity?" Chinna murmured to herself, her heart brimming with confusion and disbelief. She recalled the moment she had rejected Zhou Yuming's offer, a wave of intense regret washing over her. Sharp as a blade, piercing her heart, if she had agreed to Zhou Yuming's terms back then, would she and her daughter not be facing such dire straits now? Outside the villa, thunder rumbled, and the torrential rain continued to fall. As if weeping for this tragic world, Kaiguzi struggled in the rushing waters, feeling her strength waning, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. She could not afford to give up. Surrender meant only death. She had to swim to the nearest villa. It was her only hope. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating Kaiguzi's pale yet resolute face. Ahead, not far off, she spotted the lights of Zhou Yuming's villa. Like a shining beacon guiding her through the darkness, summoning her last ounce of strength, Kaiguzi swam fiercely towards that glimmering light. Chapter 10. The servant must obey. Zhou Yuming sat at the table, leisurely enjoying a delicious hot pot. "After consuming my food, thankfully, this campus beauty seems quite compliant. Otherwise, I would only have the option of a single-use energy source, and I certainly wouldn't beg for her cooperation." Just a moment ago, Zhou Yuming had exchanged a knowing glance with Sakurai Nai, signaling that it was time for her to contribute. Although she was filled with some doubt, she intelligently stepped inside. The water, the warm water, in the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air as Sakurai Nai stood beneath the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over her body. She closed her eyes, savoring this long-awaited warmth, yet her heart was filled with complex emotions. Sakurai Nai understood what she was about to give, but for the sake of survival, she had no other choice. The warm water enveloped her, washing away the fatigue and fear. Was this a natural disaster? Or the end of the world? Why had he suddenly appeared in my home? With all the supplies he brought, why was there still electricity and hot water here? Sakurai Nai took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. The girl was filled with questions. Zhou Yuming surely harbored many secrets, yet she did not wish to dwell on them. This moment, all she wanted was to relish this fleeting peace. To survive, and she dared not contemplate the future. After finishing the hot pot, Zhou Yuming reclined leisurely on the sofa, seemingly waiting for something. Once Sakurai Nai finished her shower, she emerged from the bathroom dressed in the JK high school uniform Zhou Yuming had prepared for her. Noticing Zhou Yuming's unwavering gaze upon her, Sakurai Nai felt uneasy and averted her eyes, her hands tightly clasped together in nervousness. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, could you tell me your name?" "Zhou Yuming. Zhou Jun." Sakurai Nai hesitated, unsure how to continue. You wish to ask why there is still electricity, hot water, and so much food here, correct? Zhou Yuming seemed to read her mind, responding with a smile. Sakurai Nai nodded. She indeed had many questions but was afraid to voice them. These matters you will gradually come to understand. For now, all you need to do is obey. And do not call me Zhou Jun. Refer to me as Master. Yes, Master. Sakurai Nai replied softly, aware that she had no room for choice. Zhou Yuming stood up and walked towards her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Sakurai Nai trembled slightly, feeling the warmth radiating from Zhou Yuming and the quickening of his heartbeat. You lead the way. This is my first time. In the master bedroom, Sakurai Nai's voice dwindled. Her cheeks flushed. Zhou Yuming smiled but remained silent, merely tightening his embrace before leaning down to kiss her. Kaiguzi struggled against the torrent, feeling as if she was on the verge of drowning. Fortunately, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a frayed rope capable of saving her life. In her desperate state, Kaiguzi seized the lifeline without a second thought. Suddenly, the water surged violently from above, and she was flung against a row of unfamiliar villas, ultimately scrambling onto the shore in a pitiable state. Now, however, she was soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably and feeling utterly helpless. Kaiguzi understood she could not afford to remain idle. She had to navigate the narrow path beneath the eaves, unsure of her destination. She felt both cold and famished, needing to find a warm and secure place quickly, lest she succumb to the elements outside. Suddenly, she spotted a villa ahead, its lights glowing warmly, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Kaiguzi quickened her pace, stumbling toward that house. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the villa's entrance, blocking her path. Who are you? I haven't seen you around here. The figure's voice belonged to a man in his 40s. Deep and resonant. I'm Kaiguzi. She looked up to see a robust man clad in a patched military coat, his countenance exuding authority. I escaped from Tinya's territory. He wanted to. Kaiguzi stammered, her eyes still wide with fear. T&I? The man furrowed his brow. Realizing who she meant, he reached out, intending to steady Kaiguzi, whose body swayed precariously, but she recoiled. No, I can manage. Kaiguzi feigned calmness, wary of stepping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. After all, in this world, one could not judge solely by appearances. The man in the military coat nodded upon seeing the situation. He understood the other party's concerns. Taking a step back, he began to introduce himself. My name is Yamazaki, and I am a retired soldier. After a brief pause, Yamazaki continued, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. If you don't mind, you may settle down here. That scoundrel Tanaka dares not approach this place. Aiko felt that this man indeed meant no harm. If it were an ordinary individual, they would have resorted to force upon seeing her in such a state. Why would he waste so many words on a seemingly frail woman? Really? That's wonderful, Aiko exclaimed, her heart finally feeling a sense of relief. Starving and cold, she had little time to ponder further. Come on, let us go inside. It's freezing out here. Yamazaki observed the woman before him and stepped aside to invite her in. There are some supplies and water inside. You needn't worry. Thank you. As Yamazaki watched Aiko's retreating figure, he noticed her physique, her water-soaked clothes accentuating her perfect curves, and he found her increasingly familiar. Yamazaki-kun, how's the water level today? And who is this beautiful lady? Come in and warm up. It's far too cold outside. Behind the villa's entrance stood about 20 individuals, who greeted Yamazaki warmly upon his return. Yamazaki responded to each of them, clearly held in high esteem among the group. Aiko followed him into the villa and introduced herself to everyone while gathering around the electric heater. In this current world, one could not expect to receive anything for free. One must prove their worth. Women, however, had more avenues and choices available. Otherwise, it was almost certain death. Hello everyone, my name is Aiko, and I am a doctor. In another villa, Muramasa and his brother Kumasa sat around a table, deep in discussion. Brother, we cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative, Kumasa insisted, his eyes gleaming with greed. What do you propose? Muramasa queried sternly, well aware of his brother's nature. Gathering our comrades to seize supplies and women from the nearby villas. Kumasa replied excitedly, this is the only way we can survive. But would that not be too reckless? Muramasa hesitated. While he too wished to survive, he did not want to become a pariah in the entire villa community. Brother, this is the apocalypse. Who cares about such things? Kumasa retorted fiercely. As long as we are ruthless, we can endure. I have been thinking about Chinami, that woman I have long desired. A lascivious glimmer flickered in Kumasa's eyes. You are truly a creature driven by base desires, Muramasa scolded, astonished that Kumasa still had his sights set on Chinami. Brother, do you not wish to experience that woman's charms? Kumasa tempted. She is truly exquisite. Muramasa fell silent, acknowledging that he too harbored some thoughts about Chinami. But, fine, I will consent, but you must proceed with caution. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Muramasa acquiesced to Kumasa's plan. Excellent, brother, Kumasa exclaimed eagerly. I will rally our forces immediately. And we shall act tomorrow. That evening, Sakurai now awoke from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar ceiling. Slowly rising, she dressed and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, recalling the events of a few hours prior. As my servant, you must obey me from now on, do you understand? This was what Zhou Yuming had said while she was in a daze. Having just endured intense fatigue, coupled with her earlier anxiety, she could only instinctively nod off to sleep. Gazing out at the torrential rain still pouring from the sky, now felt a profound sense of confusion. What could have transformed this once peaceful world into such chaos? Awake? A familiar voice called from behind her. Chapter 11. Each believes they are destined for greatness. Zhou Yuming's deep, magnetic voice interrupted Nao's contemplation. She slowly turned around and gazed at the man before her, saying nothing but silently nodding in acknowledgement. From this day forth, she was no longer the exalted, carefree belle of North City University. She was merely a servant, a slave, a plaything to be commanded by him. It seemed Zhou Yuming could read her thoughts, as he spoke with a hint of significance. Do you remember what I told you before? As the lord of this new world, he certainly required aides to manage the affairs. Unable to address every trivial matter himself, I remember, Nao replied softly, lacking any extraneous emotion. Good. Zhou Yuming stepped outside, taking a seat on the sofa. Before him lay a small table laden with sumptuous food. He beckoned Nao with a gesture, come here. After a moment of hesitation, Nao obediently approached. She knelt at Zhou Yuming's feet, lowering her head like a docile kitten. This is for you. Eat. Zhou Yuming pushed a portion of tender steak and a serving of pasta toward her. Nao lifted her gaze to meet Zhou Yuming's, a sense of resolve reflected in her eyes. Instead of picking up her chopsticks, she softly stated, Master, I cannot dine with you. Zhou Yuming raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, Dado? And why is that? Nao gazed at the enticing food, swallowing hard before responding. A servant should serve their master during meals. Only after you finish can I partake of what remains. Zhou Yuming chuckled at her words. You are quite aware, but here, we don't have so many rules. No, master, Nao insisted stubbornly. This is the attitude I must maintain as a servant. Zhou Yuming stroked Nao's head, finding her increasingly agreeable. Very well, do as you wish. He shrugged, indifferent to her sincerity, and began to enjoy his dinner. Nao remained quietly kneeling on the cold marble floor, her knees reddened yet without a trace of complaint. Instead, she devoted herself to attending to Zhou Yuming's meal, her gaze never straying from her master. Meanwhile, in Yamazaki's villa, everyone was initially excited about Aiko's arrival as a doctor, the significance of which was undeniable in such dire times. However, just moments ago, oh my, the generator has run out of fuel. What shall we do? How can we survive? Everyone, remain calm. I have a plan. Tio provide warmth. Yamazaki was forced to dismantle most of the furniture and build several campfires. Wrapped in a blanket, Aiko sat by the fire, her complexion somewhat pale. Miss Aiko, are you all right? Yamazaki inquired with concern. Holding a thick coat and a clean towel, I found these. Please dry yourself and change into them to avoid getting cold. Aiko remained silent, accepting the clothes and towel wordlessly. She entered a room, locked the door, and began to assess her surroundings. Although the thick garments were slightly ill-fitting, in such extraordinary times, she could not afford to be picky. They were far warmer than the thin clothing she had been wearing. When Aiko emerged from the room having changed, Yamazaki's eyes widened upon seeing her, as her damp hair no longer obscured her features. He quickly approached, offering her a steaming bowl of instant noodles and half a compressed biscuit. Miss Aiko, please eat something. You must be famished, he said, concern etched across his face. Thank you. Aiko accepted the noodles and began to eat without pretension. The value of such food was self-evident in these times, especially as she had just joined and contributed little thus art. No need for thanks. We are all compatriots and should support one another in adversity. Yamazaki smiled and continued, by the way, Aiko, how well do you swim? I am a proficient swimmer. Why do you ask? Aiko replied, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Wonderful, Yamazaki exclaimed. I am also a good swimmer. We can venture to the nearby waters to scavenge for supplies, ensuring everyone's survival. Hearing this, Aiko furrowed her brow. Just the two of them supporting an entire group? While she appreciated Yamazaki's assistance, she did not perceive him as a competent leader. After spending several hours with him, Aiko felt that Yamazaki's kindness was excessive. Reliance on him would be unwise. His special treatment of her seemed motivated by a desire for her body. Although Aiko was not a paragon of virtue. In this apocalyptic environment, she preferred to rely on her own abilities to survive or lead others to safety. Even without medical equipment, her professional skills as a doctor were a significant asset in this world. Yamazaki-kun, I appreciate your kindness, but I possess my means of survival and do not require dependency on a man to live. You need not treat me differently. Yamazaki's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly realized that Aiko was testing him. After all, this was an apocalyptic world. A woman arriving alone would naturally seek assurance and safety. Upon this realization, Yamazaki regained his smile. Miss Aiko, you misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to partner with you and assist one another. I hope so. That would be ideal. Outside Tokyo, in a secret underground base, grandfather, I wish to grow stronger. I want to rescue my childhood friend, Mayumi. Do you have any methods? Yurihito stood before an elderly man, his eyes brimming with longing and reluctance. The old man was none other than Yurihito's grandfather, the actual power behind the Yuchang family, one of the four great financial conglomerates of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Yurihito, you are my most cherished grandson, and I shall certainly assist you. The elder smiled faintly, producing an ancient tome from his bosom. To this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Our Yuchang family is, in fact, an illustrious lineage of ancient martial arts, and this is a secret manual passed down through generations from our ancestors, capable of bestowing immense power upon those who master it. Grandfather, is this truly effective? Yurihito inquired, taking the tattered manuscript and glancing at the cover emblazoned with the characters for evil dissipating divine skill, his expression flickering with skepticism. Indeed, only the heads of the family have been deemed worthy to cultivate this technique. Now, I bestow it upon you, with the hope that you will lead our Yuchang family toward a resplendent future. Is it truly that simple? There are no side effects? Yurihito pressed once more. The elder hesitated briefly, contemplating the potential grave consequences, yet ultimately shook his head. How could I deceive you, my dear grandson? Unless absolutely unavoidable, I would never impose such burdens upon you for the sake of our family. Very well, grandfather. I trust you. I shall commence my training forthwith. Yurihito's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the manuscript in his hands. The elder nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Yurihito, with great power comes great responsibility. You must wield your strength to forge a new era for our Yuchang family and indeed, for the entire Cherry Blossom Nation. Meanwhile, en route to North Tokyo, a rescue team comprised of 5 elite commandos was laboriously making their way forward. Captain, why are we not utilizing a helicopter or yacht? Why must we rely on this sluggish kayak? One team member complained. Silence, Captain Miyamoto rebuked. This is an order from above. We must comply. Yet, despite his words, Miyamoto harbored his own discontent. He fancied himself a king of warriors, believing himself the chosen one, the protagonist of a post-apocalyptic saga. Originally, Miyamoto had anticipated piloting advanced transportation to swiftly reach the Tokyo villa and rescue the trapped goddess. Sakurai Mai, however, reality delivered a harsh blow. Not only had he been deprived of any sophisticated means of transport, but he was also bound by a strict timeline. Baka Yaru. Miyamoto cursed inwardly. If he could rescue Sakurai Mai and win her affection, he would significantly increase his chances of obtaining the genetic serum from the hands of Dr. Sakurai Takahiro, becoming the first to attain superhuman strength. Miyamoto's desire to see Sakurai Mai stemmed not merely from her beauty, but also from her father's esteemed reputation. Sakurai Takahiro was the most renowned geneticist in the Cherry Blossom Nation and the lead research doctor at the underground facility in Kyoto. Before the calamity struck, he had been developing a serum designed to enhance human capabilities. This serum promised remarkable improvements in strength, speed, and reflexes. Miyamoto believed that possessing such a serum would undoubtedly confirm his status as the Chosen One, capable of steering the Cherry Blossom Nation into a new epoch. Sakurai Mai, you must not perish. You must await my arrival. However, his goddess, in the North City Villa area, Sakurai Mai felt deceived. The concoction she had consumed was both sour and astringent, with an unpleasant aroma. Looking down at the imposing figure of Zhou Yuming, she wrinkled her nose, apparently somewhat irked. Chapter 012. I need someone to share this burden. Master, may I pose a question? After spending a day with Zhou Yuming, Sakurai Mai discovered that as long as she complied, there were no repercussions, thus gaining some courage. You may ask? Sakurai Mai carefully considered her words before voicing her concern. Why do you not worry about the others in the villa area? Are you not afraid they might come to seize resources? She believed that in a world ravaged by disaster, some individuals could form a formidable force. Yet, Zhou Yuming seemed unfazed by these people. Even revealing a hint of anticipation and desire, he glanced at Sakurai Mai and retorted, Why do you think so? This place is brightly lit. Having electricity indicates ample resources, making it far more expedient to seize other supplies than to venture out to gather our own. You make a compelling point, but Zhou Yuming chuckled, conjuring a 92-style handgun and several loaded magazines, displaying them before Sakurai Mai. What do you see here? A handgun. Sakurai Mai's eyes widened in astonishment. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, private gun ownership was illegal, and even in a time of disaster, such a sight was shocking. Yet, her foremost concern was how Zhou Yuming had produced it. Did it just appear out of thin air? Who do you think should fear whom now? The 92-style handgun came in two calibers. Zhou Yuming possessed the 5.8mm X21 version. The magazines, combined with the one in the chamber, were more than sufficient to send 100 people in the villa to meet their demise. Zhou Yuming handed a fully loaded magazine to Sakurai Mai, urging her to feel its authenticity. I fear those people may not dare to approach. As he spoke, a peculiar smile graced his face. I understand. Sakurai Mai respectfully returned the magazine to Zhou Yuming, her voice trembling as she increasingly sensed the depths of her master's capabilities. Those who dared to openly display a firearm were not only confident, but undoubtedly possessed contingencies. At this moment, even if Zhou Yuming were to produce a tank cannon, she would not be the least bit surprised. Sakurai Mai suspected that Zhou Yuming might possess some supernatural ability, yet she understood this was not something she ought to inquire about. One thing remained certain. Zhou Yuming was indeed formidable, extremely formidable. Her safety was assured. In that instant, Sakurai Mai felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful for her decision to submit to Zhou Yuming. Otherwise, her fate might have been dire. Do you have any further questions? No. Sakurai Mai shook her head in contemplation. Very well, I shall continue. Sakurai Mai felt that her current existence, in comparison to the past, was not lacking aside from the obligation to serve Zhou Yuming. After all, her needs were met: ample food, comfortable living conditions, and warm clothing, without the constant fear that had previously plagued her, although the intensity of her duties was somewhat overwhelming. A few hours each day. While she had acclimated, she was still a novice, and it was undeniably taxing. Sakurai Mai felt the need for someone to share the burden, perhaps the neighboring Mrs. Chinanami, whom she had heard Zhou Yuming mention previously. She was uncertain of the nature of their relationship. Having accumulated 400 points of energy, Zhou Yuming exited the master bedroom, feeling somewhat famished. He retrieved a large, steaming piece of mint-flavored crispy pastry from the Doomsday Warehouse. Not bad. This dish bore resemblance to pizza, primarily composed of chicken, shrimp, tomatoes, onions, green and red peppers, cheese, and mint leaves. With energy still just over 1,000 points, he was far from leveling up. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to accumulate more energy. As Zhou Yuming munched on the pastry, he pondered the current situation. Moreover, why has no one come seeking trouble today? Is it because I have not been overtly provocative? Yet, this villa's electrical system is linked to the Doomsday Warehouse's energy source, ensuring it remains brightly lit. Could such behavior still be deemed discreet? Presently, Zhou Yuming earnestly yearned for someone to rally and challenge him, the ultimate boss, so he could swiftly amass energy and level up. And those cherry blossom girls. I must find more. After all, the more people, the faster the energy accumulation. Clearly, Sakurai Mai alone cannot withstand my intensity. As for Shinonami, Zhou Yuming was not in a hurry to act. As he anticipated, she would soon seek him out. Zhou Yuming had already calculated that the resources in Shinonami's possession would undoubtedly be insufficient to last a week, not to mention her daughter. Shinonami had grown accustomed to a life of comfort, likely expecting ample food at every meal. After finishing the last bite of pastry, Zhou Yuming gazed at the pitch-black 92-style handgun he had previously displayed before the knife-wielding assailant, but had yet to unleash. All beings are equal in this world. Zhou Yuming truly hoped that some individuals would soon approach the villa. He was eager to experience the sensation of firing this weapon. Zhou Yuming speculated that once he pulled the trigger, the fear energy produced would far exceed that of mere slaughter, for fear emanated from him. Although some may remain unaware, he was, after all, the instigator. Each individual could potentially generate dozens of points of fear energy. Thus, with a multitude of people, a single shot could yield hundreds of points. The more he contemplated, the more impatient he became. Glancing at the clock, he noted the hour had reached 11. He stretched and prepared for rest. In mentioning this, Zhou Yuming observed that the bedding had seemingly been changed. Sakurai Mai had evidently taken great care to remove the blood-stained bedding adorned with plum blossoms after rising that morning. It was evident she took this matter to heart. Zhou Yuming held no particular thoughts on the issue, for Sakurai Mai had already witnessed his abilities. She was a clever woman, and he trusted she would not feel regret. The following morning, within Shinonami's villa, Mrs. Shinonami had not slept soundly the previous night, her heart laden with anxiety over how to cope should resources dwindle. On another front, she felt remorse for severing ties with Zhou Yuming. With no escape route, Shinonami regretted her earlier decision. She regretted so deeply that if given a single opportunity, she would seek out Zhou Yuming and implore him to take her in. Initially, Shinonami believed Zhou Yuming to be nothing more than a foul security guard with a bit of food, harboring dreams of supporting her. However, the reality was starkly different. Zhou Yuming understood that natural disasters would not simply cease, and he was aware that she would ultimately swallow her pride to beseech him. Shinonami was painfully cognizant of his intentions. He sought her complete submission, to render her utterly his servant. Originally, she need not have been so humble, but once resources ran dry and she was compelled to seek him out, she would be entirely at his mercy. At that point, her dignity would be irrevocably lost. Contemplating these thoughts, Shinonami felt even greater remorse, convinced that she should have acquiesced initially, regardless of the outcome. She would have emerged unscathed. If the calamity came to an end, she could turn her back on him and maintain her lofty position. If it persisted, she could still be Zhou Yuming's pet, ensuring that she had a path forward. Yet now, it was far too late for such reflections. She could only take one step at a time. With this in mind, Shinonami entered the bathroom. Just then, she was startled by a cacophony outside. She approached the window and peered out cautiously. A throng was converging towards her villa, led by none other than Gang Zheng. This was dire. Shinonami's complexion paled as she recognized Gang Zheng, a notorious lecher who had long sought after her. Why was he here? Panic gripped her heart at the thought of being captured, used, and ultimately discarded like a plaything, suffering unimaginable torment before being ruthlessly disposed of. She could scarcely bear to envision such a fate. What to do? What should I do? In that moment, Shinonami felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Chapter 13. Shinonami's Hope Master. We have a situation. Meanwhile, Jing Na gently knocked on Zhou Yuming's door to report Dado. What is it? 7 individuals are approaching us from the southwest, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Yuming, who had previously felt a bit drowsy, was instantly invigorated. Finally, someone was coming to confront him. His 92 model was already yearning for action. He swiftly dressed and made his way to the living room, where he settled onto the sofa. Jing Na brought a warm towel, tenderly wiping his face, then knelt at his feet to massage his legs. After a night of profound contemplation, Jing Na had come to understand many things. Zhou Yuming was either a reincarnate or possessed extraordinary abilities that allowed him to foresee the future, likely connected to space, enabling him to store vast amounts of resources. Moreover, his powers were manifold, including precognition, equitable treatment of all beings, as well as generating electricity and creating water sources. Weighing all considerations, Jing Na realized that Zhou Yuming was exceptionally powerful. coupled with the tales her former roommate had often recounted about novel plots. She deduced that Zhou Yuming was most likely the protagonist of this apocalyptic world. It could be said that having Zhou Yuming as her master brought more advantages than disadvantages, unless the apocalypse ended prematurely. Naturally, the probability of such an event was exceedingly low. Thus, Ying Jing-na recognized that Zhou Yuming was her greatest support. As long as she pleased him, she could thrive in this desolate world. Simultaneously, a ruckus of banging and insults erupted from the villa adjacent to Qian Na Mei's. While Ying Jing-na could not hear it, Zhou Yuming, with his heightened senses, could vaguely discern the commotion. Baka Yuru, stupid bitch, open the door. Hand over all your food and water, or I'll make your life a living hell. Stop wasting time and just break down the door. The neighboring villa, currently inhabited by only one woman, had seen her husband venture out for supplies, never to return, at Ti Gangzhang's command. Several of his lackeys brandished tools and violently dismantled the door. Fortunately, one of them was skilled in lockpicking and managed to open it in no time. Upon entry, Gang Zheng wasted no words, seizing the woman's hair and dragging her toward the bedroom. The lackeys exclaimed, "Are we just going to stand here?" Since the onset of the torrential rains, Gang Zheng had nearly exhausted all the women in the vicinity, with several even dying at his hands, leaving only a few whose husbands were still around, especially Qian Na Mei, who occupied his thoughts incessantly. Afterward, Gang Zheng, flanked by 6 subordinates, stormed toward Qian Na Mei's villa, each face twisted in sinister glee, their eyes glinting with insatiable desire. "Gang Zheng, do you think that Madame Qian Na Mei will be home?" inquired a lackey with yellow hair. "Humph, where could she possibly go? That wretched woman has long been on my radar. This time, I shall ensure she feels my wrath," Gang Zheng snarled, his mind conjuring images of Qian Na Mei's voluptuous figure and alluring visage. "Weren't you always looking down on others, treating them as mere refuse? It's high time for Qian Na Mei to experience the taste of being a dog." "Heh, Gang Zheng, don't forget to let us have a taste too." Another lecherous man chuckled. "Rest assured, you won't be left out," Gang Zheng replied with a depraved smile, his eagerness mounting. "At Qian Na Mei's villa, Mom, what is happening?" Jin Yumei awoke from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes, bewildered. "Shu, Yumei, be quiet." Qian Na Mei quickly covered her daughter's mouth and ushered her into the bedroom, whispering, "There are bad people outside. You hide under the bed, and remember, no matter what happens, do not make a sound unless I return, understand?" Although Zhen Yumei was innocent, she sensed something was amiss from her mother's grim expression, wanting to pull her mother under the bed with her. She found herself forcefully shoved inside instead. "Mommy, please don't leave me alone. Where are you going?" Zhen Yumei cried, overwhelmed with fear and reluctance. With a heavy sigh, Qian Na Mei recognized that she was Gang Zheng's primary target, and she did not wish to put her daughter at risk. There were some burdens only a mother should bear. If she did not return, her daughter must strive to survive alone. Watching her daughter's form vanish beneath the bed, Qian Na Mei's tears finally fell uncontrollably. 18 years of nurturing, how could she simply let go? At this moment, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Wiping her tears, Qian Na Mei took a deep breath and approached her vanity. The reflection in the mirror revealed a woman with a pale complexion, haggard features, and eyes brimming with fear and despair. Yet, Qian Na Mei was unwilling to succumb to such a fate. Fortunately, she still had a desperate plan. She began to apply makeup, using foundation to mask her pallor and lipstick to restore a hint of color. She aimed to present herself as more vibrant and alluring, for she was about to beseech a man she had once looked down upon, but now found herself compelled to flatter. Qian Na Mei was acutely aware that Gang Zheng was a deviant, not only lecherous but also cruel. If she and her daughter fell into his hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. In contrast, Zhou Yuming posed a lesser threat. Leaving aside the fact that she would only need to serve him, at least she would be free from hunger and danger, albeit at the cost of her dignity. But now, what value did dignity hold? To survive, Qian Na Mei must implore Zhou Yuming for assistance, for only he could save them both. She donned a sheer purple negligee, her most seductive garment, hoping that Zhou Yuming might take a greater interest in her, thus preserving her worth. Once prepared, Qian Na Mei cast one last glance back at the space beneath the bed. Her eyes filled with reluctance, before resolutely stepping out the door. Zhou Yuming reclined on the sofa, indulging in Ying Jing Na's massage. "Master, Is the pressure adequate? Ing Jing Na inquired softly, her delicate, cool fingers gliding gently over his back, eliciting waves of comfort. Zhou Yuming, eyes closed, responded with a contented murmur. Since demonstrating his prowess the previous night, he had sensed a shift in the intelligent school beauty's demeanor. Zhou Yuming had never made a concerted effort to conceal anything. For doing so would only portray him as timid. As a protagonist endowed with a system, he ought not to live in such a cowardly manner. That existence was hardly preferable to starting anew. By the way, master, it seems the torrential rain outside has lessened slightly, Ing Jing Na remarked casually, her tone hinting at a glimmer of hope. Indeed, deep within her heart, there remained a flicker of longing for a return to normalcy. Yet Zhou Yuming was determined to extinguish such unwarranted thoughts. He straightened his posture, causing the warm towel on his face to slip away. Ing Jing Na instinctively caught it and obediently knelt beside him. The natural disasters of the apocalypse would not come to an end. After the floods, new calamities would inevitably arise, perpetually cycling. Those who failed to grasp the rules of this world would meet but one fate. As Zhou Yuming spoke, he conjured the 92 model from thin air, loading the bullets with casual ease as he toyed with it in hand. Do you understand? Zhou Yuming coldly posed the question, his gaze fixed on Ing Jing Na's clear and beautiful eyes. Though Gang Zheng and his crew were nearing, Zhou Yuming remained unfazed, aware that someone would soon seek his aid. This confidence stemmed from the strength he possessed. Ing Jing Na, expressionless, nodded in understanding. The implication of Zhou Yuming's words was straightforward. Behave yourself, do not attempt any clever tricks or harbor foolish hopes. This world has irrevocably changed. Survival of the fittest prevails. And that is the only law. You will either perish or cling to the strong, like me. There is no third path. Ing Jing Na gazed into Zhou Yuming's eyes once more, affirming, Master, I comprehend. Suddenly, a woman knelt at the entrance of Zhou Yuming's villa, pounding on the door with urgency. Open up. Yes, master. Sakurai Nai exhibited no hesitation and promptly followed Zhou Yuming's instructions. She was aware that a group of nefarious individuals lurked in the vicinity of the villa. Yet with Zhou Yuming's presence, her fears were somewhat alleviated, knowing her master would take action. Zhou Yuming's recognition of the identity of those outside indicated that they were not the gang of gangsters seeking to rob and kill. After all, who would politely knock at the door in such circumstances? Upon opening the door, Sakurai Nai was taken aback at the sight of Chianami kneeling on the ground. However, she maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, Madam? Chianami, equally astonished to see Sakurai Nai, had no time for further contemplation. Clinging to what felt like a lifeline, she hurriedly crawled into the villa. Chianami understood that since Zhou Yuming's had instructed Sakurai Nai to open the door, he anticipated her arrival, thus she needed to demonstrate her sincerity. All notions of dignity were cast aside. After bypassing Sakurai Nai and the entranceway, Chianami immediately spotted Zhou Yuming's lounging comfortably on the sofa. Toying with the equality device in his hand, in that moment, she felt as though she had reached the zenith of her desperation. She quickly knelt several steps forward, ultimately positioning herself at Zhou Yuming's feet. Without hesitation, Chianami gently lifted one of his feet and pressed her lips against it. Throughout this act, Zhou Yuming's merely glanced at her indifferently, remaining focused on playing with his 92 pistol. Please, save me. I truly realize my mistakes. I should not have rejected you. I am willing to be your servant, only asking for your protection for my daughter and me. Chianami babbled, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. Seemingly terrified that Zhou Yuming's might refuse her plea, am I to save you solely based on your status? Zhou Yuming's looked down at Chianami, the once haughty and disdainful woman regarding his position as a mere security guard, now reduced to a dog at his feet, begging for his mercy. Observing the almost prostrating figure of the beautiful woman, Zhou Yuming's raised his foot and placed it upon Chianami's head. Madam, were you not previously too proud to regard me as anything more than a lowly security guard? Yet here you are, pleading for my assistance. You are the president of a publicly listed company in Tokyo. Surely you cannot be so fickle. Zhou Yuming's regarded Chianami from a superior vantage point, his tone laced with mockery. Chianami offered no resistance. Instead, she pressed her cheek against the sole of Zhou Yuming's shoe, behaving like a submissive pet. Master, I truly erred. I did not comprehend your kindness toward me, and I accept my fate. From this moment forth, I am no longer a president. I am merely your servant, your pet, eternally loyal to you." Chienami wept profusely, her only desire being to survive, casting aside all remnants of pride and dignity. Zhou Yumings observed her with a faint smile, while Sakurai Nai remained silent, wholly devoted to massaging her master's shoulders. The astute Sakurai Nai had deduced the unfolding events. Chienami's current predicament was solely due to her failure to seize her opportunities. She would not be foolish enough to intercede on Chienami's behalf. Setting aside the potential repercussions, it was merely out of courtesy that Sakurai Nai had interacted with Chienami on a few occasions. Their relationship being rather ordinary. However, she shared a cordial bond with her stepmother, having engaged in pleasant conversation upon their first meeting. Yet, Sakurai Nai harbored no fondness for her stepmother, which explained her reluctance to frequent the villa. Zhou Yumings remained silent, enjoying Sakurai Nai's ministrations while caressing her exquisite face, feeling the softness of her youthful form. Observing Zhou Yuming's unresponsive demeanor, Chienami realized her display of sincerity was insufficient. Thus, she continued, "Master, I implore you to accept me. I will heed your every command. I am capable of anything, and I shall learn what I do not know. I will never retort or speak back. I will abide by your every word." Zhou Yumings maintained his cold gaze, devoid of any compassion. Yet, his senses were keenly attuned, detecting the approach of Gang Zheng and his 7 accomplices toward the villa. "You claim you will obey my every command. Willing to do anything? Indeed, master. And what if I were to command you to die?" Chienami hesitated momentarily but resolutely nodded. "Then I shall die." Your tone suggests you are quite serious. Yet, beautiful women are often the most skilled deceivers. Take this and show me how you would end your life by shooting yourself in the head," Zhou Yumings declared, retrieving the .92 pistol from his waist and offering it to Chienami. "Do you not have a daughter? Let one life be exchanged for another." Chienami stared at the gun in Zhou Yuming's hand, momentarily stunned. "Master, are you unwilling to sacrifice yourself for her?" "No, it is not that, master. I am willing." Chienami hastily took the gun, trembling as she aimed the barrel at her temple. "Open your mouth." Zhou Yuming shook his head, adjusting the gun to align with her mouth's upper region. Chienami trembled with fear, gazing at Zhou Yumings, who merely smiled, indifferent to whether she would act against herself. "Please take care of Ryumi for me. She is still young. She is quite obedient, and you need only provide her with leftover food. She is a novice in such matters, so I hope you can be understanding." As Chienami spoke, tears streamed down her face, her body shaking violently. "No problem. You may fire when ready." Gazing into Zhou Yuming's icy eyes, Chienami was engulfed by despair. Realizing her fate was sealed out of course, she feared death. But her desire for her daughter's survival eclipsed all else. "Fire!" Chienami, startled, convulsed, shutting her eyes as her finger erratically pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed, prompting Sakurai Nai to look up in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chienami would perish in such a manner. Surely Zhou Yumings could not bear to let that happen. Indeed, the scene of bloodshed did not unfold as anticipated. Instead, Chienami suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped death. How is this possible? No bullet? Impossible. The gunfire, the smell of gunpowder, the smoke, these all confirm the shot was real. Yet, why is Chienami unharmed? Could it be some supernatural ability? In an instant, Sakurai Nai realized Zhou Yuming's means. Indeed, he had controlled the bullet with his psychic abilities, and he held a certain admiration for the beautiful woman before him. Unwilling to let her perish so easily, Zhou Yuming smiled, reclaiming the gun from Chienami's grasp and gently pinching her delicate face. "Master?" The bewildered woman gazed at Zhou Yumings, uncertain of what had transpired. "Enough of your fright. Your bond with your daughter has touched me. We shall discuss your circumstances shortly, but first, tell me who has arrived outside and the situation at hand." Chienami remained silent, her gaze still dazed, tears cascading down her cheeks, clearly in a state of shock. Smack! Seeing that words were ineffective, Zhou Yumings delivered a resounding slap to Chienami, attempting to rouse her from her stupor. "Huh? I apologize, master. I felt as though I were on the brink of meeting my great-grandmother. I truly did not hear clearly. Could you kindly repeat that?" Upon regaining her senses, Chienami recognized Zhou Yuming's displeasure with her momentary lapse and promptly began to apologize and plead for forgiveness. Regardless of its efficacy, Her attitude was appropriately contrite. Zhou Yumings, growing increasingly impatient, shifted into a more comfortable position, beckoning to Sakurai Nai behind him. Nai, please repeat what you heard. Yes, master. Sakurai Nai nodded calmly and promptly approached Chianami. Master inquired about the situation outside and who has arrived. Master, there are 7 individuals approaching from the southwest of the villa, armed with cold weapons. The leader is named Gang Zheng. He recognizes me and is targeting me. Therefore, I implore you to save me. Do not refer to me as master. Your true master is the one who stands before you. Zhou Yumings replied coolly from the sofa. We shall discuss the rest later. I am curious to meet the one who instills such fear in you. Chianami sighed in relief upon hearing Zhou Yuming's words, knowing she was temporarily safe. Please forgive me, master. I was blind and beg you for your mercy. Zhou Yumings dismissed Chianami's pleas with a mere glance. Rising from the sofa, he stretched lazily before making his way to the door, leaning against the entrance of the villa, the gun now secured at his waist. Not far from the villa, Gang Zheng approached with 6 of his subordinates, exuding an air of menace as they advanced toward Zhou Yuming's location. Gang Zheng, Chianami is not home. What shall we do now? Inquired one of the lecherous men. Where could she possibly be? Gang Zheng furrowed his brow, determined to obtain Chianami today. I do not know, Gang Zheng. Perhaps we should search elsewhere, suggested another subordinate with bleached hair. She is undoubtedly nearby. Search every house until we find her, Gang Zheng growled, his patience wearing thin. Understood. The subordinates complied, preparing to take action when suddenly, the villa's front door swung open, and a man stepped out with an air of nonchalance. Beneath the eaves, he calmly regarded the leader, Gang Zheng, without uttering a word. Who are you? Gang Zheng coldly inquired, his gaze toward Zhou Yuming's laced with suspicion. He came to this villa area because of Chianami. And since his stay has not been long, Gang Zheng is certain that he has never encountered the audacious man before him. Zhou Yuming remained silent, prompting a nearby young thug with yellow hair to hastily interject, Gang Zheng. This kid is just a lowly security guard, a student from Longhua, named Zhou something, a security guard. A mere lackey dares to act tough in front of me. Gang Zheng cast a dubious glance at Zhou Yuming. Refraining from rash actions, though he is lecherous, he is not devoid of intelligence. The audacity of the other party to stand here without fear surely harbors some hidden agenda. Caution is warranted. Chapter 015. She is quite alluring, may I inquire. Do you know where Chianami has gone? After a moment of contemplation, Gang Zheng decides to casually ask, Madam Chianami, I just saw her ahead. Ahead? Excellent. Gang Zheng's eyes immediately gleam with excitement as he gestures for his subordinates to follow. Yet, as they pass by Zhou Yuming, he adds, however, the madam is currently at my residence. Upon hearing this, Gang Zheng turns his head, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Are you mocking me? If you must think so, then I cannot help it. Gang Zheng scrutinizes Zhou Yuming once more. The man's appearance is unremarkable, seemingly without any particular qualities, yet his boldness, could it be a feigned bravado, a ploy of empty bravado? Yes, it must be, besides, 7 against 1. The odds favor me. Understanding dawns upon Gang Zheng as he gazes sharply into Zhou Yuming's eyes, his tone laced with subtle menace. Are you protecting Chianami? Naturally, it is my duty to safeguard the residents of this villa area. Zhou Yuming replies nonchalantly, a playful smile gracing his lips. As for Madame Chianami, she sought my protection through rather unique means. Zhou Yuming's words brim with insinuation, causing Gang Zheng's complexion to pale instantly. He comprehends the implications of the other's statement. Yet it is difficult for him to accept that Chianami would willingly submit to this contemptible security guard to save her life. What a truly despicable woman. She believes that a mere security guard can look after her. She would rather be with a guard than seek me out. What makes me inferior to this wretched guard? Baka Yuru. Gang Zheng roars, his eyes bloodshot, as if ready to erupt in flames. Chianami is mine. How dare you lay a hand on her? Oh, is that so? Zhou Yuming raises an eyebrow, a nonchalant expression on his face. Unfortunately, she is mine now. By the way, I forgot to mention she is quite alluring. Ah! Upon hearing this, Gang Zheng completely loses his composure. He abruptly waves his hand and shouts at his subordinates, Attack! Sever this filthy guard's limbs and feed them to the dogs. 2 henchmen immediately draw their machetes and charge at Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming stands his ground, a faint smile still on his face, as if he does not regard these two men in the slightest. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire pierces through the torrential rain, and the two henchmen collapse without understanding what has transpired, blood instantly staining the ground. Aside from the rain, the scene falls into a deathly silence. The remaining four henchmen, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, stare in terror at their fallen comrades, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A gun. He actually has a gun. Gangjing finally comes to a realization. In the eyes of his opponent, they are merely primitive men wielding cold weapons. He never anticipated Zhou Yumeng would be so decisive in his actions, taking down one after another without hesitation. Kill energy 200, fear energy 450. Could we not converse amicably? You still wish to feed me to the dogs? Zhou Yumeng slowly raises his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the remaining four men, his tone dripping with mockery. Who allowed those two to move? We were wrong. Can we just? You think you can leave so easily after coming this far? Bang! Another gunshot rings out, and the head of a man attempting to flee explodes, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Who permitted your departure? This is an automatic energy withdrawal machine. Zhou Yumeng cannot bear to let him escape. Kill energy 100, fear energy 600. The effect of the second bullet proves more potent than the first, as Zhou Yumeng senses that the initial shock left some still in disbelief. The second shot, however, leaves no room for doubt. In less than half a minute, Zhou Yumeng accumulates 1350 points of energy. From the original 7, only 4 remain. Just a moment ago, they were so brave. Let's see if we can rekindle that rebellious spirit. By the way, you all have a part in this, Zhou Yumeng states, removing the magazine from his handgun and displaying it to the men before him. See this? I still have over a dozen bullets left in this gun. Enough to send all of you on your way. To die. Just then, a lecherous man beside Gangjing lunges forward with a dagger, hoping to take advantage of Zhou Yumeng's moment of distraction. Bang, what a fool. This is the renowned 92-style semi-automatic handgun of Longhua. Even with the magazine removed, there are still bullets left in the chamber. Kill energy 100, fear energy 600. The remaining 3 men are instantly paralyzed with fear, casting terrified glances at Zhou Yumeng before promptly kneeling and begging for mercy, as if they had encountered the Grim Reaper. T7 paces, the gun is quick. Within 7 paces, it is both quick and accurate. Clearly, this fool has failed his 9-year compulsory education, Zhou Yumeng remarks, inserting the magazine back into the gun. He then gives a glance, and the 3 men remain kneeling, frozen in place, fearing that a moment of displeasure might invite their demise. Among them, Gangjing is the most terrified. He had boasted the loudest just moments ago, and now the balance of power is perilously close. Gangjing feels as if his grandmother is beckoning him. Chapter 016. I most disdain rude people. Zhou Yumeng toys with the 92-style handgun, his gaze sweeping back and forth among Gangjing and the 2 others, as if selecting his prey. The 3 men kneeling on the ground are now too afraid to move or make a sound. Even breathing cautiously. From the looks of you, I am actually quite easy to negotiate with. Sparing your lives is not out of the question. Zhou Yumeng claps his hands, a seemingly harmless smile playing on his face. Let us play a little question and answer game. The rules are simple. Answer my questions correctly, and I will grant you a chance at life. Answer incorrectly, and I must regretfully decline. Let us play, Gangjing and the 2 others exclaim, as if granted a reprieve. Very well, the first question. Where is the chief of security, Mu Zichuan? He has long since died, the yellow-haired thug beside Gangjing interjects. And how did he die? The yellow-haired man hesitates, seemingly weighing his words, but ultimately Gangjing responds honestly. He was killed by my brother, along with that property manager named Bume. Oh? Zhou Yumeng raises an eyebrow. And why did your brother kill them? Because Mu Zichuan and Bume were selfish, taking resources that belonged to everyone while inflating prices, and when my brother kindly advised them, they refused. So in a fit of rage, Gangjing's voice trails off, growing increasingly faint. He is uncertain of Zhou Yumeng's temperament. What if he seeks revenge for those 2? Your brother seems to have a good sense of justice. Zhou Yumeng nods, continuing the game. Next question. What other factions exist within the villa area? Gangjing breathes a sigh of relief, sensing a chance at survival. Apart from us in the west and south, we have the cunning Tianai and a retired soldier named Yamazaki, who occupy the north and southeast respectively. In Longhua terms, they are in a triangular standoff. Fool. It is a pincer movement. Your ignorance is truly frightening. It is actually called a tripartite balance. Zhou Yuming continues to pose several questions, all of which are answered by Gangjing and the yellow-haired thug, while the older man remains silent, attempting to speak but ultimately saying nothing. Why do you not answer my questions? I have reason to suspect that you look down upon me. Zhou Yuming narrows his eyes at the middle-aged man. And no, sir, I am just too nervous. Please do not kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother who is bedridden, and my father has been an ailing mother, a gambling father, a younger brother in school. Your story is quite the melodrama. Are you preparing for an examination? Zhou Yuming chuckles. Sir, that said, I am not heartless. Zhou Yuming contemplates, spinning the 92 style gun in his hand. I will ask you one final question. If you answer correctly, I shall let you go. Please, ask away. Gangjing and his companions eagerly respond. Why do you think I want to play this game with you? Zhou Yuming gazes at them, a smile playing on his lips. Gangjing and his companions exchange glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This Gangjing stammers for an eternity without arriving at a coherent answer. It seems you cannot answer. Zhou Yuming sighs. No, please, we beg you for another chance. The three men, terrified, kneel and plead for mercy. Even granting you another chance would be futile. Zhou Yuming shakes his head, slowly raising his handgun. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly stands up, shouting, I know. The reason you engage with us in this game is that you have no intention of letting us go. You merely wish to toy with us, allowing us to perish in fear and despair. Oh, you actually answered. Zhou Yuming looked at him with keen interest and inquired, Pray tell, what is your name? I am called Mai. The middle-aged man replied, Excellent, I shall remember you. You may leave now. Zhou Yuming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he could depart. You truly let me go? Mai was bewildered, feeling the unexpected joy wash over him. What is this? Are you unwilling? No. I am willing, Mai quickly replied, turning to flee amidst the envious gazes of Gangjing and the others. Wait, are you really leaving? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Mai collapsed to the ground. Blood staining the earth, swiftly washed away by the rain. Killing energy 100, fear energy 400. And you don't even say thank you before you leave? I have always detested impolite individuals, Zhou Yuming sneered, glancing once more at the now damp duo on the ground. Fear not, you too, rest assured. I swear I shall not lay a finger on you. Gangjing interjected, Can we trust you? Was it not you who permitted Mai to leave? Yet, now Gangjing found himself powerless. In the presence of the equalizer, they could only comply with Zhou Yuming's whims. Very well, Nai, Qianami, come forth. Zhou Yuming called into the villa, having already formulated a plan. Soon, Sakurai Nai and Qianami emerged from the villa, their faces slightly pale. Although they were aware it was Zhou Yuming who fired the shot, the proximity still unnerved them. Master. Observing Gangjing, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground, Qianami felt her choice was undeniably correct. Zhou Yuming was akin to the deity Amaterasu in her heart. Her previous choice had been short-sighted, obscured by foolishness beyond remedy. Nai, come here for a moment. Zhou Yuming beckoned to Sakurai Nai. Without hesitation, she obediently approached him. Master, what is your command? The reason I called you over is quite simple. As Zhou Yuming spoke, he grasped Nai's icy little hand and firmly placed a significant item into her palm. While his gaze shifted to Gangjing, See, I told you I would not harm you too. Do you believe me now? Gangjing exclaimed. If you intend to kill me, just say so without all this roundabout torment. Gazing at the equalizer in her hands, Sakurai Nai felt disoriented. Its weight was chilling yet evoked a peculiar sensation within her. She could not articulate her feelings, as if caught in a dream. The power of life and death resting within her grasp. Could she truly take a life? While Sakurai Nai pondered this, Qianami interjected to Zhou Yuming, Master, may I be allowed to personally execute Gangjing? Certainly. Had Zhou Yuming not assented so readily, Qianami would have knelt in supplication once more, for although kneeling indoors was inconsequential, there were still outsiders present. Though merely two corpses, Zhou Yuming was indifferent to Qianami's motives for wishing to kill Gangjing. It was simply a matter of prior disrespect towards this beautiful woman. Now, the opportunity was laid before her, and she could seize it without mercy. One could only remark on the nature of women. While Zhou Yuming conversed with Qianami, Sakurai Nai had already aimed the 92 pistol at the golden-haired man. Please, kind lady, Do not take my life. I have a younger sister at home, nearly your age. If I die, she will surely fall victim to those beasts. Sakurai Nai's expression remained impassive. Having never harmed even a fish, she squeezed the trigger, her fear of Zhou Yuming casting her out into the apocalypse far outweighing any compassion. A dead friend does not impede a living one. Bang. Chapter 017. Your pet? Killing energy 100. Fear energy 200. Zhou Yuming had specifically inquired of the system, receiving the answer that as long as the killing and emotional fluctuations were related to him personally, he would gain energy. For instance, he provided the equalizer to Sakurai Nai. Thus, he would also benefit from the ensuing acts of violence. After the gunfire, the golden-haired man fell heavily to the ground, blood quickly saturating the earth, a splash even reaching Sakurai Nai's face. She observed the scene with a blank expression, as if the fallen were no more than inconsequential ants. Exhaling slowly, she turned and respectfully presented the equalizer to Zhou Yuming. Master, I have fulfilled your command. Zhou Yuming nodded in satisfaction. Had Sakurai Nai been unable to carry out the act, it would have been a man and a woman lying lifelessly on the ground. He had no use for a woman who could only serve as a decorative vase in this dystopia. After receiving the gun, Zhou Yuming handed it to Chianami, casually wiping the blood from Sakurai Nai's face. Well done. There will be ample opportunities for you to deal with such trash in the future, so do not feel burdened. Understood, Master. Gangjing was dumbfounded by the unfolding events, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. He had once believed himself a notable figure in this villa district, commanding many subordinates, relishing in his authority, and unchallenged for days. Yet now, everything he had taken pride in was rendered utterly impotent before Zhou Yuming. Watching his men fall one after another, his heart swelled with fear and despair. Why did my first battle turn out like this? How could a mere security guard possess a firearm, and I? Gangjing, reduced to a stray dog at the mercy of others? Why has this happened? Gangjing muttered, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had departed. Chianami, observing Gangjing's pitiful state, felt no trace of pity as she approached him. Looking down from her elevated position, her tone frigid. Gangjing, today is your day of reckoning? Weren't you quite arrogant? Did you not always covet me? And now, what right do you have to boast before me and my master? Gangjing lifted his gaze, meeting Chianami's beautiful yet indifferent visage, filled with resentment and bitterness. Chianami, you wretched woman, were you not the exalted CEO? Now you serve as citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? You are a disgrace to our Sakura nation. Baka Yeru, what is so great about a filthy security guard? I could be one too. Enraged, Chianami allowed him to insult her, but she would not tolerate any disrespect towards her master. Bang, the gunshot echoed. Though Chianami did not aim for Gangjing's vital points, but rather between his legs. Hatred value 100, fear energy 100. Watching Gangjing writhe on the ground in agony, Chianami scoffed, her face a mask of disdain and mockery. How dare you insult my master? Were it not for him providing me sustenance and a new lease on life, I would have perished long ago. You are worth less than a single hair on my master's head. You? What do you mean? What right do you have to speak to me? Look at how wretched you are now. In this apocalypse, only the strong are entitled to survive, and my master is the strongest. I am indeed a wretch. I serve him as my master. I am his pet, and whatever my master desires, I have no regrets. This shall be the most correct decision of my life. Zhou Yuming watched with interest as Chianami lavished praise upon him. Such flattery was amusing to hear. Yet, one could not deny the fickleness of women. Just days prior, she had dismissed him as a mere security guard, dreaming beyond his station, and now she spoke of him as her master. Gangjing trembled with rage, wishing to retort but finding himself unable to speak due to the excruciating pain. Observing Gangjing's despair, Chianami felt a rush of satisfaction. She slowly raised her firearm, aiming at Gangjing's head. Indeed, master is master, not due to any other identity. Even if you were to be a security guard in your next life, I would not regard you with disdain, for it is you who I choose not to see. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but the bullet did not penetrate Gangjing's head as Chianami had anticipated. Instead, blood gushed forth from his heart. Killing energy 100. Chianami was taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before her. How could this be? She had handled real firearms at shooting ranges abroad. At such a close distance, her aim should not have faltered. Why is my marksmanship failing me? Just then, Zhou Yuming's voice resonated behind her. Just so. I still have use for his head. Yes, master. With no outsiders present, Qianami disregarded all propriety, once more kneeling before Zhou Yuming in gratitude for his intervention. Zhou Yuming chose to ignore her, lightly waving his hand, causing Gangjing's corpse to be ensnared by an invisible force, his head being torn away and suspended in midair. With another gesture, Gangjing's head shot off towards the southwest like a kite severed from its string. Qianami watched in astonishment as Gangjing's head disappeared from view, her mouth agape as if she could fit 2 eggs within it. This moment, she was filled with shock. She finally understood why the shot had gone astray. It was Zhou Yuming who had intervened to alter the trajectory of the bullet. Her master possessed not only firearms but also an inexplicable power beyond the realm of science. This also elucidates why Zhou Yuming could comfortably relinquish the gun to them. For if either were to exhibit any unusual behavior, it would ultimately be their own demise. With unparalleled strength and absolute power, coupled with abundant resources, life was naturally devoid of worries. As long as she served Zhou Yuming well, she would remain nothing more than a pet to him, yet could still reclaim her status as the lofty CEO in the presence of others. Master, I was truly foolish beyond remedy, unable to recognize what was good for me. Now, I beseech you to take me in as your pet. Upon realizing this, Qiannaime's resolve to cling to Zhou Yuming intensified, and she swiftly demonstrated her loyalty, for in the presence of her master, dignity could be cast aside. Why should one not embrace a position of being second to none? Her previous rejection of such a role was indeed both foolish and stubborn. Oh, what about your daughter? Madam, Master, she too is your pet. Chapter 018. Cherished loved ones and brothers. Sakurazaki Nai maintained a calm demeanor. She had long been aware of Zhou Yuming's extraordinary abilities, and thus was not particularly surprised by the scene before her. This was merely one of Zhou Yuming's many capabilities, yet when she heard Qiannaime's last statement, her brow furrowed slightly. Sakurazaki Nai did not believe there was anything inappropriate in Qiannaime's actions. It was only natural to revere Zhou Yuming's displayed strength. However, she could not disregard her daughter's opinions and make decisions on her behalf. This behavior reminded her of her own mother. No, rather, her stepmother, Sakurazaki Akiyuki, who had unilaterally altered her university major and even monitored her movements and communications. Sakurazaki Nai shook her head. Qiannaime was quite rational. Given the current circumstances, her daughter, Mayumi, following Zhou Yuming was undoubtedly the best choice. If Sakurazaki Nai were to stand in Qiannaime's shoes, she would have made the same choice. It was better for her daughter to become Zhou Yuming's pet than to starve. This way, she would enjoy a life free from worries and fears, almost indistinguishable from the world before the calamity. This was in stark contrast to her stepmother's so-called benevolence. Back then, she had numerous excellent options, while Mayumi now had but one viable path, Zhou Yuming. You truly are a competent mother. In that case, go fetch her. Remember to inform her in advance that I have a temper, so she should not be willful. Understood. Thank you, Master. I will ensure she is well trained. Qiannaime rose and bowed, heading to her own villa next door. Hanai Nai, I leave the cleanup here to you. I shall take a nap. Understood. Master, do you need me to remind you to wake up? Noon, perhaps. How are your culinary skills? Adequate. I studied cooking during my university days. Very well, the refrigerator is stocked with various ingredients. Call me when the meal is ready. That will be all. No problem. Zhou Yuming returned to the master bedroom, closed the door, and lay on the large bed, beginning to assess his gains. Fear energy 100. Hatred energy 300. Oh? Did his brother see his head so soon? An immediate gain of 300. He truly harbors a deep hatred for me. For Zhou Yuming, the primary source of energy was reproduction and emotional energy. Killing energy was merely secondary. As of this morning, his energy accumulation had reached nearly 30. He anticipated that when Muramasa came to deliver heads, he should be able to amass over 60. Qiannaime's presence was akin to a buy-one-get-one free offer. He was still unaware of her daughter's age, but hoped she was already of age. For now, he would calculate with a threefold estimate. Although Zhou Yuming could not possibly engage in deep interactions for 10 hours daily, he estimated perhaps 1,000 energy per day, allowing him to accumulate sufficient energy within a week to upgrade to the Overlord of the Apocalypse. With this thought, Zhou Yuming's spirits soared, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the property office building located southwest of the villa area, a burly man was angrily bellowing, "Baka Yuru! Why? Who on earth is audacious enough?" The stout man was Muramasa, the brother of Jisei. He had just received news that Jisei's head had been discovered, bearing an expression of unrelenting agony. A truly tragic sight. "Brother, my beloved friend and brother. As your elder, I have failed to protect you, bringing shame upon our parents in the netherworld." Muramasa could not restrain his tears, his eyes brimming with flames of hatred. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. "Rest assured, brother, no matter who it is, I will avenge you. I will find him and dismember him thoroughly." However, after the initial fury subsided, Muramasa gradually regained his composure. He belatedly realized that the one capable of slaughtering Jisei and his 6 companions must possess formidable strength. A careful and strategic approach was now essential. Only then could he have a chance to avenge his brother. "Bring forth my brothers for a meeting," Muramasa shouted. In the villa's kitchen, Sakurazaki Nai was busily preparing lunch. She handled the precious ingredients with utmost care, each movement exuding elegance and proficiency. Though she appeared focused, her thoughts had already soared far beyond. Her master, Zhou Yuming, this mysterious and powerful man, had consumed all of Sakurazaki Nai's thoughts. It is often said that women are drawn to strength, and this was particularly true in the land of cherry blossoms. Previously, through the villa's window, Sakurazaki Nai had witnessed Zhou Yuming's display of prowess as he toyed with and dispatched Jisei and others. His unparalleled strength and icy demeanor filled her with both fear and fascination. The ability to manipulate objects seemingly out of thin air was akin to something from a cinematic portrayal of superpowers. All of this ignited a profound curiosity and admiration for Zhou Yuming within Sakurazaki Nai. She yearned to learn more about him, to delve into the depths of his inner world. She was not content with merely being a servant. She aspired to become a significant figure in Zhou Yuming's life. Perhaps even his girlfriend. Out of course, Sakurazaki Nai harbored her own ulterior motives. She wished to use Zhou Yuming to rescue her good friend from university while also seeking retribution against that loathsome stepmother. Sakurazaki Nai understood that to achieve these goals, she must first earn Zhou Yuming's trust and dependence. She aimed to demonstrate through her actions that she was not merely a decorative figure but a capable and valuable woman. She sought to make Zhou Yuming recognize her strengths, to become an indispensable part of his life. Thus, Sakurazaki Nai resolved to begin by excelling in her role as a servant, starting with capturing a man's heart through his stomach. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yuming, who was blissfully asleep, he was indeed eager to see what antics Sakurazaki Nai might conjure. On the other side, Chien Naimei returned to her villa, forcefully pushing open the door to her daughter Mayumi's room. Clearing away the clutter to find Mayumi curled beneath her bed. "Mayumi, come out. It is safe outside now." Mayumi, hearing her mother's voice, slowly crawled out from beneath the bed, her face still streaked with tears of terror. "Mom, how did you get bruises on your knees? What on earth happened outside?" "I am fine, Mayumi. You need not concern yourself with outside matters. We are safe now that I need to discuss something very important with you." Chien Naimei sighed. At this point, some matters must be clarified. Mayumi wiped her tears and nodded. "Good daughter, do you recall the food and water we consumed before? You thought they were given to us by the neighbor, right?" Mayumi paused, then nodded slowly. "Mom, weren't they?" "No, they were not. Those provisions were actually provided by the master next door." "Master? Which master next door?" Mayumi looked bewildered, unable to comprehend how her mother had suddenly acquired a master after just one outing. Chapter 019. Yearning to cultivate divine skills. It is Zhou Yuming, a security guard from our villa area. Chien Naimei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to be truthful with her daughter. After all, she would find out sooner or later. A security guard? "Mom, what are you talking about? How could he be your master?" Mayumi's eyes widened in disbelief. She recalled having seen Zhou Yuming a few times at the entrance of the villa area. He was just an ordinary man, possessing nothing remarkable aside from his somewhat delicate appearance. "Mayumi, please listen to me." Chien Naimei grasped her daughter's hand, speaking earnestly. "The world has changed. We must accept reality. This master is not an ordinary security guard. He possesses immense power and ample resources. It was thanks to him that we were protected. Otherwise, you would have inevitably fallen into the hands of Jisei and his cohorts, in this apocalyptic world." Nothing is more crucial than such resources, do you understand? But, but he is merely a security guard, Mayumi exclaimed. Where has your pride gone, Mom? How can you submit to this man? Mayumi's agitation grew with each word. Mayumi, I have truly spoiled you. If it weren't for the so-called security guard who eliminated Jisei and his gang, you would have already become a mere toy, ultimately meeting a gruesome end as a floating corpse. This is no longer the peaceful society we once knew. The law of the jungle prevails in this apocalypse. Zhou Yuming possesses absolute power and abundant resources. Thus, he is our master. We must rely on him to survive. In the face of survival, dignity means nothing, Qian Naimei patiently explained. And what about Nai Nai? Isn't her villa next door? Could it be? Mayumi suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Indeed, under the protection of her master, Sakurai Nei is currently flourishing. Shinami nodded. How could it be? Sister Nana is so exceptional, the aloof campus belle of Kitachu University. How could she possibly submit to a mere security guard? Mayumi could hardly believe it. Dear daughter, listen closely. There are many dangers lurking in the villa district, and only the master can safeguard us now. For your sake, I have fought hard to secure this opportunity, and you must, like me, serve the master and seek his favor. Chinami's tone brooked no dissent. She had made a solemn promise in front of Zhou Yuming. Serve him? Seek his favor? Mother, I am your daughter. And what do you mean, like you? Have you already? Mayumi's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend her ears. The woman before her, who constantly spoke of the master, exuding an air of humility unlike her former proud self, was still the gentle and loving mother she had always known. Indeed, otherwise, you would have starved long ago. Yumi, your mother truly wishes the best for you. This is our only means of survival. Shinami spoke resolutely. No. I refuse. Mother, how could you do this? Have you lost your mind? Mayumi shouted in agitation, unable to accept her mother's decision. Slap. Shinami delivered a merciless slap to her daughter. Mayumi, calm down. I am not mad. I know exactly what I am doing. In this apocalyptic world, the only way for us women to protect ourselves is to rely on the strong. Do you think you can live carefree as before? You are terribly naive. Shinami raised her voice. Mother, how could you hit me? Have you been brainwashed by that man? You were never like this, Mayumi cried out, tears streaming down her face. This was the first time her mother had ever laid a hand on her, and it was for a security guard. I have not been brainwashed. I have merely seen the reality. Mayumi, you must accept this truth. Otherwise, you will starve to death here. Wailing. You have definitely been brainwashed by that guard. You are not my mother, Mayumi cried out, feeling waves of despair wash over her. Yumi, can you not heed your mother one last time? If you obediently comply, we can survive, and perhaps even live better than before. Shinami attempted to persuade her daughter once more. No, I won't. I will wait for my urine brother. Mayumi shook her head, tears flowing relentlessly. Slap. Another crisp slap. You are truly driving me to madness. If that is the case, then fend for yourself. I will not concern myself with you any longer. Shinami, having lost her patience with her daughter's obstinacy, turned away, still waiting for your childhood sweetheart to rescue you. Do not harbor such delusions. Let alone the fact that he is not as powerful as the master. More than 10 days have passed. If he were to come, he would have done so by now, and most likely he is struggling to survive himself. The supplies we previously had were provided by the master, so don't think you can eat them. I anticipated this scenario, and have already changed the safe's password. The food is locked away. Let's see how long you can last without it. With that, Shinami cast one last glance at her daughter. Seeing that Mayumi remained unmoved, she shook her head in resignation and left the room. Now, she was off to enjoy her new life. Mayumi watched her mother's departing figure, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. She could not understand why her mother had changed so drastically, nor why the world had become this way. Mayumi felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness. She longed for her childhood sweetheart, Urin, to appear and take her away from this dreadful place. Urin brother, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? The pangs of hunger crashed over her like a tide, and curled up in the corner. Mayumi finally succumbed to her tears, wailing uncontrollably. In a concealed underground base on the outskirts of Tokyo, the cold light illuminated Urin's pale face on the operating table. His naked body lay restrained, limbs tightly bound, unable to move. Yurin's consciousness was fading, yet he could still feel the chill creeping from below. I have been anesthetized. Woe is me, grandfather. I wish to grow stronger, but I do not wish to sacrifice the joys of manhood. Yurin could only scream in his mind, his throat unable to produce sound. In the operating room, several doctors clad in white coats were busily preparing for a special painless surgery on Yurin. Yulong stood outside the operating room, peering through the glass window at his unconscious grandson on the table, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Yurin, grandfather is doing this for your own good. The environment is becoming increasingly dire, and your pace of growth is still too slow. You must master the evil-dissipating divine arts swiftly to secure your footing in this apocalyptic world. Yulong murmured, as if convincing himself, yet also comforting Wei Yurin. To cultivate divine skills, one must first undergo self-castration. Although this decision was cruel for Yurin, it was a principle passed down through generations of the Yuchang family, one that must be strictly adhered to. Otherwise, it could result in life-threatening consequences. A mere 2 taels of flesh cannot compare to absolute power. Having begun the process, there was no turning back. This would grant Yurin formidable strength, ensuring the Yuchang family stands resilient in this apocalypse, leading the land of Sakura towards glory. As the current head of the family, Yulong knew this was the best choice. Head of the family, to ensure the future bloodline of young Master Yurin, we have extracted and frozen his sperm. Once the young master masters the divine art, we will seek out suitable exceptional women for him to continue the lineage. A doctor reported. Yulong nodded, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. At least Yurin's bloodline would not be extinguished, ensuring the Yuchang family would have a successor. Commence the surgery, Yulong said in a low voice, his tone resolute. The doctors nodded, beginning to execute Yulong's orders. The cold surgical scalpel sliced through Yurin's flesh, blood slowly oozing out, staining the operating table red. Chapter 20. Simply share a room with a downcast expression. Chinami returned to Zhou Yuming's residence, gently closing the door behind her, removing her shoes, and kneeling as she walked, her heart filled with apprehension. She had initially assured the master that she would successfully guide her daughter. Yet she returned empty-handed. Chinami understood that Zhou Yuming's character might cause her to face the consequences, but as a mother, she must shoulder this responsibility for her daughter. She felt pained and helpless regarding her daughter's choices, deciding to let Mayumi endure a few days of hunger, believing she would eventually comply. She trusted that both mother and daughter were alike. Having not suffered enough, a few days of hunger would bring her to her senses. After kneeling for a while, she found no sign of Zhou Yuming, surmising that he might be asleep, and did not dare to disturb him. Chinami then stood up, preparing to assist in the kitchen. Nana, I am here to help you. In the kitchen, Sakurai was busy, dressed in a simple white dress and apron, accentuating her slender waist, her long hair tied back in a neat high ponytail. All right. Upon hearing Chinami's voice, Nei turned, her cold eyes sweeping over the beautiful woman before her, nodding slightly before returning to her task. Chinami understood the girl's aloof nature. Their previous encounters had hardly seen more than a handful of words exchanged, and she paid little mind. Such female characters in novels often encounter a sunny, cheerful male lead, who transforms them, ultimately revealing a smile on that frigid countenance. Zhou Yuming. I am not devoid of sunshine and cheer. Chinami busied herself in the kitchen corner, washing vegetables, and the two women engaged in a light conversation. Observing the beautiful woman working alongside her, Nei initially intended to ignore her, as a sense of crisis began to brew within her. Although both women possessed their unique charms, before the apocalypse, Sakurai Nei had merely been a university belle, while Chinami was a renowned female CEO in Tokyo's Kitachu, with undeniable management and operational prowess. She recalled a media report about a business rivalry, sparked by the Muramasa brothers unknowingly offending Chinami. With a slight maneuver, she had toyed with them like dogs, nearly driving their business to bankruptcy. Now, at the onset of the apocalypse, there might not be an opportunity for Chinami to showcase her strengths, but once the time was ripe, she would undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities by Zhou Yuming. In such a scenario, Zhou Yuming might shift his focus away from her, elevating Chinami's status, while diminishing her own necessity, leaving her caught between the roles of a woman and a servant. Such a position was undeniably awkward. Neither here nor there. Naturally, Nei did not wish to see such developments unfold. She could neither afford to show disdain towards Chinami, for within this household, Zhou Yuming held the ultimate decision-making power, and such actions would surely displease him. After Chinami casually discussed several topics, Nei finally spoke up, inquiring about the matter that concerned her most. "How is Mayumi?" I couldn't sway her. "I can only let her endure a few days of hunger." "I see." Nei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, returning to her tasks. With Chinami's assistance, the preparation of lunch proceeded much more swiftly, and the delightful aroma of food soon filled the villa. Naturally, this fragrance also roused someone from their slumber. "Master, you are awake." Nei's peripheral vision caught the figure at the kitchen door, her voice tinged with surprise. She had yet to provide the wake-up service, which felt somewhat regrettable. Awakening slightly from hunger, the aroma wafted invitingly. Yet the taste remained a mystery. "Master, I have returned." Chinanami turned to see Zhou Yuming standing at the kitchen threshold, clad in a black robe that revealed his robust chest, his hair tousled, and his gaze tinged with languor. Zhou Yuming acknowledged, taking a seat at the dining table, his eyes settling on Chinanami. "Where is your daughter?" At his words, a pang of anxiety gripped Chinanami's heart. She hastily knelt, lowering her head in apology. "Master, I am sorry for failing to complete the task. I have spoiled Yumi since childhood. She is unworthy of coming here. I have already changed the password to the safe containing food. She must first learn some hardship." "Ha, I must say, you truly are a good mother, protecting her even at this juncture. Indeed, if she dares to throw a tantrum upon arrival, I shall simply treat you both to peanuts." Zhou Yuming spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet a fleeting glint of malice in his eyes betrayed the gravity of his words. "Yes, I apologize, master. Rest assured, I will teach her properly moving forward." Chinanami hurriedly bowed in submission, terrified of Zhou Yuming's composed yet chilling remarks. "No need for you to concern yourself with her," Zhou Yuming interrupted, his tone flat. "I am a reasonable man. This is the apocalypse, and everyone has their own choices. Once made, one must bear the corresponding consequences." "Understood, master." Chinanami comprehended the deeper implications of Zhou Yuming's words, recognizing herself as a prime example of regret. She felt compelled to exhibit utmost humility, allowing her dignity to be trampled beneath. "Be why the way. If you secretly seek her out, you need not return. I understand, master." Sakurai knelt nearby, her face devoid of expression, refraining from voicing any opinions. Soon, the time for lunch arrived. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes: braised beef brisket, steamed fish, sweet and sour ribs, lamb chops, an array of seasonal vegetables, and a steaming pot of chicken soup. Such fare, once commonplace before the apocalypse, now represented the pinnacle of luxury. Chinanami and Sakurai knelt on the ground, carefully holding bowls brimming with meat and vegetables, their movements delicate to avoid creating any sound. Zhou Yuming sat at the table, savoring the various delicacies, his face betraying little emotion, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Noticing the women's knees turning blue from kneeling, Zhou Yuming found it unseemly. After all, this was for his own use. He casually tossed 2 soft pillows their way. "In our dragon country, there is an old tradition that prohibits women and children from dining at the table. Henceforth, aside from sleeping, you shall kneel here. Wherever I am, you shall kneel." Chinanami and Sakurai paused, then quickly grasped that Zhou Yuming permitted them to kneel on soft pillows while eating. "Thank you, master," they chorused, their voices tinged with gratitude. "Also, you should share a room from now on. It will be more convenient." "Yes, master." After the meal, Chinanami took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Sakurai moved behind Zhou Yuming, gently massaging his shoulders. "Master, is this pressure comfortable?" she inquired, continuing her ministrations without a hint of surprise at the scene unfolding. Zhou Yuming replied, enjoying the exquisite service from the 2 women. "That beauty mark of yours is quite well placed." He had previously noticed the beauty mark at the corner of Chinanami's eye, which added an alluring charm to her delicate skin, perfectly complementing her graceful image. "Be why the way. How old is your daughter?" Zhou Yuming gently grasped her chin and asked. "She just turned 18. We celebrated her birthday before the holidays." "You appear to be under 40. Did you have your daughter at 20? "Yes, master, but my daughter is actually a test tube baby. My ex was incapable, truly a waste of space. I had divorced him long ago." Chinanami's gaze had grown somewhat dreamy, her eyes filled with emotion as she spoke to Zhou Yuming in a wonder. "I thought you seemed a bit off that day. Fortunately, my talents are exceptional, Indeed, Master is formidable. Compared to you, he is but a flickering candle trying to compete with the sun and moon. Zhou Yuming noted the peculiar glint in Chinanemy's eyes, but chose not to speak of it. Strength alone sufficed. Chapter 021. To embrace degeneration that night, Chinanemy slept soundly, her face adorned with satisfaction as she entered the realm of dreams alongside Sakarinai. The following morning, after indulging in a lavish breakfast, Zhou Yuming settled on the sofa, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Initially, he had anticipated Muramasa would seek revenge, yet after a day of silence, he found it peculiar. Was Muramasa truly foregoing vengeance? Surely not, with 300 points of hatred energy indicating his deep-seated animosity. Zhou Yuming had deliberately refrained from leaving bullet holes in the head of Gangzheng, wishing to conceal his possession of the equal treatment device. Yet the other party's fear had ultimately kept him from appearing. After lunch, Zhou Yuming resolved to find something to occupy himself with, perhaps rescuing another cherry blossom maiden. Before him knelt two cherry blossom maidens, one exuding an air of aloof freshness, while the other retained an alluring charm, each possessing their own unique traits. However, Zhou Yuming also desired to engage in more serious endeavors, primarily due to the energy harvested yesterday, which spurred him to hasten his progress. Do you know where I might find more cherry blossom maidens? Zhou Yuming's question prompted the two women to exchange glances, then turn back to him, seemingly puzzled by his inquiry. I mean beautiful women, with figures and appearances akin to yours. Your master has no particular preferences. He simply enjoys collecting lovely cherry blossom maidens as a hobby. Ideally, are there any nearby the villa area? Upon grasping his question, the two women bowed their heads in contemplation. Both possessed remarkable figures and looks. And as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, they naturally had a few beautiful friends resembling themselves. Master, I just remembered. There is indeed one in the villa area. Chinanemy spoke up eagerly. Oh? Zhou Yuming's interest piqued. Tell me more. Her name is Kaihizi, a beautiful doctor, around 26 years old. She is exceptionally attractive and possesses remarkable medical skills. She previously worked at the best hospital in Beicheng. And about a month ago, I consulted her for my daughter's illness, Chinanemy recounted. Are you certain she resides in the villa area? Zhou Yuming inquired. The probability is high on the day the apocalypse began. I saw her returning home on my way back from work. She lives in one of the villas to the north. I'm not entirely sure which one, but as a doctor, she should be relatively safe. Propping his chin on his hand, Zhou Yuming contemplated the proximity of the northern villas. It was indeed worth a visit. If he did not intervene, this cherry blossom maiden would eventually fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. What about Nine-Eye? Aren't there any around you? There are, master, but they are quite far from here. Fine. We can discuss it further upon my return. Zhou Yuming nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. Rescuing a beautiful cherry blossom maiden, especially one who was also an indispensable doctor in this apocalyptic world, was an opportunity he could not decline. Though his body was largely invulnerable to harm, it was always wise to be prepared. He could also experience the quintessential hero-saving beauty scenario, simultaneously engaging in slaughter and significantly boosting his emotional energy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a surge of anticipation. He approached the villa window, opened it, and began to concentrate as he focused his mental energy on himself. As his thoughts coalesced, an invisible wave of energy gradually emanated from his body, spreading outward like ripples and intertwining with the torrential rain outside. Zhou Yuming's body quivered slightly, his hair rising without wind, and the hem of his clothing began to flutter, producing a rustling sound. Suddenly, his feet began to lift off the ground, and his body floated out of the window. Moreover, the falling rain seemed to obey a command. Upon nearing his body, it split to the sides as if in fear of making contact. It seems I cannot keep a low profile, as I am too lazy to walk. Zhou Yuming remarked, accelerating upward once he reached a sufficient height, heading toward the northern villas. Chinanemy and Sakarinai stood by the villa window, witnessing this spectacle. Their expressions varied. Sakarinai maintained her impassive demeanor, believing herself destined to become Zhou Yuming's woman, thus viewing this merely as a fraction of his many mysterious abilities. For her, Zhou Yuming was unequivocally powerful, an omnipotent being, making his every action appear entirely normal. In stark contrast, Chinanemy's expression radiated admiration. Her heart swelling with gratitude for being Zhou Yuming's servant, eagerly anticipating that Mayumi would soon recognize this truth. Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, Mayumi, who had endured a day of hunger, caught sight of this scene. Staring at Zhou Yuming soaring through the air, her eyes widened in shocked by "Is this the security guard my mother spoke of? Zhou Yuming? No way. He can fly. Is this what absolute strength looks like? It seems my mother was not exaggerating. He truly is formidable. Should I just acquiesce? No, Mayumi, you like Yukito, and in this apocalypse, you must be with the one you love. You absolutely cannot succumb to despair. But I am so hungry right now. Mayumi pressed her palm against her growling stomach, her face contorting in despair as she called out, Yukito, if you don't come soon, I might truly give in to despair. Chapter 022. Are you sure you want to live? The curtain of rain fell like a veil, while the fierce wind mercilessly lashed at everything in its path. Zhou Yuming soared between several villas to the north, searching for the whereabouts of Kai Heezy while surveying the scene below, eyeing the slightly lower terrain. A murky water surface was littered with countless debris, and now and then, tattered corpses could be seen floating. Except for the area to the east where Zhou Yuming was located, the entire villa district was shrouded in an atmosphere of decay and silence. Zhou Yuming scrutinized each villa meticulously. However, after several rounds, he failed to find any trace of Kai Heezy. Instead, he noticed that from a luxurious two-story villa, faint sounds of lewdness could be heard. Unable to return empty-handed, Zhou Yuming resolved to investigate this villa. He dropped directly to the first floor, turned the lock with his psychic power, and forcefully kicked open the door. A pungent mixture of sweat, mildew, and blood assaulted his senses. Zhou Yuming could clearly see the shocking scenes within the villa. A chaotic assembly of naked men and women. A scene of utter disarray. A home party, he mused. The sudden appearance of Zhou Yuming left everyone momentarily stunned. A long-haired man was the first to react. He adjusted his trousers, glared at Zhou Yuming, and barked, Bakayaru, who are you? How did you get in? Zhou Yuming, undeterred, replied, I'm here looking for someone named Kai Heezy. Does anyone know her? The long-haired man, infuriated by Zhou Yuming's disregard, charged at him with a machete, shouting, Baka, I'm asking you a question. Faced with the man's aggression, Zhou Yuming remained unperturbed. He reached into his trousers, retrieving a desert eagle from his doomsday arsenal, and swiftly aimed it at the advancing long-haired man. Pulling the trigger without hesitation, bang, a deafening sound erupted as a spray of blood burst from the man's chest. He let out a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Killing energy 100, fear energy 600. The sudden gunfire and the man's demise cast an immediate silence over the previously chaotic scene. Everyone stared at Zhou Yuming in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never anticipated that this unexpected intruder possessed the equalizer of all beings. Zhou Yuming, expressionless, kicked the long-haired man's corpse aside and continued his search for his next target in the hall. The thunderous gunshot naturally drew attention from the second floor. In one of the rooms upstairs, a short, sinister-looking man named Tianyi abruptly pushed the woman beside him away and sat up in bed. Gunfire? Where did that come from? Tianyi frowned and shouted at his subordinate near the door, Boss, it seems to have come from the first floor, the subordinate replied. Trembling, a sense of dread washed over Tianyi. He realized that the situation might be dire. The presence of firearms posed a threat to his authority, one he would never allow anyone else to wield, except for himself. As he contemplated his next move, all schemes and plots seemed trifling against absolute power. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuming had completed a sweep of the first floor, discovering that although many people were present, they were mostly the frail, the ill, or women who had been subdued. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of spirit, clearly having been tortured into submission. Zhou Yuming returned to the center of the hall and declared loudly, Let us play a game. Whoever can tell me the whereabouts of Kai Heezy will be spared. If no one knows or if someone lies, don't blame me for being unmerciful. With that, he raised the desert eagle in his hand. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Zhou Yuming's cold voice echoed through the hall, each number striking like a hammer against the hearts of the onlookers. They stared at Zhou Yuming in terror, feeling the weight of impending death, and for a moment, none dared to speak. Just then, a frail, effeminate man suddenly collapsed to his knees before Zhou Yuming. Trembling and with a quavering voice, he said, Master, I know where Kai Heezy is. Zhou Yuming halted the countdown, gazing down at the effeminate man with an even tone. Go on. Kai Hezi was forced by our leader to jump into the raging waters a few days ago, but she swims very well. Several of us couldn't catch her, and she should have swum towards the eastern part of the villa district. The man babbled rapidly, fearing that a slower response might displease Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming, puzzled, thought to himself that the eastern part of the villa district was currently devoid of anyone except for himself, and he had not seen Kai Hezi along the way. Thus, this answer did not satisfy him. He regarded the effeminate man again and asked, Are you certain you wish to live? Yes, of course. The man nodded vigorously. Is there a girlfriend or a woman you like here? The effeminate man was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Zhou Yuming posed this question. He instinctively considered shaking his head, but suddenly, it dawned on him. Was it because he answered the question that Zhou Yuming planned to spare him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, hastily correcting himself. Yes, I have someone I like. Upon hearing this exchange, several women cast pleading and hopeful glances at the effeminate man. They had missed their chance. And according to Zhou Yuming's earlier words, apart from the effeminate man's choice, they faced only a dead end. Observing the numerous scantily clad women in the room, the effeminate man excitedly pointed to one of them. It was a middle-aged woman, her looks a mere 70 out of 100, but her figure was decent. Upon being pointed at, the woman's face slowly contorted into a look of panic. She did not naively believe the man was benevolent. Initially, she felt hopeful, but soon realized the implication of Zhou Yuming's words. Dio, you truly wish to survive? Then find someone to take your place. A life for a life. Zhou Yuming followed the direction of the effeminate man's finger, only to see the woman desperately shaking her head, shouting, No, I have nothing to do with him. I don't know him. Please, don't kill me, liar. Zhou Yuming chuckled. Although the woman had grasped the meaning behind his words, she should not deceive herself. With his extraordinary vision, he immediately discerned her expression as one desperately trying to conceal something. Ignoring her pleas, Zhou Yuming raised the Desert Eagle and aimed it at her head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a deafening report, the woman's head exploded like a watermelon, her body flung backward. Killing energy 100, fear energy 600. The hall fell into a profound silence. Why are you all staring at me? I never said I would spare her, and her expression clearly indicated she was lying. I cannot tolerate deceit from others. Gazing at the woman's corpse, the effeminate man's eyes appeared vacant. He had previously exchanged half a pack of instant noodles with her and had indeed liked her. But now, he asked, do you still have a woman you like? The effeminate man scanned the hall once more. Unlike before, where every pair of eyes was filled with expectation, now not a single woman dared to meet his gaze. They might have fallen from grace, but what could they do now? They did not wish to die. They had once been young ladies from affluent families, and now they were merely struggling to survive. And no, there's no one left. Well then, it seems they are all doomed to die. The effeminate man fell silent. He merely yearned to live. Zhou Yuming turned his attention to the crowd, his tone flat. I'll give you one last chance. Where is your leader now? Tianyi, he's on the second floor. The effeminate man answered urgently. The several individuals who had gathered around Zhou Yuming felt a wave of despair wash over them, directing their anger toward the effeminate man. Look at you. Why did you rush to answer? You had a chance to survive, yet you took away someone else's opportunity. Zhou Yuming smiled faintly, understanding that Tianyi was indeed upstairs, as the earlier gunfire had generated some negative emotional energy. All right, I'll head upstairs. You can stay here and fend for yourself. After saying this, Zhou Yuming departed the first floor. The kneeling effeminate man took a moment to realize that Zhou Yuming had just sealed his fate in a different manner, one that incited public outrage. The people would not resent Zhou Yuming, for he wielded the equalizer of all beings, and they dared not. Instead, they would harbor hatred for the man who had robbed them of their chance at life. Baka Yaru, you'll pay for this, no. On the second floor of the villa, Tianyi remained oblivious to Zhou Yuming's arrival. However, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Tio, prepare for any potential danger. Tianyi summoned all those present on the second floor for a pre-battle briefing. Brothers, I've just received news that the intruder downstairs may have a gun, but he only has 4 bullets left, and he's all alone. When I give the signal, if we act swiftly together, we can catch him off guard. For any brothers who fall in battle, I'll provide 3 boxes of instant noodles and water to their wives and daughters. And the surviving brothers will receive 2 boxes as well. Just think about it. If we succeed, his gun will be ours. At that point, with firearms in our possession, we can dominate this villa district. We'll have more food, more women. We could even become the rulers of this apocalypse. The words of Tianai were imbued with incitement, reigniting the spark of hope in the eyes of those who had previously been gripped by fear. Outside the door, Zhou Yuming watched with a smirk as he reloaded his magazine with 10 rounds. Indeed, such eloquence was fitting for a leader, capable of instilling fear while weaving grand illusions in an instant. The lock twisted grotesquely, and the security door was forcefully kicked open. As the crowd stood in shock, Zhou Yuming strode in, brandishing a golden eagle pistol. How was I unaware that I had only 4 bullets left? I distinctly counted 10, and with 13 of you here, firing indiscriminately would not guarantee who among you would perish. Instead, how about this? Resolve your internal disputes, and the last 3 standing need not die. I believe this approach is remarkably fair and just. In the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest prevails. I do not employ the principle of equality for all. One's life is entirely contingent upon personal capability. What say you? Without waiting for a response, Zhou Yuming casually settled onto a nearby sofa, watching the 13 individuals with keen interest. This was far more entertaining than languishing at home, akin to the exhilarating climax of a race. Providing a thrilling sensation, before long, a burly man suddenly lunged at a middle-aged man in the corner, brandishing a steel pipe and striking viciously at his head. The middle-aged man let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground, blood pouring forth. This scene ignited a conflagration of fear and the instinct to survive within the hearts of the onlookers. They began to turn on one another, engaging in a brutal melee, transforming the room into a veritable hell on earth. Tianai observed the chaotic spectacle before him, his heart swelling with anger and resentment. The faction he had incited had so easily succumbed to the adversary's influence. Was this the absolute suppression wrought by the principle of equality for all? Indeed, all conspiracies and schemes become trivial in the face of sheer might, as long as the green hills remain. One need not worry about firewood. Tianai understood that he must survive to seize any opportunity. Seizing the moment, he drew his blade and aimed for the neck of a man beside him. But his adversary was evidently not to be trifled with and narrowly evaded the attack. The two became entangled in a struggle, further escalating the chaos. At that moment, a green-haired youth cast a glance at the observing Zhou Yuming. A flicker of madness sparked in his eyes, as he believed that if he could eliminate Zhou Yuming, he would seize the pistol and become the new tyrant of the villa district. Thus, the youth bellowed, charging at Zhou Yuming with a machete raised high. But suddenly, the blade became ensnared in midair, unable to move an inch. You truly have no fear of death, do you? Bang! What a foolhardy endeavor. That is the principle of equality for all. After all, precise and swift within 7 paces. Killing energy 100, fear energy 600. Chapter 024. Brothers turn against each other 10 minutes later, from the original 13. Only 4 remained, among them Tianai, who could not be denied his prowess as a leader. The 4 stood panting, warily facing one another, the air thick with the stench of blood and the specter of death. A glint of malice flickered in Tianai's eyes. At this juncture, it was imperative to eliminate one individual swiftly to secure his own safety. Yamamoto, Kentaro, let us eliminate Takuya together. He is the weakest now. Disposing of him is undoubtedly the best option. Once we succeed, the 3 of us shall jointly lead, Tianai whispered, his tone betraying no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Yamamoto and Kentaro exchanged glances and began to gradually encircle Takuya. Takuya, witnessing the approach of the 3, was filled with confusion and rage. He could scarcely fathom that the 4 brothers, who had traversed a treacherous path of blood and fire together, were now turning on one another. Tianai, Kentaro, Yamamoto, you bastards! I have risked my life for you. I have shielded you from blades, served time in prison, and rescued your wives and children. And this is how you repay me. However, his words elicited no sympathy. Tianai regarded him coldly, responding, Takuya, I'm sorry, but the 3 of us only wish to survive. Yamamoto and Kentaro fixed their gazes on Takuya, their weapons glinting ominously. At this point, past camaraderie paled in comparison to the urgency of preserving their own lives. You heartless bastards! If this is how you repay my loyalty, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let us go. If I must perish, I shall drag one of you down with me." Zhou Yuming chuckled, finding the unfolding drama increasingly tedious. It was time to liven up the farce. Indeed, he intended to create a formidable character, one capable of turning the tides against Tianai and his cohorts. Zhou Yuming abruptly rose and approached Takuya, clapping him on the shoulder and uttering a cryptic encouragement. "Keep it up. I have faith in you." The trio of Tianai, Kentaro, and Yamamoto were left bewildered by Zhou Yuming's words. What did he mean by having faith in Takuya? Alone, Takuya had not received any tangible assistance from Zhou Yuming, who returned to his seat after speaking. Takuya, equally perplexed, felt the urgency to eliminate him before any further complications arose. The three surrounded Takuya in a triangular formation, circling him relentlessly. Now, seizing the moment, Tianai shouted and swung his blade towards Takuya's back. Zhou Yuming, seated upon the sofa, awaited the outcome with anticipation, having enveloped Takuya's skin in a comprehensive psychic shield. Tinya's blade descended upon Takuya, yet it merely tore through the fabric of his outer clothing, leaving his back unscathed, not a scratch to be found. How is this possible? In disbelief, Tianai stared at the scene before him. As did Yamamoto and Kentaro, who had witnessed the blade strike Takuya's back without causing any harm. It was utterly unfathomable. "I refuse to believe this." Yamamoto lunged forward once more, aiming for Takuya's arm. The blade merely grazed the exposed flesh, leaving it intact. This time, even Takuya was astonished. Have I become impervious to blades? Surviving 2 attacks unscathed, could it be that the despair I felt earlier has awakened some latent power within me? In the face of the impending apocalypse, acquiring such supernatural abilities seemed plausible. As he beheld Yamamoto's descending blade once more, Takuya grasped the blade firmly, feeling no pain, effortlessly disarming Yamamoto. Staring incredulously at his uninjured palm, he realized that he had indeed gained superhuman capabilities. Now the tides of battle have turned. Ha ha ha! Takuya's laughter echoed, his icy gaze sweeping across the room, instilling fear in Tianai and his companions. "Thanks to you, I have awakened my superpowers, and I shall repay you 3 ungrateful fools." With that, Takuya launched his attack on Yamamoto, who had barely made a few strides before Takuya closed the distance, delivering a fatal blow to the carotid artery. Yamamoto collapsed. Tianai and Kentaro were taken aback, unable to comprehend Takuya's sudden surge in strength. "Ha ha ha, now none of you can escape death." Takuya pivoted, charging towards Tianai, who hastily defended himself with his blade. Tianai's attacks appeared tentative, while Takuya faced him fearlessly, striking with reckless abandon. A decisive blow found its mark in Tianai's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as his intestines spilled onto the floor, his body gradually crumpling. The leader of the Northern Villa District, Tianai, is game over. Takuya wiped the blood from his blade, feeling like a divine being descended upon the earth. "Now, it is only you left." "Kentaro," Takuya coldly declared, turning his attention to Kentaro. Takuya pursued Kentaro relentlessly, who, in his panic, pleaded for mercy. Takuya swiftly struck Kentaro's leg, causing him to tumble to the ground. Faced with the dire situation, a terrified Kentaro resorted to emotional appeals. "Takuya, please don't do this. I know I was wrong. I have a wife and children at home. Do you remember holding my child? She adores you. With Tianai now gone, you will become the new leader. And I will support you wholeheartedly. Surely, you will need an assistant. Spare my life." Yet, Takuya dismissed Kentaro's pleas, delivering a blow to his other leg. "Now you come to beg for mercy? Where were you earlier? Rest assured, after you die, I will take good care of your wife and children. Your wife is indeed quite attractive. I shall savor her well, ha 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 ha." With a swift thrust, Takuya ended Kentaro's life, yet he seemed unsatisfied, stabbing him repeatedly until he ceased. "Bastards, I have saved your lives, shielded you from danger, and you repay me with betrayal. I shall thoroughly enjoy the company of your wives. Oh, and it's time to settle the score." Takuya turned to face the composed Zhou Yuming, who remained seated on the sofa with a serene smile. "Marvelous. I relish witnessing such a spectacle of brothers turning against each other." Zhou Yuming could not help but applaud, commending Takuya's performance. In that moment, Takuya, feeling invincible with his newfound powers, harbored no fear of Zhou Yuming. for he believed him to be the greatest enemy, deserving of death. Any last words? No? Then prepare to meet your end. As soon as he finished speaking, Takuya lunged at Zhou Yuming with his blade. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and a bullet pierced Takuya's right shoulder, causing a brief moment of shock followed by excruciating pain. Don't be so impulsive. What is the hurry? Zhou Yuming maintained his composure, gripping the Golden Eagle pistol. But I have superpowers. How can I not withstand a bullet? The excruciating pain rendered Takuya nearly incapacitated, and he clutched his injured shoulder, questioning the very fabric of reality. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the truth lay starkly before him. Had he taken their lives, he might have had a sliver of hope, yet when granted the opportunity, he proved utterly ineffectual. Yes, I apologize, my lord. I was far too arrogant. Please, forgive me. I possess... Bang! Before Takuya could complete his sentence, a brilliant flash of light surged towards him, and he lost consciousness. No, you have nothing. Chapter 025. The senior and the stepmother after casually collecting the supplies from the fields. Zhou Yuming descended the stairs, only to discover that the effeminate man had completely breathed his last. Zhou Yuming had always been a man of his word. When he stated he would not personally take another's life, he meant it. Ignoring the pleas of the crowd, he surveyed the entirety of the villa, effortlessly dispatching everyone as if he were the Grim Reaper calling names. After accomplishing this grim task, Zhou Yuming prepared to return to the villa. Regrettably, this endeavor lacked the heroic rescue of a damsel in distress, nor was there a captivating Sakura maiden in sight. As for the surviving women, he had no intention of sheltering or sparing them, for the apocalypse would not come to an end. For these women, stripped of their male protectors, survival was an arduous struggle, a veritable torment. He could only extend a merciful hand to liberate them, hoping they might encounter a man with a compassionate heart like his in their next lives. But let us tally the gains. Today's slaughter yielded an energy of 100x48, totaling 4,800, with fear energy at an astonishing 8,700, and hatred energy at 350. With a prior accumulation of 6,500, the grand total reached 20350, ample for the Apocalypse Overlord to ascend to level 2. Inquiring about any precautions for the system upgrade, he was informed it would require 12 hours, during which no energy could be acquired, but all else would proceed normally. Thus, Zhou Yuming was in no rush. After initiating the upgrade, he flew back to the villa with a relaxed expression. Within the villa, Kyanmai and Sakurai Nai hurried to welcome him, flanking him as they assisted in loosening his attire, attending to him with meticulous care. Master, you have returned, MHM. Zhou Yuming settled beside the sofa, while Kyanmai and Sakurai Nai knelt beside him, gently massaging his legs. Master, did you find Aiko? Kyanmai inquired cautiously. No, she was not there. She has fled, Zhou Yuming replied, shaking his head, his expression betraying little concern. It was challenging to locate a three-legged toad. Yet two-legged Sakura maidens were plentiful. One could only blame the woman for her misfortune, having missed a fortuitous opportunity. Kyanmai, tell me where the beautiful Sakura maidens you know are located. Master, the two I mention may be tinged with my own desires, but I assure you, their figures and beauty are on par with mine. The first half of her statement made Zhou Yuming frown. Did she consider him merely a tool? Yet the latter half piqued his interest. For this campus belle, with her cold and aloof demeanor, would not make such a bold claim lightly. Oh, speak, and I shall consider. The first is my star senior, Kagayat. We crossed paths at school, and she once assisted me. She believed I had potential as an actor, and over time, we became familiar. Sakurai Nai paused before continuing. When there was still signal on my phone, I contacted Senior Kagaya. She mentioned that on the afternoon the apocalypse struck, she had quarreled with her mother over academic and career conflicts and had gone alone to the performance room at Beijing University, where she became trapped. The performance room was located on the top floor of the comprehensive building, specifically prepared by the school leaders for Senior Kagaya. She occasionally stocked food and water, so it was highly probable she was still alive. Zhou Yuming felt an urge to reward Sakurai Nai. Her words contained a wealth of information. Firstly, it signified that Kagaya was alive and could not escape, ensuring that his journey would not be in vain. Secondly, Sakurai Nai emphasized Kagaya's excellence in every aspect. And with her status as a renowned star, how could he not be intrigued? Beijing University was not far. Zhou Yuming nodded. And who was the second person? The second is my stepmother, Sakurai Akiko. Sakurai Nai hesitated before revealing. Your stepmother? Zhou Yuming expressed surprise, recalling a previous conversation when he had inquired about her parents, and she had mentioned an unfavorable relationship with her stepmother. Why would you want to save her? I truly do not like her. One might say I harbor a certain disdain. She always carries herself with an air of superiority, and in our household, everything must comply with her wishes. I yearn to see her grovel at the feet of the master. To understand that not everything is within her control, to become a mere plaything of the master. Not quite. Your feelings seem to border on loathing. What grievances do you hold? The cold demeanor of Sakurai Nai. Uttering such words thoroughly piqued Zhou Yuming's curiosity. After all, dragging one's stepmother down could yield a spectacle of maternal kindness and filial piety, and he was eager to partake. Although Zhou Yuming enjoyed a life of luxury, it might not be the same for Sakurai Nai's stepmother. The woman accustomed to manipulating the fates of others, who looked down upon them, how could she accept being subdued by a man? Elaborate, Zhou Yuming prompted. Sakurai Akiko is 3 years younger than Kayamai, and I met her during my father's research exchange conference while I was in high school. My father, a biologist and a passionate researcher, was ensnared by her charms after that encounter. Before long, they were together. Sakurai Nai's tone was laced with dissatisfaction toward her father, tinged with a sense of indignation. In my subsequent observations, I discovered that she was merely with him for his research achievements. There was no affection between them. They even slept apart, merely a couple in name. Sakurai Nai looked back at Zhou Yuming, assuring him, Master, I can guarantee that Sakurai Akiko is pristine. Her beauty rivals mine, and her figure and demeanor are not inferior to Kyanmai's, particularly her haughty attitude, which surpasses Kyanmai's. Hearing this, Zhou Yuming chuckled softly, glancing at Kyanmai, who no longer retained her previous haughty demeanor. Chapter 026, Sakurai Akiko. When Zhou Yuming's gaze fell upon Kyanmai, she misinterpreted it as an inquiry regarding Sakurai Akiko. Thus, she swallowed hard and stated, as Nai described, she exudes an innate sense of superiority, her presence commanding and powerful in contrast to my acquired demeanor. Of course, I am merely the master's pet. Zhou Yuming found this answer quite intriguing. Such a woman held great allure for him. The prospect of personally dismantling her arrogance, compelling her to bow before him, seemed worth the endeavor. Interesting. Where is your stepmother located now? She is likely with my father at the underground research facility in Kyoto, where she is the head, and my father serves as the chief research doctor. Kyoto. Zhou Yuming stroked his chin, deep in thought. The straight-line distance between Kyoto and Tokyo is approximately 400 kilometers. Driving would take several hours, not to mention the various calamities that plague the apocalypse. There is no rush. The Apocalypse Overlord system is still upgrading. We shall see after it concludes. Do you know what they are researching? Zhou Yuming inquired. Apologies, Master. I am unclear on the specifics. My father rarely divulged details. I only know that my stepmother seems to possess considerable authority there. Meaning your father is unaware? Though he is the chief research doctor, he focuses solely on his own research, indifferent to its purpose. Moreover, what? Moreover, my father is utterly subservient to my stepmother, to the point of blind obedience. Sakurai Nai bit her lip, sensing her father's irrevocable fate. Zhou Yuming nodded gently. Research of unclear intent? Might it involve genetically mutated organisms? He did not dwell on it, for such matters appeared trivial to him. As long as they were carbon-based life forms, they were manageable. Nai, are you certain you do not despise your stepmother? Sakurai Nai remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding. Hey, perhaps, but more so, it is a sense of indignation. I resent that my father is being manipulated by her, that she treats us as father and daughter with such disdain, and that a woman like her can thrive even in the apocalypse. Sakurai Nai maintained her impassive demeanor, her delicate features resembling a finely crafted doll, devoid of any emotional expression. Go prepare dinner. As for your senior, I will visit Beijing University tomorrow. Please provide me with the finer details before I depart. Understood, Master. Night fell, 3 hours later. After much contemplation, Chianami and Sakurai now concluded that Zhou Yuming had intentionally granted them a brief respite, allowing the two to enjoy a well-deserved rest. After all, it was not uncommon for Zhou Yuming to work overtime, and it was hardly surprising that they would harbor such thoughts. The villa was as warm as spring, Yet not all shared in such comfort. At least 95 of the population of Blue Star was enduring hunger and cold. Unable to find solace in sleep, in Kyoto, within an underground research facility, Sakurai Akiko stood in a spacious laboratory, facing rows of instruments adorned with flickering indicators. Her oversized white lab coat could not conceal her striking figure, and her long, dark waves were elegantly styled into an updo. With a cold expression and an air of nobility, she appeared inherently superior to those around her, buzzing, as she beheld the indicators now glowing red once more. Sakurai Akiko felt her composure begin to falter. Useless, all of you are useless. After all this time, the gene enhancement serum has yielded no progress whatsoever. What good are you to me? The researchers standing behind her fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Only a middle-aged man in his 40s, Sakurai Takahiro, held the courage to speak, presenting the experimental report. Akiko, please do not be angry. The side effects of this serum are far too severe. None of the 80 test subjects have survived. I need more time. Sakurai Akiko glanced at the middle-aged man beside her, snatched the report from his hands, and scoffed. I grant you time. But who will grant me time? Sakurai Takahiro, I assure you, my patience is wearing thin. But Akiko, I have exerted my utmost efforts. The pace of progress is simply this way. Please, wait just a little longer. If we can have even one test subject survive within this month, it will surely lead to a significant breakthrough. Very well, I shall return once you succeed, and we can discuss your desires only after that triumph. With a sharp motion, Sakurai Akiko hurled the report to the ground and turned to leave. She had harbored excessive expectations for Sakurai Takahiro. Were it not for the contest over the company's inheritance, she would never have placed her hopes in him, leading to their nominal marriage. Yet, should the enhancement serum he developed succeed and eliminate the rejection response, she could assemble an invincible army, thereby catapulting her power within the company to unprecedented heights. As for Sakurai Takahiro's desires, naturally, he yearned to possess her in truth, rather than merely in name. Sakurai Akiko regarded his aspirations with a mere smile. She would only use her body to entice him, never allowing him to truly possess her. Marriage was merely a means to bind him. Once the first generation of enhancement serums was successfully developed, she intended to continue exploiting Sakurai Takahiro to create second, third, and even more generations of serums. For the sake of her ambitions, Sakurai Akiko would resort to any means necessary. Everyone was merely a tool to her. This included her siblings, her parents, and all those who worked for her. She aspired to become the sovereign of the entire company, the master of this post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, at Beijing University, atop the comprehensive building, in the corridor outside the performance room, a young woman leaned against the wall, her voice trembling with tears. Teacher Xionghui, we have nearly exhausted our food supply. Why won't he the senior inside open the door and share some food with us? I have no idea why Huey refuses to open the door. The anti-theft door of the performance room is far too sturdy. I even broke the lock, yet the door remains shut. The robust middle-aged man named Xionghui shook his head, a glimmer of regret in his eyes. This senior is truly infuriating. She is a renowned star, previously hoarding so much food and water. Does she not realize that we should help one another in times of crisis? Chapter 027. Gaining new abilities. The comprehensive building at Beijing University was not particularly tall, consisting of 17 floors, of which the flood had reached the 16th, leaving everyone trapped on the 17th floor. Ever since the day the thunderstorm apocalypse struck, Huey had remained in the performance room. Subsequently, Xionghui and several students sought refuge on the 17th floor due to the rising waters, numbering around 10 individuals. As the teacher responsible for reporting matters concerning Huey, Xionghui was aware that the school had prepared the performance room for her, where she would occasionally stockpile food and water. Thus, for the past few days, he had been knocking on the door, requesting Huey to share some provisions, yet there had been no response from within, as if the room were entirely deserted. Initially, Xionghui believed this to be the case. But when a girl stepped forward holding an autographed photo, she recounted how, during the afternoon of the thunderstorm, Huey had coincidentally visited the school, and due to the sparse crowd, she had successfully acquired the signature. She then mentioned that Huey had also visited a supermarket, purchasing numerous packages, ultimately heading to the performance room on the top floor of the comprehensive building. Consequently, the assault on the performance room door had not ceased. Various methods were attempted, but to no avail, as Huey remained silent within a corner of the performance room. A young girl clad in a form-fitting black gown curled up, a blanket wrapped around her slender legs. Her extraordinary aura and delicate features still made her easily recognizable as the child star. Huey, listening to the conversations outside, Huey understood their true intentions. Even a rabbit, when starved for too long, would become desperate, let alone humans. Thus, she resolutely refused to open the door. When she had made her purchases, they had been calculated for 2 weeks' worth of supplies per person, and now, over 10 days had elapsed, leaving her with scant provisions. Moreover, Huey harbored a profound disdain for the man named Xionghui. She vividly recalled how, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, he had repeatedly harassed her under the guise of a teacher, pestering her relentlessly, which had been utterly revolting. Now, that Xionghui dared to demand she open the door and share her food. It was nothing short of wishful thinking. Huey, please open the door. The teachers and students are truly starving. Huey, have mercy, save us. Huey, for shame. You are a star, yet here you are, selfishly watching us suffer. You will surely face retribution for this. As the students outside continued to beseech Huey to open the door, Xionghui suggested using steel pipes to hammer against it. Most retreated to other rooms to rest while a few remained, taking turns to create a cacophony, hoping to drive her to the brink of despair. Bang, bang! Huey clutched her backpack tightly, which contained her meager remaining food and water. The relentless noise was maddening, and she pressed her hands against her ears, trying to drown out the sound, but it infiltrated her thoughts like an insistent melody. Fortunately, as a child star, Huey possessed strong adaptability and resilience. While she could endure for a short time, she understood that prolonged exposure would not only impair her hearing but also affect her nerves and cardiovascular systems. Feeling on the verge of madness, she wondered how her close friend from elementary school was faring at that moment, in the Villa district, the following morning. Awakened by Sakurai Nao's gentle call, Zhou Yuming slowly opened his eyes. Yet he did not rush to rise. After a night of upgrades, Zhou Yuming's Apocalypse Dominator system had successfully evolved. First and foremost, his physical form had been elevated to S rank, further enhancing his attributes, including constitution, speed, defense, mental acuity, and sensory perception to unprecedented levels. Secondly, the resources within the Doomsday Warehouse had become even more diverse and abundant. He could now prepare dishes from all 8 major cuisines, including Sichuan cuisine. Most importantly, he had acquired numerous heavy weaponry, such as PRGs, howitzers, and tanks. The variety and styles of transportation had also expanded, transitioning from just ordinary vehicles and boats to include military applications, such as armored vehicles, military drones, armed helicopters, and small warships and submarines. Host, following the system upgrade, you have also obtained a new ability, Insightful Gaze. Ah, no wonder my eyes feel warm this morning. What exactly does this Insightful Gaze entail? As the dominator of the apocalypse, Insightful Gaze allows you to view relevant information about any object or living being. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Zhou Yuming casually pulled out a Type 92 pistol, and the moment he intended to inspect the firearm's details, the pertinent information materialized beside him. Type 92 pistol, developed by the Dragon Nation, officially known as QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol, current version is 5.8mm caliber, magazine capacity is 20 rounds, owner. Zhou Yuming, no one other than the owner may utilize this weapon without permission. The process was remarkably swift and convenient. Zhou Yuming could summon information at will with a mere thought. After several attempts, he nodded in satisfaction and left the master bedroom. Upon noticing this, Sakurai now approached with a warm towel in hand to wipe his face. Zhou Yuming merely cast a glance her way, and her details immediately appeared beside him. Name, Sakurai Nao, age, 20 years, ability, none, loyalty, 85, loyal, appearance, 89, affiliation. Zhou Yuming, measurements. Not only that, but an expanded option was also available beneath the information. Should Zhou Yuming desire, he could delve into further details about Sakurai Nao, such as her emotional state, health condition, romantic status, and whether she was in pristine condition. After completing his morning routine, Zhou Yuming settled onto the sofa, directing his gaze toward Qianami, who was bustling about in the kitchen. Name, Qianami, age, 38, ability, none, loyalty, 88, loyal, appearance, 88, affiliation. Zhou Yuming, measurements. There was hardly any change regarding Qian Naimi. Her affiliation remained Zhou Yuming. He deduced that this could be a matter of faction affiliation. Since he neither had nor would establish a faction, it was only natural for her to be associated with an individual. Zhou Yuming reclined on the sofa, while Sakurai Nai stood behind him, massaging his shoulders, her eyes covered with a warm towel. Shortly thereafter, Qian Naimi approached with a delicate breakfast tray, respectfully addressing Zhou Yuming. "Master, breakfast is ready. MMM." Sakurai Nai and Qian Naimi stood on either side of Zhou Yuming, attending to him. One poured milk while the other sliced bread, their movements gentle and attentive. As Zhou Yuming savored the delectable breakfast. He took pleasure in the service of the two beautiful women, feeling a sense of contentment. By the way, master, there is suddenly a signal in North Tokyo today, but the power has not yet been restored. Sakurai Nai remarked as she knelt back onto the soft cushion. Chapter 028. Kagaya-senpai, the signal has been restored. Yes, when I checked my phone this morning, I found that the signal was back, and I can now access the internet and make calls. Zhou Yuming wiped his mouth and sat up straight as Sakurai Nai handed him her phone. Upon receiving the phone, he confirmed that there was indeed a signal. Most of the messages were distressing news, detailing the number of casualties in areas that had been completely submerged, but such matters held no significance for Zhou Yuming. He then opened the messaging app, finding no new messages, but 2 friend requests awaited him. These requests were naturally from Sakurai Nai and Qian Naimi. After accepting them, he set the phone aside and continued his breakfast. Qian Naimi sat beside him, having just attempted to send a message to her daughter but received no reply. The power was out in her villa, and Mayumi's phone was also turned off. 3 days had passed, and if Mayumi did not come to apologize soon, she would either starve or die of thirst, unless she managed to collect rainwater to drink, leaving her with no viable options. Meanwhile, in the neighboring villa, Mayumi had not eaten for days, her stomach growling, her body weak, lacking even the strength to stand. She could only huddle on the edge of her bed, having previously exerted herself to collect and drink some rainwater, which, for some reason, tasted terrible, causing her to vomit it back up. Reflecting on the events of these past days, Mayumi felt both helpless and regretful. It seemed her mother had given up on her, and her childhood friend was nowhere to be found. Mayumi was at a loss regarding what to do next. "Mom Wu, I know I was wrong. Mom." Mayumi buried her head in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries echoing clearly in the spacious room. "Master, I have established contact with Kagaya-senpai." While Zhou Yuming was enjoying his breakfast, he noticed that Sakurai Nai and Qian Naimi were using their phones while eating. He paid little mind, not realizing that Sakurai Nai was in contact with Kagaya. On Kagaya's end, she still had 2 bottles of water and a few packets of compressed biscuits. Then her situation is relatively good. However, Kagaya faced additional troubles. Some students had discovered that she had food in the performance room and were taking turns making noise to drive her to the brink of insanity. Hoping she would open the door, Zhou Yuming pondered for a moment, then looked down at Sakurai Nai, who was seeking his opinion. "Inform Kagaya of your situation here. I can go to rescue her and simultaneously deal with the nuisances outside, under the condition that she completely obeys my orders and becomes my servant." "Yes, master." In the North Tokyo University complex, as Kagaya continued to endure the noise, her phone, connected to a power bank, suddenly vibrated. Today, she too had discovered that the signal in North Tokyo had been restored, prompting her to pick it up eagerly. "Senpai, are you all right?" Upon seeing this message from her junior, Kagaya felt as if she had found a savior and quickly replied, "I am managing for now. How about you, junior?" "Senpai, I'm currently in a very safe place, with plenty of supplies. Let me show you some pictures. JPG. That's wonderful, unlike here, where I am plagued by bothersome flies, who are using moral coercion to extort my dwindling food supply, trying every method to force me to open the door. The master said he could come to rescue you, but you must agree to one condition." "Master? You actually acknowledge someone as your master." "Senpai, if it weren't for the master, I wouldn't be able to chat with you like this now." "Then you can't. Senpai, with your intelligence, can't you see the current situation? My master not only has ample supplies but is also exceptionally powerful, making him the best ally for survival. I truly cannot refute that. Senpai, if it weren't for the assistance you've once provided me, I wouldn't dare take the risk of having the master rescue you. Then I must thank you, junior. Now, what is the condition? It's simple. Become the master's servant, obeying his commands without question. Kaguya stared at the message, already anticipating it, yet still fell into deep thought. She never expected her once aloof and proud junior would willingly acknowledge a man as her master, her tone even hinting at a sense of acceptance. Of course, her surprise was purely that. Kaguya was no naive fool in this disaster-stricken world. A man strong enough to make her junior willingly submit was undoubtedly formidable, his strength beyond doubt. However, agreeing to this condition would mean relinquishing her freedom, becoming a slave to another, while she still had unfinished matters to attend to, with reasons she could not afford to lose. Yet, if she refused, she would remain trapped here, facing the relentless noise until she lost her sanity. Or the desperate individuals outside might break in. Kaguya gritted her teeth and replied, I will think about it. Please give me some time. She glanced at the tightly shut performance room door and her dwindling food supplies in her backpack. Filled with turmoil and conflict, all right, senpai. Back in the villa, Sakurai Nai set down her phone and turned her gaze to Zhou Yuming. Master, senpai said she needs to think it over. Sakurai Nai reported truthfully, her tone tinged with unease. Consider. Since she still needs to deliberate, then there's no need for consideration at all. Zhou Yuming raised an eyebrow at her words, smiling slightly as he addressed Sakurai Nai. Tell Kaguya that I do not have the time to wait for her to think. Since she is unwilling, I shall not force her. Simply delete her contact. Understood, master. Without hesitation, Sakurai Nai promptly followed Zhou Yuming's instructions and sent Kaguya a message. Wishing you good luck. Senpai, that I have done all I can. The master says he does not have time to wait for you. Since you seem unwilling, you may fend for yourself. Without waiting for a reply, after sending it, Sakurai Nai deleted Kaguya's contact information. Master, I have deleted it, Sakurai Nai stated. Zhou Yuming nodded, continuing to enjoy his breakfast. Beside him, Chin-Aimi lowered her head, silently sipping her porridge, appearing troubled. She occasionally glanced at Zhou Yuming, seemingly on the verge of speaking but holding back. Today marked the 6th day of the torrential rain disaster, and it had been 3 days since her daughter had been left alone at home. Over these 3 days, without food or clean water, how could Mayumi endure? As her own flesh and blood, the more Chin-Aimi thought about it, the more distressed she became. Suddenly, she set her bowl down, knelt before Zhou Yuming, and grasped his pant leg. Master, am I a failure as a mother? Chin-Aimi's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 029. Mayumi's surrender. Looking down at Chin-Aimi, who knelt before him, Zhou Yuming observed the worry and self-reproach etched on her tear-streaked face. He remained unmoved, speaking in a calm, detached manner. I have stated before that everyone has their own fate. Individuals must bear the consequences of their decisions. If your daughter refuses to yield after tomorrow, then she will have no opportunities left, master. I do not quite understand your meaning. Have you not noticed that the rain has weakened today? Both thunderstorms and floods tend to cycle every 7 days. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's explanation, the two women were enlightened, nodding in agreement. Tomorrow marks the 7th day of the flood disaster, so a new calamity will undoubtedly emerge. I believe this disaster will be even more brutal than the floods. Not just in North Tokyo, but many places across Blue Star that are unable to restore power will face immense challenges. Zhou Yuming's confidence stemmed from a valid reason. Just earlier, while having breakfast, the system had issued him a warning regarding the upcoming disaster cycle, a heat wave. The torrential rain would gradually cease by dawn, and come morning, the surface temperature of Blue Star would soar, reaching over 50 degrees Celsius, a global calamity that no location could escape. The second disaster primarily involved torrential downpours across the globe, with a few arid desert regions experiencing sandstorms. There seemed to be a correlation between the torrential rain and the impending heat wave. Once the heat wave began, water resources would become the most precious commodity, essential for both drinking and cooling down. Like a glimmer of hope in the direst of circumstances, only those who can store sufficient water will endure the searing heat of the next 7 days. Those without water will either perish from thirst or be scorched into desiccated corpses. However, it is not entirely bleak news. As the floods gradually recede, most people will be able to venture out at night to seek sustenance, no longer troubled by their inability to swim. Zhou Yuming is still uncertain about the duration of the night, but he speculates it will be fleeting. Before the temperature has dropped significantly, the sun will rise once again. In Tokyo, the average summer temperature of Sakura Country hovers between 19 to 26 degrees, making the impending heat wave, with temperatures exceeding 50 degrees, an undeniable ordeal. Thus, a new calamity will soon befall us. Zhou Yuming speaks with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. A new disaster? Indeed, I shall term it the apocalyptic heat. Zhou Yuming nods, placing his utensils down and moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to elaborate. The ground temperature will rise to over 50 degrees. At that time, those without shade or cooling measures will be roasted alive, even succumbing to heat stroke. The two women kneel on the floor, fully believing Zhou Yuming's words. Sakurai Nai appears remarkably composed, while Chianami feels faint, overwhelmed by the thought. Temperatures above 50 degrees, such an inferno is akin to hell on earth. As a mother, Chianami cannot bear to imagine the dire straits her daughter, Mayumi, would face in a villa devoid of electricity and water. Moreover, I have a foreboding. Zhou Yuming squints, speaking slowly, for after the heat, that will be humanity's most arduous moment. Just then, a sudden knock reverberates at the villa's door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking resonates starkly within the quiet villa. And Chianami's heart leaps with joy. Her intuition tells her that her daughter has come to her senses, master. Chianami glances at Zhou Yuming, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuming ultimately concedes. That girl has likely succumbed to hunger after such a prolonged period. If she remains obstinate, let Sakurai Nai discipline her alone. You may answer the door, but there will be no lunch. And ensure she understands her place. Should anything go awry, the consequences will be yours to bear. She will sleep in the restroom tonight. Understood. Thank you, master. I shall ensure she is properly disciplined. Chianami rises promptly, striding to the entrance and opening the villa's grand door. Outside stands none other than Mayumi. The girl appears somewhat disheveled, swaying on her feet, her gaunt face betraying a flicker of anxiety. Mom, upon seeing Chianami looking well, with a rosy complexion and an invigorated demeanor, Mayumi immediately throws herself into her mother's embrace. Chianami holds her daughter tightly, her heart brimming with joy and relief. Tomorrow heralds a catastrophic heat. She knows her daughter cannot withstand such temperatures. Had Zhou Yuming been displeased today, not only Mayumi but both mother and daughter could have faced expulsion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chianami swiftly adopts a stern expression. Pushing Mayumi away and commanding in a sharp tone, "Kneel, Mom." The girl appears bewildered. "Why are you being so harsh?" "Fine. I shall kneel if that pleases you. I truly understand my mistakes." Mayumi hesitates, but under Chianami's unwavering gaze, she reluctantly lowers herself to her knees. "I promise I won't throw tantrums again. I will obediently listen to you." "Not to me, but to the master," Chianami corrects, sighing as she guides her kneeling daughter into the villa. "Remember, from this moment forth, you must absolutely obey the master's commands. Do you understand?" As they walk, Chianami whispers a warning. "If you dare to upset the master, I will not spare you either." "I understand, Mom, that I will surely obey." Mayumi nods vigorously, fear and reverence flickering in her eyes. Once inside the villa, she discreetly surveys her surroundings, astonished to find the interior brightly lit, with a lavish spread of food and a variety of drinks adorning the table, starkly contrasting the chaos outside. Mayumi is filled with shock and confusion. She cannot fathom why, in such an apocalyptic world, this place can maintain such luxury and comfort. Is Zhou Yuming truly just a mere security guard? He seems far too enigmatic and powerful. What happened to the lessons I taught you? You come to someone else's home and behave in this manner. Chianami scolds sharply, noticing Mayumi's wandering gaze. Startled, Mayumi lowers her head even further. Smack! Chianami bends down and delivers a sharp slap to Mayumi's cheek, the sound echoing in the living room. "Did I not instruct you on how to behave in the presence of the master? Have you not greeted him?" "Forgive me, Mom, I was wrong," Mayumi cries, tears welling in her eyes. "Here, you are no longer my daughter but the master's servant," Chianami states emphatically, her voice resonating with authority, unsure of who she is addressing. "Your current status is that of an unregistered, lowly servant. Do you comprehend?" Mayumi bites her lip, lifting her gaze to the man lounging on the sofa. She timidly states, "Master, greetings," as Mayumi's eyes meet Zhou Yuming's. He acknowledges her presence with a mere glance, furrowing his brow before turning away. This moment sends a shiver down Chianami's spine. It appears Zhou Yuming holds little interest in her daughter, perhaps favoring her more mature presence. Indeed, that frown likely indicates his discontent. Mayumi has gone too long without a bath and now appears unkempt. Should Mayumi cause any trouble, Chiyanami knows she will bear the consequences herself. I apologize, master, but Mayumi has been hungry for nearly 3 days. She is on the verge of collapse. Would you be so kind as to provide her with some food? Of course, it will be deducted from my dinner. After delivering a heartfelt lecture to Mayumi, China Miko returned to the living room and knelt by Zhu Yuming's feet, pleading for him to provide some food for her daughter. Zhu Yuming, reclining on the sofa, had Sakura Naiko nestled in his arms. Engrossed in a movie, following a successful upgrade, the system had added a resource library filled with a plethora of materials, including various documents, novels, dramas, and films. With merely a thought, Zhu Yuming could command the system to transfer this content to electronic devices for viewing. They were currently watching a zombie film, Train to Busan from the land of kimchi. IT was uncertain whether zombies would emerge in this apocalyptic world, though the system had mentioned extraterrestrial beings. Zhu Yuming glanced at China Miko, then turned his attention back to the screen, casually uttering 4 words. Who is Yuhito? The mere mention of these words left China Miko aghast. How could the master know of Yuhito? But at this point, Zhu Yuming was indeed aware, and the situation could not be altered. Unfilial daughter, Mayumi, it was your childhood friend who almost brought harm to your mother. Master, regardless of who he is, it has nothing to do with us mother and daughter. Mayumi will undoubtedly obey your commands. I swear it. Zhu Yuming chuckled. If I discover she is merely feigning compliance, I shall personally ensure she consumes peanuts. I refuse to be a fool, nurturing another man's woman, only to end up, before Zhu Yuming could finish his sentence, China Miko understood. Should such a situation arise, he would not be merely speaking, but would indeed ensure that both mother and daughter accompany each other on the road to the underworld. What Yuhito would do was of no consequence. What mattered was his daughter, Mayumi, and as her mother, China Miko recognized the arduous journey she had traversed. Master, I understand. After China Miko departed, Zhu Yuming resumed watching the movie. Earlier, when Mayumi had entered, he had cast a glance at the girl's profile, discovering that her relationship status included the name Yuhito. Thankfully, he was still a novice. Otherwise, Zhu Yuming would have directly offered her peanuts. Having furrowed his brow in anticipation of when she might broach the subject, it appeared China Miko was also somewhat familiar with Yuhito, but given the current circumstances, both she and Mayumi would sever ties with him. Setting aside Mayumi for the moment, China Miko would undoubtedly strive to ensure her daughter cut all connections with Yuhito, as she was acutely aware that without Zhu Yuming's protection, they would not survive 2 days. China Miko would certainly not allow such a scenario to unfold, lest she lose her current comfortable life, and thus would employ every means to influence her daughter. However, Zhu Yuming seemed to have overestimated Mayumi. Since she had knocked on the door and entered the villa, her feelings for Yuhito had already diminished significantly. What good were sweet nothings? How impressive were grandiose claims? What did a prestigious family matter? In the face of disaster, if he could not promptly appear to save, comfort, and provide ample resources, he was utterly worthless. Through his insightful eye, Zhu Yuming had gleaned that the two had not officially broken up. Should a breakup be proposed, Yuhito's name would fade from Mayumi's relationship status. This was precisely why China Miko found it remarkably easy to handle this matter. When China Miko entered the bathroom, Mayumi's gaze resembled that of a famished wolf, eagerly anticipating her mother to deliver sustenance. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the bathroom, as Mayumi covered her face, staring in disbelief at her mother. Mom, why did you hit me again? Mayumi's voice trembled with a hint of tears. She could not comprehend why, having complied with her mother's demands, she still faced punishment. How dare you even ask why? China Miko's chest heaved, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. Fixing a cold stare upon Mayumi. Are you still in contact with that Yuhito? Huh? Mayumi paused, then shook her head. No, I haven't been in touch with him for ages. That guy is nothing but a fraud. He never came looking for me. I've long since been utterly disappointed in him. Right now, all I care about is Master Zhu Yuming. Really? China Miko narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her daughter's expression as if searching for signs of deception. There's truly nothing. Mayumi shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, think about it. My phone has been dead for ages. How could I possibly contact him? If I could break up with him, I would have done so long ago. Only then did China Miko notice the phone in the laundry basket. Indeed, a recently purchased, black-screen Longwei Mate 100 Pro. Given the potential danger to both mother and daughter, there was no room for negligence. China Miko felt compelled to see for herself. She swiftly grabbed the phone, locating a charger to connect to the nearest power source. The screen illuminated, the Longwei logo indicating it was charging. Unlock your phone. Mayumi complied obediently, unlocking the phone and handing it to her mother. China Miko, familiar with the process, opened Mayumi's messaging app and immediately spotted the pinned contact Yukito. Upon entering the chat, a flood of messages appeared. The last message from Mayumi had been sent several days prior, inquiring when Yukito would come to see her, to which he had failed to respond promptly. A day later, he sent numerous messages checking in on her. Seeing this, China Miko's frown eased as she returned the phone to Mayumi, coldly stating, "Now, immediately, send him a message breaking up, and then block him if you hesitate or maintain any lingering ties. I, as your mother, will take decisive action." "Mom, I understand, but did you really need to be that harsh?" Observing the flattery in Yukito's messages, Mayumi felt no stirrings in her heart. In fact, she found it somewhat amusing. "Is your family supposed to have connections everywhere? The outskirts of Tokyo aren't far from the Beiqing Villa. How could they not even save one person? What a comedic family." Of course, she did not deny having once harbored fantasies about Yukito, wishing he would come to rescue her like a prince in a fairy tale. Yet reality was cruel. Over 10 days had passed, and she was on the verge of death, but Yukito had never shown up, indicating he did not truly love her. All remnants of hope and chance she had harbored had shattered. Now that her mother urged her to sever all ties with Yukito, she felt a sense of relief. With that thought, Mayumi swiftly typed in the chat, "Yukito, we are breaking up. Let us not have any contact from now on. I fear Master might misunderstand." After sending this message, Mayumi completely deleted Yukito's contact information and blocked him. Accomplishing the act in one fluid motion, in a secret underground base on the outskirts of Tokyo, the training room was dimly lit. A muscular young man was fervently swinging a long sword. His shirt drenched in sweat, yet he seemed oblivious to fatigue as he repeated the mechanical motions. This young man was Yukito, the current heir of the Yuchong family. He had been awake for quite some time and had long accepted the loss of his masculine dignity. During this period, Yukito had devoted all his energy to training, hoping to master the exorcism technique swiftly, so he could search for the trapped Mayumi. Yukito had absolute confidence in his ability to protect Mayumi and provide her with a happy life. His skills, having only reached the first stage, were already formidable. A dozen trained soldiers could not approach him. Suddenly, a particularly concerning notification tone interrupted Yukito's training. He hastily grabbed the phone beside him, discovering it was indeed a message from Mayumi. Instantly filling his heart with joy, Yukito quickly unlocked the screen, only to be met with the 4 words, "We are breaking up." What infuriated him further was the mention of Master at that moment. Yukito felt as if his world was collapsing. He could not believe or accept that Mayumi would recognize another as her master and so easily abandon their childhood bond. He hurriedly tried to contact Mayumi, but the messages failed to send, displaying only a glaring red exclamation mark. He had been deleted and blocked. The pain was unbearable, impossible, absolutely impossible. "Mayumi, you must have been threatened. There must be a reason behind your actions." Yukito shouted in a soft yet furious voice, his eyes reddened with despair and anguish. "Oh, I must get to the bottom of this." In the bathroom, China Miko observed her daughter's resolute actions, feeling a sigh of relief. It seemed Mayumi had truly given up on Yukito, which was for the best, preventing future complications. Just then, the phone rang. Yukito was calling. China Miko initially intended to have Mayumi reject the call, but a sudden thought struck her. "Let us not be hasty in rejecting it." "Why? Come, let us go to the hall and answer it. Master must see your determination," China Miko instructed, turning to leave the bathroom. Mayumi silently followed her mother, recalling the earlier discussion regarding Zhu Yuming. Her heart filled with unease. She was genuinely afraid of saying something wrong and being compelled to eat peanuts. Of course, this was simply Mayumi's lack of understanding of Zhu Yuming, a matter that would later prove to be her undoing. Thus, China Miko led Mayumi into the living room, where Mayumi, having just showered, was wrapped in a towel. The mother and daughter knelt at Zhu Yuming's feet, placing the phone on the coffee table and activating the speakerphone mode. Upon witnessing Mayumi, freshly bathed and slightly disheveled, Zhou Yuming couldn't help but smile. When she had entered, her appearance was so chaotic that he barely recognized her sweet, charming face that would earn an 87 out of 100 in attractiveness. Of course, her allure was merely superficial. In retrospect, he recalled their numerous encounters while patrolling the villa. She had always carried herself with an air of arrogance, particularly towards security personnel, delivery workers, and couriers, often gesturing dismissively at them. As Mayumi answered the call, she preempted the other party before they could speak. "We've broken up." "Why do you persist in calling me?" "Broken up? Mayumi, what are you talking about? Why would we break up? You must be in some sort of danger, threatened by someone, right? Tell me, and I will rescue you." The voice on the other end was filled with urgency and anger, yet it possessed a distinctly effeminate quality that was unsettling. "Danger? Come to rescue me?" Mayumi's voice rose sharply, laced with sarcasm and self-mockery. "Why don't you wait until I'm dead to save me? I've already found my place." "What do you mean?" Mayumi fell silent as Zhou Yuming approached her, intrigued, and pinched her chin gently. The young girl recalled her mother's advice to be more proactive. Resolute, she lightly bit Zhou Yuming's finger and playfully called out, "Master, master." "Mayumi, what are you saying?" The voice on the other end, Yurin, was filled with shock and disbelief, having heard the unmistakable sound of sucking. "I said I have a master now." As her words trailed off, Mayumi abruptly hung up the phone and deleted Yurin's number, blocking him altogether. With an expression of anticipation, she respectfully handed her phone to Zhou Yuming. Chinami observed her daughter's actions with a nod of approval, recognizing her potential for growth. Zhou Yuming took the phone, his face betraying no emotion as he tossed it aside without a glance. Faced with Zhou Yuming's indifference, Chinami hesitated to speak, fearing that a misplaced word might worsen the situation. The towel draped around Mayumi's form accentuated her slender silhouette. Her porcelain-white arms and delicate pink toes hinted at her blossoming femininity. The newly adult young lady now found herself submissive before Zhou Yuming, who only moments ago had been the object of her disdainful arrogance. The roles had reversed. He sat comfortably while both she and her imperious mother knelt before him, granting him the power to dictate their fates. Through his keen insight, Zhou Yuming glanced at the information. Noting that Mayumi's romantic interest in Yurin had indeed faded to gray, he initially presumed it was merely a fleeting infatuation, expecting her to later reconcile with him. The truth, however, was simpler. Couples often part ways in times of crisis, especially when they aren't truly committed. Chinami had previously mentioned a long-ago divorce and her subsequent preoccupation with work. Mayumi, having been spoiled by her mother and lacking paternal guidance, had once found her pride too great to bow to someone of Zhou Yuming's status. Yet, after days of hunger and hardship, the harsh reality had stripped her of her former identity, leaving her vulnerable and even more terrified of death. At that moment, nothing mattered more than survival. Her childhood friend meant nothing in comparison. Zhou Yuming's gaze fell upon Mayumi as he reached out, pulling the towel aside. She flinched slightly but did not resist, prompting a sigh of relief from Chinami. "Why does your childhood friend speak in such an androgynous manner? Did he undergo some sort of operation in Siam?" Zhou Yuming asked curiously. Mayumi herself was perplexed, recalling Yurin's voice, which was distinctly unsettling. "Master, I'm not sure. He wasn't like this before." Zhou Yuming pondered, suspecting that unforeseen changes had occurred since the onset of the apocalypse. "Do you still have feelings for Yurin?" Mayumi shook her head vigorously, her denial fervent. "What did you see in him?" He said his family is well off. "And you believed him?" "I see. You've realized you've been deceived." Zhou Yuming chuckled softly. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. Sakurai now continued to watch the movie, showing no interest in intervening. Meanwhile, Chinami anxiously observed their exchange, fearing that Zhou Yuming might unleash his wrath upon her daughter at any moment. Mayumi was equally unsettled, not just due to Chinami's warnings but also from her own first-hand experience, the bloodstains and remnants of flesh at the villa's entrance. Evidence of Zhou Yuming's deadly prowess. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, and a sense of dread filled her as she imagined Zhou Yuming might truly draw his weapon. Just as she feared, Zhou Yuming produced a purple Pavna Witness handgun from thin air and prepared to offer it to Mayumi. Chinami was at a loss, questioning whether Zhou Yuming intended for her daughter to take her own life. What could she possibly do in such a dire situation? Upon seeing the gun, Mayumi's complexion blanched, her body trembling uncontrollably as she fixated on Zhou Yuming's hand, paralyzed by fear. Yet, Zhou Yuming was unfazed. He forcefully grasped Mayumi's hand, compelling her to hold the weapon tightly. "You claim you don't like him, so prove it to me." As Mayumi felt the cold metal of the gun, she was suddenly reminded of the terrifying moment when Zhou Yuming had handed her the gun during a previous plea for forgiveness. "Please, don't kill me. I will obey you, master." Overwhelmed with terror, Mayumi collapsed to the ground, her words tumbling out in incoherence as tears streamed down her face, causing the gun to slip from her grasp. Chinami, equally frightened, scrambled to Zhou Yuming's side, pleading, "Master, please don't harm Mayumi. She is already broken up with Yuren. She will obey you from now on. Spare her life." Zhou Yuming regarded the fearful mother and daughter with confusion. "Am I really that terrifying? Since your daughter entered the villa, have I threatened to harm her? Not even a harsh word has crossed my lips. Even when I produced the gun, it was merely to place it in her hands." Gazing at the distant liquid, Zhou Yuming found it absurd that a cheerful young man like himself could evoke such fear. "I barely finished my sentence." Chinami seemed to grasp his meaning, hastily retrieving the handgun from the floor and presenting it with utmost respect to Zhou Yuming. Mayumi was bewildered by her mother's actions, but fear had rendered her mute, leaving her with nothing but tearful eyes fixed on Zhou Yuming. Accepting the weapon from Chinami, Zhou Yuming once again placed it in Mayumi's trembling hands, which shook uncontrollably as she struggled to maintain her grip. "Hold it firmly." Hearing Zhou Yuming's tone turn impatient, Chinami signaled to Mayumi, who, upon catching her mother's gaze, finally steadied her grip on the firearm. "Do I really need to go through all this trouble to kill you? You say you don't like Yuren, then prove it. Use this gun to eliminate him. If he dies, you'll live. Do you understand?" Mayumi stared blankly at the gun in her hand, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "All right, master. What do you plan to do?" "Repeat it. When Yuren comes to find me, I will kill him myself." Mayumi nodded, though her quivering voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhou Yuming turned to Chinami. "Take your daughter to prepare something to eat, and remember to tidy up the place. After the meal, we'll convert an empty room into a shooting range." "Yes, thank you, master," Chinami exclaimed, her eyes filled with gratitude as she quickly led Mayumi away. Zhou Yuming returned to the sofa, wrapping his arm around Sakurai now as they resumed watching the movie. One couldn't deny that Sakurai now. The school belle was indeed deserving of the title, with a slender waist and long legs, her touch exquisite. In the kitchen, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Chinami soon prepared a lavish lunch, steaming lean meat porridge, golden crispy roasted meat, fresh vegetable salad, and a bowl of rich miso soup. In a world plagued by scarcity, this meal was nothing short of a feast. Gazing at the spread, Mayumi's eyes widened in astonishment, for it had been ages since she had encountered such a vibrant array of food. "Mayumi, after so many days without nourishment, start with some porridge. Your stomach won't handle it otherwise." Mayumi nodded, sipping the porridge before diving into her meal with unrestrained fervor, as if attempting to compensate for lost time. Chinami knelt beside her, watching with maternal affection as her daughter devoured the food. "Slow down. It's not going anywhere and no need to rush." "Mom, why aren't you eating?" Mayumi mumbled through a mouthful of roasted meat. Chinami recalled Zhou Yuming's earlier comment and chuckled awkwardly. "You're so busy eating." "I am not hungry. Just make sure to eat well." Mayumi thought little of it, continuing her frenzied consumption. Once she had nearly finished her meal, Chinami adopted a serious tone and admonished, "Mayumi, after you finish eating, you must practice your marksmanship diligently." Mayumi looked up, her mouth still full. "The words of the master are not to be taken lightly. Thus you must hone your marksmanship to eliminate Yuren without mercy." Chiyomi emphasized, her tone exceedingly earnest. Shino Yumi paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Mother, I understand. That duplicitous man, I shall surely kill him. I will dutifully heed the master's teachings." "Now you are speaking correctly." Chiyomi smiled with relief. On the sofa, Zhou Yuming cast a glance at the mother and daughter. Given Shino Yumi's temperament, it was evident she could not adapt to his environment, and thus, she would require thorough training and transformation. "Afraid to kill? Then I shall compel you to do so, even to kill the one you hold dear. What if I no longer like him? Then it becomes even more imperative to eliminate him." Shino Yumi was utterly inexperienced, having always been catered to. a true pampered young lady untouched by the toils of life. Such a woman, in a post-apocalyptic world, would be little more than a plaything for others. Utterly ineffectual. Since she knew nothing, she must learn. Whatever she learns is beneficial, so why not simply learn to shoot and kill? In the afternoon, Zhou Yuming utilized his telekinetic abilities to transform a guest room in the villa, arranged by Qiaomi, into a rudimentary shooting range. By the way, you may engage in activities that pique your interest. After addressing the two women, Zhou Yuming led Shino Yumi directly to the makeshift shooting range. Nearby, Sakurai Nai, upon hearing Zhou Yuming's words, did not hesitate to request, "Master, may I also learn to shoot?" Qiaomi was taken aback by Sakurai Nai's request. In her view, as servants, they should follow Zhou Yuming's lead, only doing what he commanded, rather than making active requests. However, to Qiaomi's surprise, Zhou Yuming did not deliberate for long and readily acquiesced to Sakurai Nai's plea. Certainly, Qiaomi felt a twinge of confusion. She did not understand why Zhou Yuming would agree so readily. Was he not concerned that, once they became adept marksmen, they might pose a threat to him? How foolish of me. Zhou Yuming possesses superpowers. Even if they all turned into sharpshooters, they would not threaten him in the slightest. Such trivial matters hardly warranted the master's intervention. Now it was our turn to take action. Qiaomi began to reflect on her circumstances, realizing she could not remain merely a decorative vase. She needed to contribute something to Zhou Yuming, lest she become an expendable presence. Thus, Qiaomi mustered her courage and knocked on the door of the shooting room where Zhou Yuming was located. "Master, I too wish to learn to shoot. May I?" "Why?" he inquired. "Master, I feel that if I continue to do nothing, I might become a burden to you in the future. I want to share in your responsibilities. I long to improve. Come in." Zhou Yuming's voice resonated from within the room. Qiaomi entered, finding the guest room had indeed been transformed into a rudimentary shooting range. On the right side stood several targets, while the left wall was adorned with various firearms, and a table displayed an array of bullets of different calibers. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles were all present, including QSC-92, M4A1, SCAR, MP7, CSLS-06, AWP, and more. Shino Yumi, fully armed, stood on the left side of the room, excitedly gesturing with a handgun. Having been pampered since childhood, she had little experience with such thrilling devices, and now found them exceedingly novel. At her age, her capacity for learning was strong, and she adapted quickly. Under Zhou Yuming's guidance, Shino Yumi gradually mastered shooting techniques, her accuracy improving steadily, developing a deep interest in shooting, no longer feeling the fear she once had. This was primarily due to Zhou Yuming's thorough explanations during her instruction, along with the provision of specialized clothing. His patience and gentleness throughout the teaching process allowed her emotions to stabilize. Meanwhile, Sakurai Nai held a handgun, having fired a few rounds, but feeling the ammunition was insufficient for future tasks with Zhou Yuming, she switched to an MP7 submachine gun. Qiaomi, after careful consideration, chose the QSC-92 handgun she was most familiar with for practice. Zhou Yuming held no lofty expectations for this beautiful woman. As long as she could handle a firearm proficiently, she would be able to protect herself during future outings. After dinner, Qiaomi accompanied Shino Yumi back to the adjacent villa to retrieve their previous garments. Along the way, Shino Yumi, glancing at her mother hesitantly, inquired, "Mother, may I ask you a question?" "What question?" Qiaomi asked curiously. "Well, have you and the master engaged in, Qiaomi halted, turning to regard her daughter with a puzzled expression, silently encouraging her to continue. "Did you not say I should perform well? I merely wish to inquire about your experiences with the master, to glean some understanding and prepare myself psychologically, so as not to provoke him." Observing her daughter's eager gaze for knowledge, Qiaomi set aside any notions of propriety and selflessly shared her insights. Upon returning to the villa, Qiaomi changed into a form-fitting black yoga outfit, while Shino Yumi donned her school uniform, a sailor suit paired with white stockings. The three women practiced shooting until 10 p.m., reluctantly setting down their firearms only because Zhou Yuming reminded them it was time for the night shift. Otherwise, they would have continued practicing even later. Those around them likely realized the gunfire posed no threat to them, and so their fear subsided. As a result, their energy harvest stabilized after reaching 1 or 2,000. In the restroom, recovering so quickly, just as Zhou Yuming prepared to use the toilet, he noticed the girl in the corner rushing towards him. Shino Yumi, gazing shyly at the man before her, stated, "If it is the master, then perhaps it is not out of the question." I entrust myself to you tonight. 3 hours later, gazing at Shino Yumi, who was now dizzy and disoriented, Zhou Yuming sighed. You brought this upon yourself? Chapter 034. The scorching apocalypse descends the following morning. The rain gradually subsided. Master, breakfast is ready. Zhou Yuming awoke leisurely, sitting up. After a while, having completed his morning routine, Zhou Yuming arrived in the hall, where the three women knelt beside the dining table, bowls in hand, enjoying breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue throughout the villa, while the distant water's surface shimmered. Outside, people gazed upon the long-awaited sunshine, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. Could it be that the calamity of the apocalypse was finally coming to an end? However, gradually, everyone began to sense the sun's abnormality. The sunlight, which should have been warm and gentle, had transformed into an unbearable heat, scorching the earth as if intent on melting everything. Skin exposed to the sun turned red, accompanied by waves of searing pain, as if one were standing in a furnace. It's so hot. What is wrong with the sun? The temperature is far too high. It became clear that the apocalypse had not yet concluded. How were people to survive in such conditions? Conversations erupted among the masses, revealing expressions of fright. As time passed, by noon, the sun's intensity became even more terrifying. Surface temperatures skyrocketed, the moisture in the air evaporating rapidly, forming waves of heat that distorted the distant scenery. In the afternoon, the flooding in North City began to recede, leaving only a few meters of water. Yet, the water temperature was alarmingly high, almost boiling. Forget about salvaging supplies. Merely approaching felt as though one might suffer burns from the steam. How are we to cope? How shall we survive? People gazed at the receding floodwaters, powerless and despondent. The relentless heat persisted, and by nightfall, conditions showed no signs of improvement. The night, which should have been cool, was still enveloped in sweltering heat. Those residing on the upper floors could no longer endure it and began moving downwards, hoping to find a semblance of relief. However, merely 3 or 4 hours later, the sun ascended once again, continuing its relentless torment. Damn it! If the heavens do not wish for us to live, they should just say so. I am going to die of heat, water. I want to soak in water. The outside world was filled with lamentations as people began stockpiling the rainfall from before, hoping to rely on it to endure this scorching apocalypse. However, with water sources limited, conflict was inevitable, and the already fragile order descended further into chaos. Outskirts of Tokyo, underground base. After hanging up the phone, Yuren's mind remained unsettled. He was still worried about Shino Yumi's safety, convinced that she was being coerced by that so-called master. Grandfather, I must go find Shino Yumi. Yuren once again implored Yulong, insisting he needed to clarify the situation in person, certain she was not acting of her own volition. Yulong looked at his stubborn grandson, letting out a weary sigh. Yuren, the temperature outside is dangerously high. It is too risky for you to go out. We need to deliberate further regarding Shino Yumi. But, Yuren wanted to continue arguing but was interrupted by Yulong. No buts. Your current task is to diligently cultivate your abilities, maximizing your strength. Do not forget the responsibilities and mission that rest upon your shoulders. Yuren fell silent, understanding his grandfather's words held merit. Yet the whirlwind of emotions in his heart remained unresolved. Very well, based on meteorological predictions, in no more than 2 weeks, once the temperature drops, you may go in search of her. Wai Yulong observed his grandson's demeanor and sighed. Fearing that unless his inner demons were vanquished, progress would be elusive. On the road to North City in Tokyo, Miyamoto and several teammates also felt the troubles brought by the heat. Currently, they took refuge in a cave, each clad only in shorts, as the sweltering weather rendered it unbearable to wear their combat gear for long without succumbing to dehydration. This infernal weather is truly life-threatening. Captain, how much longer until we reach Tokyo? Another team member inquired. Miyamoto glanced at the map and estimated, at our current pace, we still have half the distance to cover. A sigh escaped another team member's lips. I truly hope we can locate Miss Sakurai now soon and complete our rescue mission. Just hold on a little longer. Things will improve once we reach Tokyo, someone else encouraged. Southeast of the villa area, Miss Ayako, you must be thirsty. Here, I have some water. Thank you. 1 bottle isn't enough. Please give me another. All right. Yamazaki handed 2 bottles of water to Ayako, as most of the others had gathered in this relatively shady villa. Despite the oppressive heat and humidity, the presence of a large tree provided a degree of coolness. Ayako maintained a certain distance from Yamazaki, regardless of his considerate gestures. She had not once contemplated matters of the heart. Her primary concern was survival. Even if she were to entertain romantic thoughts, Yamazaki would not be her choice, as she had no interest in indecisive men like him. Her gaze shifted indoors, where many sought respite from the heat, clad only in their undergarments. Yamazaki, however, retained his appearance. Still dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sweat drenched his clothes, clinging to his body, beads of perspiration dotting his neck and torso. Ayako faced a similar situation, wearing a loose dress while it was indeed warm. She preferred to endure discomfort rather than expose herself to others' gazes. As she fanned herself with her hand, she imagined the villa to the east, where its occupants must be relishing the coolness provided by air conditioning. How delightful that must feel! Earlier, she had heard sporadic gunfire from that direction and pondered who the leader of the eastern villa might be. Not only did they possess electricity, but they also had firearms. Such a combination of superior living conditions and lethal weapons would undoubtedly make it an ideal refuge should the calamities of the apocalypse persist. Although Ayako was merely a doctor, she had always harbored a keen interest in firearms. The distinct sounds of various guns suggested that the adversaries likely had more than 4 types of weaponry. This constituted undeniable hard power, granting them an overwhelming advantage over smaller factions. The audacity to fire indiscriminately indicated ample ammunition and a dismissive attitude towards those around them. Thus, Ayako proposed to Yamazaki that he initiate communication with the leader of that group, at the very least to ensure that no conflicts would arise. Yamazaki replied that he would, but it would take a few days to observe the situation. As the current high temperatures made movement difficult, despite her emotional distance from Yamazaki, Ayako felt a sense of belonging to this place, having lived here for an extended period. The harmonious coexistence of everyone, collectively scavenging for supplies and judiciously allocating resources, was quite a feat in this apocalyptic world, so she was not inclined to leave lightly. Chapter 35. Muramesa's plan at Hokushin University. On the rooftop of the main building, Kagaya found it surprising that the rain had ceased, yet the temperature rose so swiftly. Inside the performance room, her black dress was already soaked with sweat, clinging to her form and accentuating her enchanting silhouette. She gazed out the window, watching the distant buildings warp in the heat haze, resembling distorted oil paintings. The sun mercilessly scorched the earth, leaving everything parched. Kagaya understood that being so high up, she needed to devise a means to cool down. Otherwise, she would inevitably suffocate within the room. Water had become an invaluable commodity. Recalling that there was a canopy on the rooftop and a pool nearby, Kagaya took a deep breath and struggled to open the window. A wave of heat hit her, nearly choking her. With only a few biscuits and half a bottle of water in her backpack, she climbed onto the windowsill, cautiously rising against the wall and beginning to ascend the pipes. Though the distance was not far, her weakened state made a misstep perilous. Thankfully, after a challenging climb, Kagaya finally reached the rooftop. Without pausing to rest, she immediately began searching for the pool. Due to the rooftop door being perpetually locked, it was seldom visited, and the water in the pool was limited but relatively clean, just enough for one person to lie in. She shed her black dress, followed by her undergarments, revealing her sweat-drenched skin, her long, fair legs particularly striking. If Zhou Wuming were present, he would undoubtedly lament the waste of such legs not being utilized in the Dragon Kingdom for pedicabs. Slowly stepping into the pool, Kagaya found the temperature, shielded by the canopy and a stone platform, to be a gratifying 20 degrees, sufficient to alleviate the sweltering heat. As the cool water cascaded over her skin, Kagaya let out a contented sigh. She intended to immerse herself completely, but her ample figure made it difficult to lie fully submerged, necessitating her to pour water over herself. Kagaya did not mind. She began to relish this hard-won coolness. She should have thought of this place sooner to escape the torment of noise. Earlier that morning, a teacher named Yuhui had returned to the door, uttering threats before succumbing to the heat and hastily retreating. It seemed he and the students had little water stored, as the lower levels were filled with dirty water and sewage. Soon enough, they might find themselves in dire straits due to the lack of water or unbearable heat. Kagaya recalled the last message sent by her junior, marked with a red exclamation point upon her response. She had no regrets about not seizing the opportunity. Was she to beg for someone to become her master? Despite her family's decline, leaving only her and her mother, who viewed her merely as a means for profit, Kagaya's pride and dignity remained intact. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day of the sweltering apocalypse. With 99% of the global population struggling against heat stroke, making water an exceedingly precious resource, many resorted to desperate measures in their quest for water and food. As human nature began to erode, morals decayed, and laws became mere illusions. Within the villa area, Zhou Wuming reclined in a spacious inflatable pool, savoring the rare comfort. A small table beside him overflowed with chilled fruits and juices, and he leisurely popped a grape into his mouth, the icy sensation instantly dispelling the scant heat within him. Occasionally glancing to the other side of the pool, he saw Sakurai now being assisted by the mother-daughter duo, Kaitami and Mayumi, as she learned to swim. The three women donned various swimsuits, their elongated figures partially visible in the water, the contrast of their fair skin against the azure pool creating an alluring tableau. Exhale. Yes, just like that, take your time. Kaitami patiently instructed Sakurai now, her voice soothing and melodic, instilling a sense of calm. Mayumi frolicked nearby, splashing water playfully and emitting a laughter reminiscent of silver bells. Nanane, you're learning so quickly. When I was learning to swim, I swallowed quite a bit of water, Mayumi teased. Initially, Sakurai now had been quite resistant, as she had no swimming skills and harbored a slight fear of water. However, upon realizing that the water only reached her waist and with Zhou Wuming's presence by her side, she felt reassured. Thank you, Aunt Kaitami and Mayumi. Sakurai now sincerely expressed her gratitude to the mother and daughter. Zhou Wuming, feeling somewhat bored, stifled a yawn. Having rested long enough, he sensed it was time to venture outside and assess the situation. Notably, during this period, the shooting skills of the three women had improved significantly, particularly for Mayumi and Sakurai now, whose talents were undeniably high. Mayumi had tried various firearms and seemed particularly fond of the sniper rifle, nearly achieving perfect accuracy, even with moving targets. Meanwhile, Sakurai now showcased impressive precision, able to hit targets within 60 meters. In contrast, Kaitami's performance was mediocre. She could manage targets within 25 meters, but struggled beyond that distance. Although Kaitami had already acknowledged her shortcomings, Zhou Wuming had no intention of chastising her. In Zhou Wuming's eyes, Kaitami's strength lay in her expertise in business management, a skill that currently held no relevance to him. As for future considerations, those could be addressed later. In the southwest of the villa area, Muramasa found himself in an environment similar to that of Yamazaki's group, where men huddled together in shorts, while women congregated on the opposite side, the room awash in white. They had long disregarded any sense of modesty, having seen and done much before, and with the oppressive heat bearing down, who still cared about such things. The sweltering weather had also stripped the men of their interest, leaving only restlessness in its wake. As for Muramasa's vengeful thoughts, after sending subordinates to gather information from the eastern villa and hearing the incessant gunfire, his resolve had dissipated. Moreover, the discovery that the opposition possessed both firearms and electricity did not elicit joy but rather deepened his despair. Knowing that they had both guns and power, Muramasa's hopes for revenge had faded. The current weather conditions meant that stepping outside would lead to severe sunburn. On the surface, he conveyed to his subordinates the decision to abandon retaliation in favor of a low-profile development, opting for a stealthy approach. Yet, internally, he had already concocted a new plan. It was simple. Find the right moment to lead a few trusted subordinates to the eastern villa, seek refuge under the leadership of their commander, and gradually become a trusted confidant, ultimately obtaining a firearm to eliminate the leader and assume their position. The leader of the eastern villa likely had never seen him, allowing him to masquerade as someone seeking to ally with them. Having even prepared his lines, seeing that you have electricity here, we could no longer endure the heat and have come to pledge our loyalty, hoping you will accept us and allow us to be of service. Flawless, utterly seamless. As night descended, under the cover of darkness, Muramasa stealthily departed the southwestern villa with his entourage, making their way toward the eastern villa area. Their movements were swift and under the veil of night. They dared not linger even for a moment. In the eyes of the village head, the leader residing on the eastern side of the villa area was similarly required to venture out at the break of dawn to procure supplies. Thus, they had to act with urgency. If that leader had already departed, their efforts would be in vain. Zhou Wuming, stifling a yawn, stood at the villa's entrance, his slumbering state heightened by his enhanced senses, which had already detected the approach of someone. Tio knock at this hour was indeed a reckless invitation to death. On their way, the village head and a few subordinates sensed something amiss. After such a prolonged journey, why was the eastern side so eerily quiet? It was nearly 1 a.m., and logically, there should be personnel dispatched for resource gathering. Despite the unease gnawing at them, the village head pressed on, resolute in his decision to take the plunge. What if the supply seekers had set out ahead of time, leaving only the opposing leader behind? They could at least avenge Gangjing and perhaps seize the enemy's firearms. Armed with guns, they could reign supreme in this apocalyptic world. Before long, they spotted a flickering light in the distance. It must be the villa, and indeed, it had power. Upon reaching the location, the village head and his companions slowed their pace, gripping their weapons tighter, their hearts racing with trepidation, for they were up against foes armed with firearms. Finally, they beheld the villa, its grand entrance ajar, and the interior lights dim, revealing a solitary figure standing by the door. Such audacity was remarkable. Zhou Yuming took a few deliberate steps closer and addressed the village head and his men. Moments ago, he had utilized his inside eye to examine their profiles, and he was genuinely surprised that the village head dared to come. Especially considering the incessant gunfire that had echoed around his villa in recent days, akin to the crack of firecrackers. "You are Zhou Yuming. Have you truly become the security here?" Gangjing, the younger brother, knew nothing of Zhou Yuming, but his elder brother, the village head, was all too familiar with him. This security guard often played on his phone at the entrance, and the village head had previously taken it upon himself to correct Zhou Yuming's behavior. "Ah, this is my territory." "Your territory? Spare me the jest. My time is precious. Where is your leader? Call him out. I have come to pledge my allegiance." Zhou Yuming yawned at this declaration, realizing that the visit was one of surrender. Yet, given the village head's temperament, true capitulation seemed unlikely. It likely was merely a fade. He had expected a formidable opponent, but instead, he faced a fool seeking his own demise. Utterly dull. Zhou Yuming chuckled. "I must admit, I didn't foresee you showing up after your brother's demise at my hands. That truly surprises me." "What? You know me. Idiot, is that your only concern? Aren't you going to avenge your brother?" Zhou Yuming shook his head in disinterest. This man's thought process was rather peculiar. "Nai, deal with these individuals. I will go handle the remaining ones over there." As the two conversed, Sakurai Nai had already awakened. Wielding a weapon and standing just behind Zhou Yuming, due to the dim light, the village head had not noticed her presence. "ASU command, master." After Zhou Yuming concluded his instructions, he departed the villa, heading southwest towards the village head's stronghold. Feeling a surge of anticipation, he thought it was time to reap some energy. The village head and his companions were still in a state of confusion when they saw Sakurai Nai, clad in blue pajamas and brandishing a submachine gun, approaching the entrance, ready to fire. Nai, wait. Leave that guy for me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the village head was taken aback, and soon after, a beautiful woman in a silk robe emerged from within. Kaidamai held a handgun, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him, as if surveying a dying man. Nai, save one for me as well," before the village head could recover from his shock. Another figure appeared from inside, a woman in pink pajamas named Mayumi, brandishing an automatic rifle. "Fine." Sakurai Nai succinctly replied, then fired 3 precise shots, striking the bodies of the 3 men behind the village head. She followed up with a shot to each corpse's chest and head, totaling 9 shots. This method of shooting was one Zhou Yuming had taught her. When outnumbered, there was no need to conserve ammunition, 2 shots to the body and 1 to the head. Even the gods would shake their heads in disbelief. After finishing her round, Sakurai Nai said nothing further and turned to re-enter the villa, her expression as composed as ever. Meanwhile, the village head and the last remaining comrades stood frozen in shock, the previous scene having dealt a severe psychological blow. Chapter 036. An unfortunate reward. Zhou Yuming soon arrived at the village head's stronghold, boldly striding into one of the villas. Inside, numerous scantily clad individuals lay flat against the ground, attempting to alleviate the sweltering heat. The nighttime temperature was comparable to that of the day but slightly cooler. Many heard Zhou Yuming's footsteps, yet few paid attention. They were already deprived of resources and uncertain if they would survive until the morrow, let alone worry about a potential massacre. Contrary to their beliefs, There indeed was a threat. Zhou Yuming surveyed the interior, smiling. This was a veritable treasure trove of energy. Extracting an M249 light machine gun from the Doomsday cache and wielding it with ease thanks to his enhanced physique. He racked the bolt, the sound ringing sharply in the stillness of the villa. Naturally, this noise drew some attention, but in the dim light, they could only make out a vague silhouette before the fiery tongues of bullets erupted. Don't. Please spare me. Let me go. I am a streamer. Ah. He is a demon. Run. Everyone. Flee. Shouts, screams, and pleas for mercy rapidly filled the chaotic villa district. Yet, regardless of the desperate cries, they were met only with merciless bullets. As the cacophony began to fade, the area fell into a semblance of calm, with only a handful remaining in a few villas, playing a game of hide and seek with Zhou Yuming. Wearing night vision goggles, Zhou Yuming had a clear view, and with the ability of Inside Eye, he could effortlessly glean the details of these individuals, pinpointing those who had concealed themselves. For instance, a wooden cabinet. Produced in March of this year, crafted from engineered wood, hiding a small boy within. This was the last person Zhou Yuming discovered after searching several villas. He opened the cabinet, revealing it stuffed with clothing. The boy nestled beneath the garments. Quite a clever hiding spot. I shall pretend not to see you this time. Should we meet again, I will ensure your demise. Zhou Yuming turned to leave. The boy waited for quite some time before finally crawling out of the cabinet, speaking with unwavering determination. Brother, I will avenge you. Before he could finish, Zhou Yuming's familiar silhouette appeared at the doorway. Wearing a bright, sunny smile. Hi, we meet again, bang done. The sensation of robbing them of hope just as they were filled with despair was utterly delightful. To avoid hitting the boy's heart, Zhou Yuming continued firing at him, ensuring every part of his body was riddled with bullets, leaving no area untouched. But that wasn't the end. Not only was Zhou Yuming merciful, but he was also considerate, ultimately providing a complete cremation service. Ding dong, clatter. Several grenades rolled beside the boy and his brother's corpse, and soon after, the entire villa, boom. The explosion rang out deafeningly, a fireball soaring into the sky. After completing all this, Zhou Yuming did not rush to return. It was a rare occasion to be out and feeling wide awake, so he thought of exploring. Meanwhile, the village head knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Having witnessed Sakurai Nai's ruthlessness firsthand, his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Kaidamai, with her handgun aimed at the village head's head, wore a cold expression, her tone dripping with mockery. Village head, did you ever think you would meet such an end? The village head lifted his gaze to meet Kaidamai's, his lips moving as if to utter something. Do you recall? At that business gathering, you attempted to resort to underhanded tactics against me. After your scheme was exposed, you even claimed you would use my daughter to threaten me. As Kaidamai recounted the events, the murderous intent in her eyes was no longer concealed. The village head shuddered. He hadn't expected her to remember a bang. Kaidamai pulled the trigger, and a bullet struck precisely between the village head's legs. Ah! The village head let out a piercing scream, his face contorting in agony as he clutched his groin, weeping profusely. Kaidamai, you are also shameless, to acknowledge a security guard as your master, he stammered. Having abandoned all hope, he did not believe Kaidamai would spare him, much like his brother Gangjing. He could only indulge in a fleeting moment of satisfaction before his demise. Heh, what if I am shameless? My shame is for the eyes of one master alone. Something you could only dream of, and even in your dreams, it would not be me. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and his head exploded. Village head Murakami, out. The last remaining subordinate, named Tokugawa, looked at the fallen village head, understanding that his fate would soon mirror that of his leader. Yet Tokugawa refused to endure the agony of failure. If he were to die, he would do so swiftly. He steeled himself and turned to flee. Don't you dare run, Mayumi shouted, raising her gun to shoot. But before she could act, Kaidamai moved first, shifting her aim to Tokugawa and pulling the trigger. Bang. At close range, the bullet struck Tokugawa's back of the head with precision, and he fell dead without even a sound. Wait, Mom, why did you steal my prey? Mayumi pouted her lips, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction as she cast a resentful glance at her mother. Not that I'm afraid he'll escape. I'll definitely do it next time. Chikimi chuckled softly, finding amusement in teasing her daughter. How infuriating. I clearly had enough time. You just think I'm easy to bully. When the master returns, I will certainly lodge a complaint." As she spoke, Mayumi seized the automatic rifle in her hands and unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Muramace's lifeless body. Rat-a-tat-tat. The magazine emptied. A torrent of bullets rained down upon Muramace's corpse, rendering it a grotesque sight. Riddled with gaping holes, "Mayumi, just look at the state you've made of this place. It's a bloody mess. Hurry up and clean it up," Chikimi admonished. "Why should I heed your words? Our statuses are the same now." "Hey, how dare you call your mother by her name? Are you getting too bold for your own good?" Chikimi shook her head in exasperation. Ever since following Sho Yuming, Mayumi had begun to disregard her as a mother. "That is hardly the case. I only listen to the master's commands now. By the way, Chikimi, once I report you to the master, be prepared for your punishment." "Humph, I'll be waiting then. I'm going to rest now. This mess is yours to deal with." Chikimi remained unfazed by Mayumi's threats. It seemed her daughter's disobedience was merely a phase of rebellion, and of course, following Sho Yuming's orders was to be expected. A complaint that would teach her a lesson? Chikimi actually welcomed it. Watching Chikimi sway away, Mayumi could only seethe in impotent fury. Since the apocalypse began, she felt her mother had changed tremendously, especially recalling Chikimi's demeanor during that time. Such a posture. Tsk. Mayumi could hardly believe that was her mother. Mentioning that Sho Yuming would discipline her, perhaps Chikimi was secretly delighted. After all, the methods and intensity of punishment could easily turn into a reward. Chapter 037. Don't embellish yourself. As Chikimi's figure disappeared into the villa, Mayumi let out a soft huff and began to deal with the corpses, illuminated by the light at the entrance. With no other choice, given her limited strength, she endured her disgust, chopping the bodies into segments and dragging them to the left side of the villa entrance, tossing them down the slope. Though she had only been with Sho Yuming for a little over 3 days, the terror she had experienced on the first day had drastically altered her temperament. Fear, after all, is the best teacher. She understood that if she couldn't harden her heart, she would be the next to perish. After toiling for over an hour, Mayumi dusted off her hands, satisfied as she surveyed her masterpiece. At the bottom of the slope, dismembered limbs lay piled together, a gruesome sight, alongside the already decaying remains of Gang Zhang and his companions. In the night, the scene exuded an indescribable eeriness. Dressed in a pink pajamas adorned with cute Pikachu, her blood-soaked appearance appeared exceedingly jarring. All right, mission accomplished. Turning back to the villa, Mayumi refreshed herself, changed into a clean outfit, and took a seat at the main bedroom door, obediently awaiting someone's return. Meanwhile, Sho Yuming was entering North City University alone. This had once been the place he longed to study abroad, but due to unforeseen circumstances with his parents and subsequent economic issues, he ultimately could not enroll here. Reluctant to return home under such conditions, he settled for a less reputable university. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, fate had brought him back here, a cruel twist of destiny. Sho Yuming's purpose for visiting North City University was straightforward. Firstly, he wished to see the university he once aspired to attend, and secondly, he intended to catch a glimpse of the star senior. Kaguya, as mentioned by Sakurai. Not of course, he had no intention of taking her away. Rather, he was intrigued by this cherry blossom girl who had survived alone amidst the chaos. Along the way, numerous survivors ventured out under the cover of night to scavenge for supplies. Some, noticing Sho Yuming was alone, attempted to ambush him, but were effortlessly dispatched by his telekinetic blades. Soon, he arrived at the comprehensive building of North City University, the tallest structure on campus, and the very place where Kaguya was said to be trapped. In the lobby of the ground floor, around 10 students, resembling survivors, lay sprawled on the floor, unclothed and resting. Sho Yuming disregarded these individuals, unwilling to unnecessarily involve himself in Kaguya's troubles. He levitated himself with telekinesis, soaring directly to the rooftop, where he discovered an empty space upon peering through the window. However, his enhanced senses detected the sound of water on the rooftop. Landing with precision, he caught sight of a pale woman lying in a water tank beneath the rooftop as shelter. She was truly white, a ghastly pallor, reminiscent of someone who had been dead for 3 days, yet the rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive, as Sho Yuming made no effort to mask his landing. Kaguya, startled by the noise, abruptly opened her eyes, one hand clutching her chest while the other shielded her face from the light, sitting up from the water tank. "Who are you?" Sho Yuming surveyed the entirety of North City University without responding, not even casting a glance at her curvaceous figure, as her ghostly pallor failed to pique his interest. "How did you end up here?" Kaguya, belatedly realizing the presence of this man who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop, was taken aback. "Sakurai now has mentioned me," Sho Yuming replied calmly, his gaze steady. You're the master that my junior spoke of? Weren't you the one who told her to delete me and to fend for myself? Are you here to see if I'm alive or dead?" At Kaguya's words, Sho Yuming chuckled lightly. "Isn't your contact information irreplaceable? What era do you think this is, still believing you're a star? Are you here to forcibly take me away?" Kaguya inquired. "Come here specifically? What an inflated sense of self-worth you have. Don't embellish your own image. If you were to kneel and plead, perhaps I might consider it." Kaguya found herself at a loss for words, not expecting Sho Yuming to make such a demand. To submit to this man before acknowledging him as her master? If she did, what would become of her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, fear gripped Kaguya as she gazed at the man before her, terrified of his possible advance. Yet she understood that even if he chose to act aggressively, she was powerless to resist. Given her current state on the rooftop, she dared not move hastily, completely exposed without a stitch of clothing. Unwilling, Sho Yuming glanced around, noticing a backpack in the corner. He approached it, retrieving a compressed biscuit and taking a sizable bite. "That's my last bit of food." "Oh, is it?" Sho Yuming smiled, placing the remaining half back into the bag. "I want to take advantage of you." Speaking, he conjured an ice pop from thin air and tossed it to Kaguya. "Ice pop? It's real." She trembled, quickly catching it, feeling its chilling touch. Once confirming its authenticity, she stood frozen, bewildered by how he had conjured such an item. "What? If you don't want it, give it back," Kaguya exclaimed, taking a bite, savoring the refreshing taste. Sho Yuming stretched, preparing to leave. "Are you just going to walk away? Or should I stay and keep you company for the night? You owe me food. I've given you an ice pop. Did you really think I was easy to deal with?" Sho Yuming turned back, his eyes icy in an instant. A glimmering blade hovered at Kaguya's neck, drawing a thin line of blood that slowly oozed out. "What value do you possess aside from this slightly appealing exterior? A star actress? Utterly useless in the apocalypse, a young lady. Your family has long since crumbled." Kaguya's body stiffened, lifting her gaze to meet Sho Yuming's, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized the truth in his words. Indeed, she was of no value now, incapable of restoring her family's glory. And surviving had become an extraordinary challenge. At this moment, Sho Yuming grasped why Kaguya had managed to endure alone until now. Perhaps she had genuinely been fortunate, having stocked up on food and water before the storm struck. When the torrential rains and floods ravaged the area, her performance studio remained untouched. Now, amidst the sweltering apocalypse, the water source in the rooftop tank had prevented her from succumbing to dehydration. Through these 3 consecutive calamities, Kaguya had managed to secure her basic survival needs. If her luck continued, perhaps she could indeed survive this scorching apocalypse. Chapter 038. Attacked from behind. After Sho Yuming finished speaking, he turned, retracting the blade and soaring down from the rooftop. Kaguya rose, staring blankly at the shadow of Sho Yuming fading into the night, her grip tightening around the ice pop that had melted halfway, allowing the cold syrup to drip onto the ground. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality, lowering her head to eat the ice pop as silent tears streamed down her face, mingling with the sugary liquid on the ground. It had been ages since Kaguya had shed a tear. The last time she remembered was during her father's passing, a memory from 7 or 8 years ago. Before the apocalypse, she had felt a sense of injustice when facing the oppression from her predecessors in the industry, yet refrained from crying. After the apocalypse, she had endured the mental harassment from teachers and students with gritted teeth, unafraid. Yet now, Kaguya found herself weeping uncontrollably. Sho Yuming's words struck with precision. She truly held no value. Unable to revive her family's glory, and even surviving had become an arduous struggle. This time, Sho Yuming also understood Kaguya's resilience during these trying times. She had indeed been quite fortunate, securing enough food and water before the storm descended. When the floods ravaged her area, her performance studio was fortuitously spared. Now in the heat of the apocalypse, the water source in the rooftop tank had kept her from succumbing to dehydration. Throughout these 3 consecutive disasters, Kaguya had managed to meet her basic survival needs, and if her luck persisted, perhaps she could indeed navigate through this sweltering apocalypse. Due to Kaguya's ability to ensure her most fundamental survival needs, she did not feel compelled to submit to Zhou Yuming, a stark contrast to Sakurai Nao's predicament, who was on the brink of starvation at that time. Sakurai Nao was unable to swim and could not venture forth in search of supplies. Without Zhou Yuming's sustenance, her fate would be death. Thus, she was left with no choice but to set aside her pride and yield. Had she possessed the same assurance of basic survival as Kaguya, Zhou Yuming believed that Sakurai Nao might have endured even longer. Mayumi's situation mirrored that of Sakurai Nao, lacking the essential conditions for survival, leaving her with no alternative but to submit to Zhou Yuming for the sake of her existence. Meanwhile, Chinami faced covetous eyes, her safety far from assured. Even if she managed to acquire resources, her lack of tangible strength rendered her vulnerable to theft. Asked the company president. Chinami was acutely aware of this reality. She perceived a woman's body as the most advantageous bargaining chip in a post-apocalyptic world, believing it a wise exchange for safety and a better life. Consequently, when she yielded before Zhou Yuming, her demeanor was resolute, casting aside any notions of dignity. Upon returning to the villa, Zhou Yuming immediately noticed Mayumi curled up at the entrance of his master bedroom. She was clad in a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, her slender arms wrapped around her knees, resting her head upon them, lost in a deep slumber. As he bent down to lift her, the slumbering girl seemed to sense something, letting out a soft murmur and nuzzling closer into his embrace. Seeking a more comfortable position to continue her dreams, Zhou Yuming shook his head in resignation, carrying Mayumi into the master bedroom and gently placing her upon the large bed. "Master, you're back." The girl stirred awake at the commotion, rubbing her bleary eyes, and when she recognized Zhou Yuming, a sweet smile instantly illuminated her face. "Yes, I'm back." Zhou Yuming playfully pinched her cheek. "What brings you to sleep at my door?" "Master, I have to report." Chinami, after a brief flurry of activity, the girl fell into a deep sleep again, and during this time, Zhou Yuming grasped the situation. He held no particular opinion regarding Mayumi addressing her mother by her name. However, Chinami certainly warranted some form of reprimand for teasing her daughter after being a mother for so long. 3 days without a beating makes one's house fall apart. If she dared to mock her own daughter today, tomorrow she might attempt to scheme against him, her master. Soon, the sweltering 5th day of the apocalypse arrived, with the scorching sun unabated and the air thick with a stifling heat. In the air-conditioned living room of the villa, Zhou Yuming sat on the sofa alongside the 2 girls, while Chinami stood awkwardly, clearly out of place. If one were to inquire why she did not take a seat, it might be due to the adversities lurking behind her. Chinami donned a luxurious black gown, radiating an air of arrogalité. At first glance, her demeanor echoed the once lofty elegance she possessed. Yet, in private, she could also exhibit a more flirtatious side. Ever since Mayumi reported Chinami's antics to Zhou Yuming, he had administered a measure of discipline. Initially, Chinami felt elated, but as the realization of betrayal dawned upon her, it became painfully clear that the repercussions were severe. Observing her daughter's smug expression, Chinami's ire flared within her. "You little wretch, have you forgotten who brought you here? Just a thankless whelp, feasting and forgetting your mother." Mayumi, undeterred by her mother's fiery gaze, nestled into Zhou Yuming's embrace, playfully making faces at Chinami. "Nana nana nana if you dare to strike. Come at me." Zhou Yuming rose and stood by the window, contemplating the rising temperature outside. This episode of extreme heat in the apocalypse seemed more complex than it appeared. "Master, here," as he savored the ice cream handed to him by Sakurai Nao. Zhou Yuming suddenly inquired, "Now, have you ever considered searching for your father?" Upon hearing this question, Sakurai Nao momentarily froze, remaining silent for a while before shaking her head. "No, I haven't." Zhou Yuming turned to her. Pressing further, "Why not?" "Setting aside the long journey, if I were to seek him out, I would ultimately be under the thumb of that loathsome stepmother in the past. I relied on my father due to my lack of support. But now that I have you, my master, I wish to follow you always." Zhou Yuming chuckled, fondling Sakurai Nao's head, before shifting his gaze to the mother-daughter duo nearby. Chinami understood that Zhou Yuming was inquiring about her plans and respectfully replied, "Master, my mother has long since passed, and my father is as good as dead." My only remaining family is Mayumi and you. Mayumi nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of the situation. Oh, what is your sentiment towards your father? Zhou Yuming asked curiously. That old wretch abandoned my mother and me once he attained wealth, leaving us to fend for ourselves. I despise him. Do you not intend to seek revenge upon him? Zhou Yuming's question caught Chinami off guard, causing a wave of exhilaration to wash over her. That old wretch is nearly 70, yet he clings to life due to his wealth. He must still be alive. Where might he be now? After a moment of thought, Chinami's expression turned jubilant. Master, I just recalled. That old fool, out of fear of death, prepared a secret underground base on the outskirts of Tokyo, stocked with a vast quantity of food and water. I know its approximate location. Zhou Yuming nodded. Then once the next calamity subsides, we shall venture there. Yes, thank you, Master. Chapter 039. The Demon. In recent days, many individuals have flocked to the villa where Zhou Yuming resides. Both inside and outside the villa district, primarily seeking Zhou Yuming's firearms. Among them were organized groups that strategized attacks, yet their efforts were akin to throwing stones against a wall, ultimately becoming live targets for Mayumi's sharpshooting. Now, Mayumi exhibited no mercy in her killings. The girl had fully adapted to the apocalypse, and with her kills, Zhou Yuming amassed a significant amount of killing energy, including the energy harvested from previous excursions to Beijing University and the Muramasa stronghold. As well as the daily routines with the three girls, Zhou Yuming had accumulated nearly 30,000 units of energy, halfway to the 60,000 required for his next upgrade. Naturally, when not engaged in serving their master, each of the girls pursued their own interests. For instance, Mayumi was passionate about firearms, frequently inspecting and maintaining her weapons. Chinami relished tea and various forms of literature, though due to her recent tribulations, she could only kneel while preparing tea for Zhou Yuming. Sakurai now focused on culinary arts and marksmanship. Unlike Mayumi, she prioritized enhancing her shooting skills and accuracy. As night fell in the northern part of the villa district, what was once a field lay strewn with dismembered bodies and a foul stench. Ihoko wished to return home for a moment, while Yamazaki and his team had come to gather supplies. Having recently uncovered information that both the Yamazaki and Muramasa factions had vanished overnight. After thoroughly searching several villas, they indeed discovered a plethora of supplies, albeit scattered, enough to lift their spirits and momentarily forget the repulsive odor. Yamazaki-kun, we have scoured the entire northern villa district. It is primarily filled with decapitated corpses. Yamazaki frowned at the report from his subordinate. Have we ascertained what transpired? WEV figured it out among them. A few were victims of infighting and gunfire, but the majority appear to have been brutally decapitated by a blade. The reporting man's face reflected terror, fearful that this demon might still be lurking nearby. In the distance, Ihoko pinched her nose and observed for a while before approaching Yamazaki. Based on the degree of decomposition, it seems these bodies have been dead for about a week. Strange. Who could have done this? Yamazaki pondered aloud. Could it be the armed leader from the eastern side of the villa district? I don't think so. Ihoko shook her head, her keen medical eye discerning. These incisions are smooth and precise, but lack professionalism. The eastern leader, armed to the teeth, wouldn't resort to such methods. Then who could it be? Yamazaki was baffled. Could it be an external force from outside the villa district? Ihoko speculated. An external force? Yamazaki questioned, puzzled. Indeed, after all, this villa district offers good living conditions, ample territory, and relatively abundant resources, which would undoubtedly attract other survivors. Your analysis holds merit. We must exercise caution moving forward. After completing their search of the northern villa district, Yamazaki and his team proceeded towards the southwest, where bodies lay strewn about. Though these individuals had only died 3 days prior, the heat accelerated their decomposition. Just as Ihoko had described, the corpses were riddled with bullet holes. It seemed the eastern leader had been quite liberal with their ammunition, turning the scene into a massacre. The group suppressed their nausea and fear, managing to collect a considerable amount of supplies, ensuring they would not need to worry about resources for the near future. This night's expedition was undoubtedly a mental ordeal for them, as they bore witness to the hellscape of the apocalypse. Upon returning, Ihoko confronted Yamazaki in their room. What are you waiting for? Shouldn't you go to the eastern part of the villa district to negotiate with that leader? Well, let us discuss that later. We currently have ample supplies, Yamazaki replied, attempting to evade the subject. Upon hearing such a response, Kai-Hizi furrowed her brow and stepped in front of Yamazaki, obstructing his path. Discuss it later? Do you not possess a sense of crisis? If you do not take the initiative to negotiate, what if he comes to attack us first? How could that be possible? We have no ties to him, nor do we know each other. Yamazaki stammered. Then how do you know that Muramasa was annihilated due to some connection with him? He resides to the east, near us. If he ever finds us displeasing, we will all suffer the consequences. With that, Kai-Hizi turned away from Yamazaki, resolute in preventing such a scenario. Their lives had only just begun to return to normal, and she decided to meet with the individual the very next day. At the top floor of the comprehensive building at Beijing University, Kaguya cautiously opened the door to the performance room, peeking outside to ensure no one was around. She then stealthily made her way toward the stairs. The corridor was in disarray, littered with scattered items and dried bloodstains. A nauseating stench of decay permeated the sweltering air, rendering it suffocating. Kaguya covered her mouth and nose. Today, she was famished and desperately needed to venture out in search of food. After 2 days of observation, she noted that students and the Weikai Club would leave in the dead of night to scavenge for supplies, leaving only 1 or 2 people guarding the first-floor hall. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to slip out unnoticed. More than 10 minutes later, Kaguya reached the first floor, passing through the hall without attracting attention. The entire process of exiting the comprehensive building was surprisingly smooth. As she navigated through the night, she relied on her memory to find the nearest small supermarket. However, it had nearly turned into a wasteland. Shelves lay collapsed, goods were strewn across the floor, and there was hardly anything intact amidst the dust and garbage. Kaguya rummaged through the debris, hoping to unearth something edible. After an exhaustive search, she finally discovered a substantial piece of ham, its cross-section coated in dust, and despite the heat emitting a faint sour odor. It remained relatively intact. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaguya seized it and took a bite. The taste was indescribable, nearly inducing her to vomit, tears welling in her eyes, yet she forced herself to swallow. On the morning of the 6th day of the sweltering apocalypse, Zhou Yuming had yet to receive any notification from the system regarding the next calamity. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the still oppressive heat outside, his brows furrowing slightly. Could this scorching apocalypse persist for several more days? Yawning, Zhou Yuming made his way to the hall, where a lavish hot pot awaited him on the exquisitely set dining table. A variety of fresh meats and vegetables, an unimaginable luxury in this apocalyptic world. Zhou Yuming sat at the head of the table, while Sakurai now and Shinonami knelt beside him. "Master, where is Yumi? She was too exhausted last night and is still in her room, by the way." "Master, I've nearly recovered and Haven Tea attended to you in several days." "May I?" Shinonami said, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Zhou Yuming, her tone laced with a hint of pleading and seduction. Hearing this, Sakurai now abruptly lifted her head, her previously icy gaze sharpening. For today it was her turn to serve. If now agrees, then it's settled. Without hesitation, Sakurai now firmly rejected, "Master, I do not consent." Upon hearing Sakurai now's decisive answer, Shinonami's eyes flickered with embarrassment, but she quickly masked it with a sultry smile. Zhou Yuming, aware of the woman's yearning, affectionately tousled Shinonami's hair, which he understood instantly, and he continued to savor the delectable hot pot. Outside the window, the once clear sky gradually darkened, and large raindrops began to patter against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. On the top floor of Beijing University, one must admit that Kaguya's luck was remarkable. After her nocturnal escapade, she managed to find some scattered food and successfully brought it back to the performance room. That moment, Kaguya was carefully collecting rainwater leaking from the rooftop into a dilapidated plastic basin. Her face, though pale, radiated determination. This was her source of hope for survival in this apocalyptic world. "I will survive," Kaguya silently vowed, intent on proving herself to Zhou Yuming, convinced that she could endure in this harsh reality without yielding to men. In a villa to the southeast, Kai-Hizi had just finished her shower, a faint scent of body wash lingering around her. As she dried her damp hair, she prepared some food and water. "I must meet that leader to the east today," she murmured to herself, resolute in her decision. Only by signing a non-aggression pact could the safety of everyone be guaranteed. Meanwhile, a 7-member team dispatched by the Yuchong family was also gearing up for action. "If you fail to complete the task within 2 weeks, you and your subordinates' families will suffer a fate worse than death. Understand? Yu Ren's eyes glinted with madness as he issued the dire command in an exquisitely soft tone to the team leader. Why yes, rest assured, young master. The leader, Yuto, swallowed hard. Ever since the family scion had mastered some arcane skill, he had taken on an androgynous demeanor and become increasingly volatile, deriving pleasure from tormenting others. As for the 7 members' mission, it was to retrieve Mayumi and her daughter while simultaneously severing the third leg of that so-called master of hers and bringing back his head. Inside the villa, Master, are you heading out? Mayumi, tidying up at the door, was taken aback to see Zhou Yuming changing his shoes at the shoe cabinet. Yes, I'm going to the Tsukakid Shinjuku district, over 10 kilometers away. Yumi mentioned there's a lovely cherry blossom girl there. A good friend of hers. Understood, please be cautious while you're out. After Shinonami spoke, Sakurai now stepped forward, standing beside Zhou Yuming. Master, may I accompany you? Upon hearing Sakurai now's request, Zhou Yuming nodded in agreement, while Shinonami's expression grew complex. Put this on. Zhou Yuming contemplated for a moment before retrieving a fitted combat suit from the warehouse and handing it to Sakurai now. Yes, without hesitation or modesty. Sakurai now undressed her nightgown in plain sight, revealing her fair skin and perfect form. She quickly donned the attire he provided, her movements precise and efficient. Zhou Yuming, satisfied with her appearance, handed her a helmet, signaling that it was time to depart. Witnessing this, Shinonami felt an inexplicable sense of loss. As the female CEO, she did not wish to remain cooped up at home, yearning instead for Zhou Yuming to entrust her with significant responsibilities. Master, I too wish to accompany you. You stay home. Yumi is still asleep. Without turning around, Zhou Yuming left with Sakurai now. Shinonami opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but ultimately swallowed her words. Since putting aside her pride to come here, Shinonami, aware of Zhou Yuming's character, had never allowed herself to feel complacent. She tread carefully, meticulously considering every word he spoke, fearing to invoke his displeasure. It seems I must work even harder. This was Shinonami's first attempt to venture out together. Though unsuccessful, she resolved to seek more opportunities in the future. Her primary task was to master shooting skills, at the very least to protect herself while out, lest she become a burden to Zhou Yuming. With this thought, Shinonami tossed aside the broom, realizing that merely doing housework would not win the master's favor. Becoming strong was the key. She promptly headed to the makeshift shooting range, picking up a gun to practice diligently. Beside the villa's entrance, Zhou Yuming waved his hand lightly, and a sleek black motorcycle materialized before him. Sakurai now, accustomed to such sights, patiently awaited Zhou Yuming's next instructions. As he mounted the expensive motorcycle, Zhou Yuming reminisced about his once-cherished dream of owning a bike. Back then, financial constraints had rendered it merely a fantasy, until now. Get on. Sakurai now was already prepared, swiftly mounting the bike, as the engine roared to life. The two sped away from the villa. Not long after their departure, Kaihizi approached from the southeast, umbrella in hand, heading towards Zhou Yuming's villa. The motorcycle roared down the empty streets, the only sounds being the engine's growl and the rain's patter. All else was enveloped in silence. As they sped along, Zhou Yuming reveled in the exhilarating sensation of finally living his motorcycle dream. Just as he was immersed in this bliss, he noticed obstacles blocking their path ahead, debris piled high. Appearing freshly arranged, frowning, he gradually brought the bike to a halt. Removing his helmet, Zhou Yuming dismounted, with Sakurai now following suit. Master, do you require me to clear these obstacles? No need. Someone will handle it. As Zhou Yuming spoke. He pressed the horn, its sharp sound echoing down the road. Indeed, it wasn't long before numerous figures emerged from the nearby ruins. Leading the group was a young man with a long scar running down the right side of his face. Exuding a fierce demeanor. You bastards, who are you? This is our territory. The scarred man, known as Kojiro, spoke coldly. Zhou Yuming opted not to respond but instead inquired indifferently, Did you set up these roadblocks? Indeed. Koziru appeared to have the upper hand, unabashedly declaring, This road is under our control now, if you wish to pass. Your vehicle is rather splendid, and that captivating lady behind you is quite striking. Why not stay? Oh? Zhou Yuming arched an eyebrow. And what if I choose not to? One of Koziru's subordinates boasted loudly, Lord Koziru is a black belt in karate and the strongest in this vicinity. This area was left in chaos without a leader. Until he established his dominance with his own fists, the strongest, Zhou Yuming chuckled, and I am quite eager to witness this prowess. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's words, Kozaru's smug expression morphed into one of disdain and scorn. Have you ever encountered a fist the size of a sandbag? Kozaru sauntered leisurely towards Zhou Yuming, sizing him up from head to toe. Young man, seeing you like this, I won't take advantage of your youth. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall allow you to pass. However, if you cannot endure even one, your car, the lady, and your life shall remain with us. Zhou Yuming remained unfazed. His interest piqued by the earlier taunt from Kozaru's subordinate in this apocalyptic world. Intriguing encounters were scarce, and engaging in a fair fight was far from unwelcome. Kozaru, mistaking Zhou Yuming's expression for acceptance of the challenge, resolved to knock him out with a single blow. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Yuming slowly raised his right hand, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun aimed directly at his head. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Zhou Yuming brandished the handgun. Observing this, Sakurai Nai retrieved a submachine gun from behind her, directing it towards Kozaru's group of henchmen. The cold barrel emanated an aura of death, rendering the previously arrogant ruffians suddenly mute with fear. You just claimed you wanted me to withstand a strike? I wonder if you can withstand the power behind mine. Zhou Yuming taunted. Kozaru's face turned ashen as he realized that his opponent was no mere lamb awaiting slaughter, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had initially believed his skills would easily subdue these two, never anticipating that they would possess a firearm. You lack martial ethics. Kozaru cursed inwardly, lamenting that if he had known his opponent had a gun, he could have avoided this entire ordeal. Martial ethics? Zhou Yuming laughed heartily, almost doubling over in this apocalypse. You dare lecture me on martial ethics? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Yuming's laughter faded, his gaze turning icy. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, I wield a gun, and thus, I am the law. There is no need for any so-called martial ethics. Kozaru's heart brimmed with resentment. He prided himself on being the strongest in the area. When had he ever faced such humiliation? Concealed in his right hand was a small knife, and at this close range, he could seize the opportunity if his opponent's focus wavered. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble everything on snatching the gun from Zhou Yuming. But I, for one, am fond of giving opportunities. Here's the deal. If one among you can clear these obstacles, I promise not to kill them. Initially poised to strike, Kozaru was taken aback by Zhou Yuming's words. Sensing the unexpected shift in his demeanor, Zhou Yuming added, excluding any masters of karate. Of course, Kozaru's subordinates exclaimed in unison. I am willing. Me too. I am willing. Please don't kill me. I will do whatever you say. As Zhou Yuming's words hung in the air, all of Kozaru's henchmen clamored to volunteer. With limited food supplies, what was the point of risking their lives? Kozaru was stunned. Had he truly lost their loyalty? It seemed they all sought to survive, and now they were eager to comply. Zhou Yuming smiled, his tone calm. Thank you, my friends. We shall begin at once. Kozaru's subordinates, as if granted a reprieve, rushed to the roadblocks, diligently clearing the way. Zhou Yuming exchanged a glance with Sakurai Nai, instructing her to handle the rest. She understood immediately, raising her submachine gun and aiming it at those clearing the obstacles. Seizing the moment while Zhou Yuming conversed with Sakurai Nai, Kozaru's right hand, clutching the knife, was poised to strike. Aiming to turn the tables, however, Zhou Yuming had already anticipated this feeble maneuver. The gun in his hand fired without hesitation. Bang! A bullet struck Kozaru squarely in the left chest, blood instantly staining his clothing. His body swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Without a gun, you are nothing. Unfortunately for you, I possess one. Zhou Yuming remarked coolly, gazing down at Kozaru's lifeless form. Bang, bang, bang. Sakurai Nai opened fire, executing those who had been clearing the road. Zhou Yuming was quite satisfied with her performance. Earlier, when two women had pleaded for mercy, she displayed no sign of compassion. Blood mingled with rainwater, pooling on the ground in crimson streams. Master, the task is complete. Though Sakurai Nai was a university beauty, she was no naive idealist. She endorsed Zhou Yuming's ruthless methods. To ensure new life, one must eradicate the roots. You see, I am a man of my word. As I did not personally kill them. Sakurai Nai nodded, understanding that rules were dictated by the powerful. Zhou Yuming would only grow stronger, and as his subordinate, her role was to follow his lead unwaveringly. Get on, yes. Put on the helmet, Zhou Yuming instructed as he and Sakurai Nai mounted the motorcycle, speeding towards the Suijing Shinjuku district. Meanwhile, at the villa district, Kai Heezy stood anxiously at the entrance of Zhou Yuming's villa. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to knock on the grand door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated loudly within the silent villa, rousing the slumbering Zhun Yumei. Who could it be at this hour? Having just finished firearms training, Qian Name adopted a vigilant stance, cautiously approaching the door with her handgun in hand. Mom, I will accompany you. Zhun Yumei emerged from the bedroom, trailing behind Qian Name. The mother and daughter arrived at the front door, peering through the peephole, only to find Kai Heezy standing outside. Upon opening the door, Qian Name was equally surprised to see her. Dr. Kai Heezy. What brings you here, Mrs. Qian Name? What are you doing here? After a brief silence, Qian Name, refusing to lower her guard simply because Kai Heezy was an acquaintance from before the apocalypse, instructed her daughter, Yume, go check if anyone is behind Dr. Kai. Ensure it's safe before we search her. Zhun Yume nodded, slinging an automatic rifle over her shoulder as she stepped outside to scrutinize the surroundings. After confirming there were no immediate threats, she felt reassured. There was no choice. The mother and daughter maintained a heightened vigilance towards outsiders. Zhou Yuming had previously shared his strategy for dealing with intruders when he lost a poker game involving a clothing wager. If a man arrived, regardless of the circumstances, they would be offered peanuts. None would be spared. If a woman arrived, they would first listen to her intentions. If she sought allegiance, only the clean and beautiful Sakurai Nai would be spared, while the rest would be sent on their way. Kai Heezy glanced back at Zhun Yume for a moment, but when she turned back, Qian Name had already aimed her handgun at her forehead. Kai Heezy dared not question this, for this was the territory of a ruthless killer, and Qian Name might very well be the killer's woman. Zhun Yume turned around. Since Kai Heezy wore loose clothing today, it made her search considerably easier. She meticulously inspected from top to bottom, inside and out, leaving no corner untouched. As time passed, Kai Heezy grew increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, finally unable to refrain from saying, Is this enough? Have I permitted you to speak? Seeing Qian Name's eyes narrow and her finger twitch, Kai Heezy hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing she might be told to enjoy peanuts, and could only endure Zhun Yume's thorough search. All clear, you may enter. After what felt like an eternity, Zhun Yume's words prompted a sigh of relief from Kai Heezy. They stepped into the villa's grand hall. She surveyed her surroundings, noticing the air conditioning was running and the supplies were ample, with an array of food, beverages, and snacks readily available. Kai Heezy felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as if she had returned to the halcyon days before the apocalypse, and all her past experiences had merely been a dream. Kneel. Qian Name's voice sliced through Kai Heezy's reverie. Huh? Why? Kai Heezy was taken aback. Shouldn't Qian Name have asked her to sit? Of course, it's the rules. This is the master's territory, and as an outsider, you must abide by them. Qian Name sat on the sofa, her tone icy as she regarded Kai Heezy. Zhun Yume sat on the carpet, appearing exhausted, as if she hadn't rested well the previous night. Observing the weapons in the hands of the mother and daughter, Kai Heezy realized she was still very much in the apocalypse, albeit in a rare exception. Understand. She recognized her visit as akin to a guest's, necessitating adherence to the household's customs. So, Dr. Kai Heezy, what is the purpose of your visit? To pledge allegiance to the master? Kneeling on the soft cushion, a glass of cool beverage placed before her, Kai Heezy unconsciously swallowed. Simultaneously, she pondered how to broach the subject. She had come to negotiate, not to submit. Though this place enticed her, she found it difficult to accept the title of master that Qian Name had used. To pursue material comfort at the expense of her dignity? Unless it is a matter of survival, she would not reach the point of relinquishing her dignity. You may have misunderstood. I do not come here to submit. I represent the southeastern section of the villa area to engage in a peaceful negotiation. Negotiation? Chinanami raised an eyebrow and retorted, There is no conflict between your master and us. Why do you insist on wading through this murky water? I am merely taking precautions, Keiko explained nervously. You understand that we are in an apocalyptic world. Should any misunderstandings arise between our parties, wouldn't it lead to a violent confrontation? I certainly do not wish to witness such a scenario. Haha, as long as you do not provoke the master, there will naturally be no issues. Conversely, if you are annihilated, it would only serve you right. Keiko felt utterly helpless upon hearing these words. She could not counter them. For strength dictates everything, and the powerful always hold the reins of discourse, so. What do you think of this arrangement? We will strictly manage our subordinates and send a batch of supplies to you every month, including tobacco, alcohol, and daily necessities. Is that acceptable? Chinanami discerned the implication in Keiko's words. She sought to exchange supplies for a form of protection. She neither wished to submit to the master nor did she desire to forego support. Once an agreement is reached, despite the master not making any commitments, Keiko could assert that there was a supply relationship with the master, thereby instilling a sense of deterrence. With this realization, Chinanami looked upon Keiko with disdain. Keiko was truly overestimating her own cleverness and pride, unwilling to seize the opportunity to yield to the master. Chinanami understood that in this apocalyptic environment, any semblance of power or status had lost its significance. The ability to live a quality life was the only reality that mattered. As for Keiko's proposition, Chinanami had no desire to entertain it, nor could she unilaterally make decisions on behalf of Zhou Yuming. Given the differing affiliations of their factions, however, she was deeply irked by Keiko's attitude, which was reminiscent of her previous conceit. Could she not see the gravity of the situation? Keiko, your plan is admirable, but it is ultimately destined to fail. What do you mean? There is nothing to conceal, as we shall be leaving here soon. Chinanami replied coolly. Leaving? Where are you going? Keiko asked, bewildered. That is not for you to know. Suffice it to say, we have no need for your suggestion. Keiko's heart sank. She had not anticipated that the butcher would choose to depart. If he left, would not the balance of power in this villa area be disrupted? What would become of her and her subordinate's safety? In that case, I must quickly return to discuss this with everyone, Keiko thought. Realizing that further discussion was futile, she rose to leave. You think you can come and go as you please? Chinanami called out to Keiko, while Jin Yume aimed her rifle at her, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Keiko's heart raced. The inevitable had finally come to pass, a scenario she had envisioned before her arrival. Keiko, you actually have another path you could choose. Chinanami observed her, speaking with layered meaning. As long as you are willing, you could become the master's woman. Impossible. Keiko vehemently rejected. I have my own life. I will never become someone else's vassal. Is that so? Forcing you would indeed be pointless, but I cannot allow you to leave just yet. The master sought you out previously but could not locate you. This compensation for emotional distress, shall be paid with your body. As Chinanami spoke, she exchanged glances with her daughter, who promptly understood and fetched a pair of handcuffs from the room, approaching Keiko. What do you intend to do? Do not be afraid. We merely wish to invite you to stay and engage in a thorough conversation with the master. Chapter 043, delivered to the door. Meanwhile, the two had arrived at the Tsuejing New District. After returning the motorcycle to the Apocalypse warehouse, Zhou Yuming entered the plaza on foot with Sakurai Natsu. The scene here was similar to that of the villa area, with corpses strewn about, severed limbs, and the air thick with the stench of decay, inducing nausea. There are 11 buildings in total, each with only 8 floors. Let us proceed directly to Building 7 to find Yume's friend. Yui, understood, master. Upon entering the residential area, due to Sakurai Natsu's striking appearance amidst the apocalypse, many could be seen peering from the windows, but Zhou Yuming remained unfazed. Room 402 in Building 8. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa in the living room, appearing to be in his 40s, chewing betel nut while deep in thought. Lord Tetsuya, we have a situation. Hearing his subordinate rush in, Tetsuya did not even lift his head. Lord Tetsuya, it is truly a situation. Speak and refrain from being overly dramatic. A pair of unfamiliar individuals have entered the community. The man is inconsequential, but the woman is exceptionally beautiful. Haha, you previously claimed that one was beautiful, and it turned out to be a sight that made me retch. I could hardly eat. That was my poor judgment. This time, I assure you, I can only describe her as stunning, and I guarantee she surpasses Kankai in every aspect. Upon hearing this, Tetsuya immediately looked up. For Kankai was the most beautiful woman he had ever possessed. Graceful and charming, she had been made his favored consort, and to date, only one of his other friends had enjoyed her. In truth, there had been another even more beautiful, but her obstinate nature had led to her demise at his hands when he accidentally killed her parents. Ultimately, she chose to leap to her death rather than submit. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed a pity. After all, this was an apocalypse. Tetsuya found himself intrigued and confirmed. You mentioned this woman is still in the community? Is she truly more beautiful than Kankai? I swear, she is guaranteed to be more beautiful than Kankai. They have just gone to Building 7, though I am unsure of their purpose. Lord Tetsuya, may I claim some credit for this? If successful, could I enjoy Kankai for a day? If that woman is indeed beautiful, then Kankai shall be yours for a day. Thank you, Lord Tetsuya. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Immediately after, he witnessed Tetsuya retrieve a black shotgun from a box beneath the table. Lord Tetsuya, is it really necessary to bring the gun? We can manage with just the brothers. The subordinate gulped, eyeing the menacing weapon. Who said bringing a gun means we must use it? Its primary purpose is deterrence. Considering our limited ammunition that I see, Lord Tetsuya, you truly are prudent. Saving where possible is essential, particularly as it is crucial for seizing that warehouse later. After loading the bullets and confirming everything was in order, Tetsuya inquired, by the way, should we notify Fat Tiger? No need. He is likely still occupied with Kankai. Let him finish before you go. Understood, thank you, Lord Tetsuya. In truth, Tetsuya merely wished to prevent Fat Tiger from taking the first bite. He certainly would not want to consume what others had left behind. Zhou Yuming and his companion arrived at Building 7, only to find the corridor littered with corpses, blood splattered everywhere, a sight that was truly harrowing. This is it. Last night, Yume mentioned it was room 602 on the 6th floor. Let us go check it out. All right. The two had barely reached the 4th floor when suddenly, an old man with a wrinkled face and lecherous gaze emerged from room 401. Zhou Yuming seemed unbothered until the old man's eyes fell upon Sakurai Natsu, at which point he let out a lewd chuckle. Little lady, you are truly beautiful. How about a pack of instant noodles for a little fun with this old man? As the old man spoke, he reached out to grope Sakurai Natsu. She remained expressionless, preparing to draw her gun, but Zhou Yuming acted first. His gaze turned icy, and with a single hand gesture, the old man's body was suspended in midair. His head slowly deforming. You. The old man struggled helplessly, his eyes wide in disbelief as he realized he was about to meet his end. Though Sakurai Natsu had witnessed Zhou Yuming's power before, she remained utterly astonished, unsure of the nature of this ability. Spatial compression? Telekinesis? Regardless, her master had truly displayed an impressive display of dominance. It felt quite splendid to follow him. Let us move on to the 6th floor. Oh? Zhou Yuming did not spare a glance at the old man's corpse, leading Sakurai Natsu upward. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they heard unbearable sounds emanating from one of the rooms, as if a party were underway. Bang! Zhou Yuming kicked the door open, revealing a scene of debauchery. 5 men and 2 women engaged in a fervent sexual encounter. Baka? Who are you people? The sudden intrusion caused the men to nearly soil themselves in fear. Zhou Yuming did not respond but instead fixed his gaze on the man who had spoken. Before the man could even scream, his head was gone in an instant. A single glance can kill. What manner of monster is this? Seeing this, the remaining 4 men and 2 women understood they had encountered a formidable opponent and fell silent in terror. I ask you, where is the original occupant of this room? Yui? Zhou Yuming surveyed the room coldly, declaring, if you do not wish to die, answer my question. Yui? She is already dead. The woman trembled as she spoke. Dead? How did she die? Zhou Yuming frowned. In this apocalypse, shouldn't a beauty be cherished as treasure? How could she perish so easily? After a moment of silence, the men shook their heads. We do not know. Do you not know? Zhou Yuming felt exasperated. He did not wish to waste any more time. With a snap of his fingers, the heads of the 4 men exploded in succession. Pft, 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 pft. Please do not kill us. We will tell you. The 2 women trembled uncontrollably, bowing and pleading for mercy. What is going on? Zhou Yuming demanded sternly. It was Tetsuya, the leader of this community. He forced Yui to jump off the building. One woman cried out, Jaya? Zhou Yuming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was all too familiar with that name. It belonged to the supervisor of the security company he had previously worked for, who often exploited the interns. However, he later found himself imprisoned due to his transgressions. Where is he? In Building 8, another woman replied. Do you know the specifics of what transpired? We do not know. The 2 women shook their heads. They were merely tools for others' amusement. How could they possibly be privy to such details? Then why are you at Jie's house? Zhou Yuming's gaze sharpened. We thought the environment here was pleasant. The two women stammered, unable to articulate their reasoning. Zhou Yuming let out a cold laugh. It was merely a ploy for some benefit, and he swiftly dispatched them with a flick of his wrist. Master, what shall we do now? Naturally, we shall go to Building 8 to find Ji. As the two descended the stairs, they spotted a group of people storming towards Building 7, led by none other than Ji himself. Unexpectedly, he had come right to them, perfect for settling old scores alongside new grievances. Chapter 044, Too indolent to reason with you. You do not deserve to listen in the Tsuejing Shinjuku district. Building 7, the messenger quickly brought Jie to the scene, where Zhou Yuming and Ing Jingnai had just stepped out of the unit. Lord Jie, that is the beauty I mentioned to you. What do you think? Following the direction indicated by the messenger, Jie's eyes fell upon Ing Jingnai, clad in a form-fitting combat suit, and he nodded in satisfaction. To him, this woman was as good as caught. However, he was more concerned about the man beside her. Why did he feel an increasing sense of familiarity? As the distance between them closed to 10 meters, Jie suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the man's identity. Zhou Yuming. Ah, so it is little Zhou. Did you come to seek my favor upon hearing I was here? How courteous of you to bring along a woman. Zhou Yuming smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Jie's taunts, but instead countered, weren't you imprisoned? How are you out now? I recall you were sentenced to a lifetime of labor. Upon hearing this, Jie's expression stiffened. It was indeed a profound humiliation for him. Only Fat Tiger and he were privy to this matter, and how dared Zhou Yuming mention it in public, it seemed. The other party was not here to ally with him, but rather to undermine him. Humph, do not concern yourself with that, little Zhou. Bring that woman to me. From now on, we are brothers. Here, I will ensure you want for nothing. Otherwise, my weapon might become indiscriminate. Brothers with you? I recall you saying something similar when I first started my internship. Zhou Yuming had made numerous trips to find the security company where Jie worked during his internship. At that time, Jie was merely a low-level manager who had climbed to the position of supervisor by exploiting his subordinates, only to be later imprisoned for various crimes, including fraud and extortion, ultimately receiving a life sentence. Zhou Yuming felt immense satisfaction upon learning this news, for it was truly true that evil begets evil. The reason lay in the months of exploitation he had endured under Jie's reign. But I later got promoted to supervisor and transferred to headquarters. I even intended to bring you along to headquarters. Enough reminiscing, hurry and bring that lady here. I've never seen one so exquisite. Observing Jie's barely contained impatience, Zhou Yuming could not fathom how such a person had ascended to the rank of supervisor. You are quite taken with her, but she is my woman, as he spoke. Zhou Yuming opened his arms. Ing Jingnai, still processing Zhou Yuming's claim, immediately leaped into his embrace upon seeing his outstretched arms. This scene caused Jie's expression to freeze once again, his heart brimming with rage. How dare this underling he had exploited be so audacious? Did he not see the gun in Jie's hand? Did he think it was empty? Humph, Zhou Yuming, you truly are something else. You've managed to ensnare such a woman. I offer you two choices. Either hand her over and I shall spare your life, or prepare to take a bullet. As Zhou Yuming was teasing Ing Jingnai, he turned to face Jie, who seemed to be demanding he choose between two options once again. Very well, I too shall present you with two choices. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and you might have a chance to survive. Or try to shoot me and see what happens. I assure you, your head will be the first to burst. With that, Zhou Yuming produced a golden desert eagle seemingly from thin air, suddenly aiming it at Jie's head. The gleaming golden gun and the dark, ominous muzzle sent a chill down Jie's spine. How did this fellow manage to possess a firearm? No wonder he was so brazen. Jie had grown increasingly arrogant after acquiring his own gun. Dismissing many people and matters, had Fat Tiger not also possessed a firearm, Jie would have long since eliminated him and claimed dominance for himself. There was no way he would have allowed him to play with the spoils. But now, facing Zhou Yuming's glimmering desert eagle, Jie suddenly felt that his shotgun was merely a toy, powerful yet limited in range, with few bullets and prone to jamming during reloads. Thus, Jie's demeanor shifted dramatically. He realized Zhou Yuming was not to be trifled with and that he needed a meticulous plan, at least to close the distance first. Jie holstered his gun and, with an audacious smile, asked, It is getting late. Zhou, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I have a few boxes of fresh self-heating hot pot left, and I'll throw in a couple of lamb cans. Why not honor me by dining with me? By the way, bring your sister-in-law too. Don't be shy. Zhou Yuming nearly burst into laughter. This fellow was as he remembered, changing his tune faster than one could turn a page. I only offer you two options. Either kneel and plead for mercy at once, or I will put a bullet through your skull. Zhou Yuming's expression remained calm as he reiterated his previous statement, causing Jie's greasy countenance to once again freeze in disbelief. He had not anticipated Zhou Yuming to be so ruthless. I also have a gun. How can he be so arrogant? Did he not fear a mutual demise? Zhou, this is too excessive. Look, I've put away my gun. Bang. With a gunshot, the messenger standing to Zhou Yuming's left had his head blown apart, blood splattering across Jie's face. At that moment, Jie was not filled with fear but with rage. Zhou Yuming was indeed heartless, becoming even more arrogant with a gun in hand. Baka Yeru, is there no reason left? We did nothing and you shoot one of my brothers? I am too indolent to reason with you. You do not deserve to listen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Yuming pulled the trigger once more, and the head of the man to Jie's right exploded, leaving Jie's own face now symmetrical. Chapter 045. Do not come any closer. Will you choose to beg for mercy or take a bullet? All right, Zhou Yuming, you truly are audacious. After uttering this, Jie immediately raised his shotgun, aiming it at Zhou Yuming without hesitation. Bang, however, after the gunfire rang out, Zhou Yuming remained unscathed, continuing to fire at Jie's subordinates behind him. At this moment, the original group of over 10 had been halved, and after Zhou Yuming emptied one magazine, he swiftly reloaded and resumed firing. Jie found the scene before him incredulous. He had fired his weapon and felt the recoil. Yet why was his opponent unharmed? Listening to Zhou Yuming's continuous gunfire and the cries of his subordinates as they fled, Jie had no time to ponder further. He pulled the bolt, ejected the spent shell, loaded another bullet, and aimed once more at Zhou Yuming, pulling the trigger. Bang! This time, there was only the sound of the gunshot echoing, and Zhou Yuming showed no sign of injury, as if he were completely indifferent to Jie's attempts to shoot him. How is it possible? Why are you still unharmed? Jie's heart surged with panic, yet his hands did not cease their movements. Disbelieving, he pulled the bolt again, ejected the empty shell, and loaded another bullet to fire once more. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, each accompanied by the sounds of firing, recoil, and ejected shells. Yet Zhou Yuming remained unscathed, casually harvesting Jie's subordinates one by one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What on earth is happening? At this point, Jie was filled with terror. On the brink of madness, he feared death. Yet he also feared this scene that transcended his comprehension. Jie had brought only 9 bullets, with 4 remaining, and as he stared fixedly at Zhou Yuming, he hastily reloaded. Yet his hands no longer obeyed him, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Jie was terrified that once Zhou Yuming finished off all his subordinates, it would be his turn. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuming was counting the fallen bodies, tallying his kills. It seemed his marksmanship was quite good. There was just enough ammunition left for one more shot. No worries. I'll wait for you to reload at your leisure. With that, Zhou Yuming yawned. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen, but it made no difference to Zhou Yuming. For Jie, however, he could only vaguely see the outline of Zhou Yuming's figure, unable to discern his features. That silhouette, approximately 10 meters away, appeared devilish in nature. Nana, please don the night vision goggles and proceed to Building 8 for a thorough sweep. Exercise caution. Yes, master, replied Sakurai Nana. The gunfire from earlier had drawn the attention of many within the community, and a rotund individual in Building 8 had been observing for quite some time. Moreover, Building 8 served as Tetsuya's stronghold. Thus, Zhou Yuming resolved to dispatch Sakurai Nana to handle the situation, considering it an opportunity to hone her skills. In the dim light, Tetsuya nervously loaded his ammunition, witnessing the woman beside Zhou Yuming retrieve a submachine gun from behind, chambering a round before advancing toward Building 8. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Zhou Yuming dared to venture here alone. It was not solely due to the handgun he possessed. Ultimately, Tetsuya completed the loading of his remaining 4 rounds, and just as he raised his firearm, he observed Zhou Yuming approaching him. No. Don't come near me. Bang. Stay away from me. Bang, bang, bang. Everything seemed unchanged. Tetsuya's 4 bullets appeared to vanish into thin air, firing into the void, allowing Zhou Yuming to close the distance before him. Faced with Zhou Yuming, who towered over him, Tetsuya was engulfed by fear. With a mere tug, Zhou Yuming effortlessly seized the shotgun from him. In that instant, Tetsuya felt utterly weak, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "Now, tell me how you escaped," Zhou Yuming commanded, pulling back the shotgun's action to eject the spent cartridge, producing 5 shotgun shells from an unknown source and leisurely loading them. I escaped before the apocalypse because I was involved in a case that required intercity transfer. During transport, the police vehicle in front was struck by lightning, causing all the escorts to perish instantly, which led to the subsequent vehicle overturning. Seizing the opportunity, several of us managed to free ourselves from our handcuffs, took the guns, and fled. After days of evasion, we finally arrived here. Zhou Yuming nodded slightly, aiming the shotgun at Tetsuya's legs. With one hand, he held the weapon effortlessly. "Given his enhanced physique, I heard that Yui was driven to her death by you. Is that true? If you lie, I shall pull the trigger." "Yes, Master Zhou, please don't shoot. I had no idea she was your woman." It's all right. I don't know her either, just wish to hear the account of events." Tetsuya hung his head, realizing that speaking would surely seal his fate, thus opting for silence. Zhou Yuming, well aware of Tetsuya's character, maintained a calm demeanor as he squeezed the trigger. "Unwilling to speak? Then you must be punished." Bang! The shotgun discharged at such close range, striking him squarely in his vulnerable area, and Tetsuya immediately fainted from the excruciating pain. He barely had time to scream before his eyes rolled back. Collapsing to the ground, his lower garments in tatters, Zhou Yuming did not afford him a moment's respite, delivering a kick to Tetsuya's abdomen. This kick was executed with deliberate restraint. Otherwise, Tetsuya would have met his demise. Meanwhile, in Building 8, Sakurai Nana advanced with lethal intent, yet she exercised extreme caution, leaving no potential hiding spots unchecked, including closets and beneath beds. She swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, kicking open a door, only to be met with the sound of sobbing emanating from the bathroom, a sound unmistakably belonging to a young girl. Upon hearing the cries, Sakurai Nana furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Rather than rushing into the bathroom, she continued her meticulous search of each room. As she prepared to inspect the bathroom, she sensed an anomaly and spun around, discovering a tall, portly man standing behind her, brandishing a shotgun. "It's over," flashed through Sakurai Nana's mind just as the man discharged his weapon. Bang! The pellets struck her body, yet she found herself miraculously unscathed, devoid of any sensation of pain. The astonishment was mutual. The man was equally taken aback, hastily racking the shotgun to fire again. Bang! At such a close range of merely 2 or 3 meters. The shotgun's power was formidable, yet Sakurai Nana remained unharmed, her combat suit barely marred. Upon inspecting herself, Sakurai Nana realized that this was some form of bodily enhancement bestowed upon her by Zhou Yuming, enabling her to withstand the barrage of bullets. Denying the man any opportunity for retaliation, she fired 3 shots directly at his abdomen and head, a sight even the gods would shake their heads at. Unlike Chiami, who relished tormenting her foes, Sakurai Nana deemed swift completion of the task preferable. After neutralizing the man, she entered the bathroom, unflinchingly dealing with the sobbing girl before continuing her search. This man likely descended from the 4th floor, attempting to use the girl's cries to distract Sakurai Nana, hoping to sneak around and launch a surprise attack. Had it been an ordinary individual, the man would have succeeded. Alas, Zhou Yuming had bestowed her with extraordinary abilities. Sakurai Nana seized the shotgun from the man's grasp, gathering the ammunition on him before slinging the weapon over her shoulder and proceeding upstairs. On the staircase, Sakurai Nana conducted a thorough check of her condition, confirming she had sustained no injuries, save for a minor tear in the outer layer of her combat suit. Although the specifics of her abilities remained unclear, she understood this enhancement was a gift from Zhou Yuming. When he had cautioned her to be vigilant before her departure, Sakurai Nana had maintained her caution, yet despite her diligence, she had been caught off guard. Absent Zhou Yuming's bestowed powers, she would have certainly fallen. In this post-apocalyptic world, human life was indeed as fragile as that of ants. While Zhou Yuming demonstrated an unparalleled might, at this moment, Sakurai Nana's resolve grew ever stronger. She aspired to become a pivotal figure under Zhou Yuming's command. Perhaps even more. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Sakurai Nana discovered a woman curled beneath the bedclothes, pleading for her life, expressing a willingness to do anything. Although the woman appeared somewhat presentable, the stench emanating from her made Sakurai Nana recoil in disgust. It was evident she would not pique Zhou Yuming's interest. Bang! Tetsuya knelt on the ground, failing to support himself with his hands, as both were occupied. His right hand clutching his groin, while his left pressed against his abdomen, each expression on his face radiating unbearable agony. Tetsuya could not even muster the strength to rise, relying solely on his greasy visage pressed against the floor. Still not speaking? Zhou Yuming chuckled, the ominous barrel of the gun mere inches from Tetsuya's forehead. Overwhelmed by despair, Tetsuya had no choice but to divulge. Fat Tiger and I are both fugitives. We escaped here during the storm apocalypse. Fat Tiger should still be in Building 8, armed with a shotgun. And your woman is likely in his grasp at this juncture. A semblance of a mocking grin crept onto Tetsuya's pained visage, as if to deride Zhou Yuming. No matter how formidable he was, his woman would soon meet her demise at his hands. Zhou Yuming maintained an expression of tranquility, his gaze shifting toward the distance. He had been interrogating Tetsuya for half an hour, and just then, Sakurai Nana completed her task and was walking toward him. Before Sakurai Nana departed, Zhou Yuming had enhanced her bodily surface with his telekinesis. If she returned as a corpse, that would indeed be amusing. Yet she returned unscathed. Would Tetsuya not consider confessing? Tetsuya turned his head, harboring a deep sense of resentment. This woman had returned. He realized Fat Tiger had made an early exit. What a waste, armed with a gun. Within his own building, he had failed to eliminate a single woman. Baka, to call him waste would be an understatement. Smack, smack, smack. Tetsuya's words were abruptly cut short as his 10 fingers exploded like firecrackers, leaving only exposed bones. The excruciating agony of having his fingers severed was unbearable, and Tetsuya collapsed to the ground, groaning in torment. Zhou Yuming's countenance remained unmoved. He possessed countless methods to torment Tetsuya while ensuring he would not meet his end, unless extreme pain led to his sudden demise. Master, the mission is complete. Here is the shotgun from the fat man. Well done. Tetsuya remained sprawled on the ground, incredulous that a man described as a 180 in every aspect had been slain by a mere woman. The two had forged a bond in their misfortune, coinciding with the outbreak of the apocalypse, and had fled together to this place, believing themselves fortunate to be alive. With a gun, they could secure food. As long as they were not foolish, they could thrive in this world. Yet now, who were these two? They seemed impervious to bullets. What could possibly threaten them? Tetsuya was once again enveloped by fear. And when he considered the gun above him, he found himself more terrified of Zhou Yuming's potential for torment. I confess, I beg of you. I'm sorry. I'm no longer interested in hearing. Very well, let us conclude this. At that moment, Tetsuya felt a sense of relief. He had never craved death so desperately. After a few seconds of anticipation, the gunshot he had envisioned did not echo. And in his confusion, Zhou Yuming had already stowed the shotgun and was turning to leave with Sakurai Nana. You intend to spare me? As their figures receded, Tetsuya could not help but inquire. Was it truly possible he would be crack, crack? The familiar and terrifying sound erupted from behind Tetsuya, intense agony radiating from his feet and swiftly ascending. By the time Zhou Yuming reached the community entrance, Tetsuya's body had completely exploded, leaving only tattered clothing, an intact skeletal structure, and a substantial pool of blood. Zhou Yuming cast a fleeting glance at Ing Jingnai, whose combat suit bore signs of damage on the back, evidently from a shotgun blast, with small puncture holes left by the pellets. Under Zhou Yuming's cold gaze, Ing Jingnai realized that her earlier mistake at Building 8 had been noticed by her master, and she promptly knelt down to confess her error. Master, please forgive me. I was indeed careless this time. Zhou Yuming's gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized Ing Jingnai. Although it was her first time executing a mission, encountering an ambush was something that could have been avoided. As her master, he could not afford to be overly lenient. I understand your desire to prove yourself, but are you satisfied with your performance today? Ing Jingnai lowered her head and gently shook it, whispering her discontent. You possess a firearm, a submachine gun no less. At 7 paces, a gun is fast, and within that distance, it is both swift and precise. Given that Jie wielded a shotgun, It's likely that others were similarly armed. Could you not have been more vigilant? You are right, Master. I apologize. Apologies, however, were of little consequence. Words alone were insufficient. This is your first outing. And overall, you performed quite well, but there cannot be a next time. Master, I wish to accompany you on your next outing. I swear I will not repeat the same mistake. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's latter statement, Ying Jingnai's expression turned anxious, and she hurriedly crawled before him, awkwardly clutching his calf in supplication. If she could not participate in missions, how was she different from a mere ornament? How could she demonstrate her worth? She would remain just another ordinary servant among Zhou Yuming's many, with no status, and her name would gradually fade from his memory. What I mean is, an ambush of this nature must never happen again. Zhou Yuming's voice remained indifferent. He could see that Ying Jingnai was indeed eager to prove herself. Relieved by his words, Ying Jingnai immediately made a vow. Thank you, Master. I swear such an incident will not occur again. Zhou Yuming nodded and retrieved a motorcycle from the warehouse, tossing a helmet to Ying Jingnai. Get on, as the sovereign of this apocalyptic world, he needed to maintain a balance of rewards and punishments, neither being overly harsh nor excessively lenient with his subordinates. Nonetheless, it was commendable that Ying Jingnai, as a university belle, had demonstrated decisiveness and efficiency in her first real combat experience. Had it been Qianami and her daughter executing the mission, they might not have performed as well. In the villa area, they had only undergone simulated training, lacking true combat experience, while Ying Jingnai's performance had met Zhou Yuming's expectations. Mounting the motorcycle, they sped swiftly toward the villa area. As Zhou Yuming opened the main door, Qianami, alerted by the commotion, immediately approached to inspect him thoroughly, confirming he was unscathed before respectfully stating, Master, you have worked hard. The water in the bathtub is ready, and I will personally attend to you. Zhou Yuming replied softly, and as he passed through the living room with Qianami, he noticed a girl with an 86-point rating, a Sakura girl, handcuffed and displaying a fierce expression of defiance. Who is she? This is the doctor I mentioned earlier, Kai Heezy. When you were searching, she happened to escape to the southeast of the villa area and is now a high-ranking representative there. Zhou Yuming nodded, signaling Qianami to continue explaining. Kai Heezy has come today to negotiate an agreement. Your actions against Muramasa and Tonino frightened her, which is why she specifically came to offer her submission. Kai Heezy knelt on the ground. She had spoken with Qianami for quite some time before Zhou Yuming's return and had agreed to submit, and it would only require her to do so once. After the agreement was reached, Qianami led Kai Heezy to the bathroom. The wash she had before arriving could hardly be considered a proper bath. It was merely a casual rinse. After a thorough and exhilarating wash, Kai Heezy felt rejuvenated, her appearance restored to its prime. However, when Qianami mentioned that Zhou Yuming had annihilated Tonino and Muramasa, Kai Heezy was taken aback, realizing that the dismembered corpses to the north of the villa area were indeed his doing. The demon and the butcher were one and the same. Initially, she had felt a mere tinge of fear towards Zhou Yuming, but recalling the remnants of flesh now plunged her into profound terror. Master, as we are about to leave the villa area, I have suggested that Kai Heezy offer her body in submission. What do you think? If you are unsatisfied, you can kill her, before Qianami could finish her sentence. The moment Kai Heezy heard she might be killed, panic surged within her, for the man before her treated human life as mere fodder. No problem, I agree. Zhou Yuming had yet to speak, but Kai Heezy hastily interjected, which caused Qianami's expression to stiffen as she approached the woman and delivered a couple of kicks. It seemed. She feared that her achievements might be usurped. I am inquiring about the master's opinion. Was I permitted to speak? After kicking her, Qianami returned to Zhou Yuming's side as if the earlier bullying had never occurred. How did she present herself initially? Zhou Yuming was skeptical that Kai Heezy would be so compliant upon her arrival. Given that she was a representative of a faction and would retain some pride, I attempted to persuade Kai Heezy to join us, but she insisted on being responsible for her own people. So I altered my strategy, allowing her to submit with her body. Is that so? Zhou Yuming pondered. Even as a high-ranking representative, how much better could she fare than an ordinary person in this apocalyptic disaster? The living conditions here were such that they failed to entice her. Kai Heezy stated she has her own ambitions and does not wish to remain subservient for long. Qianami added, in that case, letting Jingnai prepare dinner. I will take a bath first. As Zhou Yuming began to undress, he made his way toward the bathroom. Master, what about her? That is for you to decide. understood. Kianami then followed Zhou Yuming into the bathroom. During dinner, Kai Heezy, along with Ng Jingnai and the other two women, knelt beside them. Due to her handcuffs, eating proved somewhat inconvenient. Nonetheless, Kai Heezy was thoroughly satisfied with the meal, vowing that she had never partaken of such exquisite dishes. There was Kobe beef, lamb chops, abalone, Australian lobster, and clam soup among other delicacies. Except for the clam soup, which she consumed with a spoon, she devoured the other dishes with her hands. Kai Heezy even felt an unreal sensation, seriously doubting whether this dinner was a last meal. After finishing, Kianami led Kai Heezy into the master bedroom, simultaneously issuing a cold warning. The master's temper is not to be trifled with. I advise you to behave submissively. Should you incite his displeasure tonight, you might find yourself among those rotting corpses. After delivering her stern warning, Kianami shut the door and knelt before Zhou Yuming in the living room. Master, I have made the arrangements good. Is there anything else? Noticing that Kianami remained kneeling, Zhou Yuming inquired, I just wish to accompany you on your next outing, to see the world. Zhou Yuming smiled and called over Ng Jingnai. Are you certain? She just danced on the brink of death today. As he spoke, Zhou Yuming pinched the beautiful woman's face with one hand, gazing into her alluring eyes. Kianami had previously noticed the small holes in Ng Jingnai's combat suit. Initially, she believed it was due to Zhou Yuming's excessive force in the wild, but now she realized it was the result of injury. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Kianami understood. If Ng Jingnai had truly come close to losing her life, how could her clothing be damaged while she remained unharmed? As Zhou Yuming's subordinate, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to ensure their safety. With this clarity, Kianami met Zhou Yuming's gaze, her tone resolute. Master, I am certain I wish to serve you, even if it costs me my life. I am eager to improve. Zhou Yuming chuckled. Aside from Mayumi, who was relatively simple-minded, the other two women were quite astute. Quickly recognizing the anomalies present, we shall discuss it later. Ruffling Kianami's hair, Zhou Yuming rose and headed toward the master bedroom, curious to discern Kai Heezy's attitude toward her submission, in the southeastern direction. Within the management quarters on the first floor of the villa, Yamazaki felt a twinge of unease, unable to pinpoint the reason, as if something precious was slipping away from him. Then it dawned on him. He had not seen Kai Heezy since noon. She had mentioned needing to step out in the morning but had not specified her destination. Ogawa, Yamazaki-kun, is there something you need? Do you know where Miss Kai Heezy has gone? I don't know. I haven't seen her all day. Upon hearing this response, Yamazaki smacked his thigh in frustration. She had been gone for so long without returning. Had Kai Heezy met with misfortune? Indeed, Kai Heezy had encountered grave misfortune, and it was of a particularly severe nature. Once again, in this post-apocalyptic world, she found herself utterly astounded by Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming was equally surprised. Not only was this high-ranking representative compliant in her submission, but she also exhibited remarkable cooperation and attentiveness. After 2.5 hours, Kai Heezy felt as if her body might fall apart. Yamazaki waited anxiously for nearly 3 hours. By 11 p.m., he was considering venturing out himself to search for Kai Heezy. Yamazaki-kun, Miss Kai Heezy has returned. That's wonderful. He hurriedly dashed out of the room, immediately spotting the perspiring Kai Heezy, who leaned against the wall of the living room, appearing fatigued and somewhat unsteady. Upon closer inspection, the entire figure appeared even more enchanting, exuding an indescribable aura of maturity. Miss Kai Heezy, you have finally returned. What have you been up to? I was about to search for you myself. I'm exhausted. Let us discuss this in the morning. Kai Heezy weakly waved her hand and pushed open the door to her room, staggering inside. After closing the door, she took only a few steps before collapsing onto her pillow. Chapter 048. Truly discourteous. The next day, when Zhou Yuming awoke, he received a system notification regarding a natural disaster, the message being succinct. The current rainfall is not ordinary. This disaster is freezing rain, with temperatures set to plummet, causing the rain to freeze before reaching the ground. From scorching heat to rainfall, freezing rain, and then to extreme cold, the apocalypse always leaves a glimmer of hope. Opening the window, he felt the temperature outside hovering around 10 degrees, expecting it to drop to freezing by nightfall, with freezing rain forecast for the following day. In the living room, Zhou Yuming sat in the only available seat. Sakurai now was preparing breakfast, while Chinanami approached Zhou Yuming with toiletries in hand. Mayumi knelt on the floor, having sensed upon Zhou Yuming's return the possibility that Yui had encountered misfortune. The two were close friends? Often inseparable at school. Master, I wish to confirm Yui's situation. After Chinanami had finished assisting Zhou Yuming with his morning routine, Mayumi hesitantly inquired. She had already been forced to her demise. Who was responsible for her? That individual has been dealt with. Good. Thank you for your intervention, Master. Zhou Yuming said little more. Those brief 8 words were enough to offer the girl some measure of solace. Before long, the breakfast that Sakurai now had meticulously prepared was ready. A slow-cooked 8 treasure porridge and freshly steamed buns. As Zhou Yuming enjoyed his breakfast, a team dispatched by the Yuchang family was nearing the eastern gate of the villa district. Deputy team leader, have a bite before we set off, a young man suggested. Handing a compressed biscuit to the map-studying Yako, she turned, accepted the food, and thanked him softly. The team consisted of 7 individuals, with Yudo and Yako serving as the team leader and deputy, respectively. Their attire was remarkably similar: black, form-fitting combat suits equipped with long knives, handguns at their waists, and both leaders carried automatic rifles. Undeniably, Yulong was quite invested in his grandson's welfare, especially in the effort to rescue Mayumi and dispel his inner demons. Thus dispatching the family's shadow guard. Yudo was one of the first shadow guards trained by the Yuchang family, while Yako and other members belonged to the 2nd and 3rd batches. Each shadow guard underwent brutally rigorous training from a young age, emerging from piles of corpses, mastering various assassination techniques. Among these techniques, Yudo and Yako, as the team leaders, excelled, being capable of simultaneously subduing 6 or 7 ordinary individuals, effortlessly bringing down 20. Just as Yako finished her biscuit, a middle-aged man called out to her, Yako, gather yourself. We're heading out. There are still 15 kilometers to our destination, estimated to reach the North City Villa District by noon. Understood, Captain. The group quickly prepared their gear and set off towards the North City Villa District. Time flew by, and soon it was nearly noon. Zhou Yuming lounged on the sofa, engaging in playful banter with Sakurai now. Last night's gaming session had been usurped by Kai Hizi, and after finishing breakfast, Zhou Yuming began to make amends with Sakurai now, their gaming session nearing its conclusion in a room in the southeast of the Villa District. Kai Hizi only slowly opened her eyes upon hearing voices outside. Struggling to support herself, she felt as though she was being torn apart. Fearing Zhou Yuming's displeasure the previous night, she had exerted herself to the utmost, enduring her fatigue without a single complaint until she could no longer speak. Miss Kai Hizi, are you awake? You must be hungry. I've prepared self-heating rice. Kai Hizi gently rubbed her temples, still feeling dizzy, and even frowned at the thought of getting out of bed. Finally, gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand, leaning against the wall as she shuffled to the door. Upon opening it, Yamazaki noticed the pained expression on Kai Hizi's face and displayed concern. Miss Kai Hizi, are you all right? I'm fine. I can handle the self-heating rice myself. Allow me to heat it for you. You look unwell. What exactly did you do yesterday? I didn't do anything. Despite Yamazaki's repeated inquiries, no answers were forthcoming. After handing her the bottled water and self-heating rice, he could only relent. After closing the door, Kai Hizi felt no appetite for the self-heating rice in her hands. Compared to the meal she had enjoyed at Zhou Yuming's place last night, it was utterly incomparable. With a sigh, she resolved that if she did not wish to remain subservient, she must take good care of her own domain. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuming concluded his gaming session with Sakurai now, who then retreated to the bedroom for rest, evidently skipping lunch, which Chinanami would be responsible for preparing at that moment. Only Zhou Yuming and Mayumi remained in the living room. Zhou Yuming approached the floor-to-ceiling window while Mayumi knelt, diligently cleaning her submachine gun. Suddenly, Zhou Yuming noticed 7 individuals hastily entering through the eastern gate. Clad in black combat suits, equipped with long knives and handguns, they moved with remarkable agility. With Zhou Yuming's keen eyesight, he was able to discern their faces and attire from a distance, including the conspicuous characters Yuchang emblazoned on their chests. The only person related to Yuchang that came to Zhou Yuming's mind was Mayumi's ex-boyfriend, Yurin. Master, is there something you wish? Mayumi, slinging her weapon, obediently knelt at Zhou Yuming's feet. Your brother Yurin has arrived. Zhou Yuming pinched Mayumi's head, guiding her gaze toward the 7 moving figures outside the window. Though Mayumi could not discern the insignia on the uniforms, she understood that there was no reason for Zhou Yuming to deceive her. Upon realizing this, her face turned ashen, stammering, "Master, I didn't bring him here. I'm not blaming you. I told you he would come. I did not mislead you, did I? I am merely your pet, obeying your commands. Let me take care of them, and oh rush, you handle urine. As for the others, I am feeling a little restless. This moment, Mayumi feared Zhou Yuming might abandon her. She had already come to regard this place as her sanctuary and did not wish to return to Yurin's side. Just recalling Yurin's effeminate voice made her feel repulsed. Not to mention, she had severed ties with Yurin. If captured by these individuals, she dared not imagine how Yurin would treat her, and his grandfather would certainly not spare her. At that point, only torment awaited her. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuming, hands in pockets, descended to the ground floor of the villa. After waiting a few minutes, he approached the 7 figures that had come into view, a smile upon his face. Yudo stood at the forefront of the group, maintaining his usual calm demeanor in the presence of this seemingly ordinary man. "You have come here to Baka, who told you to block the way?" It was not Yuto who spoke, but the young man who had handed Yako the compressed biscuit. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a glimmer of silver flashed, and a round object soared into the air. 2.5 seconds later, it fell with a dull thud, blood staining the rain-soaked ground beneath the remaining 6. How utterly rude. Chapter 049. Where is my knife? Such an impolite fellow. I've given you a lesson. No need for thanks. Zhou Yuming wore a faint smile, as if he had merely swatted a fly, displaying no concern. The comrade who had just been sharing laughter with him vanished in an instant. The speed of his strike was astonishing. Yudo's expression turned grave, while several team members struggled to process the reality before them, seemingly unable to accept the truth. This was not the first mission for the Shadow Guard team. They had participated in numerous operations, their hands stained with blood, yet today they felt genuine fear for the first time. No. The startled Yako rushed to the body, gazing at the young man whose corpse had been severed in 2. Her heart overwhelmed. The young man's personality resembled that of her younger brother, and although the Shadow Guards were not permitted to form attachments, after years of camaraderie, she had come to regard him as her own sibling. "Die!" Yako shouted in fury, unsheathing her long knife and charging at Zhou Yuming. Noticing Zhou Yuming's unflinching demeanor, the others finally realized that he had somehow seized the young man's long knife. "Be careful. Yako, don't act rashly." But Yudo's warning came too late. Fueled by rage, Yako, upon seeing Zhou Yuming wielding the young man's weapon, lost all reason and lunged at him without hesitation. Zhou Yuming, unfazed, effortlessly blocked the strike with the knife, using his augmented strength to send Yako flying. She lost her grip on the long knife, which spun in the air before embedding itself into the ground after a 2.5 rotation. The Shadow Guards were not only equipped with firearms but also carried knives made from superior materials, exceptionally sharp. Yako landed several meters away, staring in disbelief at her hands, which were now bruised and split. Unable to comprehend the extraordinary strength of the man before her. "Open fire!" Yudo, realizing Zhou Yuming's strangeness, made a swift decision to raise his rifle and ordered the team to fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. However, after a round of gunfire, Zhou Yuming remained unscathed, as if the bullets had vanished into thin air. This scene left everyone present in shock. What was this? Was he even human? The earlier division of labor and the ease with which he had sent Yako flying had already been astonishing. But now, even a hail of bullets seemed ineffective against him. Zhou Yuming displayed a demeanor of nonchalance as he sauntered over to Yazi, effortlessly extracting the long blade that was embedded deep into the earth. His usual routine consisted of mundane activities, primarily engaging in ranked matches with the 3 women, making today's events a rare source of amusement, and Zhou Yuming was determined to relish it. Holding the long knife high, he gazed down upon Yazi, who, belatedly sensing the impending danger, finally began to fear Zhou Yuming's icy stare. Zhou Yuming did not allow her to voice her thoughts. He gently swung the long knife, its blade smoothly slicing through Yazi's neck without a trace of blood staining it, save for the rainwater falling from the sky. Witnessing Yazi's demise at Zhou Yuming's hands, Captain Yudo was engulfed by a wave of rage. Yet he refrained from acting rashly, having already concluded that the other was a monster. Zhou Yuming maintained a sunny and cheerful smile as he slowly approached the remaining 5. Baka. "I shall avenge Yazi." One of the Shadow Guards, wielding a long knife, recklessly charged at Zhou Yuming. Bang! the sound of a gunshot rang out, piercing the silence of the rain-soaked scene. Without a doubt, the assailant's head exploded, and the rainwater on the ground took on a more vivid hue. Yudo's eyes widened as he realized that it was, astonishingly, Yazi's gun that had been used. What on earth was happening? Since the young man had been slain, the situation had spiraled out of control. First, his knife had suddenly appeared in Zhou Yuming's grasp, and now it was Yazi's pistol. Could it be that this man possessed supernatural abilities? Damn it, how could words lead to such disaster, my lord? We were the ones who offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare us. Facing Zhou Yuming, who stood so close, Yudo respectfully offered his apology. Heh, I thought you all were as arrogant as that young man. I beg your pardon, my lord, we failed to recognize your greatness. Our team hails from the Yuchang family, and we have come under the orders of our young master to retrieve his girlfriend. Mayumi, we earnestly request your permission to pass. Zhou Yuming glanced at the four, who were rendered mute by fear, and casually replied, I know where Mayumi is, and I can spare your lives, but there is one condition. You must provide me with information regarding your young master. What specific information would you like, my lord? Yudo understood that his situation was precarious, and he was grateful that the man was willing to engage in conversation. It was best not to provoke him further. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, those who recognize the times are true talents. Why hasn't your young master come to find Mayumi? Does he trust you so implicitly? Yudo felt helpless. They were all elite shadow guards of the Yuchang family. If it weren't for encountering this monster, they might have already located Mayumi and returned, and of course, Yudo dared only to imply, my lord, the young master has been preoccupied with his training and has not been able to spare the time. As shadow guards of the Yuchang family, we can handle things unless there are special circumstances. Zhou Yuming smiled faintly, as if implying that he was indeed that special circumstance. What kind of training is he undertaking? Is there a legendary ancient martial art in Sakura country? My lord, we are not well informed about the specifics. You mentioned you were to bring back Mayumi? Why yes, that's correct. Zhou Yuming turned to the entrance of the villa and called out. Mayumi, do you wish to leave with them? Mayumi, already armed and prepared, recognized that it was her turn to assert her stance. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's call, she stepped out of the villa. From this day forth, I wish only to remain by my master's side, unless he wishes to send me away. Mayumi gently shook her head and walked to Zhou Yuming's side. Yudo's heart sank. From Mayumi's address, he realized that this man was indeed the task mentioned by young Master Yurin. Yet this made matters all the more complicated. The wisest choice now was to flee. With their firearms ineffective against this monster, what else could they do? Even though returning empty-handed would result in punishment and possibly implicate their families. The immediate priority was survival to relay intelligence. Retreat, quickly withdraw. The remaining three had long awaited Yudo's command, all leaning towards retreating in the face of this formidable foe, who seemed impervious to gunfire and possessed overwhelming strength. Mayumi, you handle those three. I have already disarmed them. Understood, master. After Zhou Yuming spoke, he glanced in the direction Yudo had fled, who was now approximately 100 meters away. Yudo's instinct for survival had never been stronger. He thought of his newborn child. Did you think you could escape? A voice, laced with mockery, echoed in Yudo's ear, causing him to frantically look around, yet the only sound accompanying the rain was silence. Damn it, I did not expect that man's speed to be so extraordinary. Where was he hiding? Yudo continued to scan his surroundings, slowly reaching for the knife at his back, only to find nothing. Where is my knife? What is happening? He had lost his weapon without realizing it. Baka, this is unbelievable. Please, my lord, spare my life. My child has just been born, and he is still not even a month old. He cannot be without a father, Yudo pleaded, casting desperate glances around. But no response came as he steadied his emotions, believing Zhou Yuming might let him go. His vision blurred, and he caught a glimpse of his heel before losing consciousness. Until the very last moment of his life, Yudo could not comprehend why, merely a month into the apocalypse, such a powerful adversary had emerged, with the two sides operating on entirely different levels of strength. Meanwhile, Mayumi had swiftly dispatched all three shadow guards, ensuring absolute certainty by firing 2 additional shots into each corpse. Afterwards, the young woman stood quietly, gun in hand, awaiting Zhou Yuming's return. Chapter 050. Kagaya's Hope, my lord. I have completed the mission. Well done. Zhou Yuming returned shortly and was quite pleased with Mayumi's performance. She had shot decisively and without mercy, even ensuring that the job was thoroughly done. He ruffled the girl's hair affectionately before leading her back into the villa. In the kitchen, Kyanmai had prepared lunch. She had heard the continuous gunfire earlier but felt no concern, knowing Zhou Yuming was present. If her master could handle the situation with ease, her presence was inconsequential. If even he struggled, her involvement would only complicate matters. However, in Kyanmai's eyes, Zhou Yuming was invincible. After all, he possessed supernatural abilities, and aside from a few heavy weapons, nothing else could pose a threat to him. Sakurai now was still asleep, while the mother and daughter knelt aside, enjoying their meal, as Zhou Yuming sat at the dining table, examining the long knives of the Shadow Guard team. Despite the armory containing numerous cold weapons, including daggers, cleavers, machetes, and katanas, Zhou Yuming found the quality lacking. Those weapons felt like mass-produced items. They were not poorly made, but the forging techniques were subpar, and he hoped that the Level 3 system weaponry would offer something superior. Speaking of upgrades, Zhou Yuming checked his accumulated energy, which had reached 55,210, nearing the threshold for the next upgrade point. 80% of this energy was derived from slaughter and emotional energy, while his own efforts accounted for the remaining 20%. Since the scorching apocalypse had wiped out the Muramasa team, he had not engaged in large-scale killings in recent days. He had only eliminated the group led by Tetsuya in the Suikyu Shinjuku area, along with some scattered individuals, totaling no more than 40. Additionally, there were the more than 20 from the Katsu team who had set obstacles on the road, and the 7 fresh Shadow Guards from today. The total number was comparable to that of the Muramasa team, but the energy gained was still somewhat lacking. This was because Tetsuya's subordinates did not harbor the same fear of firearms as those in the Villa District. Owing to Tetsuya himself being armed in the upcoming extreme weather with nothing else to do, Zhou Yuming felt no desire to venture outside, preferring to remain at home and cultivate with the 3 women. A little effort would lead to a swift accumulation of energy for the upgrade. Resolving to enjoy himself while upgrading, Zhou Yuming set down the long knife and began to savor his meal. During this time, Kyanmai's culinary skills had improved significantly, nearly rivaling those of Sakurai now. After the meal, the villa's air conditioning had already switched to heating mode, maintaining a cozy temperature of 25 degrees in the living room. In such a warm environment, Kyanmai wore scant clothing, with significant portions missing from critical areas, as tonight marked the occasion for her to serve Zhou Yuming. After tidying up the household, Kyanmai eagerly embraced Zhou Yuming, who lay on the sofa. She was well aware of her own strengths. Although her shooting skills did not match those of Sakurai now and her daughter, she knew how to win Zhou Yuming's favor. With the upgrade imminent, she could not afford to be careless. Zhou Yuming smiled at the beautiful woman who was so proactively affectionate and lifted her into the master bedroom. While Zhou Yuming engaged in post-meal exercises, many others began to notice the unusually frigid weather, prompting them to gather warm clothing and blankets. On the rooftop of the North City University complex, Kaguya was unable to sleep. Having previously experienced the scorching apocalypse, she had not prepared thick blankets and only had some performance costumes, which were inadequate for warmth. Within the performance room, Kaguya trembled from the cold, the chill far surpassing the torment of hunger. Despite layering various garments, even adding multiple layers of undergarments, she still felt bone-chilling cold. Compared to the near-zero temperatures outside, conditions inside the performance room were scarcely better. Kaguya glanced at the storage box by the window, where the water had completely frozen into ice for the food collected during the previous adventure. It had frozen solid, as hard as a rock, leaving her with no choice but to attempt thawing it by wrapping it in her clothing. In this moment, Kaguya felt an overwhelming sense of despair for the first time. Recalling Zhou Yuming's words as he departed, urging her to continue holding onto her luck, she began to doubt whether her fortune had indeed run dry. She questioned the significance of her relentless perseverance. As a woman facing such a frigid apocalypse, she felt utterly powerless. Perhaps it would be better to compromise with that man. Survival had become an arduous endeavor, let alone the heavy burden of restoring her family. With this realization, Kaguya was engulfed in profound regret. Her head hung low, unable even to weep, pondering the futility of her compromise. Now, no, Zhou Yuming had already forsaken her. He would not return, and her streak of good fortune had come to a dismal end, leaving her with only a path to death. As time passed, the temperature continued to plummet, now dipping below -20 degrees outside. Trembling, Kaguya managed to extract a few morsels of food from her clothing, but it was a meager sustenance, barely enough to stave off hunger. Gazing out at the howling winds, her heart was torn. She longed to fling open the window and let the biting cold flood in. Yes, Kagaya resolved to reopen her options. This could not continue. Yet, if Zhou Yuming were present, he would undoubtedly mock her for being foolish. Having previously made better choices only to abandon them, it was akin to opting out of a guaranteed reward after a tin-draw lottery, only to insist on a single draw from the most common pool. Leaving herself with no chance of success, Kagaya's body swayed unsteadily, and as she leaned against the wall to rise, she heard a sound of something falling. Clatter! She looked down to find it was her phone. Since returning from her last supply run, her power bank had died, and her phone had shut down. Yet now, the phone appeared as a beacon of hope in the darkness, and despite knowing it was likely dead, she was unwilling to relinquish this last flicker of possibility. Kagaya still yearned to live. After all, who would willingly choose death? In hindsight, becoming Zhou Yuming's pet did not seem so terrible. That man was powerful. And by aligning herself with him, she could at least escape hunger and the cold. Ultimately, it seemed she was destined to reach this point. It would have been wiser to compromise earlier. Suffering was in vain. Perhaps it was because she had never truly faced the threat of death that she believed she could survive independently of Zhou Yuming. Kagaya slowly picked up her phone, curling into herself as she pressed the power button. Anxiety flooding her mind. What if the phone failed to power on due to a lack of battery? Her heart raced like a roller coaster. Those few seconds felt interminable. Fortunately, the slowly illuminating dragon logo on the screen instilled her with hope. The phone had powered on successfully. Chapter 051. A strong will to survive. Observing the powered-on screen, Kagaya felt a rush of elation, but this joy was swiftly extinguished by the mere 3 battery remaining. Time was of the essence. She hurriedly searched for her classmate Sakurai Nao's contact information, her fingers trembling as they danced across the screen. Classmate, I beg you, please save me. I am willing to be your servant, your pet, never to betray you. All I ask is for you to grant me my life. After sending this message, Kagaya copied and pasted it into the friend request box of the chat application. Then anxiously stared at the screen, hoping for a response from Sakurai Nao. Seconds turned into minutes, yet there was still no reply. Kagaya felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She was unsure if Sakurai Nao had seen her message. Nor did she know if Zhou Yuming would be willing to grant her a chance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the villa where Zhou Yuming resided was in stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. In the spacious living room, steam rose from a bubbling hot pot, exuding an enticing aroma, while the table was laden with an array of meats and fresh vegetables. Zhou Yuming sat comfortably in a chair, while Sakurai Nao and her mother, Chinanami, knelt on either side, personally attending to him. This was not their first time enjoying hot pot with Zhou Yuming, but with the freezing rain pouring outside, the warmth of the scene felt unprecedented. It was a unique indulgence. Chinanami diligently selected items from the simmering red oil and respectfully served them to Zhou Yuming's bowl. Mayumi, on the other hand, carefully placed a chilled beverage next to Zhou Yuming's right hand, occasionally wiping his mouth with a napkin. At that moment, hearing the notification of a new message on her phone, Sakurai now glanced at it casually and reported, "Master, it's a message from Senior Kagaya. She says she is willing to be your servant, begging for your life." Zhou Yuming, relishing his meal, displayed no particular reaction upon hearing this, merely stating, "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place?" Ignore her. Understood. Sakurai now casually tossed her phone aside and returned to enjoying the hot pot, while Kagaya remained oblivious to the fact that her phone had completely died without receiving any response. In the performance room, clutching her phone, Kagaya trembled uncontrollably, her heart filled with growing dread, regret gnawing at her insides. She began to reflect on her earlier choices. If only she had not been so stubborn. If only she had yielded to Zhou Yuming sooner, perhaps she would not be in such a dire predicament now. Had she simply uttered the words please earlier, she could be nestled in a warm room, enjoying the refreshing air conditioning, savoring a delicious dinner, and taking a hot shower, free from fear and worry. Slap, slap, slap. She struck herself repeatedly across the face until her cheeks were numb, but there was no remedy for regrets in this world. Nevertheless, Kagaya still refused to surrender. Although Zhou Yuming had not replied, he had not explicitly rejected her either. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. She could not remain idle any longer. She had to fight for survival. Kagaya used shards of glass to cut her clothing, wrapping her limbs, head, and body tightly, encasing herself like an oversized rice dumpling. Unsteadily, she opened the door to the performance room and rolled down the stairs, finally reaching the first floor of the complex, only to find the main entrance sealed by a thick layer of ice. Summoning all her strength, she kicked the door repeatedly until a small gap finally yielded. Allowing her to squeeze through, the cold outside was far more terrifying than within. The ground was coated in a thick layer of ice. Kagaya's body was already numb from the cold, and she stumbled countless times over the span of 10 meters. Each fall deepening her despair, yet she gritted her teeth and rose again. Ultimately, Kagaya opted to crawl. Though slow, this primal method allowed her to inch forward. Kagaya had previously visited Sakurai Nao's home, located less than a kilometer from the school. And as she crawled, she recalled the route. Fortunately, the harsh weather meant few people were around to notice the moving figure resembling a dumpling. She was unaware of how long she had been crawling. Only that her body grew increasingly cold and her awareness began to fade. Struggling to hold on, after nearly 4 arduous hours, Kagaya finally reached the east gate of the villa district, spotting some familiar sights in the distance. A flicker of hope shone in her eyes. Upon entering the villa area, Kagaya continued her arduous crawl. Eventually, she arrived at the door of a well-lit villa, summoning her last ounce of strength to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Kagaya felt her eyelids growing heavier. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The wait felt like an eternity. Creak. Just as Kagaya felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness, the villa door swung open. Sakurai now stood at the entrance in her pajamas, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at her senior. Initially offered a chance by Zhou Yuming, Kagaya had failed to appreciate it. Now, having fallen to such depths, was it not her own doing? In truth, Zhou Yuming had noticed the figure crawling through the east gate of the villa district. Initially puzzled by what it was, he soon discovered through the information that it was Kagaya. I didn't expect this woman to make it this far. Her will to survive is indeed quite strong. At that moment, Zhou Yuming inadvertently noticed a difference in Kagaya's information panel compared to the 3 women at home, which included an additional item. Name, Kagaya Mitsu. Age, 23. Appearance, 89. Talent awakening probability, 80. Water god body, not awakened. Seeing this, Zhou Yuming felt a twinge of curiosity. As his own talent was a gift from the system, possessing an S-level ability and an apocalyptic warehouse, Kagaya's talent seemed to hinge on certain prerequisites, and perhaps it could awaken later, but that 80 probability. Zhou Yuming pondered, then instructed Sakurai Nao behind him. This woman has a strong will to survive. If she can crawl all the way here to knock, let her in. If she can't, there's no need to collect her remains. After speaking, Zhou Yuming carried Mayumi back to the master bedroom, offering Kagaya no trace of pity. He was merely intrigued by her, but her talent did not guarantee a 100 awakening, and even if it did, it might not be particularly powerful. Classmate Sakurai Nao, visibly displeased, dragged Kagaya into the villa and closed the door. The warmth inside enveloped Kagaya, granting her a fleeting sense of relief, knowing she was safe for the moment. Exhausted, her body could take no more, and she closed her eyes, succumbing to deep slumber. In the bathroom, the heater was on, creating a spring-like warmth. As Kagaya lay on the floor, suddenly a basin of hot water splashed upon her, jolting her awake to find herself completely naked, with Sakurai now standing nearby, observing her with a cold expression. Awake? Chapter 052. Are there more experts? Sakurazaki now exhibited a demeanor of cold indifference, while Kagaya curled up, feeling as though a mere utterance would provoke a kick from her junior. It dawned on her how foolish she had been. In such a warm environment, why had she endured suffering before? Slowly, Sakurazaki now crouched down, meticulously scrubbing Kagaya's body with a brush as one would for a pet. Presently, she felt no affection for Kagaya, and even harbored some disdain, having squandered the opportunity granted by her master. She now found herself in this predicament. Truly, she deserved it. What irked Sakurazaki now further was the fact that she was originally meant to serve her master, Zhou Yuming, yet now found herself bathing Kagaya, making her feel akin to a handmaiden attending to a consort. After a few swift motions, she completed Kagaya's rinsing and tossed a bath towel to her. You may make do with the bathroom for the night. You shall heed the master's instructions tomorrow. Kagaya intended to inquire further, but Sakurazaki now, casting a frigid glance her way, retreated to her own room. That night, as temperatures continued to plummet, many would succumb to the bitter cold, never to awaken again. In a villa located in the southeastern quadrant of the estate, Ihiko and others gathered around the fireplace in the living room, warming themselves by the dwindling flames. "Miss Ihiko? Our firewood is nearly depleted. What shall we do?" Yamazaki asked anxiously. "Indeed, in this freezing weather, if we cannot keep warm, we shall perish from the cold," others echoed, their faces etched with concern. Ihiko furrowed her brow, unsure of what course to take. The wooden furnishings of the surrounding villas had already been dismantled, and although there were still some trees nearby, they could not withstand prolonged consumption. "If it comes to that, we shall have no choice but to venture far and seek firewood," Ihiko remarked after a moment's contemplation, her expression one of resignation. "As the temperature continues to drop, venturing outdoors is far better than waiting here to die." In a concealed air raid shelter on the outskirts of Tokyo, Yuhito had just learned of the disappearance of Yudo and Yako, and he was furious. "Incompetent fools, a bunch of utter wastrels." He smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, shards scattering everywhere. "If you cannot even retrieve a few individuals, what use do I have for you?" With long hair cascading down, and clad in women's training attire, Yuhito's expression was ominously dark. A subordinate, trembling with fear, reported, "Young master, please temper your anger. Yudo and Yako are elite members of the family's shadow guard. Their disappearance must have a reason." "A reason? What reason could there be other than death?" Yuhito's voice was sharp and high-pitched, cutting off his subordinate's words. "Go. Summon the families of Yudo and Yako. My powers have recently surged, and I shall utilize these individuals to test my newfound skills." Ha ha ha! At the summit of an unnamed mountain in southern Tokyo stood a modest, unadorned courtyard in the backyard. A youth clad in thick clothing struck a solid hardwood block with his bare hands, standing resolutely after the blow. Kudo Keisuke, once a prominent scion of the Kudo clan, had narrowly escaped during a crisis that led to the clan's downfall. The household servants who fled with him were all slain. And at a critical juncture, he was rescued by a high master residing in the mountains. He had since devoted 5 years to arduous training under this master. "Master, I have attained the pinnacle of my martial arts. With calamities and chaos engulfing the world, I wish to seek my sister from our clan. Thus, I bid you farewell. Upon finding her, I will return with her for further cultivation." Inside, silence enveloped the room, as if no one were present to respond. After a moment, Keisuke, seeing that his master remained unresponsive, bowed respectfully, took up a weapon nearby, and turned to leave. Within the room, a slender figure clad in a simple long dress leaned against the window, gazing into the vast darkness, softly murmuring, "I have endured 11 years of rigorous training in the Dragon Kingdom with my master, then relocated here to live in seclusion. It has been 5 years since my master's passing and the unexpected arrival of this disciple. My master often said one must not forget their humanity. Given the state of affairs in Sakura country, I can only presume my homeland is not faring any better. It is time for me to venture forth." With that resolve, the figure secured a sword at her side, pushed open the door, and departed the small courtyard. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yuming, he slumbered soundly, entirely unaware that a formidable expert was soon to emerge from seclusion. As dawn broke, Chitami rubbed her sleepy eyes, adjusted her nightgown, and entered the bathroom. Upon stepping inside, she was met with the sight of Kagaya still lying on the floor, sound asleep, igniting a fiery annoyance within Chitami. Does this newcomer truly think of this place as her own? How can she sleep so soundly at such a late hour? In truth, Chitami's primary concern was that Kagaya's arrival threatened her standing in Zhou Yuming's eyes. Although she considered herself not lacking in beauty, she was, after all, the eldest present. Aside from her competence, she possessed no extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, regardless of Zhou Yuming's exceptional talents, one man could only devote a finite amount of energy. With too many women around, she feared it would be ages before it was her turn again. In this apocalyptic backdrop, women without strength could only depend on men, and if they did not vie for affection, they risked being discarded at any moment. With these thoughts in mind, Chitami approached and casually kicked Kagaya. "Hey, wake up!" Kagaya, startled awake, stared at Chitami in confusion. Simultaneously, this alluring woman regarded her with undisguised malice. as Kagaya gradually regained her senses and realized she was in Zhou Yuming's home. She surmised that this woman's status was likely similar to her own. "I'm sorry. I am Sakurazaki now Sr. My full name is Kagaya Kudo, but you may simply call me Kagaya. I hope you will. I already know you. You're just an oblivious woman, aren't you?" Yes. Well, at least you possess some self-awareness. While you are here, you should consider two things: how to win the master's favor and how to avoid incurring his wrath. With that, Chitami, having completed her morning routine, left without a backward glance. Sakurazaki now and Mayumi subsequently entered the bathroom. The latter merely cast a fleeting glance at Kagaya without uttering a word in Mayumi's eyes. Kagaya was merely a new pet acquired by the master, hardly worthy of her attention. For Kagaya, Sakurazaki now was the only person she could engage with at that moment. Junior, I apologize. You need not apologize to me. I must go prepare breakfast. You may admit your mistakes to the master in the living room." With that, she disregarded Kagaya and exited the bathroom after finishing her grooming. After waking comfortably from the large bed, Zhou Yuming felt exceedingly well rested. Particularly, given the biting cold outside contrasted with the eternal spring within, this slumber was exceptionally satisfying. Rising to approach the window, he observed a thick layer of frost coating the glass. Even through the barrier, the chill from outside was palpable. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This dreadful weather. The temperature drops more each day." Zhou Yuming settled onto the sofa in the living room, where three women knelt in a row before him: Sakurazaki now, Mayumi, and Kagaya. Chitami entered with grooming supplies, preparing to assist Zhou Yuming. During the meal, Zhou Yuming gradually perceived that this newcomer seemed to be isolated. Kagaya knelt furthest from him, and whenever she attempted to speak, Chitami would interject with trivial comments, denying Kagaya the opportunity to voice herself. Moreover, no one offered her a cushion. She was left to kneel alone on the cold floor. Most troubling of all, why was Kagaya without proper clothing? Zhou Yuming himself was unaware of any particular preference he had in this regard. Zhou Yuming chose to overlook Kagaya's predicament. He maintained his stance that each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Last night, in temperatures plunging below freezing, Kagaya had struggled for nearly a kilometer. This was merely the price of her arrogance. Now, her isolation served as a form of indirect punishment, intended to help her recognize her position and seize the chance to completely alter her haughty demeanor. Kagaya, too, became aware of Zhou Yuming's disregard for her. After several attempts to speak, interrupted each time, she ceased her efforts. She neither had the means nor the courage to complain, for she believed time would eventually present her with an opportunity. Breakfast comprised meat porridge, wafting an enticing aroma, alongside fried eggs, bacon, and ham. Though simple and unassuming, it was quite a feast in such a post-apocalyptic environment. Kagaya recalled that at school, her sustenance had consisted solely of compressed biscuits or starvation. And this was merely breakfast. She dared not imagine what the subsequent meals would entail. Earlier, when Sakurazaki now had opened the refrigerator, Kagaya had caught a glimpse of its contents, brimming with fresh fruits, vegetables, and various meats, an abundance that should have been impossible in a world ravaged by disaster for nearly a month. Typically, such items would have long since spoiled. It was utterly incomprehensible, in that moment. Kagaya stole a glance at Zhou Yuming, who was being attended to by the beautiful woman, enveloped in an air of mystery. How had he procured such a wealth of food? After breakfast concluded, they shifted from the dining table to the sofa. Zhou Yuming arranged the women by height, from left to right: Mayumi, Chitami, Sakurazaki now, and Kagaya, kneeling in an orderly fashion akin to a Wi-Fi signal. It was evident that Kagaya was the tallest, standing at 1.73 meters due to her long legs, while Sakurazaki now was also quite statuesque at 1.70 meters. The mother and daughter were similar in height. The mature and well-proportioned woman measured 1.66 meters, while Mayumi, still in her developmental phase, stood at 1.65 meters. Kagaya no longer exhibited the initial timidity and unease. Even without a stitch of clothing, she knelt straight and poised like the other three. Her gaze fixed upon Zhou Yuming, awaiting his command. "Indeed, it seems you have adapted swiftly," Zhou Yuming remarked, scrutinizing Kagaya from head to toe. I am now the property of my master. It is only natural for him to gaze upon my body." In her response, Kagaya suddenly recalled Chinamami's earlier words regarding how to please their master and avoid incurring his displeasure. Consequently, she directly applied this advice to her conversation with Zhou Yuming. After all, Kagaya was once the esteemed young lady of the Kudo family. Although she had fallen from grace, it was not so easy to bully her, and she could not allow China Mimi to maintain the upper hand indefinitely. True, she was currently facing exclusion, but as China Mimi had said, as long as she could win Zhou Yuming's favor, it would be inconsequential. Upon hearing her answer, Zhou Yuming smiled, unable to deny Kagaya's remarkable adaptability. Excellent, I look forward to your future performance. You know how to wear this outfit, right? With that, Zhou Yuming produced a blue and white hanfu from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Kagaya at I will. Master. Upon receiving the hanfu, Kagaya wasted no time and changed her attire as if no one were present. Having been a somewhat renowned actress, she was well acquainted with various cultural garments, including the hanfu of Longhua. The room was not cold, and Kagaya had already acclimated to being unclothed, but she knew she must heed Zhou Yuming's words. She quickly donned the attire, and upon seeing her disheveled hair, Zhou Yuming retrieved a silver hairpin. From the moment Zhou Yuming had produced the hanfu, Kagaya understood his intentions and willingly accepted the hairpin, arranging her hair into an elegant bun. Clad in the blue and white hanfu, she exuded both grace and poise. Now, this is the demeanor befitting a young lady. Remember, from the moment you arrived here, you must obey my commands without betrayal. Otherwise, you shall meet a dire fate. Master, I understand. Early that morning, Zhou Yuming was already in a fiery mood. At first glance, Kagaya was indeed beautiful, yet due to her previous hardships of hunger and cold, her overall complexion was not ideal, with several frostbite marks adorning her body. Given her current physical state, should she be taken to the master bedroom, it would not be long before she succumbed, necessitating a replacement, which would detract from the enjoyment. Thus, Zhou Yuming opted not to consume her immediately, deciding to nurture Kagaya for a couple of days. Placing her in line after Mayumi, 2 to 3 days should suffice. This round was set in an extreme cold apocalypse, perfectly allowing Zhou Yuming to experience the various roles of these cherry blossom maidens. In the morning, everyone engaged in their interests, while in the afternoon, Zhou Yuming played solo, and in the evening, they enjoyed multiplayer modes. After 2 or 3 days of interaction, Kagaya gradually integrated among the women and came to comprehend Zhou Yuming's mysterious strength. She also realized that without Zhou Yuming's protection, they would ultimately become nothing more than decaying corpses. On the 4th night of the extreme cold disaster, after bathing, Kagaya walked directly into the master bedroom. She knew that this day would inevitably arrive, and she had long since abandoned any thoughts of resistance against Zhou Yuming. Primarily, life here was simply too splendid. Gazing at Zhou Yuming, who lay on the bed, Kagaya felt only bashfulness, as this would be her first experience of such a nature. Master. Put on the hanfu. Yes, please cherish me, master. 3 hours later. The process surprised Zhou Yuming, as he had not anticipated Kagaya's stamina to be so robust. Despite having done little these past 2 days due to her frostbite, she had resolutely decided to please him today, keenly avoiding any actions that might provoke Zhou Yuming's ire. Zhou Yuming had adjusted their living arrangements. China Mimi and her mother shared a room, while Kagaya and Sakurai now occupied another. Though there were many rooms available, this arrangement held a unique charm. The relationship between Sakurai now and Kagaya had warmed. No longer marked by the initial coldness, she had shared numerous insights about Zhou Yuming with Kagaya. For instance, the incident involving China Mimi's forced suicide, the massacre of 2 factions within the villa area, and the inexplicable decapitations. When recounting these events, Sakurai now's memories were still vivid. If possible, it was best not to provoke their master, for he was merciless in his killings. This warning resonated deeply within Kagaya, who had faced threats of death herself. The current stability of her existence was hard-earned, and it only intensified her fear of mortality. Consequently, Kagaya's attitude toward Zhou Yuming mirrored China Mimi's in many aspects. For example, upon hearing China Mimi's voice during a multiplayer session at night, she attempted to imitate it, though she found it somewhat challenging to let go at first. Zhou Yuming had no intention of reprimanding her, as he was quite content that day. Chapter 054, The Bestowal, Energy 450. Current total energy 60150. System upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Yes. Upgrading. Estimated time required, 12 hours. After the multiplayer session, Zhou Yuming instructed Kagaya to return to her room and summon China Mimi. Upon hearing this news, China Mimi arrived at the master bedroom with evident excitement, only to be met with Zhou Yuming tossing her a set of clean bedding. Stating blandly, "Change it." "Yes, master." The beautiful woman immediately wore a crestfallen expression, realizing Zhou Yuming had merely summoned her to change the sheets. Her mind had wandered elsewhere. In the bathroom, Zhou Yuming was taking a shower. Kagaya's stamina far surpassed that of the other three, and despite it being her first time, after 3 hours of exertion, she was still aware enough to leave. Her cooperation and resilience had indeed proven commendable, and her time spent nurturing had not been in vain. Kagaya explained that she had maintained a fitness routine prior to the apocalypse, resulting in generally good stamina, though her time trapped in school had led to some decline due to hunger and cold. Zhou Yuming's consciousness delved into his mind, where a dark object displayed a countdown, indicating the upgrade would likely succeed by noon the following day. After his shower, he emerged from the bathroom to find the bedding on the bed refreshed. With China Mimi kneeling obediently beside it, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Come here, my little temptress." Hearing these words, China Mimi's face lit up with joy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master. Just lie back and relax." Zhou Yuming smiled silently. His body, having undergone the second enhancement, was already in peak condition, making even a day of labor effortless. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, Zhou Yuming awoke and shared breakfast with the 4 women. And after the events of the previous night, Kagaya had officially become a member of their group. Following breakfast, they traditionally engaged in a game of Do Diju, where the loser had to remove an article of clothing. Zhou Yuming found immense enjoyment in the game, managing to win even with poor cards. Before long, noon arrived, and the system upgrade was complete. Zhou Yuming casually checked it out and was quite satisfied with this upgrade. The Apocalypse Warehouse had reached level 3, with its contents entirely revamped, featuring an array of new items. For instance, the weaponry section now included heavy weapons, and many of the previously crude melee weapons had been refined. Each crafted with meticulous care, no longer mere mass-produced trinkets. Furthermore, his physique received another enhancement, evolving from the body of Xingtian to the divine body of Xingtian, with an additional level appended to his name. This level was determined by overall strength. An ordinary person's level hovered around 1, while Zhou Yuming had already attained level 100. When you continue human civilization with women who meet the standards, you will gain additional experience, with the ratio of experience to reproductive energy set at 1:1, serving as experience for level advancement. This meant that every time he engaged, he could enhance his strength, which was nothing short of exhilarating. Additionally, there were supplementary gains following the acquisition of energy. Due to the influence of the divine body of Xingtian, upon concluding your interactions with women who meet the standards for the continuation of human civilization, they will receive your blessings. Quite remarkable indeed. In the eyes of the strong, this was a tangible boon. Remember, what I bestow upon you is truly yours. Finally, the energy required for the next upgrade had increased to 120,000. And correspondingly, the energy Zhou Yuming acquired through 3 different means had also risen. The killing energy per individual increased from 100 to 150. Reproductive energy rose from 75 every half hour to 100. Meanwhile, emotional energy experienced a 50% increase across all categories. Zhou Yuming reclined on the sofa, distinctly feeling the power brought on by the enhancement of his physique. The divine body was indeed extraordinary, and he had even gained an additional level at this stage. Others lingered at level 1, while he had already reached level 100, and the best part was that this was not the end. He could continue to advance. With a swift motion, he conjured a Zamedeo into his hand. Its material unlike anything he had encountered before, forged with exquisite craftsmanship, capable of severing hair with ease, gripping the blade. He exerted force without breaking it. It bent and quickly returned to its original form. Although he had not used his full strength, he felt this weapon could rival the previous 100 he had wielded. A light cut across his palm left only a white mark. Indeed, the quality had significantly improved, yet it could not breach his defenses. Meanwhile, outside the eastern gate of the villa area, amidst the relentless wind and snow of the extreme cold, the dimly lit world of white snow revealed only Zhou Yuming's home. "Shengnan, are we really going?" one of the underlings inquired. "Those people in the villa area seem rather formidable. I fear it may be a trap." "Do not fear. Do you think everyone is like that old man Shikechuan? Just because he has a generator, he believes himself superior, and those armed thugs actually heed his commands, serving as guards with excessive zeal." Shangnan sharply smacked the back of her subordinate's head. They had journeyed far that morning only to find the camp of Chikechuan utterly uninterested in their presence. There are too many people. Their presence is unnecessary. Can Xiangnan endure this? As someone who runs an underground casino, he has at least 10 lives on his hands, and in this apocalyptic world, he has taken even more. Surely, he can withstand it. If Qian Beichuan were not concerned about wasting bullets, he would have longed to put a hole in Xingnan's head. Moreover, he commands a substantial number of subordinates, 18 in total, while his security team comprises only 23 members. Though they wield firearms, their ammunition is limited, and engaging in a desperate fight carries risks. Thus, they merely chose to drive Xingnan and his group away. Initially, they had ventured into the outskirts under the cover of night. Where their territory had little food left, the biting cold and gusty winds left them shivering. Consequently, Xiangnan resolved to head towards North City in search of a relatively decent survivor camped to stay for a few days. Hoping to seize an opportunity to usurp power, just 15 minutes ago, someone in Xingnan's team noticed lights within a villa area, identifying it as a higher ground villa near the east gate. Overjoyed, they rushed for 15 minutes, and upon Xiangnan's confirmation, he immediately decided against seeking a survivor camp and instead opted to raid this household. Xingnan, what if they possess firearms? Ha! If they had guns, would they be holed up here? They would have long since ventured out to claim dominance. As Xingnan's subordinate pondered this, he found it reasonable. Those with guns would surely not remain in hiding. Thus, Xingnan promptly led his companions towards the villa area, a place that not only had electricity but was also warm, undoubtedly housing women within. The mere thought of this ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. Charge forth. Seize the territory, the food, and the women. Zhou Yuming glanced at the time. It was time for lunch, and he intended to procure a ready meal from the Level 3 Apocalypse warehouse. Just as he stood up, he spotted a group of heavily clothed figures hurriedly making their way through the snowstorm towards the east gate. Given their demeanor and direction, they were likely targeting him. Their attire bore no distinctive marks, merely heavy down jackets, and they carried cold weapons without firearms, indicating they were not members of the Yuren family. As for the previous claim by Sakurai Nai that her father would send rescue, a distant rescue team would surely not arrive unarmed. Thus, they could be dismissed as well. Ultimately, it seemed they were merely a ragtag group that, upon discovering the presence of electricity here, foolishly rushed in. Kagaya, they are your responsibility. Kneeling on the ground, Kagaya looked up at Zhou Yuming, puzzled by his words. Chapter 055. The effect of the bestowal I shall not settle for mere ornamental figures. The 3 women beside you have all taken lives. For instance, your junior has the highest count among you, approximately 70 lives claimed. Kneeling beside Kagaya, Sakurai Nai nodded, her serene, beautiful face largely unperturbed except when driven by Zhou Yuming's prodding. The younger Mayumi has also killed 50, while the least among them, Chikai, has only taken 4 or 5 lives. Master, I will do my best. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's final words, the mature woman grew somewhat flustered. Hastily bowing in reverence. Kagaya, a group of enemies has arrived. Only by proving yourself can you truly remain here. If you falter, just ponder how it feels to be struck by bullets. With that, Zhou Yuming produced an automatic rifle. Aiming it at Kagaya's chest. In this tense moment, the 4 women's expressions varied. One lamented her past choices, regretting not having killed more alongside her daughter. Another maintained a stoic expression, gazing at Zhou Yuming's smiling face. A third, filled with curiosity, watched Kagaya, eager to see what decision she would make. As for Kagaya, she was exhilarated. Unlike Sakurai Nai and the others, who felt fear upon their first encounter with firearms, Kagaya was brimming with excitement. This once fallen young lady's spirit was far from weak. Had she possessed a firearm, she would never have allowed that Xiong Hui to boast brazenly at the door of the performance room, much less dare to open the door and slaughter everyone outside. True fear arises only from a lack of firepower. Before this, Kagaya had believed herself merely a decorative plaything, as a witness to her family's decline and the slaughter of numerous relatives. How could she remain so naive after all these years? With strength and opportunity at her disposal, she would retaliate fiercely. Gradually, she accepted the gun from Zhou Yuming's hands, feeling its chilling weight, and a look of rapture spread across her face. Clad in traditional Han clothing, this elegant beauty grasped the automatic rifle, evoking memories of a certain scene from a video game for Zhou Yuming. By the way, Master, I Mayumi will accompany you. Put this on. They have already entered the villa area and are approaching the door. If you do not complete your task within 15 minutes, do not expect lunch. Zhou Yuming conjured up 2 sets of one-piece thermal clothing, each exceptionally thick and well-insulated, lined with plush material. He also provided large thermal goggles, fully equipping them for a half-day outside without issue. The countdown began. 15 minutes. Chikai and Sakurai Nai cleared the dining table. Lunch would be served here. Yes, Master. Mayumi's eyes sparkled at Zhou Yuming's words, and she sprang into action. The meal prepared by their master was truly lavish. Having been there for a while, she had only eaten once and did not wish to miss this opportunity. Mayumi tossed a set of thermal clothing to Kagaya and, without hesitation, began changing right there. Don't dawdle. I don't want to miss the sumptuous lunch waiting for us. Kagaya quickly caught on, realizing that these seasoned women moved swiftly. She could not afford to lag behind. Like Mayumi, Kagaya stripped off her Han clothing and donned the thermal suit, which was easy to put on. Just step in and zip up. Soon, the two stood at the yard's entrance. Rifles in hand, while Mayumi imparted knowledge about firearms to Kagaya in the distance, Shangnan and his group had arrived at the villa's exterior, each armed with machetes and various weapons. Be mindful of the gun's recoil. The stock should rest against your shoulder. Shooting from a crouched position is more stable. Let us lie in wait for them. The commotion outside is likely them. Understood. Kagaya immediately crouched down, assuming her position. After a thorough assessment, they noted the absence of sentries and cautiously prepared to pry the door open, aiming for a surprise attack. To their astonishment, the door was unlocked. Shengnan rejoiced and was the first to dash into the yard. Where the light was bright, and he shielded his eyes to adjust. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld 2 figures clad in one-piece clothing and goggles, each gripping a firearm. Bang, bang. Shengnan barely had time to react before 2 bullets struck his chest. His final thought being, they have guns, damn. The crow's prophecy within the team has proven true. The gunfire erupted incessantly, with Kagaya responsible for those in the front, while Mayumi targeted those behind. As the group surged in, their vision impaired by the bright light, it was too late for them to flee. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the last of the yellow-haired men fell to the ground, struck by a bullet, this overwhelming battle reached its conclusion. In mere minutes, the yard's entrance was strewn with bodies, haphazardly piled together. Before departing, Mayumi declared her intent to deliver finishing blows, ensuring each corpse received a shot, leaving no survivors. These bodies required disposal, but that could wait. They would address it after their meal and first return to report. With that, Mayumi led the way into the villa, and Kagaya followed closely behind, feeling a mix of emotions. This girl had just reached adulthood, several years younger than Kagaya, yet she could maintain her composure while shooting and methodically executing the tasks at hand. Were it another girl, the mere sight of a gun might induce terror. Let alone the act of killing, delivering finishing blows, and ultimately disposing of bodies. However, Mayumi had begun in a similar state, fearful of guns and killing, yet she understood that fear would transform her into a discarded, rotting corpse. As her experience with firearms grew, her mindset stabilized. What she held was an equalizer for all beings. Now, with no zombies or mutated creatures around, what was there to fear with a gun in hand? If one were to name the most terrifying thing, it would undoubtedly be the human heart. Upon returning to the living room, Zhou Yuming had transformed the dining table using his telekinetic abilities. The center was hollowed out, filled with charcoal, and various skewers of meat were placed atop. To the far left of the charcoal, a metal plate sizzled with several lamb chops. Witnessing this scene, Kagaya's throat involuntarily moved. It was almost unbelievable that they could indulge in delicious roasted meat in this frigid apocalypse. The table overflowed with an array of ingredients, alongside beer served in frosted glass cups, the frost indicating it was chilled. Noticing the 2 women return, Zhou Yuming glanced at the time. Pleased with the outcome, they had completed their tasks in just 12.5 minutes, including changing clothes and waiting. Well done. Come over and eat after changing. Thank you, master. Kagaya had long since adapted to her role, knowing precisely when and where to speak. In the living room, Zhou Yuming occupied the main seat, flanked by Chikai and Sakurai Nai kneeling at his sides. While Mayumi and Kagaya faced him, he required no effort, as a mature woman would prepare the food and serve it to him. Today, with Sakurai Nai experiencing her period, Zhou Yuming had no inclination for bloodshed and had left no arrangements for the night, prompting Chikai to volunteer. For the mature woman, there was little entertainment within the villa. Although her phone had a signal, Many application servers had already shut down. The only source of joy for her was Zhou Yuming, which allowed Chikai to rediscover the pleasures of being a woman. Zhou Yuming took a sip of beer and turned to the Han-clad girl, asking, "How does it feel to kill for the first time?" Kaguya shook her head, her gaze as calm as a placid lake, devoid of any particular emotion. These individuals were destined to meet their demise, so, is there anywhere you'd like to go next? Earlier, Zhou Yuming had inquired about the plans of the women. Chitose wished to eliminate her father, Mayumi had no intentions, while Sakurai now was eager to confront her stepmother. What a remarkable display of filial piety, master. Do you have any plans moving forward? Zhou Yuming did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he accepted the grilled meat handed to him by Chitose, subtly signaling her with his eyes. The mature woman, initially misinterpreting his intent, soon realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Master intends to venture to the outskirts after the frigid apocalypse concludes. My father, Chikabayashi, resides there, and I seek vengeance upon him. The long-term plan involves heading to Kyoto to capture Nana's stepmother. Upon hearing Chitose's words, Kaguya felt a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. What is this? Killing fathers and capturing mothers? However, Zhou Yuming's silence suggested that the plan was indeed as stated. These matters were of no concern to Kaguya, yet she understood that the core of the plan revolved around these women. Whoever they wished to eliminate would be designated as the target. Master, before we head to the outskirts, could we pay a visit to Beijing University? I wish to eliminate some individuals there. Certainly, it's on the way. Kaguya harbored thoughts of others she wished to kill, but those individuals were too dispersed and lacked specific locations. She felt that voicing such desires would only invite ridicule from the other women. After lunch, Zhou Yuming led Chitose to the bedroom, but this time, the mature woman's expression was not as joyful as before. She was apprehensive, thinking that she had just displeased the master and now, in their private company, she was bound to face punishment. Energy 450. It turned out to be a reward after all. Zhou Yuming had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to observe the effects of the so-called blessing. The other three women were of similar age, all still quite young. While this mature beauty was slightly older, thus the effects should be all the more pronounced. If you continue to act, there may be nothing left for you later. Upon hearing Zhou Yuming's words, the mature woman immediately knelt respectfully on the bed. Go look in the mirror, and then experience the changes in your physique. Come back and tell me how it feels. Yes, master. Although Chitose did not comprehend why Zhou Yuming said such things, she complied nonetheless. Striding naked towards the master bedroom's bathroom, she stood before the mirror and was instantly struck dumb. This, at 38 years of age. Chitose appeared not to show her age, yet her demeanor always hinted at the passage of time. The blessing's effects on her, while not utterly transformative, were nonetheless significantly evident. Zhou Yuming had long noticed Chitose's changes, but he was not as sensitive to appearances as women were, especially not to a mature beauty like Chitose. Thus, allowing her to see herself in the mirror enabled her to perceive the changes. This indicated that the blessing possessed beautifying properties for women. Standing before the mirror, Chitose gently caressed her face. She had always prioritized her skincare, understanding that it was her most valuable asset, in the apocalypse. Should she be disfigured, she would not require Zhou Yuming's command. Chitose would choose self-termination. Yet now, the nasolabial folds on her face had nearly vanished, and the crow's feet were less pronounced, unless one observed closely. It would be nearly impossible to discern. Moreover, her skin had become more delicate and smooth, radiating beauty with a touch of youthful vigor. Right? The master also mentioned experiencing the changes in physique upon initial infusion. She only felt a warm current spreading through her limbs, but now, Chapter 056, I won't dare next time. Clenching her fists and waving them a couple of times, Chitose stretched her limbs and jumped, discovering an enhancement in her physicality. Her body felt lighter, and her strength was greater than before, though it was less noticeable compared to her appearance's transformation. Perhaps, in comparison to her looks, the enhancement of her physique was even more precious. Requiring time and accumulation, she had sensed something during the initial infusion. It turned out the master's, oh my God! The mature woman covered her mouth, seemingly having stumbled upon something astonishing. Just one instance had yielded such remarkable results. If she were to undergo this countless more times, would she not become younger than her own daughter? Zhou Yuming, lying on the bed, overheard Chitose's musings and nearly burst into laughter. Countless more times? Just 1,000 times, at 3 times a day, would take over 100 years. This woman was simply delusional. Chitose emerged from the bathroom, and Zhou Yuming noted slight changes in her information. Name: Chitose. Level: 2. Age: 38. Talent ability: none. Loyalty: 95. Attractiveness: 89. The level beside her name had changed to 2, and her previously rated 88 had now risen to 89, with her loyalty increasing to 95, achieving absolute fidelity. Every woman possesses a desire to be more beautiful. There is not a single woman who does not yearn for enhanced beauty. Even without considering his status as master, Zhou Yuming was undoubtedly an alluring figure to these women. Chitose hurried to Zhou Yuming's side and knelt with a thud. Master, I feel as though I have become younger, and my physicality has improved in all aspects. I seem to be more resilient. Is this permanent? Can it be stacked? Can I have another go? Zhou Yuming rubbed his forehead. This mature woman was truly addicted. No, she had always been addicted, with the craving deeply ingrained. The effects are permanent and can indeed be stacked. However, even after countless experiences, you will not appear younger than Mayumi. The changes in appearance are merely due to some beautifying effects. They cannot alter your biological age, and it is impossible to be younger than your daughter that I see. But, Master, may I have another go? Please. Chitose was utterly unconcerned that Zhou Yuming had overheard her in the bathroom. She was beyond redemption, no longer fearing exposure. Zhou Yuming checked his experience bar. 600, 800. He needed 200 more, and with dinner still a while away, it seemed a good opportunity to level up. An hour later, having reacquainted herself with Zhou Yuming's absolute strength, Chitose realized that the master had not exerted his full power earlier. Master, may I have one last go? Zhou Yuming stood up and walked directly toward the bathroom, not looking back as he stated, Remember, what I give you is yours. What I do not grant, you cannot seize. Master, I only wish to become beautiful. Still daring to retort, I apologize, Master. I was wrong. Call for me when it's time to eat. Understood, Master. The mature woman rubbed her flushed, perky cheeks, donned her clothing, and departed. The blow Zhou Yuming had dealt earlier was quite severe. Even with her enhanced physique, Chitose could hardly endure it. This also served as a small punishment from Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming's experience had already reached its maximum, now at level 101, though the incremental increase was minimal. Chitose rushed back to her room, bathing while scrutinizing herself. The last remnants of wrinkles had completely vanished, marking what was likely the pinnacle of her beauty. Additionally, the enhancement in her physique had also influenced her figure. Her curves were as firm as ever, and Chitose felt invigorated, ready to compete earnestly with the other 3 women. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her mind. Soon, she finished her bath and made her way to the living room. The living room floor was covered with plush carpets, and the 3 women sat on the ground, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Chitose settled beside Sakurai now and cleared her throat a couple of times to capture their attention. Now has her period today, so who among us would like to take the initiative to serve the master tonight? I will. X2 Kagaya and Mayumi raised their hands without hesitation, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to showcase their worth for the future. I too wish to seize this chance. How about we engage in a fair duel? Sakurai now furrowed her brow. Was Chitose really so brazen? With her personality, one would expect her to devise clever ways to serve Zhou Yuming. What are we competing in? Since now is joining, if you win, I will relinquish my chance to serve the master for the next round to you. You can decide who serves him tonight. As Chitose spoke, she rolled up her sleeves. Let us keep it simple. We shall compete in strength. An arm wrestling match? Something feels off. The more Sakurai now pondered, the more she sensed a peculiar shift. This mature woman was a greater threat compared to the other 2, and she had been maintaining a balance with her. Why would Chitose propose a test of strength, which was entirely out of character for her? As the CEO, Chitose rarely engaged in physical labor. Even her firearms were small and lightweight. If they were heavier, she would struggle to wield them for long, and the recoil could prove threatening, to put it bluntly. While she was a mature beauty, she was still a middle-aged woman. How could she compete with the youth? The unusual behavior raised alarm bells. Yet, Sakurai now could not fathom Chitose's newfound confidence and reluctantly agreed. Kagaya, being accustomed to fitness, did not overthink it. Chitose had only killed 4 or 5 people, while she had taken many lives today. What was there to fear? Moreover, apart from Chitose, she was the eldest present, which provided her an advantage. Mayumi did not think much of it either, viewing her mother as overestimating herself, eager to agree and hasten the process. Let us raise the stakes, a wheel battle. Whoever loses must give up their chance to serve the master. Including myself, the sole victor can claim the opportunities of the remaining participants, and it's only fair that now gets tonight's chance. The three women deliberated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. In the master bedroom, upon hearing Chianami's words, Zhou Yuming was both amused and exasperated. Leaving those unaware to think that this woman had lost her senses, he was at a loss for words and somewhat irritated. Realizing that Chianami truly aspired to soar to the heavens, in the living room, Sakura now and the other two girls gazed at their hands in disbelief. Their strength paled in comparison to Chianami's. She had even insisted they use both hands, yet they still fell short. "Chianami, you're cheating," Zenyu immediately protested. Having lived together for 18 years, how could she not know her mother's true capabilities? "Yumi, if you continue to speak recklessly, I shall let you experience the depths of maternal love," Chianami retorted. "Humph. If you dare to strike me, I will report you to the master. You still wish to be my mother when the master is my father. Hey, you little brat, do you yearn for the skies? Come on, come on. If you're not afraid of the master's wrath, then strike." Unlike Zenyumi's objections, Sakura now pondered why Chianami had suddenly become so formidable. She had just come out of the master bedroom. Was it because of the master? This made sense. Upon closer inspection, Chianami seemed to have regained a youthful appearance, her skin appearing more radiant. Connecting Chianami's behavior with her intentions, Sakura now suddenly grasped the truth. There was only one explanation. "I see now. You merely relied on the abilities bestowed upon you by the master to defeat us. During dinner, I shall inquire about the master's perspective. If he deems this wager valid, then it shall count. You've got some nerve, taking liberties regarding my wager." Just as Sakura now finished her sentence, Zhou Yuming emerged from behind, clad in a bathrobe and with damp hair. The four girls instinctively shrank back. Calling out in unison, "Master," Zhou Yuming slowly surveyed the timid girls and calmly remarked, "Are you both idiots? Have you never considered why Chianami is so powerful? And now, why did you agree despite having pondered this? This is the apocalypse. How could there be such a thing as falling from the sky with fortune? It seems your lives have been far too comfortable, lacking the harshness of reality. Chianami is akin to a famished wolf." Upon hearing this, the three girls knelt in contrition. Chianami stuck out her tongue and approached Zhou Yuming from behind, taking a hairdryer to dry his hair. "Master, I won't dare next time." Chapter 057. Long time no see. "Do you still want a next time? Am I being too accommodating?" Smack, smack, smack. The living room was instantly filled with the sound of slapping. "Have you learned your lesson? Master, we understand our mistakes." Zhou Yuming severely punished them. Yet he did not explain to the three girls the reason behind Chianami's transformation. In time, they would inevitably uncover the truth. After all, which woman does not aspire to be more beautiful and powerful? Just as Zhou Yuming prepared for dinner, his phone on the sofa suddenly chimed. He picked it up, discovering a friend request. Upon seeing this request, Zhou Yuming was somewhat taken aback. Who could this be? He recalled having no ex-girlfriends or female superiors. The username read Mikawa Kucha, yet he could not recall who this person was. However, he had to admit, the username was quite amusing. He clicked on the profile, hoping to identify the individual through their posts. To his dismay, he found the visibility set to only 3 days, of course, in this extreme cold apocalypse, who besides his few girls would have the leisure to post? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided not to accept the friend request. Chianami, kneeling beside him in apology, noticed the perplexed expression on the master's face and stole a glance at the screen. "Master, are you curious about who this person is?" "Yes, do you know her?" "I have a vague recollection. I've seen her several times in the villa area. Her name is Hanazawa Chieko." Hearing Chianami's words, Zhou Yuming recalled. It was indeed that woman, Hanazawa Chieko. She and Chianami were quite well known in the area, both young and beautiful, treating everyone kindly, whether they were security guards or delivery personnel. Zhou Yuming remembered during a night patrol before the apocalypse. Hanazawa Chieko would chat with the security guards after her shift, occasionally inquiring about their well-being before bidding farewell with a smile. On the surface, this stunningly beautiful and gentle woman was exceedingly likable. Moreover, Hanazawa Chieko was not only charming but also possessed a remarkable figure. Her assets were undeniably ample, easily an E-cup. The reason Zhou Yuming referred to her as a bitch was due to an incident when she moved out of the villa without hiring a moving company, instead asking Zhou Yuming and the other security guards for help without any payment. She later suggested they exchange contact information, promising to treat them to a meal in the future. However, the reality was that she claimed she would accept the friend request upon returning from work. Yet that request vanished without a trace at the time. Zhou Yuming had not thought much of it, assuming she merely forgot. Yet now it seemed clear she had intentionally trifled with Zhou Yuming and his colleagues. Now she sought to add him as a friend again. What could her intentions be? Zhou Yuming pondered for a moment, glancing at Qianami, who shot him a flirtatious glance. Suddenly, he recalled that Qianami had posted a dynamic update the previous night, one of which featured a photo of her kneeling on the ground beside Zhou Yuming. Another was a close-up of him holding her chin. This post was public, and Qianami seemed unconcerned about her image, not fearing the consequences should the apocalypse ever end. When Zhou Yuming had instructed her to take the photo, he had not paid it any mind, merely considering it her way of appeasing him. Thinking that since no one was attending to him that night, Qianami wished to seize another opportunity for the future. Now, it seemed Hanazawa Chieko must have seen Qianami's post and noticed him. The photos naturally conveyed their master-servant relationship, and the cunning Hanazawa Chieko could easily deduce many implications. For instance, Zhou Yuming's absolute power in the apocalypse, compelling even the formidable Qianami to bow beneath him. Additionally, various other details such as the fact that Zhou Yuming still had electricity and Qianami dressed lightly, living quite comfortably. All these signs led Hanazawa Chieko, the scheming woman, to grasp at hope in her dire situation. She revisited Zhou Yuming's friend request, but since the previous request had expired, she could only initiate a new one. Zhou Yuming, deep in thought, seemed to have conceived an amusing notion and lightly tapped the screen to approve the friend request. No sooner had he accepted than Hanazawa Chieko immediately sent a message. Zhou Jun, please, I beg you to save me. I'm on the brink of death. They are ravenous and want to devour me. If you rescue me, I can be your pet. I can assume any position. Qianami glanced at the screen before looking back at Zhou Yuming. She hoped he would not go to Hanazawa Chieko's aid, for the woman was far too duplicitous. Her demeanor was disingenuous, and even her figure was artificial in terms of character. Although Qianami had not cultivated relationships with security guards and delivery personnel like Hanazawa Chieko had, at least Qianami was genuine, while Hanazawa Chieko was overtly pretentious. Qianami recalled a previous post where Hanazawa Chieko had boasted about her friend request, captioning it, "Hiring you to move my things is a sign of respect. My offer to treat you to a meal was merely polite. Do you think you filthy guards are worthy of adding me as a friend?" Typically, Hanazawa Chieko was merely acting, attempting to win favor, deceive trust, and thereby gain free labor. Furthermore, Qianami had lived in the villa area for many years. At the time, Hanazawa Chieko was only 19, and it was unclear how she secured a place there, especially as she had been rather flat-chested. Yet within a year, she had blossomed into a C cup, and a year later, into an E cup. Acknowledging the truth without voicing it, Qianami had grown weary of encountering her and refrained from mentioning it. Noticing Qianami's peculiar expression, Zhou Yuming coldly inquired, "Do you think I would save her?" Zhou Yuming's gaze was equally frigid, causing Qianami's heart to tremble. She quickly lowered her head and meekly replied, "No, Qianami would never presume to guess the master's thoughts. Do you think my taste is so low? Such a wretched woman deserves to be eliminated. Besides, she's practically on the brink of being devoured, having undoubtedly been ravaged beyond recognition. I am not so desperate." Qianami nodded vigorously, realizing her folly and thinking Zhou Yuming might want her simply because she was a woman. His four girls were not only beautiful but all sought Zhou Yuming's favor. Moreover, Zhou Yuming was right. Any remotely attractive woman in this apocalypse would not be in danger of being eaten. Such an act would be a last resort, as they would have already been exhausted by countless others. Zhou Yuming was not in a rush. He considered Hanazawa Chieko's words untrustworthy and decided to let her be for the time being, planning to eliminate her the next day and toss her body to the cannibals as dumpling filling. However, it was alarming to realize that the outside world had devolved to cannibalism. This extreme cold disaster was indeed extraordinary, far more torturous than the heat. After dinner, Zhou Yuming reclined on the sofa, awaiting a system notification. It was now the 6th day of the extreme cold disaster, and Zhou Yuming had just checked the temperature. It was over -40 degrees. Just as he had anticipated, the external temperature had stabilized, and the random disasters were nearing their end, transitioning into a permanent disaster phase. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, a black helicopter sliced through the night sky, landing atop a grand edifice. In the biting, frigid wind, the helicopter's doors slowly opened, and 4 individuals clad in heavy clothing and transparent helmets descended in succession. "Why, dear sister, it has been far too long. The last time we met was..." The dapper gentleman who stepped down first beamed, his gaze fixed upon Sakura Aki. Chapter 58. Where there is a master, there is home. The expression on Sakurai Akiko's face was indifferent as she casually replied to him. "Brother, it has indeed been quite a while since the 4 of us siblings gathered together." From left to right, the siblings were the eldest, Baishur Haruai; the second, Baishur Natsukawa; the third, Sakurai Akiko; and the youngest, Baishur Dongling. "Ah, my dear third sister, if it weren't for our father's summons this time, who knows when we would have the chance to meet again?" Baishur Dongling, nearing 30 yet still unmarried, stood shorter than her siblings, barely reaching 160 centimeters, making her seem diminutive next to the 168 centimeters tall Sakurai Akiko. "Youngest sister, I have my project obligations. My time is quite precious." "Is that so?" "Then third sister, you needn't ask me for those little cuties any longer. You, along with elder brother and second brother, have all been pestering me for them, but my collection is quite limited, and the quantity is already stretched thin." As soon as Baishur Dongling finished speaking, the robust Baishur Natsukawa shifted his stance and nonchalantly remarked, "What is the fuss about people? In this apocalypse, there is no shortage of them. If we need more, we can always capture some. Ha ha. Second brother still maintains his tough guy persona," Baishur Haruai remarked, ignoring the banter among his siblings as his gaze drifted to the door at the edge of the helipad, where a figure clad in dark military attire emerged, signaling for the 4 siblings to descend. "We'll continue our conversation later. We must go meet father." Upon hearing this, the 3 siblings fell silent, following the military figure into the building. Once they entered, the heavy door closed behind them. From afar, the building was marked simply with the characters Baishur. While it might lack recognition in other cities, it was a household name in Kyoto: Baishur Haruai's biotechnology firm, Baishur Natsukawa's artificial intelligence company, Sakurai Akiko's gene pharmaceutical company, and Baishur Dongling's human transport company. All were branches of the Baishur Group, chaired by their father, Baishur Dongxiang. The 4 siblings followed the soldier into the elevator, descending several floors before finally stopping, the doors sliding open to reveal a spacious corridor, soaring 4 meters high, leading to a towering 3-meter metal door. The soldier exited but did not proceed further, instead gesturing for the siblings to move ahead while he returned to the elevator. Although this was not their first visit, it was their first since the onset of the apocalypse. As they approached the metallic door, it trembled slightly before sliding open, unveiling an expansive space. In the distance stood a high platform, upon which sat a middle-aged man, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon the 4 siblings. The surroundings exuded opulence. Reminiscent of a palace, the man on the platform radiated authority, akin to an emperor ruling over his domain. Behind him was a massive display screen, showcasing images of disasters from various regions. "Father," the siblings called in unison, then removed their helmets in a gesture of respect, aligning themselves in a row at the base of the platform. "Excellent, all accounted for. The purpose of your gathering today is to discuss the future development plans for the Baishur Group." They raised their heads, their expression solemn as they directed their attention to Baishur Dongxiang atop the platform. "Pay close attention. These are the data observed by our own research team. The apocalypse will not conclude. Natural disasters will persist, indicating that our era is about to dawn." The large screen began to display various data, detailing the calamities around the world, regions succumbing to disaster, governments overwhelmed, and predictions of future catastrophes. Meteor showers, characterized by their long-lasting nature, would afflict nearly every area. Starting tomorrow, humanity would be deprived of sunlight for an extended period, with temperatures plummeting between -30°C and -50°C, plunging the world into a new ice age. Plant growth would slow, leading to food shortages. Low temperatures would hinder the water cycle, making rainfall exceedingly rare. Existing water resources would also become contaminated, as the falling meteors were not ordinary but carried cosmic radiation. The larger the meteor, the broader its radiation impact. The closer one was to the meteor, the stronger the radiation intensity. Most critically, prolonged exposure to radiation could lead to various ailments, and in severe cases, could be fatal. These predictions stemmed from the observations made by the Baishar Group's research team, with the true extent of the situation remaining uncertain, possibly even more dire. I have long stated that the day will come when the Baishar Group will flourish. We invested in diverse developments pre-apocalypse, completing our initial accumulation and amassing human, material, and financial resources. Even without the apocalypse, we would still maintain a leading position globally. However, the apocalypse has already arrived, and without the constraints of morality and law. Our goal is to seize control of this world. Each of you has the potential to become a formidable leader in this new era in the times ahead. You must continue to expand your strength, attract talent, and strive to grow as powerful as possible. When breakthroughs in your research occur, integrating them according to my vision will allow us to forge an indomitable legion. At that time, the Baishar family shall reign supreme over the world. As Baishar Dongxiong gazed upon his 4 children, his eyes burned with fervor. The eldest's biotechnology aimed to grant individuals certain traits of plants and animals, transforming them into beings with unique abilities. Though whether these mutations would be benign or malignant remained uncertain. The second brother's artificial intelligence sought to create chips capable of controlling the minds of these mutated beings, turning them into obedient war machines. Albeit the technology required further refinement, the third sister's gene pharmaceuticals could unlock human potential, enhancing physical attributes such as strength and speed, currently in the clinical trial stage. The youngest was tasked with selecting suitable test subjects, providing necessary manpower and resources for integration. Ultimately, the synthesis of their research would give birth to an incredibly powerful and obedient army of super mutants. How could the struggling ordinary humans possibly contend with such a formidable force? Once this undefeated army emerged, it would herald the era of the Baishar family's dominion over the world. Following this, Baishar Dongxiong continued to elaborate on research directions, the operation of their base, and the allocation of various regions. The 4 siblings would develop their own strengths across Sakura country, establishing their influence in Hokkaido, Nagasaki, and Miyagi, each advancing towards the conquest of the entire world. We must proceed steadily. That is the plan. Well then, due to certain special circumstances, we will not be able to maintain regular contact moving forward. You must take care of yourselves. The 4 departed in succession, each needing to meticulously strategize their next steps. They had all been nurtured by Baishar Dongxiong to harbor great ambition, unwilling to be outdone in the ensuing competition. Notably, Sakurai Akiko was assigned to Tokyo, while the other 3 were to develop their enterprises in Hokkaido, Nagasaki, and Miyagi, encroaching upon Sakura country from 4 directions. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuming received a notification from the system regarding the persistent natural disasters and the new apocalypse, extreme cold apocalypse, and meteor shower. Observing these detailed descriptions, Zhou Yuming felt that after tomorrow's new disaster, the atmosphere of doom would only intensify. However, the laws of the apocalypse remained unchanged. The weak would be prey to the strong, and survival of the fittest prevailed. Perhaps due to the excessive exertion with the women in recent days, Zhou Yuming soon dozed off. Additionally, after undergoing a series of punishments, Sakurai Nei and the other women came to understand the reasons behind Chitosa's significant transformation. Now, in their eyes, Zhou Yuming seemed like a supreme deity. They had no concept of the term furnace, believing instead that all of this was a gift from Zhou Yuming, and the loyalty of the punished women had actually increased. Not only had the 3 women become more beautiful, but their physical attributes had also markedly improved. With their enhanced strength, they wielded firearms with greater ease and precision. The only one whose improvement was minimal was Sakurai Nei, who originally aspired to stand out among the group, but now found herself outclassed by every one of them, with even Chitose surpassing her by a considerable margin. Due to the onset of her menstrual cycle, though she could engage in solo activities, the effects were nowhere near that of a combined effort. After all, the efficacy of oral intake could not compare to internal absorption. It wasn't until 8 o'clock the next day that Hanazawa Chieko sent a message, rousing Zhou Yuming from his slumber and reminding him of his murderous intentions. Glancing at his phone, he sensed the urgency in her messages, bombarding him with the implication that she might soon become someone else's meal. After breakfast, we shall prepare to leave this place. First, we need to deal with the woman, and then visit Kitacho University. Zhou Yuming instructed the women as he entered the hall. Understood, they replied in unison. After breakfast, Zhou Yuming had the four women quickly organize their belongings before he stored them in the Apocalypse warehouse and led them out of the villa where they had resided for an entire month. None of them felt any sense of loss. For the women, wherever Zhou Yuming was, that was home. Outside the villa, the air was frigid, but fortunately, the women had all seen improvements to their physical conditions. Not to mention their winter attire. The ground was littered with shards of ice, exceedingly slippery. Driving a regular vehicle would surely lead to disaster. However, for Zhou Yuming, this was not an issue at all. With a casual wave of his hand, a large snow vehicle appeared before him, and he calmly made his way to the back seat. Sakurai Nei and the other three had grown accustomed to such displays. While Kaguya was somewhat taken aback, they stood outside the vehicle, awaiting Zhou Yuming's command, none daring to act independently. "Get in, no dawdling," he ordered. Chapter 059. The seed sown unintentionally. Upon hearing these words, Sakurai Nei swiftly nestled into the back seat and, after obtaining Zhou Yuming's consent, bowed her head and began her industrious endeavors. Although the effects of solo play could not rival those of multiplayer, even the smallest efforts could accumulate to yield significant progress. This was not merely a competition. It was a fervent desire for advancement. Shortly thereafter, Chinanami also squeezed in, just a half-beat slower than Sakurai Nei, with the two girls positioning themselves on either side of Zhou Yuming. Only the passenger and driver seats remained vacant, leaving Kaguya and Mayumi exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Mayumi, can you drive?" Kaguya inquired. Despite possessing a driver's license, her skills had dwindled since gaining some fame, leaving her reliant on professional chauffeurs. Mayumi hesitated, about to confess her inability to drive, having just reached adulthood and lacking the time to learn. "Let us use the auto-drive feature. Kaguya, you take the driver's seat to set the destination. And Mayumi, you can sit in the passenger seat." As Zhou Yuming observed the two girls dawdling, he issued a direct command. "Understood, master." Before long, the two girls entered the vehicle, vroom, vroom. Kaguya set the destination according to the address provided by Hanazawa Chieko, and the snow vehicle gradually commenced its journey. The roads were strewn with ice shards, and through the car windows, the streets appeared desolate, devoid of any human presence. After approximately 10 minutes, they swiftly arrived at the location given to Zhou Yuming by Hanazawa Chieko. "Stay here and wait patiently. I'll be back shortly," Zhou Yuming said, giving a gentle pat to the still slightly unsatisfied Sakurai Nei before rising to depart, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of them attempting to drive away. "Yes, master." Initially, Zhou Yuming harbored doubts about whether this could be a trap. After all, when one was at the brink of being devoured, how could there be an opportunity to send a distress message? Furthermore, how did she have any battery left on her phone? Yet, these matters were inconsequential to him, as he merely viewed the situation as a source of amusement. Inside the room at that moment, Hanazawa Chieko lay bound and helpless on the floor. Nearby, a group of individuals congregated around a fire, indulging in some form of meat, and Hanazawa Chieko realized with horror that it was her boyfriend. Her boyfriend had not just been slain. To these people, he was merely a useless entity, a source of sustenance. Hanazawa Chieko's boyfriend belonged to the former category, thus he had been murdered the previous afternoon. His body discarded outside to freeze, only to be brought in that morning for roasting and consumption. As for her, her fate today would likely be just as grim, inevitably fatal. Early that morning, Hanazawa Chieko had seized the fleeting opportunity to send a message to Zhou Yuming with the last remnants of battery on her phone. But he had yet to respond. She had completely succumbed to despair, convinced that no one would come to her rescue, unable to escape the grim fate of being slaughtered before the apocalypse descended. Hanazawa Chieko had relied solely on her boyfriend, enduring the first two waves of calamities together, until the oppressive heat of the end times rendered her boyfriend unable to continue, ultimately pushing her towards those fiends. Consequently, she was forced to serve others daily, offering unconditional pleasure to anyone who desired it. Any sign of defiance would result in brutal beatings. At that time, these individuals had begun to consume human flesh. Generally, the killings were executed swiftly, as over time, the bodies would decay due to the heat. Each time Hanazawa Chieko witnessed such scenes, she was overcome with nausea, yet for the sake of survival, she had to steel herself and partake in the ghastly fare. It was only last night that Hanazawa Chieko had seen a dynamic photo posted by Chinanami, recalling how many security personnel had been captivated by her allure, prompting her to take a risk. Being Zhou Yuming's subordinate was not entirely undesirable. As long as she could survive, she would do whatever he asked. At this moment, lying on the floor, Hanazawa Chico's heart was steeped in despair, observing the insatiable appetites of those around her. It was likely they would kill her next. In this frigid weather, no man would entertain any notion of intimacy, reducing her existence to that of mere sustenance. Bang! A loud crash erupted from the entrance as the sturdy security door was kicked open, revealing a man clad in black leather. Zhou Yuming stretched his limbs. It was indeed challenging to locate this dismal place, and he was surprised to find Hanazawa Chico in such a dilapidated neighborhood. Recalling that she had supposedly moved to a more upscale area, when Hanazawa Chico, bound like a dumpling, recognized Zhou Yuming, her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Someone had come to rescue her. She could hardly believe he had actually arrived. Zhou Kuan, save me, please. Just let me live, and I will do anything you ask. Before Hanazawa Chico could finish her plea, her vision began to blur, and she soon lost consciousness. Oh Yuming cast a cold glance at the dismembered corpse, his expression utterly indifferent. Who told you I was here to save you? At that moment, the occupants of the room regained their senses. With a single breath, this wretched woman had lost her life. And this uninvited guest seemed to be no ordinary foe. Well, the person you were looking for is already dead. Can you leave now? She was indeed dead, but what you are consuming seems rather peculiar. Ha ha ha, it's the apocalypse. It's all about survival. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly from the crowd, interrupting Zhou Yuming's words. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhou Yuming chuckled, remaining entirely unscathed. You took the first shot, so you cannot blame me. The man who fired the weapon stared at Zhou Yuming in terror. How was this possible? At a distance of less than 10 meters, he had emerged unscathed. Was this man even human? He had fortuitously acquired the gun from an injured police officer. Rallying his subordinates around him, armed with a gun, he was the ruler of this domain, able to command any woman he desired. Yet why was this man untouched? Zhou Yuming stood motionless, having long wished to experiment with the combination of a weapon's cache and limitless telekinesis. Wouldn't he that make for a treasure trove? With a mere thought, numerous long swords began to materialize behind him. Around 100, their gleaming tips aimed directly at the crowd. The sight of this spectacle filled the onlookers with abject terror, with the vast majority collapsing to their knees in supplication. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the man wielding the gun, stubbornly unwilling to accept defeat, unleashed the remaining bullets, all of which vanished into thin air with a gentle wave of his hand. Zhou Yuming commanded each sword to swiftly launch forth, striking true as they pierced through the bodies of those attempting to evade. Over 30 corpses lay shattered, each riddled with multiple penetrating wounds. Adorned with 3 or 4 white long swords, it certainly proved effective. Zhou Yuming remarked casually, snapping his fingers to summon the white long swords back, before promptly returning to the vehicle. His operation was executed with remarkable efficiency, the entire ordeal taking less than half an hour. Master, are you all right? Seeing Zhou Yuming return unscathed, the girls' anxieties dissipated entirely, especially after they heard the gunfire. 3 shots from the same type of police handgun. However, upon recalling Zhou Yuming's extraordinary abilities, they felt reassured. I'm fine. The next destination is North City University. Understood, Master. More than half an hour earlier, at the eastern gate of the Villa District, Kai Heezy wandered back in a daze. Glancing back, she spotted the large snow vehicle distinctly on the distant road, and she needed no further deduction to know who was inside. After all, the lights in that villa had yet to illuminate. In the current circumstances, the only person capable of driving away was undoubtedly that man, the one who had filled her life with meaning. Kai Heezy reached for her waist, where a Type 92 pistol was holstered. Possessing a firearm in the apocalypse served as a formidable means of self-defense. She recalled how Zhou Yuming had gifted her that very pistol before she left, stating it was in recognition of her past diligence. Curious to see what she could accomplish, advising her not to perish so easily at that time, he had also remarked, as a surgeon without medical instruments, what can you truly accomplish? Though Kai Heezy felt a deep-seated resentment towards that statement, she understood the truth in Zhou Yuming's words. Basic wound dressing was something anyone could manage. Yet, when it came to surgery, the current lack of medical resources rendered her incapable. Perhaps Zhou Yuming was unaware that his actions had inadvertently sown a seed within Kai Heezy's heart, motivating her to strive for improvement, eager to showcase her capabilities. If they were to meet again in the future, she would ensure he knew that Kai Heezy was not a person of little worth, much like a rebellious youth yearning to demonstrate their potential before their parents. Despite the vast disparity in their abilities, Chapter 060. Do you not see your own faults? In the snow vehicle, Zhou Yuming continued to peruse the system notifications he had not finished reading the day before. The map distinctly marked the locations where meteor showers frequently fell, areas of heightened radiation intensity, and their specific effects. According to the information, if an organism were exposed to a radioactive environment for a certain duration, symptoms such as respiratory distress, loss of senses, severe hemorrhaging, or even mutations could manifest. It was as if an invisible gauge surrounded the meteorites, ranging from 0 to 100. However, only when the cumulative exposure to radiation reached a certain threshold would the aforementioned symptoms arise. Once one exited the radiation zone, these symptoms would gradually alleviate and disappear. Yet, when the radiation accumulation exceeded 75, the situation became unpredictable. The effects varied by individual. Some could succumb instantly, suffering cardiac arrest without any warning, while others might experience enhanced physical attributes, with each additional one leading to permanent improvements and subsequent immunity to radiation. In essence, it was a game of chance, and not a means to acquire supernatural abilities. Zhou Yuming mused. When he first encountered this information, he had thought the apocalypse might not be so heartless after all. However, as he delved deeper, he realized the grim reality was far from that. The areas where meteorites landed often birthed highly aggressive extraterrestrial creatures, which were particularly fond of living beings. Given the sheer multitude and dense distribution of meteorites, these radiation zones rendered human survival nearly impossible. Preserving only well-sealed supplies. As time progresses, resources in many places gradually become depleted. By that time, people, in their quest for survival, must venture into the radiation zones to seek supplies. However, the extraterrestrial beings that have emerged around the meteorites significantly heighten the risks associated with resource gathering, presenting humanity with an escalated threat. Yet, not all is bleak. Upon vanquishing these alien entities, there exists a probability of obtaining the Crystal of Talent, a gem capable of awakening latent abilities within humans. This is no trivial matter. It is contingent upon one's inherent potential. Otherwise, it bears no value, exemplified by Kagaya's water god physique. Thus far, aside from himself, the only individual Zhou Yuming has encountered with the talent ability marked as unawakened is Kagaya. Upon expanding the details, Zhou Yuming discovers that talent abilities are categorized into 6 tiers, from E to S, with the existence probability set at 1 in 10,000, and the probabilities for each tier being 90. 9, 0.9, 0.09, 0.009, and 0.001 respectively. After perusing the entire information, Zhou Yuming feels that the apocalyptic scenario resembles a nested doll game. Intricately linked. It appears that the selection of prey is designed to be slightly more formidable, to prevent the hunt from becoming excessively mundane. With enhanced physiques, individuals can collaborate to search for resources or collectively slay extraterrestrial beings, yielding crystals and thereby granting some the opportunity to awaken their talents. Creating a cyclical pattern, each day is spent teetering on the edge of a knife, barely managing to survive. Yet, what relevance does this hold for Zhou Yuming? He cannot alter the status quo, and moreover, in an apocalyptic world, who still plays the saint? After reviewing the detailed prompts, the snowmobile arrives at the entrance of Beijing University. Master, could you lend me a gun? And perhaps a knife as well? Very well. In the rear seat, Zhou Yuming, relishing the service of the 2 women beside him, procures a fully equipped submachine gun and a broadsword, handing them to Kagaya. Thank you, Master. I will handle this swiftly. As Kagaya disembarks, the eager Mayumi, unable to suppress her excitement, volunteers herself, and Zhou Yuming readily acquiesces, providing her with a submachine gun as well. The entire complex is desolate, littered with debris, as if it had never been inhabited by anyone. However, Kagaya is well aware of where this group is concealing themselves. They reside within a small auditorium, equipped with insulation and a well-sealed space, allowing for warmth amidst the crowd. The reality aligns with Kagaya's expectations. As she approaches the end of the hall and stands before the auditorium's entrance, she hears faint voices of conversation from within. Stepping back a couple of paces, she forcefully kicks the door open. Bang! With a broadsword in one hand and a submachine gun in the other, she strides into the auditorium, greeted by familiar faces, which brings her a modicum of reassurance. Sister Kagaya, you may unleash your fury. Those who attempt to flee are mine to handle. Hearing the melodious voice of Mayumi behind her, Kaguya smiles faintly, feeling a sense of comfort. She is no longer fighting alone. Rat-a-tat-tat. Kaguya shows no mercy, decisively pulling the trigger, and flames erupt from the muzzle. The arrival of death is abrupt. The occupants of the room, still in a daze, have no time to react, and many have already fallen. A girl, struck in the arm, emits a heart-wrenching scream, which snaps everyone back to reality. In a state of panic, they scramble desperately to escape, seeking a path to survival. But where can they flee? Trapped between a wolf and a tiger. Before they even reach the back door, they are mercilessly gunned down by Mayumi. Witnessing the continuous slaughter around them, those who recognize their futile plight resort to self-destructive defiance, hurling insults at Kaguya. Kudo Kaguya, what right do you have to kill us? We have done nothing wrong. We merely asked you for some food, and you didn't even provide that. Senior Kaguya, even if we have erred, don't you bear any blame. What if this apocalypse ends one day? Everything will return to normal, and your actions will have consequences. Yes, I advise you to cease this madness before it's too late. We are your juniors after all. It's not too late to stop. The last speaker is a girl who once sought Kaguya's autograph, having previously insulted her and issued threats. Now, faced with the brink of death, she quickly shifts her tone. The leading teacher? He is rendered speechless, having been eliminated by Kaguya upon her entrance. As a teacher, his shameless harassment had long since elicited Kaguya's disdain, especially as her plight since the onset of the apocalypse is inextricably linked to him. Bang! The gunfire is not from Kaguya but from Mayumi, who has just shot down a bespectacled man attempting to flee. Sister Kaguya, I'm sure you wouldn't want Master to know that you're dragging your feet on the job. Upon hearing this, Kaguya disregards the clamor of the others, reloads her magazine, and resumes her grim task of eliminating the remaining threats. Who would have thought that you, Kudo Kaguya, are merely someone's dog? Bang! Once all are slain, the two women finish off the survivors and return to the vehicle in less than 15 minutes. The task is accomplished, and Zhou Yuming has accrued over 3,000 units of killing energy, including the 30 or so he personally dispatched earlier. Along with some emotional energy, he has amassed nearly 10,000 in just one morning. Let us head to the outskirts. We can have a picnic at noon. Understood. The snowmobile roars to life once more, heading towards the outskirts where Chinami's father resides. Some omitted portions have been shared in the author's notes. Please click on the author's avatar to view them. I would appreciate your support with some free gifts. Thank you very much. Chapter 61. Meteor shower. Meanwhile, in a residential building in the western part of Tokyo, Miyamoto and 4 others are gathered around a fire for warmth. During this time, they have been traveling day and night and are now nearing the border of northern Tokyo, with only half a day left to officially reach the city. Having traversed through freezing rain, their combat suits are soaked, and now they face extreme cold, each wrapped in salvaged blankets. Achoo! Damn this weather. Is the doctor's daughter still alive? Even a soldier like me is shivering in the cold. Captain Miyamoto's question stirs doubt among the team members. Since leaving Kyoto, they have been unable to establish contact with Takahiro Sakurai, relying solely on satellite communications from the command center. They cannot defy orders from above, especially with their families still at the base, and must persist in their missions amid a series of apocalyptic calamities. Moses, this is Miyamoto. Yes, we are very close. What? Dr. Takahiro is almost relocated to Nansha? That is fantastic. After hanging up the satellite phone, Miyamoto turns to his teammates, his tone filled with excitement. Brothers, once we locate our target, we one team need to return to Kyoto. We can head straight to Nansha. Upon hearing this news, the 4 team members' eyes light up. The journey is significantly shortened, allowing them to arrive in just a few days. My goodness, since the apocalypse began, we finally have good news. Is this even a life worth living? No more complaints. We should reach northern Tokyo by afternoon at the latest. Let us rest well and set off. At the junction between Nansha and Zhongqing, a group of heavily clad individuals is advancing through a tunnel, led by none other than Kudo Keisuke, who has descended from the unnamed mountain. Master, your previous technique was indeed formidable, but it requires too much skill. Though you have a simpler yet powerful martial arts manual to recommend? Over the past few days, Kudo Keisuke has been using his formidable strength to act heroically, garnering the admiration of numerous fans who seek his guidance. Just as he is about to explain that mastering such skills takes time, a young man behind him interjects, "There are indeed some, my friend. Such powerful martial arts manuals are not limited to one. There are 9 in total, all of which are top-tier techniques of this era. Hearing this, Kudo Keisuke smiles and begins to share his experiences. In my teenage years, my family fell into ruin, and while fleeing for my life, I was fortunate to be saved by a master in the mountains. After 5 arduous years of training under him, I acquired these skills, and now, amidst the chaos, after exchanging stories, the group learns that he is heading to northern Tokyo to find his cousin, Kudo Kagaya, and intends to accompany her. They observe Kudo Keisuke's martial prowess with admiration. Though they may not understand the nuances of martial arts, they recognize that his ability to take on dozens single-handedly, even dodging bullets, makes him a prime ally. Following such a righteous figure ensures access to resources and alleviates safety concerns. All they need to do is flatter him and provide emotional support. What's not to love? Nanshire, due to its proximity to Mount Fuji, this area has transformed into a scene of devastation after the apocalypse, having been ravaged by volcanic activity. The fortunate survivors here are merely scraping by the center of this ruin. A woman clad in a white dress beheads 2 men with her sword, leaving only one remaining. Please, spare me. We were blind to your greatness. We did not intend to offend. I cannot die yet. My child has just been born, and I haven't even seen his father's face. Moreover, you have slaughtered all the men in our Sakura kingdom. How will the women survive in this apocalypse? Please, spare my life. No need. I shall take care of them. You have dehumanized yourselves. You deserve this fate. With a swift motion, the woman's sword falls, and the last man clutches his neck, collapsing in fear and resentment. Her gaze remains tranquil as she performs an elegant flourish with her sword before sheathing it. The woman in white is none other than Kudo Keisuke's master, Chu Shiyao. Draped in a sleeveless cloak, she wore a simple skirt beneath, her long, lustrous black hair elegantly coiled into a bun, adorned with a cerulean hairpin. A pair of exquisite lynxy earrings dangled from her ears, exuding an air of aloof grace. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, reminiscent of an ancient heroine. Alas, her exquisite visage was concealed behind a veil, revealing only a pair of tranquil, phoenix-like eyes. It is safe now. You may come out and take a look, Chu Shiyao called out, her voice chillingly clear amid the desolate ruins. After several minutes, figures began to emerge slowly. They turned out to be compatriots, expressing their gratitude to the heroine for her assistance. Most were citizens of Longhua, accompanied by a few women and children. On their way to the outskirts, Qian volunteered to drive, while Hui, a newcomer who had already avenged herself, felt discomfort at the thought of that heartless old deng living another second. Suddenly, Zhou Yuming, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them, aware that a new calamity was imminent: meteor showers. Just as he predicted, the next moment, meteors of various sizes appeared in the sky, some reaching several meters in diameter, while others were as large as stone stools. One by one, the meteors hurtled from afar, igniting sparks and illuminating the somber sky. The 4 women, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily bewildered. Meteor? Rain? Will we survive this? Noticing that Qian at the wheel was also in a daze, Zhou Yuming calmly interjected, "You need not concern yourselves with this. I am here. Focus on your own tasks." His tranquil voice snapped the 4 women back to reality, prompting Qian to concentrate on driving. Yes, they could rest assured. As their leader, Zhou Yuming would undoubtedly have a strategy in place. Suddenly, someone remarked, "It is truly fortunate to have a master." After all, the mere mention of his presence instilled a profound sense of security. Indeed, I concurred. To be under the protection of our master is indeed a stroke of luck. The other 3 women exchanged glances. Qian, you're being frivolous again. Mayumi, are you itching for trouble? In an instant, the atmosphere within the vehicle lightened, becoming jovial once more. Zhou Yuming smiled but chose not to respond. The meteoric rain fell at varying speeds, allowing him a moment of respite before he needed to intervene. The meteor shower was not confined to Asia. It wreaked havoc across the globe, even affecting the North and South Poles. With the seas not spared either, humanity realized that a new disaster had descended upon them, plunging them into a fresh apocalypse, and they could only scramble to find ways to survive. The priority was to locate open spaces, avoiding skyscrapers at all costs, for being caught in their collapse would be tantamount to courting death. In West City, Miyamoto gazed at the meteor shower on the horizon, internally raging. No, damn it, heavens! If you seek our lives, just say so. No need for all this roundabout nonsense, he sighed. Let us move quickly. While the meteors have yet to fall, we can still cover some ground, aiming for an open area. He was a scout renowned for his intelligence gathering and terrain reconnaissance capabilities, often determining the route for their group. With a resigned sigh, Miyamoto pondered how life must go on. Returning to Zhou Yuming, Qian drove the snow vehicle with an air of serene confidence. With Zhou Yuming present, she firmly believed that he had a plan to contend with the perilous situation, thus she focused solely on her driving. And indeed, each meteor deftly avoided their group, with debris being intercepted outside the vehicle. Only the tremors and swirling dust bore witness to the reality of this catastrophe. Zhou Yuming sat up, glancing out the window. As time passed, meteors continued to descend upon the city, some towering structures crumbling to ruins upon impact. The violent collisions triggered violent tremors, causing buildings to collapse one after another, while countless lives perished amidst the meteor shower. Yet, the meteor shower showed no signs of abating, only the frequency diminished, with a scattered few still slowly descending from the sky. The streets echoed with the sounds of anguished moans and sorrowful cries. Although the disaster was not rapid, those who were out had time to react. However, in North City, with its booming economy and towering skyscrapers, people might narrowly escape the meteors but could hardly evade the subsequent structural collapses. This grim reality echoed across much of the globe, as humanity once again found itself ensnared in the throes of an extreme apocalyptic disaster. With the streets in ruins, Zhou Yuming and his companions could no longer proceed by vehicle and opted to continue on foot, drawing closer to their destination. As they traversed the devastated streets, Zhou Yuming paid little heed to the survivors within the buildings, yet those inside regarded the five of them with curiosity. Clad in well-made, thick garments with rosy complexions, they strolled through the recently ravaged streets as if on a leisurely excursion. Utterly devoid of the demeanor of apocalypse survivors, Zhou Yuming led the way, spotting a relatively small meteor in the distance, seizing the opportunity to examine the radiation and extraterrestrial phenomena. However, before he could proceed further, a group of individuals blocked his path. The group was sizable, comprising able-bodied young men, all clad in heavy winter clothing. The leader brandished a handgun, while the others wielded various melee weapons. "Sir, from where do you hail?" one queried. "Kid, to be able to traverse this apocalypse with 4 beautiful women, you must have some skill, right? Where do you intend to go?" "But that's not the point. My suggestion is to stick with us. Indeed, we are all strong men here. You bring your lovely companions along. We can band together. Who knows when this apocalypse will end? Aligning with us offers some security." The men whistled, their eyes fixated on the 4 women behind Zhou Yuming, whose well-fitted attire could not conceal their fine figures, completely disregarding the man standing in front of them. "Heh, you already know I have some skills, yet you dare to obstruct my path?" Zhou Yuming retorted, a harmless smile gracing his face. Why do some individuals always harbor delusions of luck, unaware of the fate that awaits them? Just you alone. Let us not even mention our numbers. What I wield is an equalizer. Leave the women behind, and we might spare your life. How about that? Boss, stop wasting breath on him. Why fear this defenseless pretty boy? I've rarely seen such fine women in this frigid apocalypse. Hey kid, you'd best recognize the situation. I initially had no intention of taking your life, as I'm not the unreasonable type. Clap, clap, clap. As the leader's words fell, Zhou Yuming approached him, clapping his hands. The man's expression hardened as he raised his gun. Kid, stay where you are. Coincidentally, I'm not the unreasonable type either. You may be weaker than me, yet you act with such arrogance, which greatly displeases me. With that, Zhou Yuming's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the armed man, his gleaming silver blade flashing as he severed the man's head. Casually, he took the gun, inspecting the ammunition, 9 rounds remaining. Adhering to his principle of not wasting resources, he raised the weapon and fired before the others could fully comprehend the situation. Bang, bang, bang. A bloody massacre ensued. In mere moments, only 10 individuals remained, the entire affair barely lasting 10 seconds. Damn, how could this guy move so swiftly? They gritted their teeth, horrified at the thought that their leader had been slain before he even had a chance to fire. He was like a monster. Now there was no escaping. That creature was approaching them. Baka, die! 3 of them surrounded Zhou Yuming, Yet he remained unfazed, for behind him, Mayumi had drawn her prized weapon. With a rapid series of gunfire, the three men fell lifelessly to the ground, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. This scene struck terror into the remaining individuals, their minds consumed with a singular thought. Run, damn it, he.s. playing possum. Zhou Yuming's figure danced amidst the silver light, for men collapsing without a sound. His silver blade remarkably sharp and devoid of any bloodstains. Come and go as you please, a calm voice echoed from behind the last four, and one of them witnessed a companion's head explode in an instant. Leaving him stunned as blood splattered across his face. 7 had perished. The remaining four were paralyzed with fear, neither daring to flee nor to confront Zhou Yuming in a desperate fight. They could only stand frozen in place or kneel. Pleading for mercy, Master, I was blind. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I have injured parents to care for. You still have parents? Why yes, they are right there. Boom. Before the man could finish, a meteor struck the very house he pointed to, enveloping it in thick black smoke, yet not a single cry of anguish emerged. I'm sorry, but they are no more. With a smile, Zhou Yuming sent him off to care for his parents. Had he stayed inside, perhaps he could have avoided this calamity. Why choose to step out and challenge him? With a swift motion, the remaining three met the same fate, having foolishly believed they would be spared. After the carnage, Zhou Yuming sheathed his blade and surveyed his surroundings. Fear energy 5,000. It appeared there were still many people around. However, I am a man of reason. Despite them having caused me no direct harm, that does not prevent me from eliminating them all. Zhou Yuming's words, shrouded in mystery, seemed addressed to no particular individual. Yet, scarcely had his voice faded when he garnered an additional 2,000 points of fear energy. Very well, let us proceed. Following the demonstration meant to instill fear, no more audacious individuals dared to obstruct their path, allowing Zhou Yuming and his companions to traverse smoothly, soon arriving near the meteorite. This area appeared unremarkable. It was merely a square with a meteorite at its center, roughly the diameter of an ordinary car tire. As they approached within 60 meters of the meteorite, Zhou Yuming sensed the radiation meter beginning to fluctuate, albeit only increasing by 0.5 before swiftly retreating to 0. Why the regression? Could it be that the radiation fears me? No, there must be something else at play. Zhou Yuming rose, determined to investigate the small meteorite. Curious to discern the true nature of this so-called extraterrestrial life form, he aimed to scout ahead for those survivors still bewildered. If that being proved too formidable, he believed it might be wiser for everyone to regroup sooner rather than later. After traversing over 30 meters, they came within 25 meters of the meteorite, where its surface appeared unremarkable. However, beneath it, a viscous black substance began to drip slowly. Zhou Yuming unsheathed a gleaming silver blade, and as he approached within 10 meters of the meteorite, the black goo beneath began to writhe. It gradually coalesced into a black net, crawling along the ground with astonishing speed towards Zhou Yuming. Simultaneously, information about the black goo materialized before Zhou Yuming. Name: He Sha, species: extraterrestrial symbiotic life form, rank A. Abilities: liquefaction, plasticity, self-healing, high regenerative capacity. Threat level: moderate. Is it akin to venom? Just as Zhou Yuming pondered this, the distance between them dwindled to less than 2 meters. The He Sha suddenly lunged at his face with alarming speed, simultaneously sprouting numerous identical tendrils, each thicker than an arm. Yet to Zhou Yuming, this speed felt sluggish. His extraordinary physique and reflexes would allow him to evade effortlessly. Nevertheless, he opted to engage directly, testing the waters. With a flash of his blade, he severed a tendril, which writhed momentarily before instantly regenerating and continuing its assault. Another series of slashes ensued, slicing the black tentacles into pieces, yet they too writhed for a moment before restoring themselves. It was evident that he would need to rely on ultrasonic waves or intense heat. Gazing at the impending tendrils, Zhou Yuming waved a hand, employing telekinesis to bind them, then swiftly retrieved several incendiary bottles, igniting and hurling them. The black goo writhed frantically, now acutely aware of Zhou Yuming's formidable capabilities, yet utterly powerless to resist. With a resounding crash as the incendiary bottles struck the ground, flames rapidly engulfed the substance, crackling ominously. The fire spread from the tendrils to the extraterrestrial meteorite, which transformed into a blazing fireball. the flames consuming it until the black goo vanished completely. Zhou Yuming cleaved the meteorite in two, revealing a dark crystal within. Approaching the meteorite, he picked up the black crystal, and pertinent information appeared beside him. Symbiotic Crystal Mother. Upon use, it grants the ability to control a symbiotic life form. The host may choose whether to allow symbiosis. Following symbiosis, the host gains exceptional survival capabilities and strength and can alter their physical form, manifesting various metal weapons from their limbs. The process of symbiosis imposes a burden on the host, preventing prolonged duration, though this can be alleviated through consumption. The symbiotic Crystal Mother will gradually degrade after use. Classifying it as a consumable item. Ding, congratulations on your first kill of an extraterrestrial being, Slaughter Energy 1500, special reward. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the North City, Miyamoto's 5-person team finally arrived at the Villa District. This area had also suffered from the meteorite's devastation, with the buildings largely in ruins, scarcely different from a wasteland. Miyamoto, if I recall correctly, our objective is the tallest villa at the eastern gate. Right? Indeed, but it has since been reduced to rubble. Shouldn't we report this to our superiors and prepare to return? No, Koz, we must conduct a thorough search. Look to the southeast. There appears to be a considerable number of survivors. It could be a gathering point. We ought to inquire further. All right, fine. The team split into two groups, one led by Scout Koz, tasked with searching the ruins for Sakurai now, though they were destined to find nothing. The other group, under Miyamoto's command, aimed to investigate the whereabouts of Sakurai now nearby. At that moment, Ai Hizi felt somewhat disheartened. Having recently bid farewell to Zhou Yuming at the eastern gate, she had returned to the camp only to be met with a sudden meteor shower. Fortunately, she had swiftly organized the survivors' evacuation, resulting in minimal casualties, though most supplies remained in the buildings, necessitating further excavation amidst the harsh weather conditions. At that juncture, Miyamoto's team approached Ai Hizi and the others. As in the square where everyone sat, they appeared to be the only group in a commanding position. Ai Hizi noticed Miyamoto and his two companions, clad in combat uniforms and armed with submachine guns. Exuding an air of authority that set them apart, someone's approaching. Everyone, take heed. After alerting Yamazaki and the others, Ai Hizi stepped forward, addressing Miyamoto directly. Might I inquire if you have business here? Having not seen a beautiful woman in a month, Miyamoto's eyes lit up upon encountering Ai Hizi. The facade of seriousness he intended to maintain dissipated as he approached her with a playful grin. Ah, beautiful lady, we are agents of the Sakura government. Here in search of an individual, Ai Hizi furrowed her brow slightly. Agents of the Sakura government? Who would believe such nonsense? The Sakura government has been silent since the apocalypse, and any talk of rescue is mere empty rhetoric. Who are you looking for? Her name is Sakurai now. She should have resided in the tallest villa to the east. A university bell. Ai Hizi's surprise was palpable. The tallest building in the eastern villa district was indeed where Zhou Yuming and his companions had been staying. Among them were 3 women. Aside from the Chinin mother and daughter, the remaining one, though her name eluded Ai Hizi, could very well be Sakurai now. I've never heard that name. There's no one by that name in our camp. Is that so? Then, I know. A sudden male voice interrupted Miyamoto, causing Ai Hizi to turn in astonishment. The speaker was none other than Yamazaki. The woman you mentioned was taken away by a man just a few hours ago. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Are you certain? Absolutely, though I can't specify how many were with her. The leader was indeed a man, and they were driving a snowmobile. Ai Hizi stared at Yamazaki in disbelief. Did he not understand the principle of speaking too much? Where did they acquire a snowmobile? I don't know, but they headed towards the outskirts. If you wish to find them, you should depart promptly. Yamazaki understood the dangers of excessive speech, but was eager for this group to confront Zhou Yuming, hoping for mutual destruction. This desire stemmed from Ai Hizi's deliberate distance after returning one night. Following a question about what had transpired between them, after considerable thought, Yamazaki concluded that Ai Hizi had paid a price with her own body. Yamazaki refrained from pressing further, believing Ai Hizi was likely trapped in circumstances beyond her control, and any inquiry would only serve to deepen her wounds. Yet, the thought of Ai Hizi transformed into another man's possession gnawed at him, filling him with resentment. How he resented it, resentful of being a man himself, questioning why the other could wield such strength. Thus, he schemed to divert attention. Are you so eager for me to leave? What if I refuse? Miyamoto felt irked by Yamazaki. He regarded himself as the chosen one and questioned why such a beautiful woman was present in Yamazaki's camp while he was left to associate with mere men. I've said all that needs to be said. If you won't leave, at least don't obstruct us. We have matters to attend to. Miyamoto frowned, raising his submachine gun towards Yamazaki, prompting his two companions to follow suit. Then I shall not depart. Chapter 64. Second Awakening. Open your mouths. I have something delightful for you. Zhou Yuming lounged on a bench in the square, casually instructing the few women who had approached him. Although the three women, including Sakurai now, were somewhat puzzled, they chose not to question further, trusting their master's judgment. In contrast, Chinin's cheeks flushed as she opened her mouth, her expression brimming with anticipation. The thought of such an experience in broad daylight seemed rather exhilarating. Zhou Yuming couldn't help but smirk. This mature woman was behaving rather provocatively. However, he paid it no mind, swiftly tossing 4 blue crystals into the mouths of the 4 women. These crystals were a special reward from the system following Zhou Yuming's first kill of an extraterrestrial being. Distinct from the ordinary talent crystals dropped by monsters, they possessed the ability to trigger a second awakening in those without innate gifts. Upon ingestion, the crystals dissolved, and the women soon felt a surge of pure energy flooding their bodies. Accompanied by novel sensations in their minds, Zhou Yuming observed this scene with calm detachment. As the master of the apocalypse, his subordinates could not be weaklings. They needed the capability to handle certain matters independently, without burdening him with every task. Before long, additional information panels appeared in the profiles of the women. First and foremost, there is the inherently gifted Kagaya, a B-level water deity, capable of manipulating a considerable amount of water for transformation, defense, and offense. While the ability to control water may seem rather unremarkable at first glance, in this frigid apocalyptic world, it proves to be exceedingly useful. Moreover, the majority of people lack even an E-level talent, rendering ordinary individuals utterly powerless in her presence. Her abilities are indeed formidable. In addition, there are 2 others with second awakenings. Mayumi has awakened an A-level talent, Void, allowing her to become intangible for a limited time, rendering her immune to physical attacks and enabling her to traverse terrain at will. Sakurai now, on the other hand, has awakened an A-level talent, Speed, which grants her or objects she touches incredible velocity for a brief period. Regrettably, Shinami has yet to awaken her talent. This unfortunate beauty is utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around her. She merely feels a warm current coursing through her body, and then, nothing. Shinami gazes expectantly at Zhou Yuming, puzzled by the peculiar look in his eyes. The probability of talent awakening is already minuscule, less than 1 in 10,000, with most resulting in E-level abilities. The 4 women, including Sakurai now, are exceptional. To Zhou Yuming, they are merely servants, yet in other contexts, possessing talents would render them formidable rulers. While the other 3 women have individuals coming to their aid, demonstrating their uniqueness, Shinami remains without assistance. But isn't Zhou Yuming her savior? He has already formed a conclusion regarding the selection for the symbiotic crystal mother. Besides the 4 women, Zhou Yuming himself underwent a second awakening after consuming the crystal, as his celestial body was a gift from the system. Thus, he gained an exceedingly rare S-level talent, with an awakening probability of merely 1 in 100 million. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. The ability to control thunder at will, with extensive coverage and formidable lethality. Furthermore, he can elementalize himself, rendering him immune to physical attacks. Glancing at this description, Zhou Yuming feels a surge of joy within. Possessing dual abilities, how lonely it is to be invincible. Ah, there is something I must inform you. The crystals you just consumed originated from that radioactive meteorite. Upon uttering this, Zhou Yuming pauses, observing the expressions of the 4 women, which clearly reveal their unease. As they are well aware of the dangers of radiation, risks of cancer, acute radiation sickness, mutations, not to mention, they have ingested it directly. However, they do not harbor resentment towards Zhou Yuming. He must have his reasons for this. The meteorite may be radioactive, but the crystal itself is devoid of such properties, instead granting you strength. His words alleviate the anxiety of the 4 women, who wholeheartedly trust Zhou Yuming. His power is extraordinary, far surpassing anyone they have encountered. If he truly wished them harm, it would be effortless, thus there is no need for deception. Most of you have now awakened your talents. Some have experienced a first awakening, like Kagaya with her B-level talent, Water Deity. Others have undergone a second awakening, such as Sakurai now with her A-level talent, Speed, and Mayumi with her A-level talent, Void. Take a moment to attune your thoughts to your abilities. Until Zhou Yuming finishes speaking, Chinami does not hear her name mentioned, and her heart feels as though it is being tightly gripped by an unseen hand. Why? Is it truly impossible that I am the only one without an awakening? How can this be? How can this be? Suddenly, Chinami feels dizzy, as if the very sky is collapsing around her. The talents are evidently extraordinary. Without one, she would be overshadowed by the other three women, becoming the most worthless and easily discarded among them. Why is this happening? Before the apocalypse, she was so exceptional, superior to these three women, a figure of high esteem. Yet in this world, she has become utterly valueless. Chinami understands Zhou Yuming's character. He has no need to conceal the truth, thus she indeed lacks any talent, merely a vase with a modicum of beauty. Just as the other three women are deeply engrossed in sensing their abilities, this beautiful woman kneels beside Zhou Yuming, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Master, am I truly the only one? Yes. Master, please, do not abandon me. I can still be saved. You are so powerful. There must be another way, right? Panic seizes Chinami as she comprehends that if Zhou Yuming were to forsake her, she would be better off dead, especially considering the malevolent intentions of those around her. Her fate would be dire indeed. Although her physical condition has improved significantly thanks to Zhou Yuming's blessing, making her 1 or 2 times stronger, she is still vulnerable to bullets. Furthermore, having transitioned from luxury to simplicity, the level of comfort Zhou Yuming provides in terms of sustenance and living conditions has made her nearly forget the harsh realities faced by ordinary survivors in the apocalypse. Consuming compressed biscuits and bread? For this elegant woman, that would be akin to choosing death. Zhou Yuming casts a sidelong glance at Chinami, smiling without uttering a word, simply continuing to wait for Kagaya and the other two. Chinami cannot fathom the meaning behind this smile, her heart beginning to flutter with anxiety. She feels both apprehensive and profoundly resentful of her own inadequacy. Moments later, Sakurai now is the first to open her eyes. Sensing the changes within herself, her voice brimming with delight. Master, I have indeed awakened an A-level talent, Speed. My physique has also improved. I can accelerate objects or myself to reach speeds approaching that of sound. But the duration lasts only 1 hour and can be used once every 3 hours. Zhou Yuming nods in acknowledgement, considering how an S-level talent would be even more formidable, with shorter intervals or none at all. Extended durations and significantly enhanced effects, potentially with additional benefits. After awakening, one's body may feel slightly different, which can be sensed intuitively. Alternatively, one may wait a few days until the body fully adapts to the talent, at which point it will communicate with the mind. Subsequently, Zhou Yuming gestures for Sakurai now to step aside and test her abilities, while he continues to await the other two women. At this moment, Chinami, lost in her own thoughts, begins to weep. A tear trickles from the corner of her eye, which she hurriedly wipes away, seemingly fearful of provoking someone's displeasure. In Zhou Yuming's memory, this esteemed matron has only cried 3 times. Once during their first transaction, when the pain was too great. The second time was when he handed her a gun, causing her to weep in fear for her daughter's life. The third time was due to Mayumi's situation, lamenting her inadequacy as a mother, nearly failing to persuade her daughter. And now, Chinami fears being abandoned by Zhou Yuming, her heart heavy with sorrow. Although she was once a renowned figure in Beicheng, ultimately, she remains merely a woman. Why are you crying? Zhou Yuming's sudden inquiry startles the matron, who promptly buries her head in her arms. Master, did you think I would cast you aside? If that were the case, I wouldn't bother with you at all, and even then, your pleas for mercy would be of no use. My decisions regarding you are made with careful consideration. I am sorry, Master. I understand now. Chinami's heart releases a sigh of relief. At least she still holds some value. Zhou Yuming tosses the symbiotic crystal mother he previously obtained to Chinami, then addresses the returning Sakurai now. How are you adapting, Master? During the duration of my talent, my body has been reinforced. My physique, strength, and reflexes have all improved, enabling me to adapt to high-speed actions. Just as Zhou Yuming is about to speak to Chinami, Sakurai now swiftly appears by his side. As if she had teleported. Master, may I have one of those silver blades you used earlier? Certainly. Zhou Yuming casually produces another identical silver blade and hands it to Sakurai now. She examines the blade closely. It is a single-edged design, elegantly crafted and extraordinarily sharp, measuring only the length of her forearm. Having just come to understand her abilities, she no longer wishes to rely on conventional firearms. She prefers close-quarters combat over ranged attacks. Precision shooting necessitates a reduction in speed, but slowing down grants the enemy an opportunity to retaliate, and even with her rapidity, there remains the risk of being struck. After all, her speed merely reaches sound levels. While most rifle bullets travel at speeds of 700 to 1,000 meters per second, the optimal strategy is to remain in constant motion, elusive as a wraith, preventing the enemy from mounting a counterattack. Chinami, clutching the black symbiotic crystal mother, feels uncertain, unsure of its purpose, and can only await Zhou Yuming's instructions. Try to crush it with force. After handing the silver blade to Sakurai now, Zhou Yuming turns to see Chinami's perplexed expression and offers guidance. Upon hearing his words, Chinami nods. Her physique has already been enhanced by the blessings she received, and although the crystal appears solid, she finds it manageable. Gripping the crystal between her thumb and forefinger, she applies pressure, and it shatters effortlessly. The viscous black substance within the vial, initially no larger than the cap, rapidly spreads, enveloping Chinami's arm until half her body is covered. Although Chinami was at a distance, she witnessed Zhou Yuming struggle with the black substance, instilling a sense of fear regarding this mysterious entity. Do not frighten yourself. This is also a form of ability, likely a level. It depends on whether you can master it. Zhou Yuming glances at Chinami's alarmed visage and casually explains. The black viscous substance has now reached Chinami's fair neck, prompting her to furrow her brows in contemplation, pondering Zhou Yuming's earlier statement. Is this truly an A-level ability? The key lies in her ability to wield it effortlessly. She absolutely can. The black liquid envelopes Chinami's entire body, yet her graceful form remains faintly discernible. However, her face lacks features. The surface smooth and even, with small tendrils of the viscous substance sprouting in certain areas. She cradles her head in her arms, her body undulating like waves in water. At long last, as Zhou Yuming rose from his chair, the viscous substance enveloping Chinami rapidly retreated, flowing back into her body and vanishing. In that moment, Chinami was overcome with a mix of joy and tears. She clutched tightly onto Zhou Yuming's pant leg. It was done. She could now effortlessly command the viscous mass, no longer merely a decorative figure or an inconsequential presence. Master, I have succeeded. Following their symbiotic connection, her physical strength would be significantly enhanced. Her power and speed augmented, granting her near immunity to physical harm, the ability to shapeshift at will, and her limbs could even transform into metallic weapons. Give it a try. Thank you, Master. However, there are side effects, of which you should be aware. Zhou Yuming's final remark caused a weight to settle in Chinami's heart. She understood well what the side effects entailed. An immense drain on her stamina, necessitating substantial nourishment for sustenance. Although she found it somewhat challenging to adapt to the type of food required, Chinami compelled herself to accept it, reassuring herself that it was merely the diet of an extraterrestrial life form, not her own. Rising to her feet, Chinami stepped aside as the black viscous substance flowed from behind her, swiftly enveloping her entire form. Her figure remained voluptuous, appearing exceptionally smooth under the embrace of the black goo. Devoid of facial features, leaving her visage to the imagination, while several moderately long tentacles swayed freely behind her. 15 minutes later, Chinami exited the symbiotic state, crouched on the ground gasping for breath. Even with Zhou Yuming's enhancements, her body could only endure for such a brief period, yet she could not deny the undeniable strength she possessed in her altered state. Her entire right arm could morph into various weapons, such as swords, axes, and hammers. She could also utilize the tentacles for mobility. Severed limbs could regenerate, and the tips of the small tentacles could harden and shoot out. Zhou Yuming observed her experiments from the sidelines. She proved to be quite clever, fashioning her limbs into firearms and extracting bullets from within her body, managing to fire them effectively. Glancing at the time, Zhou Yuming noted it was already 1:30 and called for Chinami and Sakurai Nari to prepare lunch. Master, what would you like for lunch? Given our current situation, it could be considered a picnic, so let us have a barbecue. With that, Zhou Yuming conjured a barbecue table equipped with a grill in the open space. It might take a while for Mayumi and Kagaya to adjust, so we shall start eating first. He then handed the pre-prepared ingredients to Sakurai Nari and the other two women, while he took charge of igniting the charcoal. Enjoying barbecued food in such pleasant weather, complemented by a few beers, made everyone feel immensely refreshed. In this small square amidst a city of ruins, Zhou Yuming sat at the center, flanked by two beautiful women. As the three savored their barbecue and beer, the scene starkly contrasted with the desolate surroundings. Onlookers might mistakenly believe it was a glimpse of life before the apocalypse. AT-230, Kagaya and Mayumi finally fully acclimated to their newfound abilities. Master, we can discuss it on the road. Zhou Yuming tidied up the table, handed each of the two women a large chicken leg, and retrieved the snowmobile. This time, Zhou Yuming occupied the passenger seat, while Sakurai Nari, Mayumi, and Kagaya settled in the back, with Chianami taking the wheel. Once they exited the small square, the roads were primarily wide and relatively smooth, devoid of significant obstacles, and they anticipated reaching the outskirts at Kitagawa Camp around 3 o'clock. During the journey, Zhou Yuming listened to the two women report on their abilities. Mayumi's A-grade talent, Void, aligned closely with the information he had previously seen. This ability held great potential, and he would need to ensure she explored it thoroughly. Kagaya's Water Deity talent, having awakened once, exhibited notable B-grade limitations, such as only being able to manipulate water sources within a 30-meter radius and strictly within her line of sight. Fortunately, this was an icy apocalypse. This exemplified the characteristics of B-grade talents, which often entail stringent restrictions, be it range, intensity, or duration. Once Kagaya underwent a secondary awakening, her circumstances should improve, ideally alleviating the limitation on her water sources. Otherwise, her effectiveness in combat would be significantly diminished. Chianami drove with great excitement, feeling liberated by her newfound powers, no longer a mere ornament and certain not to be discarded by Zhou Yuming. Additionally, she was eager for revenge against Kitagawa, her father, who had abandoned his wife and daughter, motivated solely by profit. Even after Chianami achieved a modicum of fame, he sought her return to the family, demanding she acknowledge him as her father. Had it not been for the constraints of the law and her lack of strength at the time, she would have undoubtedly sought vengeance against Kitagawa for her mother's sake. This moment, as Chianami maneuvered the snowmobile toward Kitagawa Camp, she showed no signs of slowing down, charging directly toward the camp's entrance. Although labeled as being on the outskirts, it was, in fact, a private estate, boasting a splendid environment and considerable value. The guards at the camp, upon spotting the reckless snowmobile, hastily retrieved a megaphone to announce, "Attention! Vehicle ahead! Immediately halt! We are no longer accepting newcomers. Vehicle ahead! Stop immediately! Otherwise, we will retaliate." Despite their repeated warnings, the snowmobile showed no inclination to slow down, the tinted windows obscuring visibility into the interior. Baka, open fire. The guarding personnel, numbering around 20 and armed with various firearms, awaited the command. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained upon the large snowmobile, yet it neither swerved nor dodged, the bullets merely ricocheting off, leaving sparks in their wake as it continued its rapid advance. Baka Yaru, how infuriating, this vehicle is bulletproof. The guards scrambled to evade. The barrier at the guard post crumbled like paper, and those unable to evade were flung several meters away. Once the snowmobile finally came to a stop within the estate, the guards, weapons drawn and expressions tense, speculated on the identity of those within the vehicle. When the door swung open, the first sight to greet them was a pair of slender, beautiful legs, followed by several stunning women exiting in succession, concluding with a bright and cheerful man stepping out. "This is your responsibility. Do as you wish." As the man's words faded, the four women made their way deeper into the estate, while he leisurely approached the 20 guards. The guards, witnessing Zhou Yuming's slow approach, immediately squeezed their triggers. The vehicle may have been bulletproof, but surely the man could not be as well. Could he? Yet, to their astonishment, all bullets bizarrely halted a meter before Zhou Yuming, clattering harmlessly to the ground. The guards, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with dread. Could it be that he possessed superhuman abilities? Bullets appeared utterly ineffective against him. In mere minutes, the ammunition was expended, and the guards, tense, fixated on Zhou Yuming. Although he made no move, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present. Zhou Yuming scanned the group, reflecting that merely a month ago, he too had been a security guard. Understanding that these individuals were merely following orders to make a living, he decided to grant them a painless conclusion. Snap! With a single finger snap, the guard captain at the forefront seemed to instantaneously lose his life. Collapsing limply to the ground, "Captain!" Following closely was another sharp sound, and half of the remaining guards fell. The survivors, without needing to inspect closely, comprehended that their comrades had perished, and an overwhelming fear surged within them towards this smiling man. Snap! Within the estate, Chianami led the way, with Sakurai Nari and the other two following closely. Aside from Chianami's quest for vengeance, they were eager to test their abilities. Unlike the other two, Sakurai Nari had already personally experienced her powers and, with a brief interval, was ready to assist Chianami in the search and cleanup. Kaguya raised her finger while walking, gradually gathering murky water arrows that hovered in the air. With a swift movement of her arm, the water arrows shot forth with speed, effortlessly penetrating glass and striking into a room. A voice from within exclaimed, "Holy sword!" And shortly after, a man clad in a padded coat, wielding a kitchen knife, burst from the room. The startled Fujita, momentarily bewildered, wondered where these beauties had come from. Rubbing his eyes, he suspected he was hallucinating due to excessive indulgence. But wait, weren't all the women taken away? Where did such stunning figures emerge from? Could it be that Lord Kitagawa has been hiding them? Fujita's puzzled expression only deepened as he spoke, but before he could finish, water arrows had already formed beside the beauty. And upon locking eyes with her, the arrows sped towards him. Before he could utter another word, the water arrows struck him, reducing him to a perforated state. Kaguya approached Fujita's side, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. "Can I control his blood?" As she waved her hand, a pool of blood surged forth from the ground, slowly coalescing, morphing at her command. Not bad, not bad. Meanwhile, Mayumi was thoroughly enjoying herself, entering a state akin to invisibility upon activating her ability. Not only could she seamlessly pass through walls, but her weaponry and ammunition could also phase through, allowing her to execute wall-penetrating shots at will. Chianami engaged in a violent search, while Sakurai Nari advanced with caution. Quickly covering a third of the rooms, the arrival of the four women plunged the estate into chaos, with some fleeing and others meeting their demise, while those daring enough to retaliate faced utter obliteration. What have we done to deserve this? Even in their final moments, the survivors remained oblivious to the reasons behind these women's formidable powers. Chianami retracted her transformed arm, leaving behind a decapitated corpse. She was engulfed in a sea of confusion. On one hand, she was perplexed by the absence of women in this place, while on the other, she wondered why the old man, Kitagawa Chitose, had yet to reveal himself amidst such tumultuous circumstances. Wandering aimlessly was not a viable solution, so Chitami resolved to capture someone to inquire about the situation. In a state of coalescence, she became acutely aware of her increasingly ruthless and violent demeanor. With a burgeoning desire for slaughter that yearned to consume her wholly, fortunately, Chitami managed to exert control over herself, allowing only one consumption every 20 minutes to alleviate the adverse effects. Had she consumed one after each kill, she would indeed have transformed into a monster, which would surely not endear her to Zhou Yuming. Approaching a door, Chitami's arm morphed into a colossal axe after a series of intricate movements. With a powerful swing, a resounding crack echoed as the door was cleaved apart as effortlessly as tofu. Upon entering the room and conducting a thorough search, she discovered 3 men. "I have a few questions for you. Ponder them carefully before responding. Should you be unable to provide the answers, your life may very well hang in the balance."